Hello everyone, thank you very much for joining me today. Welcome to the Complete Ethical Hacking Masterclass. My name is Alexis Ahmed and I'm going to be your instructor for the course. I'm also the CEO and founder of Hackersploit. Hackersploit is a cybersecurity company that deals with penetration testing and ethical hacking training. So the question you might be having right now is, why should I be taking this course instead of the plethora of the other courses that exist on Udemy? Well, I can put it really simply as the fact that this course is based on practicality and the reality of the ethical hacking scene. I've also been a student and I still am a student of ethical hacking, always learning. And what I really found before online courses came to be, was that reading books and reading text wasn't going to cut it. And that's what I found on Udemy. This course was designed and it is the compilation of all my videos about ethical hacking, more specifically about penetration testing, put together for the purpose of educating people on the reality of ethical hacking and again being focused on the practicality of the subject, because that's what ethical hacking is. It's based on the practicality of a situation, which in this case can be put into two levels: ethical hacking, penetration testing in the realm of cybersecurity. So again, the question comes to be, why should I be taking this course? And as I've said, this course is going to be focused on practicality. You're going to be doing instead of reading. That's what I want from this course. I want you to learn by doing. And that's how I learned by doing. So I want that to be transferred over to you. Alright, we'll be taking a look at real hacking scenarios. Now what do I mean by this? We'll be taking a look at exploiting real exploits. For example, the Eternal Blue exploit that was released was leaked from the NSA that allowed the exploitation of Windows 7 operating systems. Stuff like that. We'll then be taking a look at industry standard frameworks like Metasploit, how to use Metasploit for the full penetration testing experience. We'll be then focusing on anonymity, and just not simple anonymity. We'll be looking at proxy chains, how to set up a VPN, in regards to using proxy chains as well. We'll be then moving on to information gathering techniques, more specifically the Nmap tool. We'll be looking at how to use Nmap for advanced information gathering as well as basic information gathering. We'll then be moving on to vulnerability analysis, how to perform vulnerability analysis on web servers, etc. We'll then be moving on to exploitation. Now, why is exploitation so important to me? Well, that's because I deal with exploitation. Hackersploit is a company that deals with penetration testing and web application penetration testing. So I know both of the sides of it in terms of client-side attacks and server-side attacks. We'll be looking at all the frameworks. We'll be looking at Hydra. We'll be looking at the BEF framework as well. We'll then move on to something that is quite popular as well, and that is wired and wireless attacks. How to perform ARP spoofing, how to perform ARP poisoning, and finally how to crack the WPA and the WPA2 encryption with different methods, and methods that do work using AirCrack and AirGeddon to perform the pixie dust attacks. We'll be then looking at something that not a lot of courses cover, which are DDoS attacks, how to perform them and how to protect yourself against them. We'll be then moving on to network sniffing, how to use Wireshark to capture packets on a network. And finally, looking at the last stage of ethical hacking and my favorite, which is post-exploitation. We'll be looking at creating backdoors, how to clear your tracks. We'll be looking at privilege escalation and how to maintain access within a system. We'll be then moving on to, again, one of my favorite, which is remote access tools. And if you do not know what a remote access tool, do not worry, we'll be covering what exactly it is in that section of the course. We'll be then looking at how to get rid of rootkits from Linux operating systems and Windows operating systems. And finally, as I've mentioned, we'll be looking at real-world exploits. We'll be focusing on real vulnerabilities. For example, the crack attacks that allowed the WPA2 encryption to be broken. Well, not broken, but exploited. We'll be then looking at the Eternal Blue exploits and so much more. So what can I promise you with this course? Well, first of all, as I said, I'm going to be giving you a fully practical course. And secondly, this course is not about sales. I'm not going to be pushing you to buy this course. This course is going to be distributed free of charge for 1 week every month. And if you choose to buy this course, you're supporting us and the work that we do. This course is not going to be focused on sales. And if you do happen to buy the course and you're not satisfied with it, you can get a refund within 30 days as of when Udemy allows this to happen if you purchase the course and you want a refund within 30 days. I'm pretty sure you know the terms that exist. And I just want to end this introduction or welcome to the course by, quoting one of my favorite quotes by Benjamin Franklin, and that is, "Tell me and I forget, teach me and I remember, involve me and I learn." And that's exactly what I want to do in this course. I want to involve you in hacking. I want to show you how it's really done. I don't want to focus around spreadsheets and, presentations and talking to you about numbers and information and theory. I want you to learn by actually doing. And I'm going to end it there by saying thank you for watching this video so far. And if you do choose to take the course, welcome, and I'll be seeing you in the first video. Goodbye. Hey guys, Hacksploit here, back again with another video, and welcome to the complete guide on how to set up your own virtual penetration testing lab where you can practice all your skills and obviously improve as you move along. Now, I just want to pass out a quick announcement that regarding the SS7 exploitation video, I'm currently working with YouTube to get it accepted. Of course, I'm not going to be able to monetize it, but I'm still forcing it or trying to make sure that it gets published on YouTube. If that's not the case, I will have to host it on my website, so then you can check it out over there. Reason being is that YouTube does not allow any demonstration of exploitation of a system that you do not own. And in the video, I explain and show you how to exploit a GSM network and that type of thing. That being said, welcome to this video. In this video, I'm going to be showing you how to set up your own virtual penetration testing lab so you can practice your skills. Now, before we get started, I just want to point out that if you're installing Kali Linux or ParrotOS, whatever penetration testing distribution that you decide, if you're installing it on a physical machine, then it'll still be the same for you as long as you have enough computers to run Metasploitable as a server, or if you then tend to go into virtualization, which is my recommended option, especially nowadays because computers are much faster and they're able to handle virtualization much better. All right, so let's get started. And what we're going to be doing is I'm going to be taking you through the different virtualization softwares. We're then going to move on to actually selecting your penetration testing distribution, and then I'll show you how to get your exploitable or your vulnerable operating system or vulnerable server, which in this case is Metasploitable 2. All right, let's get started. So as I said, the first thing that you want to make sure you have ready, or you want to make sure that you have hardware wise, is you have enough system resources. Now I'm just going to go ahead and say it. The most important thing you need is virtualization. If your processor does not support virtualization, then that means that you cannot, or you are unable to use a virtualizing or a virtualization software. Okay. Now this is not very common because even the older, processors like the Pentium and the Core 2 Duos, they all support it, and some of the older AMD processors, it's a very common feature to have any processor have virtualization. Okay, now this will work on any operating system. You could be running macOS, you could be running Linux, and if you're running Windows, it'll be the same thing right here. Okay, so as you can see, I've got these files on my desktop, and I'll be explaining them as we move along. Now, let's get started with virtualization software. Now, I'm going to start off with my favorite and what I recommend to you right now. All right. And that is VMware. Now, you don't have to buy VMware. By the way, quick announcement. I'm going to be doing a giveaway, probably when we hit 70 or 80,000 subscribers. I'm going to be giving away 5 legitimate serial keys for VMware Pro. So that you guys can also get started with it, because I've invested in it and it's absolutely fantastic. All right. But if you want to use the free one, I apologize for my phone notifications here. Let me actually just turn that on silent. That being said, there is the free version, and the website will be linked in the description, so you can check it out for yourself. Okay, so let's get started with the download. So you can go to the left hand side here and click on downloads. All right, now if you look at product downloads, it'll show you all the products they have. You can then go to the free product trials and demos. Okay, you don't want to look for that. That's all to do with demos. If you want to try VMware Workstation Pro, go ahead and try it. You can have a trial. You then want to go to your free product downloads where you have Workstation Player. That is the free version and you can use it as much as you want. The difference between the free and pro version is that the pro version has more features in regards to just making things easier when it comes down to virtualization. So you can recover all that good stuff, and probably make a video on the differences there. But if you're a beginner, you don't have to spend money on the professional version. Trust me, I use the free version and I've used it in many enterprise situations and it worked perfectly. Okay, so you just want to click on one of the options here. So for example, Workstation Player, and just let it load. I apologize for my slow internet if for some reason it always is slow. So there you are. You can download it for Windows 64-bit operating systems, and you can select your option here for Linux. Now, if you're not interested or you don't like VMware, you can go for VirtualBox. VirtualBox was my favorite, but after a while, it just has too many compatibility issues, especially with Kali Linux. And I'm going to be getting to that in a second. All right. So VirtualBox is essentially free, and you can use it on Linux. You can use it on Windows, all that good stuff. Now, if you're running Mac OS, what I would recommend is that you use a software or a program called Parallels. I'm sure you've heard of it if you've been using a Mac, because that's essentially the only alternative to a virtualization software on the Mac OS platform. Okay, so don't worry if you're running a Mac, it's essentially the same process. Just open up Parallels and you should be good. Okay, so with VirtualBox, it's completely free and you can just go into downloads. Don't worry, the link will be in the description. And you want to look for the VirtualBox, the latest platform packages. And for some reason, the Windows hosts is not available right now. So you can, by the way, they also added the OS X. I believe that was added probably around the version 5. Sorry about that. So you can also use VirtualBox on Mac OS. You can also use it on Linux and Solaris. So again, it's very simple. Just download it and get it installed. Okay, so once you've chosen your virtualization software, now it is one of the most daunting, it's one of the most complicated. Well, in my mind, it's not really complicated, but for many beginners, it's probably the most fidgety topic, and that is selecting your penetration testing distribution. Now, I'm going to recommend one of two, and that is Kali Linux. So you can use Parrot OS, or you can use Kali Linux. Now, a lot of people ask me or send me messages and, post their comments in the description, in the comment section saying which one is better, why it's better. And then there's always arguments, heated arguments, all of that. And here's what I say. Okay. I was in the same dilemma. Trust me. Well, mostly the time I got started, there was only one. There was Backtrack. That's it. So you had to learn it, or, that's that. So again, I would say just choose one and stick with it. Now, most people will say start with Kali, master Kali, then you can use Parrot OS because it's essentially the same functionalities transferred over. It's just that the difference is the operating system and the kernel and all of that. So it's very little to do with the tools, because the tools are, on all the platforms. So again, it's all about what you like. So here's what I'm going to say. Download each of them and then try which one you like. Okay, so maybe you can try Kali. If you don't like it, try Parrot. Parrot is something that you may like. And do not be confused and do not be scared of making the decision. Once you've made the decision, stick with it. And if you have any problems, then try and troubleshoot it. If you can't, switch to the other one. All right. And in my opinion, I'll say this, that Kali Linux is an enterprise type of operating system, especially now. So it is what I would call a industry standard. All right. Now, Parrot OS is fantastic. There's no doubt about that. I've used it for many projects, real life projects, and I can tell you that it does work. But when you move on to a professional level, I would recommend Kali Linux because it is the benchmark and it is sort of required, because they're not going to allow you to just test systems, or employers are not going to allow you to test systems with tools that are not familiar. That's what I was also talking about. Installing all these weird scripts isn't really going to help, because you have to know how to use the industry standard tools. Okay, so you can choose between Kali Linux and Parrot OS. Now, when it comes to Black Arc and Backbox, all of that, all of those other distributions, I'm not really going to include them because that's again a matter of personal taste. Okay, so getting back to Kali Linux, I just want to talk about something. For Parrot OS, the download is very simple. Just go to download and you have 3 versions. Okay, you have your security, which is the one you want to get. You then have workstation, which again is focused, is a lightweight system for daily use and privacy protection. So it offers a solution for casual users, as you can see, who love the look and feel of Parrot. You then have Parrot Security, which is a complete all-in-one environment for pen testing, privacy, digital forensics, reverse engineering, and software development. So again, it's focused on all of those facets, and that's why I kind of like it, and I've tried it out. But for me, I'm not really doing, digital forensics or reverse engineering. Some of you might be doing it, and if that's your field, then by all means go ahead and use Parrot OS. Okay. Now let's get back to Kali Linux, and I just want to talk about the downloads. Now, if you're installing Kali Linux in a virtualized environment, I'm just going to show you a little tip here that will save you a lot of time. Do not download the ISO file. Alright, many people I've seen make this mistake, and I've made an installation video of Kali Linux showing you how to install it using the ISO even on a virtual machine, and you can see it's just really hectic. So why would you want to go through that? What I would recommend is just download the VMware virtual machine or the VirtualBox virtual machine. Alright, as you can see, you have your VMware, your 64-bit and your 32-bit, and the same for VirtualBox. So for those of you who are telling me it doesn't work on 64 or on 32-bit, you can see here that indeed it is real and it is working. So once you download one of these, dependent on the virtualization software you're using. So for example, I've downloaded or I had the VMware version. I'll show you in a few seconds how easy it is to get it set up. So this virtual machine is already installed. You don't need to go through the installation of Kali. It's already installed. You just need to import it into your virtual machine, and that's it. And that's that. You get started immediately. Same for VirtualBox. Now, for the rest of the video, I'll be continuing with VMware, and that's because, as I said, I've kind of lost the liking for VirtualBox, and that's no offense to VirtualBox. I just like VMware because it's never let me down, and there aren't any compatibility issues with installing the the libraries or all of that, So going back to Parrot OS, you can see that the latest version as of recording this video is Parrot OS 3.11. Okay. And you have your 64-bit and your 32-bit, and this is essentially the ISO. Alright, so the ISO for Parrot is really very simple to install. Or to create a virtual machine, all you need to do is open up your virtualization software. As I said, I'm going to be continuing with VMware Pro, and you can see I also have the VMware Workstation 14 player. So if I just open up that, or actually have it open, sorry about that. For some reason I opened it another instance there. So let me just show you something. I've already opened it up, and you can see these are the 2 virtual machines that I always have running. One of them is Kali Linux. Don't worry about the title. I have updated it, so you can edit your virtual machine settings there, and we'll get to that in a second. Alright, so I have Kali Linux and Metasploitable 2. Now don't worry about this. If you want to create a new virtual machine, just go into File, New Virtual Machine, go for Typical, and next you want to then select your ISO image. As you can see, mine is for some reason selected on Ubuntu ISO, so just hit next. We'll use that as an example. So then it's going to prompt you, if you're running Ubuntu, to enter your full name, your username and password. In most cases, if you're running Parrot OS, it's not going to prompt you to do that. Okay, but as I said, if you're running this on a virtualized piece of software, if you want to run this in terms of virtualization, then do not download the ISO unless you're using Parrot OS. Download the virtual machine file here, because that automatically imports, and I'll show you that in a second. So let's say I've downloaded the VMware file here. I can just click on it right here. As you can see, once I click on it, I already have it, so it's not going to prompt me, but there you go, it's going to prompt me again to re-import it, and that's going to essentially wipe your current hard disk if you already have one installed. If you're new, just hit import and select the destination, and that's that. You don't have to install it. Once it's imported, you're going to be given this beautiful menu here giving you the version. Again, you can edit it and change the name, and it's going to give you this awesome description here saying this is the username is root, the password is Tor, and the keyboard layout is US. Alright, so that's information that you can just check out and gives you the RSC channel, all that good stuff. Okay, so it's going to give you this little menu here. Excellent. So now you can edit your virtual machine settings, which is what we're going to be talking about now. Okay, but before that, let me show you how to download your vulnerable operating system, which in this case is Metasploitable 2. Now, a lot of people have asked me to do the Metasploitable 3 video, and the reason I haven't done it yet is because, man, that thing has bugs. Like, I've tried it, installing it on my computer, and it worked after 5 hours of configuring it. I then tried to do it on another computer, same way, that gave me success on one computer, and it didn't work. So it's come to my attention that you need to configure it individually for every computer, and a video therefore will not be good. So I'll make a post on my website regarding how to select the appropriate settings. Okay, so again, it's very dependent on your hardware, and you need to be really attentive when installing it. It's just a pain in the neck. What I would recommend is just using Metasploitable 2 and installing your own tools on it, or using CTFs. Alright, so you want to open the link in the description that takes you to the Metasploitable 2 page. It's developed by Rapid7, which, as you know, created Metasploit. Alright, and I'm sure you know about the Metasploit framework. And you can just go ahead and look at the download page here. You can go for the Rapid7 download page or the SourceForge download page and just click on it, and it's gonna prompt you to download it. Alright, so once you have it downloaded, it's gonna be a zip file on your desktop right here. So I'm just gonna extract it. It's Metasploitable 2. Just gonna extract it to my desktop, and as you can see, this runs exclusively. So let it just open up, because I really want to show you what I mean. Alright, so let that just extract. I apologize for the speed, although the file does take a while, even on all computers that I've tried this on. It always is quite a hefty extraction process, probably because it was zipped very, very thoroughly. Okay, so let this complete, and we can just move back into our virtual machines here. Alright, so I already have Metasploitable imported. We'll be looking at the settings you need to set, and then we'll be looking at the network configuration. Okay, so Metasploitable 2 has successfully been extracted, and as you can see here, this is a virtual machine disk file. So you can just click on it, and it will import it to the system the same way. So if I click on it, you can see, whoops, sorry about that. If I just click, my bad, sorry, you actually have to open the virtual machine file there, and that will prompt it to open directly from there. Alright, so I already have one that has all my data saved there, so I'm not going to do that. Okay, so once that's imported, let me just get rid of that because I don't need it right now. Now we can get started with the virtual machine settings. Very important. So make sure you have Kali Linux opened in one tab, or ParrotOS, and you have Metasploitable 2 opened in another tab. Now let's start off with Kali Linux, the settings here. Alright, so you want to go into Edit Virtual Machine Settings. Now, as I said, you must have, I would say, at least 4 gigabytes of RAM. Alright, and the reason being is Kali Linux works great with 2 gigabytes. If you have more if you have more RAM, you can then increase it to whatever you like. Now, if you're running a 1 gig, a 2 gig computer that has 2 gigs of RAM, do not worry, you can reduce it to 1 gig as well, but it'll then be really, really slow, and you won't be able to open up programs, or, Metasploit will take a huge amount of time to start up. Alright, that being said, if you have a 4 gigabyte computer, just leave it at 2, and if you have 8 or 16, it doesn't matter, just leave it at 2. It works really great there, unless you start doing things like reverse engineering, things that are very resource hungry in the RAM department. Okay? So you then want to go into your processors. Now, this is again very dependent on your hardware specifications and your processor more specifically. So if you have a dual core processor, what I would recommend is just using one. Okay? Now, you can select the number of cores per processor, and that essentially is hyper-threading. Okay? So right now, as you can see, I've put 2 processors, and that theoretically is wrong because I only have 1 processor. Now, if you're running a server type of workstation that has 2 sockets on the motherboard, you can then select it from there. Alright, so I was just explaining that many people put this because they think they have a quad core, that is 4. Not really. Okay, so you want to make sure you select 1 processor. I'm guessing that's what most of you have. And then you want to select the cores. Alright, now my processor has 4 cores. Alright, so I'm going to select 2. That gives me an optimal performance. Now, if you want to give it all 4, it will work great, but then your host operating system will not work as efficiently as possible. So I would recommend 2 if you have a quad core. If you have a dual core, you can use one core, and that's perfectly fine. Alright, or you can use 2 and you can just turn off what's running in the background. So that's how I like mine right there. All right. As for your hard disk, you can currently look at the size that it gives you. It's around 60 gigabytes. You can then also expand the disk capacity dependent on the type of files you're using. So again, you can expand it if you so choose to. And you also have your disk file location right there. All right. If you want to use a CD or DVD drive, which I'm guessing you don't need to touch anything there. And now for the network adapter settings. Now, a lot of people get confused here. What we want to do is we want to make sure that that the virtual machines, both Kali Linux and Metasploitable or ParrotOS, depending on what you're using, are connected to the physical network. That means they're using your adapter, your computer's host adapter, whether it's a Wi-Fi adapter or it's an Ethernet adapter. Right now you can see I'm using NAT. So what this means, it's going to share the host's IP address. Now what this means, if I was to leave it on NAT, that would mean that if I launched Kali Linux and I also launched Metasploitable, they would have the same IP address as the host IP address. So it will have the same IP as Windows. Now most people think that that's okay. No, you do not want that. You want each virtual machine to have its own IP address. And you do that by going for a bridged connection and then replicate physical network connection state. That will make sure that it replicates the fact that it's on Ethernet. If it's on Wi-Fi, it's going to also display it as Wi-Fi, and they'll all have their own IP addresses, their own local IP addresses. Okay, so this is very important. Make sure it's set to bridged. All right, awesome. Once that's done, you can play around with your USB compatibility. If you have USB 3 drives that you want to be using, you can also do that as well. And you have your display settings. Now, again, this is something that many people ask me. Should I use Accelerate 3D graphics? I would recommend that you do if you have a dedicated graphics card. However, if you have an APU or an integrated graphics card, then I would urge you to shy away from this. Now, many people also ask me, how do I use more than one monitor? Because I have a triple monitor or a dual monitor setup, and you can just specify the monitor settings depending on how many monitors you have, and you can select the resolution. So it's really that simple. Now that's all the tough stuff. Let's hit OK. Those are the settings for Kali Linux. You now want to go into Metasploitable 2, which again, I want to just show you a few settings. Go into Edit Virtual Machine Settings, and you want to go into the memory. Now, in my opinion, okay, this is very important. If you're using Metasploitable 2 on your own, that means you're the only one connecting to it, then you can change the RAM up to even 256 megabytes. But if you are setting it up for your class, all right, and let's say you want your students or your friends to all try and use it at the same time, remember Metasploitable 2 here is acting as a server. Now servers, depending on the amount of requests and the amount of processes it is processing, will require more RAM. It's like, for example, let me just use a stupid analogy. It's like Minecraft, all right? Minecraft servers usually have about 8 to 16 gigabytes of RAM, and that's because they're processing or they're handling a lot of requests that are being sent by the players. Now, the more players you have or the more users you have, the more RAM you'll need. So again, feel free to change it to even 128 megabytes, because again, you're just going to, if you're the only one using it, you don't need a lot. And don't worry about the recommended settings, because as you can see, it's going to give you recommended suggestions dependent on your memory configuration. So I like leaving it at 512 because I'm usually testing it with a few other friends of mine, and we are trying to do a few other settings with CTF. We're actually trying to create our own CTF website. That's something I shouldn't have actually told you because I was keeping it in secret, but don't worry, that's coming out soon. As for the processor, I like keeping this to one processor and one core, so that it just uses one processor, because again, the process is very, very minimal depending on what you're doing. The hard disk space is 8 gigabytes. If you're installing your own files, you can expand it to what you want. Now, as for the network adapter, make sure that it's bridged, and make sure that both options, if it prompts you for a dual network adapter configuration, make sure that they are both bridged. All right. And once that's done, you can just hit OK. And you don't need to really use accelerated 3D graphics, because Metasploitable is a command line and it lacks a graphical user interface. Okay. So now that we have set up all our settings, now we can power on Kali Linux, and we can also power on Metasploitable 2. Okay. There we are. So it's prompted me to start up Kali Linux. Excellent. And Metasploitable is also starting, as I said. they do not have, Metasploitable 2 does not have a graphical user interface. So I'll show you how to log in and how to get your local adapter. Alright, so let Kali Linux start up there. It should be starting up anytime right now. There we are. Metasploitable 2 has started up and it's starting the clock and the event managers. Let that start up. This is checking my disk. Yeah, the storage device is clean and the blocks are also looking good. Alright. So give it a few seconds to start up, and I think Kali Linux should have started up by now. And there we are. Let's just wait for them, both of them, to start up. Now let me explain a few things with Virtual or VMware Pro. The great thing that I like is you can go into full screen mode immediately, and that's also another great thing is if you use the virtual machine file, the Kali Linux virtual machine file, it already has the VMware guest additions installed, so you don't have to install it. You're essentially you're good to go, and you can run it in full screen, and it's well optimized. I am going to be making another video on how to configure VMware to work great with Kali Linux, because a lot of you guys have been telling me that it's slow, and I also had this problem, and I sorted it out. Okay, so I think Kali Linux should have started. You'll know that it started because you'll see the black mouse pointer there. Metasploitable has started, so it's going to say here, never expose this virtual machine to an untrusted network. That's very, very true. Do not do that. And you can log in with the MSF admin combo. All right, so the username is MSF admin and the password is MSF admin. Whoops, sorry about that. There we are. And once you're logged in, it should tell you welcome. And there we are. As you can see, it is running on Ubuntu or Debian. And let that just sit as it is. And there we are. We are in Kali Linux right now. And the username, as I said, is root. And the password is Tor. All right. Now you can add your own username if you want to. And essentially you have full control over the system. The default username and password is root and Tor. All right. So give that a few seconds to start up. And I'll go into full screen mode in a second. Let me just clear up Metasploitable here. By the way, if you have clicked in the virtual machine, you can see that my mouse pointer has disappeared. If you want to exit out of the virtual machine and go back to your host operating system, use the Control plus Alt key, and that will take you back there. Okay, so there we are. We have Kali Linux over here, and now you can go into View and hit Full Screen, and give it a few seconds to scale. Let me just move my folder back there, and voila. Now again, if you're using Wi-Fi, it should show up as wireless. You should see a wireless adapter. It's going to be using the same bridged adapter as your host operating system. So what we're going to do is I'm just going to hit ifconfig here, like so. And as you can see, my local IP is 192.168.1.107. Yours might be different, but you want to make sure that they're running under the same subnet. So the subnet will be 192.168.0 or 1 or 2, depending on how many access points you have. Let's make sure they're on the same network. So I'm going to hit ifconfig here, ifconfig. And as you can see, it's running on the same network or the same subnet, which is 192.168.1.105. And there you are. They can now communicate with each other. So for example, if I said, let me just run a simple, nmap o 192.168.1. Let me just check the IP here, 105. All right, so 105. Whoops, my bad, 105. And I'm just going to hit enter. Let's see what it is able to bring up. Let me expand that. As you can see, it's going to scan the Metasploitable 2 virtual machine, and it's going to give me all this information. I essentially scanned for the operating system version. It's going to give you a MAC address, all that good stuff. And this is just a simple nmap scan to show you that you can now work on your virtual machine. All right. So that is how to configure Kali Linux with Metasploitable 2. And again, the great features that I really like are that I can, suspend the guest. I can take snapshots and, go back, go forward if I ever muck up, and you get the idea. Now, this video has been going on for a long while now, and I'm going to end it right here by saying thank you guys for all the support on the channel. A lot of you guys have been asking me for this video and how to show you how to configure your own virtual penetration testing lab. We're going to be looking into CTFs in the future, and I'm going to be continuing the web application penetration testing series. So that's going to be it for this video. I hope you enjoyed it or you found value in it. If you did, please leave a like down below. If you have any questions or suggestions, let me know in the comment section or on my social networks or on my website, and I'll be seeing you in the next video. Peace. Hello everyone, welcome to this lecture. In this lecture, we're going to be downloading and installing Metasploitable 2 on VMware. Alright, so let's get started. Now this is going to be very important. So what I want you to do is just open up your browser and you can just do a quick Google search for Metasploitable 2. Alright, so once you've Google searched that, as you can see, it's gonna give you some results. You want to make sure you go to the sourceforge.net link. Alright, so it's going to be available at sourceforge.net. This is the best way to download it and get it on your computer. Alright, so click on the link and it's going to take you to sourceforge.net, and it's really very simple. What you want to do is just hit download the latest version, which is Metasploitable 2. And you might be asking, well, what exactly is Metasploitable 2? Well, what Metasploitable is, as you can see written right here, it is an intentionally vulnerable Linux virtual machine. Alright, so this virtual machine can be used to conduct security training, test security tools, and practice common penetration testing techniques, exactly what we're trying to do in this course. Alright, so why am I using Metasploitable 2? Well, the reason I'm using it is it best emulates a target that is vulnerable, and it will allow us to see the type of ports and the services that are running on these ports and how we can exploit them. But in this case, we're going to be looking at how we can, scan a target for these ports, and then furthermore, how you can exploit them. All right. So it's really very simple. Just hit download, and it's about 873 megabytes. So it's a relatively large file, but just get it downloaded. It's a direct download. And once you're done, I already have mine on my desktop, and it's a zip file, I believe. Let me just check the extension. Should be a zip file. Yes, it is a zip file. So the next step is to extract the zip file. All right. So you can use your Windows extract tool, or if you're on Linux, it's pretty much simple. Just right click and extract it. I'm on Windows. I'm going to be demonstrating this on Windows because I already have VMware installed. So there we are. It's going to start extracting it, and just give it a few seconds. All right. So once the file is extracted, it's going to give you this very cool looking folder. So once I open that up, it's going to give us another folder, and inside there we have our VMware files. And once you have all of these, we're ready to move to the next step. All right, so now I want you to open up your VMware player, which I already have here. I do use Workstation Pro, but for this demonstration, we're going to stick with VMware Workstation Player. So I'm just going to open it up. All right, give it a few seconds. There we are. Okay, now obviously you're not going to have any virtual machines like I do in here, so don't worry about that. What you want to do is you want to go into Open a Virtual Machine, and it's going to prompt you to select your directory. So I'm using my desktop. That's where I have it saved. So I'm going to open up my Metasploitable 2 directory, the one we just extracted, and I'm going to open that again. And you want to select the virtual machine, VMware virtual machine configuration file. All right. So it's going to only show this one. Just open that up. Okay. Give it a few seconds. There we are. And now we have a Metasploitable 2 ready. But before we do that, we need to configure some of the physical resources that we're going to allocate to the virtual machine. Okay, so we want to edit the virtual machine settings, right? And now here you can specify how much RAM or memory you want to provide to the virtual machine, how many processors you want the virtual machine to have. What I would recommend is just leaving it at what it comes set with. So it's going to use 512 megabytes of RAM, which is pretty reasonable. Again, if you have a system with lower resources in terms of RAM, you can reduce that to meet your current configuration. As for processors, you can select the amount of processor cores you want to dedicate to the virtual machine. Since this is essentially a Linux server, I'll just leave it at what it recommends. And now you want to go to network adapter. All right, so you want to we want to bridge the connection, and that's because we want to connect it to our to the current network that we're going to be using. So that means we want to make sure that we can all connect with each other, and your virtual machine or your host operating system can connect with your virtual machine. And we'll be seeing that in a few seconds. Okay, so I'm just going to hit bridged, and I want to say replicate physical network connection state and hit OK. All right, now we are ready to launch. So I'm just going to hit play virtual machine, and it's going to start up the virtual machine. If it gives you this prompt, just click on I copied it. Okay, and it's going to start up the virtual machine. There we are. All right, it's going to start up the grub bootloader. There we are. Fantastic. Everything's loading up as expected. All right. We can now get started. So once Metasploitable 2 starts, it's going to give you this login screen, and you might be a bit confused, but don't worry. The credentials are MSF admin for the login or the username, and so with the password, as you can see right here, it'll tell you that MSF admin for the username and MSF admin for the password. So let me just enter that in. MSF admin, and for the password the same thing. Whoops, I think I entered the password incorrectly. Let me just there we are. All right, so there we are. Fantastic. All right, so we've successfully logged into Metasploitable 2, and you can, again, since it's a Linux server, you can just run some of the Linux commands. So let me just check, perform some commands here. So uname a, whoops, there we are. And as you can see, Linux Metasploitable 2, it is a Linux server. So again, now to test that everything's working, what we can do is we can check the local IP address. All right, so let me just do that right now. We can check for the local IP address on the network for our Metasploitable 2 virtual machine. And there we are. We have actually got it. So I'm using Ethernet, and the address is 192.168.1.107. Yours will or might be different depending on the router and your network range that you currently have. Okay, so 192.168.1.107. Very interesting. Now, how about we actually perform a test to see whether we can actually detect some of the ports running on this Linux server or the Metasploitable 2 using Nmap. All right, let's try that. So what I'm going to do this on Windows. So let me just minimize the virtual machine there. I'm going to open up my command prompt, really very simple. And I'm going to hit Nmap 192.168. All right, I'm going to enter the IP address for the Metasploitable 2 virtual machine, 0.1.107, and I'm going to hit enter, and let's see what results we can get from the Nmap scan. All right, fantastic. We're getting, there we are. We successfully started the scan, and we got a scan report. And this is why I was recommending that we use Metasploitable 2, is because it contains all the useful ports, and since they're open, we can actually get an idea of the services that are running on them. And as you can see, it's detected all the ports that are currently open and the services that are currently running on them. So we have our FTP port, our Telnet port, we have our Shell port, our MySQL database port, our PostgreSQL port, etc., etc. So that's going to be it for this lecture. All right, and I'll be seeing you in the next lecture. Hello everyone, and welcome to this lecture. In this lecture, we're going to be installing VMware. All right, so that is going to be our virtualization software for the course, and that is depending on whether or not you're going to use Metasploitable 2 as your target operating system for the purpose of the course. Now, if you do choose to go your own route and configure your own server for testing or your own network range for testing, by all means, go ahead and do so. But if you're a beginner, I would really recommend that you go ahead and follow what I do and use a vulnerable operating system, an operating system that is designed to be vulnerable, which is the Metasploitable 2, and you can learn a lot about targets and how to scan for specific vulnerabilities or how to scan for ports, and there's a lot that we're going to be covering. Okay, so again, why am I saying use VMware and not other virtualization softwares like VirtualBox? The reason is because Metasploitable 2 works on VMware, all right? It's configured to run on VMware, and it's really much better to use VMware than VirtualBox. That is my personal opinion, okay? So if you're using Windows or Linux, then you can just go directly to the vmwarepage.com, which is www.vmware.com. All right, and let me just consent to cookies there. All right, so it's a beautiful website, and you might be asking yourself, well, what do I do now? Well, we want to get a version of VMware downloaded so that we can get it installed. Okay, now selecting the correct version is very, very important. Why do I say this? Well, there are two main reasons why I say this, and that's because a lot of people usually like to go with Workstation Pro, right? Without noticing or realizing that it is a subscription or a license-based software, which means that you have to pay for the license to use it. Okay, so VMware does offer the free version, which is Workstation Player, which I do recommend if you're just getting started with virtualization. Okay, you know, when you're learning about virtualization, it's very important to go with the basics and then move your way up. So again, Workstation Pro is probably directed at people who are using virtual machines a lot, and probably, you know, using them more than I would say doing anything else. So again, I would recommend going with Workstation Player. But if you're already experienced with virtualization and you want to try the Workstation Pro, by all means, go ahead. So going back to Workstation Player, just click on it. As you can see, it's under free product downloads. You'll be able to use it as long as you want without any issues. All right, so once we clicked on it, and it'll take you to this download page, and the download page is going to offer you a few options. So you have your download for your Windows 64-bit operating systems, and your you have your Workstation Player for Linux. So you can go ahead and download that. The links are here, and it's about 90.6 megabytes and 100 for Linux. So don't worry about that. Just go ahead and hit download, and it's a really simple setup. I'm not going to show you how to install it because it's really very simple. And once you have it installed, we'll move on to the next lecture where we'll be downloading and installing Metasploitable 2, which is the most important part. All right, so I'll be seeing you in the next lecture. Hello everyone, and welcome to this video. In this video, we're going to be installing Kali Linux on our virtualization software, more specifically VMware. All right, now depending on the version that you downloaded and installed, whether you chose to go with the free version or the paid version, it'll work exactly the same. And if you're using VirtualBox, the installation process is pretty much the same thing. And we're going to be using VMware for the entirety of the course now. Or if you've chosen to install Kali Linux on your physical machine, that will work as well. All right, so let's get started, and I'll guide you through the installation steps with VMware. All right, so I'm going to be using VMware Workstation Player because that's what I would assume most of you have chosen. If you're using the professional version, as I do have installed right here, the installation process is pretty much the same. So let's get started. Open up your Workstation Player. All right, and it'll take a few seconds. There we are. And I already have created a virtual machine, but don't worry about that. Yours will be empty here. And all we have to do to create a new virtual machine is just click on create a new virtual machine. All right, really simple. There we are. And now it's going to ask you to select your installer disk image or your ISO file that we downloaded in the previous video where we were downloading Kali Linux. So I hope you guys have got the file. So just make sure you select installer disk image file, and you want to specify where that file is saved. I saved mine on my desktop. So I'm just going to go to the folder and click on it. There we are. So make sure you select the ISO that you downloaded that is appropriate depending on the system or your computer's architecture. All right, so I'm going to hit open, and it's going to give you this little error here saying could not detect which operating system is in the disk image. Don't worry about that. Hit on next. Is in the disk image. Don't worry about that. Hit on next. And now you want to specify the guest operating system. All right, so the guest operating system is simply what operating system this is and the kernel that it is running. All right, so make sure you select Linux because Kali Linux is based off Linux. And now for the version, I want you to select you want to go ahead and select version 3 or later. All right, so Linux version 3 or later. If you're running a 64-bit computer, make sure you select the one without 64-bit. If you're running a 64-bit computer, then you want to select the one that says 64-bit. And if you have the 32-bit, make sure you select the one that is simply plain and that does not contain a 64-bit specification. Alright, so I have the 64-bit ISO and my computer is 64-bit. So I'm just going to click on that and hit next. And now it's going to ask you to give your virtual machine a name. So I'm going to call mine Kali Linux. I'm going to call it Kali Linux Mastering Ethical Hacking. Alright, I'm just going to give it any name. I'm giving it a specific name, but you guys can call it whatever you want. And now it's going to ask you to specify your storage location for the virtual machine. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to browse, and you can store it wherever you feel is comfortable. I have an OS folder right here. So I'm just going to open it up and I'm going to create a new folder in there, and I'm just going to call it Kali Linux VMware. I'm just going to call it Kali Linux hacking. All right, hacking. Really simple, and I'm going to save it in that folder. I'm going to hit OK, and it's going to save my virtual machine in there. Again, you can specify whatever storage location you feel is comfortable. I'm going to hit next, and now it's going to ask me to specify the disk capacity that I want my virtual disk or my virtual hard drive to be in. I like selecting mine as 20 gigabytes. If you're a beginner to this, I would recommend just using 20 gigabytes. But if you have if your computer does not have a lot of storage to spare, 10 gigabytes would work okay, but I would recommend 20 gigabytes because we're going to be installing a few files here and there, and it may eat up quite a bit of space. All right. Now, the option that is going to specify here as well is whether or not you want to store your virtual disk as a single file, or whether or not you want to split it into multiple files. Make sure you select store it as a single disk, as a single disk file, and that's because it'll make your virtual machine a whole lot faster, and you won't run into any lags or slowdowns. All right. So I'm going to hit next now, and we can customize the hardware. And this is very dependent on what computer you're running and what you like to have your system and how you want it customized in terms of its hardware. Now, for the memory, this is just simply, this is your RAM and how much RAM you want to specify to your virtual machine. Now, I have a 8 gigabytes of RAM installed on my computer. And what I would recommend for Kali Linux for this course is 1 gigabyte. If you have more to spare, you can use it very liberally, and also, go up to 2 or 4 gigabytes. If your computer is running 2 gigabytes of RAM, you can also use the recommended, which is 768, or take it down to 512. But if you do that, your system will be really slow. So I recommend about 1 gigabyte. That works great for me. Next, in terms of processors, again, this is highly dependent on what you have running in your system. For example, I have a quad-core CPU, which means it has 4 processor cores, and that means I can specify up to 4, or for this matter, I like to use about 2. If you have a dual-core CPU or a processor, make sure you select 1, because it's always good to keep a balance between your host operating system and your guest operating system. All right. Now we want to move on to the network adapter, and this is very important. I need to just show you this. We're going to be working with a few other virtual machines, and what I would recommend is to bridge I want you to bridge your connection directly to your physical adapter, your physical network adapter, whether you're running Wi-Fi or Ethernet. So just click on bridge, and I want you to click on replicate physical network connection state. Now, what this means is that you will be able to communicate with other computers on your network, and it will be based on your network as a valid computer, and they'll be given an IP address to match that. All right. The next thing is your display, which is again very dependent on you. Now, I have a dedicated graphics card, so I'm going to make sure I hit accelerate 3D graphics. And again, if you do not have a dedicated graphics card, you can leave that unchecked. I like having it because it makes Kali Linux a whole lot smoother in its interface. All right. Now, as for the graphics memory, depending on how much memory you have dedicated to your system, I have about 2 gigabytes. So it recommends about 768 megabytes, and I'll leave it at that. You can specify what is comfortable for you from 32 megabytes to about 2 gigabytes. I'm just going to go with the recommended, and I'm going to hit close. And there we are. We want to hit finish, and we're ready to install Kali Linux. All right. So make sure you click on your virtual machine now, and the one that we created, and just hit play virtual machine, and it's going to start up, and give it a few seconds. Shouldn't take too much time at all. There we are. The VMware BIOS has started up, and it's going to lead you to this installation screen. All right. So it's going to ask you to select an option here. So what we're going to do is we're going to go for the graphical install. I'm going to hit on that, and now it's going to start up the setup. And it's going to start loading everything up. So give this a few seconds, as you can see here. Don't worry if it gives you a few errors here. It should start up anyway. All right, there we are. So now it's going to ask you to select your language. All right, so welcome to Kali Linux, and you can go ahead and select the language that you wish to use. I'm going to be using English, and I'm going to hit OK. And now you want to select your version of English, and again, depending on your location or the country or territory in which you live. I'm just going to hit United States and hit continue. Now you want to configure the keyboard. This is very, very important. A lot of people make mistakes here. Make sure you select the keyboard layout that you are used to. So I'm used to the American English keyboard format or the layout. So I'm going to hit continue. Now it's going to scan for all the files, and it's going to load all the files onto your virtual disk image for installation. So give that a few seconds as well. Overall, the installation shouldn't take too much time at all. Alright, so once it has loaded all the files, it's going to ask you to configure your network, and this is very, very important. It's going to ask you for a host name. Alright, a host name is essentially, this is going to be the name of your system or your computer on your network, and this would be a very good way of identifying your computers. For example, if you had a network of computers, whether you're running this at home, on your home network, or you're running this in your office, especially this will be a unique identifier for you to uniquely identify your virtual machine. So I have 2 Kali workstations on my network, so I'm just going to call this Kali 2. Alright, and I'm going to hit continue. If you don't have any other computer running Kali Linux, you can just leave it as the default, which is Kali. I'm going to hit continue. Now for the domain name, you can specify a domain name if you're running this on your school network or your home or your company network. This is really dependent on you, but if you're running this on your home network, you can just go ahead and hit continue. You don't need to do that. All right. So now it's going to ask you for your users and your passwords. All right. So this is setting up your users and passwords. The first thing it's going to ask you is for your root password. This is very important. Your root password is essentially going to give you or will be used to grant you administrative privileges or give you the super user mode in the Linux operating system. So it's very important that you remember this password. So I'm going to create the password here. All right, and I'm going to repeat it again. You can give it as anything that you feel is necessary. You can give a very secure system if that's what you require. Or you can just give it some very normal password. It really doesn't matter because this is a virtual lab and there'll be not a lot of important stuff saved, but it's very important that you remember the password that you're using. All right, I'm going to hit continue. And now it's going to ask you to configure your clock. All right, now this is very simple. Depending on the area that you live in, you want to just select your time zone. So I'm just going to select Eastern. You can go with whatever you want. It really doesn't matter for me. I'm just going to Eastern. I'm going to hit continue. And now it's going to detect your disks and open the partitioner that comes inbuilt with Kali Linux. All right, so this is very important now. So it's going to ask you now to select the disk in which you want to install Kali Linux. And so what I would recommend is just go for guided, use the entire disk. Just hit continue. And it's going to show you the virtual disk that we created. In my case, it is the 21.5 gigabytes VMware virtual disk. So I'm going to hit that, and it's going to it's going to prompt me to confirm how I want my my disk partitioned. All right, so Linux, the Linux installation has 3 partitions. It saves the system files in the home, var, and temp partitions. So I would recommend as a beginner to save everything in one partition. All right, as it says over here, recommended for new users, and that's because you do not have to tinker around with the partitions and select specific swap space, etc., etc. So just hit continue, and you want to hit finish partitioning and write changes to disk. Hit continue, and it's going to ask you to confirm whether you want to write changes to the disk. Just hit yes and hit continue, and it should start partitioning the disk. And once it's done, it should start installing the system. Now this it could take a while depending on the on your hard drive on your computer, or if you have an SSD running on your computer, it could go a whole lot faster. So I'll get back to you when the installation is done. So I'll see you then. Alright, so once the installation is complete, it's going to ask you to configure the package manager. Alright, and it's going to ask you to select whether or not you want to select a network mirror that can be used to download additional software and updates. Alright, so I don't want to use a network mirror, and I'm going to continue. Alright, and it's going to get started to configure the package manager. So give it a few seconds as well. Shouldn't take too much time at all. Alright, it's going to start installing the Grub bootloader, and essentially what this is a bootloader that is used to start up Kali Linux. Alright, so that's just in case you're wondering what it is and how it affects the installation. Alright, now it's going to ask you whether or not you want to install the Grub bootloader on your hard disk, and yes, we do. The reason being is if you install it on another hard drive, you had to specify that hard drive to get booted up first, and that really deals with installing it on a physical drive. But for the purpose of this video, just make sure you hit yes and hit continue, and it's going to ask you to select the storage device. Now we only created one virtual disk, so we're going to select the device and the storage device A and hit continue, and it's going to install the Grub bootloader. And again, just give it a few seconds. It shouldn't take too much time at all. There we are, and now it's going to finish the installation. It's going to set up the clock and just run any of the other update services that are required for the installation. So I'll get back to you when it's done. Alright, so once the installation is complete, it's going to ask you to hit continue to complete the installation, and now it's going to get rid of the packages, the installation packages that were left over during the installation, and just give it a few seconds. There we are, and once it's done, it's going to automatically reboot, and it'll reboot you directly into Kali Linux. So just give it a few seconds. This whole process shouldn't take any more than 20 minutes, along with the installation of the files on your virtual disk image. Again, as I said, it really depends on on your computer and the system that you're trying to do this on, and whether or not your disk is a fast hard drive or you're using an SSD. So that is really dependent on what system you're running. So just let it get rid of the live packages, and I'll get back to you when it's ready. Alright, so once it's done, it's going to start up, and this is the Grub bootloader, and it's going to start Kali Linux up. Once it restarts, there we are, and the system is starting up now. So just give it a few seconds to load everything up, and it should give us the login screen where I'll give you the instructions as to what to use for the username, and obviously the password that you set, which was the root password, which will be the default password because we're going to be logging in using the root account. That's because we didn't create any user. Alright, which I'll also be showing you how to do. So there we are, the system is started up, and we can already see that we can use the Kali Linux pointer. So again, it's just a matter of time before it starts up. There we are, and here we have Kali Linux. So hopefully we can log in. So the username that you want to use is going to be root, and the password is going to be the password that we set during the installation. So enter that, and hit enter, and there we are. It's going to start Kali Linux up. Give it a few seconds to start up the desktop environment. It should be up anytime now. And in the next videos, we're going to be looking at how to customize Kali Linux, making sure it's working all right and it works to your advantage rather than working against you. And I'm just going to show you how to get comfortable with Kali Linux. All right. So again, the first startup shouldn't take too much time, and this is going to be this slow procedure is going to happen only once, and that's because it's starting up for the first time. It's just configuring everything. So just have a bit of patience and it should start up. All right. Once it's started up, welcome to Kali Linux. And as you can see, don't worry if the screen resolution is very, very slow. It's really simple to sort that out. And that's what we'll be looking at in the next video. We'll be customizing Kali Linux and adding users, etc., etc. So I'll be seeing you in the next video. Hey guys, Hackersploit here, back again with another video. And in this video, I'm basically going to be showing you the top Linux distros for ethical hacking, and please do note that these are in my personal opinion and are not ranked in any order whatsoever. So basically, let's get started. The first one we're going to be looking at is Kali Linux. Now this will come as no surprise to most of you because again, Kali Linux is the benchmark in distributions. So Kali Linux is based off you can say Backtrack Linux, for those of you who have actually been in penetration testing long enough to understand that. So basically it's one of the most advanced penetration testing distributions, and the thing I like about Kali Linux is that it has rolling releases, which means that it's going to be updated frequently. It has the largest number of tools, and the tools are supported for Kali Linux. So that means if the tools are updated, they will get updated with Kali Linux when you update the distro itself. Secondly, it's rock stable. Apart from a few issues with the desktop environment, I haven't had any issues in terms of system stability and stuff like that. Again, it has fantastic documentation and training services that you can try out for yourself. You can also check out their blog. They have very, very cool videos and things that will help you around basically getting around the operating system. So again, one of the reasons that I like it the most is it has a huge arsenal of tools or scripts for that matter that will just make your user experience a whole lot better, and you really don't need to start installing different stuff. And really, honestly speaking, the industry standard is Kali Linux. So this is basically, I think, one of my favorite ethical hacking or penetration testing distributions. So let's move on to the second one. The second one, in my opinion, would be ParrotOS. Now, some of you might not have heard of ParrotOS, but for those of you who have been on my channel, you know that I've made a few videos on ParrotOS and also a review. By the way, I will be leaving you can just check up this video. I will leave some cards taking you to the reviews of these Linux distributions if you're interested in checking them out. So just the card should be right above your screen right now, taking you to the review. So basically, ParrotOS has you have different versions of ParrotOS. By the way, the link to the website will be in the description section. Just a little pointer. So you have your security, you have your home version, you have your studio, and you have your air. So as you can see, they'll give you a bit of information about it, but what we are focusing on is the security. So if we click on that, let's see what this is all about. More information, and it's going to tell you Parrot Security is a Linux distribution designed with cloud pen testing and Internet of Things security in mind. So basically, Parrot, the details here is that it's made for security, privacy, and development. Pretty awesome stuff. Parrot Security includes a full arsenal of security-oriented tools to perform penetration tests, security audits, and more. So it basically provides you with an arsenal of penetration testing tools and scripts similar to Kali Linux, but this is where it really shines. It also contains privacy tools. So you have ParrotOS includes, by default, it includes Tor, I2P, AnonSurf, GPG, TCCF, ZuluCrypt, VerCrypt, TrueCrypt. So basically encryption and cryptography services. pretty awesome. This is something that Kali Linux does not really shine as well as ParrotOS does. Now, in terms of, it also includes a very, very cool thing, which I will highly recommend if you guys are looking for a Linux distribution that really goes from penetration testing to development. This is perfect for you. So if you need a comfortable environment with updated frameworks and useful libraries already installed, ParrotOS will amaze you, as it includes a full development oriented environment with some powerful editors and IDEs pre-installed and many other tools installable from our repository. So it also basically has their own repository for tools that will also get updated. So if you guys are interested in a very, very balanced, well-balanced distro for that basically moves from penetration testing to cryptography to development, go ahead and check ParrotOS. In my opinion, it's one of the most balanced and well-polished Linux distributions around. Now, the third one is going to be Backbox Linux. Now, some of you may have heard of it, but it's not really popular operating system. It's very popular with people who do a lot of Wi-Fi penetration testing. So again, Backbox is more than an operating system. It's a free open source community project with the aim to promote the culture of security in IT environment and give its contribution to make it better and safe. I'm not sure whether that was typed in correctly, but let's check out Backbox Linux because that's the one that we want to look at. So Backbox Linux is a penetration testing and security assessment oriented Linux distribution providing network and systems analysis toolkit. It includes some of the most commonly known and used security and analysis tools, aiming for a widespread range of goals, from web application analysis to networks analysis, stress testing, sniffing, vulnerability assessment, etc., etc. So basically it's built on Ubuntu core. So for those of you who are already familiar with Ubuntu, this will be perfect for you. It's fully customizable and designed to be one of the best penetration testing and security distributions available. Now, again, the review to this distro will just pop up right above your screen on the top right. So make sure, if you want to check it out, go ahead. I made a video on it. Now, to be honest, I would like to call this Ubuntu with the tools that you'll be most likely be using on other Linux distros, like for example Burp Suite, SQL Map, etc., etc. So it has the most popular tools but doesn't have everything. So again, this will provide a bit of a balance between Ubuntu, which is a fantastic desktop and laptop operating system on its own. It's really, really well polished. So it has Ubuntu, and that means you'll be getting updates. In addition to that, you have the penetration testing tools. So in my opinion, would I recommend this? I would recommend this for people who want just a bit of both worlds, really, who want maybe more of Ubuntu and less of the penetration testing side of things, but who appreciate having the tools. So definitely go ahead and check this out. Also very, very viable and good option. Now, the fourth one and the last one, in my opinion, is Black Arc Linux. Now, for some reason, a lot of people, well, it's mainly a divided topic when it comes to Black Arc Linux, because many people will say that Black Arc Linux is the best compared to Kali Linux, and others will say Black Arc is basically just another penetration testing distro. I have reviewed it. Again, the review will be in the top right. In my opinion, it is a fantastic penetration testing distribution, to be honest, but it is based on Arch Linux. All right, now this is where I usually tell people to understand what they're dealing with. Now, the reason Black Arc was created is basically, if you've ever experienced a Linux distribution, you know that basically if you switch from Debian to Fedora and Arch, it's kind of different in terms of navigating yourself or moving around, or just basically using the operating system. The terminal commands are slightly different, and that's where I tell people Black Arc Linux is good for people already accustomed to Arch Linux. That's what it was created for. It was created to give people who are already familiar with using Arch an option or an alternative to Kali Linux, because they found it also quite weird moving from Arch to Fedora or Debian based operating system. So in essence, as you can see, Black Arc Linux is an Arch Linux based penetration testing distribution For pen testers and security researchers. The repository contains 1,845 tools. You can install the tools individually or by groups. Basically, Black Arc Linux is compatible with existing Arc installs. Let me just stop you right there. So that's basically what I was trying to point out. You can install it on top of your Arc installation and it'll work perfectly. Now, if you go ahead and see the screenshots, it doesn't come with much of a desktop environment. So in my opinion, I would not recommend this for beginners. I would recommend this to people who are already accustomed with Arch Linux, firstly. Secondly, a person who is used to using, who is used to installing and customizing a Linux distribution. So if you're good with Linux and you've been using Linux for a while now and you know how to install the different desktop environments, this would be an option that you might want to check out. Again, the review will be on the top right of the screen. I have made a video on it, and as you can see from the screenshots, it has all the tools. You have Metasploit, as you can see, you have your cryptography. It has a lot of stuff. And the thing I like about Black Arc Linux is that it's categorized really well, the tools. It's a singular operating system, meaning that it's mainly going to be focused on penetration testing. It wouldn't work really well as a daily driver, so to speak, for web browsing. It would work, but it wouldn't work well. So that's where I would just throw out a bit of caution right there. If you're expecting a more polished operating system, you might want to check out possibly Parrot OS. So that's basically it, guys. You can go ahead and check these the websites they will be linked in the description section. Again, the reviews will also be linked throughout this video, so you can go and check them out and make your decision. So thank you so much for watching this video, guys. If you found this video helpful, please leave a like down below. If you have any questions or suggestions, let me know in the comment section. You can also hit me up on my social networks. If you want to ask me personal type of questions, you can hit me up on Kick. In addition, I've also set up a Discord server. The link will be in the description section. For those of you interested in joining, go ahead and join, and we can discuss all whatever we've been doing, really. So thank you for watching this video, guys, and have a fantastic day. Peace. Hey guys, Hackersploit here, back again with another video, and just a quick little tutorial video before we move on to the next tutorial, the next video in this series. A lot of people have been asking me which distro I would recommend for beginners. Now, look, I have no specific distro. I use a lot of Linux distros every day. As you can see right now, I'm using Peppermint OS as my desktop distro. I use this as my daily driver on my main computer. And the people have asked me, well, for ethical hacking, what Linux distro do I recommend? Well, as you know, there are, well, actually, you may not know that there are actually 12 to, I think, 16 penetration testing distros out there. And it can be really intimidating selecting the correct one for you. And the truth is, there isn't a correct one. And the reason I'm saying this is because I can install all those penetration testing tools on any version or any Linux distro. And I'm going to show you that right now. I'm going to install all those Kali or Parrot OS tools on Peppermint OS or any version or any Linux distro for that reason, or for that matter. For example, you can do it on Ubuntu, Linux Mint, and you can actually use them as penetration testing distros. Really, it all comes down to what you're comfortable with. So if you want to install these packages on any Linux distro, all you want to do is, by the way, I'm going to be showing this just for the Debian distros. For Arc videos, maybe I'll make another one, but this is just for Debian distros, because that's what both Kali and Parrot OS are based off. So I'm just going to open a terminal here, and I'm going to enter my root. So I'm actually on my root right now, and I have a couple of commands. I've put them in a text document. They will be in the description section, so you can just copy it from there if you don't want to type them out. First thing you want to do is you want to basically install Git. All right, so you want to make sure you install Git so you can access the GitHub repositories. So it's going to read the package. I already have Git installed, so it's going to ask you to install it, and you'll pretty much install it. Don't worry about this error code. This is a personal, basically just something that happens in Peppermint OS. Next thing you want to add is the Katulin. This is basically the repository on GitHub that basically gives you access to these tools. So you want to add that repository. So just add it. I already have it, so I really do not need it. As you can see, just cloned it. Next thing you want to do is you want to turn the Katulin into an executable. So you're going to use the chmod command. We're just going to paste that there, and we're going to run it, and it's not going to give you any result or any message. So pretty much after that, you should be good. Now all you have to do is just launch Katulin. Just launch it, and there you are, Katulin. So basically these are all the Kali Linux repositories. So as you can see, you can actually add them and update them. You can view, you can install the classic menu indicator and install the Kali menu. So really, as I said, it's not really about the Linux distro. It's just about what suits you best. So as you can see, we have, if I just view the categories of what I can install, you have all the actual sections in both Kali Linux, Black Arc, actually on almost all penetration testing distros. Excuse me. So you have information gathering, and there you can really find tools like Nmap, HPing3, Explico, Wireshark. So really you can install anything you need, and more specifically what you need. So if you guys are really not keen on moving to Kali Linux or Parrot OS, don't worry, you can actually install all the packages from here and still run your distro the way it is. So you can actually run Ubuntu with these tools, and that's actually an advantage because Ubuntu is much stable than Kali Linux. But I really have seen that Parrot OS is quite stable. I have installed quite a bit of packages, and it's run in pretty cool. Anyway, enough of that. This was just a quick little tutorial before we proceed, and just to clear up the air on people who are still on the fence as to what distro they want to use. Anyway, guys, that's basically it for this tutorial. Quick reminder: I'm going to be continuing the ethical hacking series. The video will be right after this one. Just a quick reminder that tomorrow we're actually going to do the deep web video. So that'll probably come anytime in the afternoon to the evening. I just wanted to let you guys know that's every Saturday. And I also was thinking of starting a new series maybe on Sunday or even possibly on Saturday. Basically an Ask Me video where you can basically ask all your questions. Maybe we can run it live and I can answer them live. So yeah, that's up to you guys. Let me know in the comment section below. Otherwise, guys, thank you for watching the video. If it helped you, leave a like. If it didn't, dislike the video, and let me know in the comment section. If you have any questions, hit me up in the comment section or on any of my social networks. I will reply to your question. If this video if this video did help you, please share the video. It really helps a lot of people, and it will help me. So yeah, guys, thank you for watching. Have a fantastic day. Peace. Hey guys, Hackersploit here, back again with another video. And welcome back to the ethical hacking course. Now in today's video we're going to be talking about proxy chains. So you might be asking yourself, what are proxy chains? Well, proxy chains are a series of proxies that will basically give you anonymity or will anonymize anything that you're doing. Whether it being you're performing an Nmap scan, or you're performing a brute force attack, or you're performing SQL injection, or you're just browsing the web. This will basically anonymize anything that you're doing. Now, you might be asking, what's the difference between a proxy and a proxy chain? Well, proxies are usually found in browsers, and they basically anonymize HTTP connections or web connections or things that you're doing on the internet. Whereas proxy chains will basically anonymize all the activities that you're doing. Now, when using the penetration testing distros, proxy chains are already installed, so I would recommend, if you're ever gonna configure them, just use a penetration testing distro, as it'll be much easier. So in this video you can already see that I'm using Kali Linux. That's because I just want it to be a bit diverse. I don't want to select one distro and go with that. I'm going to use the different distros because I know a lot of you have different distros, and you might feel that I'm ignoring those distros, but I'm not. So anyway, this is basically, proxy chains are installed on Parrot OS, on Kali Linux, or even on Black Arc. So since they're already installed, all you have to do is open the terminal like you always should, and we have to actually, to configure the proxy chains, we have to use the proxychains.configuration file, which can be found in the following directory. So the first thing, we're going to use the nano editor, and we're going to say etc or etc. That's the directory we're going to go into, because Kali Linux is already in the root directory. We then want to select the proxychains.configuration.conf. Alright, that's the .configuration extension. Alright, so enter. There we are. Very cool. So it's using the nano editor and it's going to open the file. So we're using proxychains.configuration version 3.1. that comes in the latest distros. Now let's start with the first thing that might appear new to you guys, is these hashes here, or these hashtags as they are called. Well, basically the hashes are just comments in the configuration file. Now what I mean is, if you ever have done programming, you know that when you comment, it's just for documentation. Well, these are actual commands, but they've been commented to turn them off. So I'll get to turning them off in a second, so don't worry about the hashes. Now another important thing is this line here. Now, HTTP SOCKS 4, SOCKS 5, tunneling proxy firewall DNS. These are basically the formats of proxies. HTTP proxies are, you're very familiar with them. They're being used in the Tor browser. SOCKS 4 are really not popular anymore, but they anonymize pretty well. And SOCKS 5 is what what I would recommend and what we're gonna use in this video. And they'll basically they'll anonymize everything that you're doing on your system. Alright, so we have explained what that is. Now let's go down here into a dynamic chain. Now this is the most important thing here. Dynamic chains are the most stable and the fastest proxies that you can use. And basically the difference between a dynamic and strict and even a random chain. By the way, if you want to scroll down the configuration file, use your mouse wheel or use the arrows. I find the arrows much better because I can specify with a button or a key. So as you can see, one of the lines is uncommented. We have the random chain. Now don't worry about that. Let's actually just comment that for this video. What that means is that it's just going to use your IP address. So the proxies are really not active. If we want to activate a proxy, we'll remove this hash, and dynamic chains have been activated. So that means you're actually using a proxy right now. I'll get to configuring the proxy in detail just in a second. Now, dynamic proxies, each connection will be done via chain proxies. All right. So basically, this will go through a series of IP addresses or proxies in different countries, as we will specify down below in the configuration section. So the reason why this is the fastest is because basically it's going through what I would say is a very good system for proxies. As you can see, it's going to say here, all proxies chained in the order as they appear in the list. At least one proxy must be online. We already know that dead proxies are skipped, so it will not go through a dead proxy and then prompt you that the connection is not working. Just ignore strict chains for now. That's a bit of an advanced thing, but basically a strict chain will just stick to the IPs that you've given it or the proxies that you've given it, and it'll stay to in most cases it'll only use one of the proxies. Random chain is just a normal connection. Now in proxy DNS requests, in this section here, I just want to explain something. This is usually where the beginners make mistakes. What this means, no leak for DNS data. What this means is usually when basically anonymizing your system, when you're performing anything really, you can use a proxy, but you have to also change your DNS. Alright, let me explain why. Most of the beginners will use a proxy and it'll change their location every 5 to 10 minutes or even faster than that. So it's bouncing all around the world. You're using different locations, but your DNS is in the country you're in. So when a website like YouTube accesses, or when you access YouTube, for example, it's going to log your IP. The IP will belong to, let's say, France, and you've not changed your DNS. So your DNS will show your host country. Let's say your host country is Germany, and you're accessing using a proxy. YouTube will already know that you're using a proxy because they can see that you're using different IPs but your DNS is in one country, and from there they can track you, and you get the idea. So always change your DNS whilst using proxies. It just increases your anonymity, and just it makes you look a bit professional, not like a non-professional would go about it. So let's go down to the proxy list format. All right, now this is again, they'll give you like examples of how they would appear. So I want you guys to pay attention to these formats here. Just go over these formats and just understand the format. We'll get into configuring the proxy down below here. So as you can see, this is the proxy list down below, and basically it's using a SOCKS 4 127.0.0.1950, which is the Tor. It's using the Tor proxy, which it's saying SOCKS 4. I know it's basically for HTTP. So I'm gonna get in the next video using your own proxies. So otherwise, guys, I hope this video helped you. If it did, leave a like. If you enjoyed the video, leave a like. If it didn't help you, let me know in the comment section. If you have any questions, again, hit me up on Kick, my social media. By the way, don't forget to follow me on my social media. Excuse me. Have a fantastic day. The next video is coming soon. In fact, it's coming in a few minutes. Peace. Hey guys, Hackersploit here, back again with another video, and welcome back to the ethical hacking course. Today we're going to be talking about proxy chains. So this is actually going to be the second proxy chain tutorial. In the previous video I talked about proxy chains, what they are, how they work, and I introduced you guys to the proxychains.configuration file. So in this video I'm going to go into some really advanced stuff when it comes to proxy chains. I'm going to show you how to set it up. I'm going to show you that it actually works live. So I hope you guys are ready. So let's get to it. So like any other ethical hacking videos, it all begins in the humble shell of the terminal. So open up your terminal and let's get started. So in the previous video, I was using the nano editor, and I'm going to keep on using the nano editor. Now let me explain why. You guys might be asking yourself, well, there's the Vim editor and there's so many others. Why aren't I using any of those? Well, I'm trying to keep these tutorials as beginner friendly as possible so that almost everyone can understand them, and it's very easy for them to grasp the concept of editing a configuration file in the terminal. So let's get started. Nano, and we're going to access the proxychains.configuration file. We're going to go to the etc or etc and proxychains.configuration, and let's open that up. Now, in the previous video, I explained why we need to uncomment the dynamic chain. That's basically activating the dynamic chain. Now the dynamic chain will basically allow the IP addresses to change in a very dynamic manner, and I explained that in the previous video about how it works. For strict chain, it's basically gonna go through a series of IPs, but basically it's easier to detect because those IPs will be just repeating themselves. And a random chain, this is basically one of the worst ways of proxy chain anonymization, and for very obvious reason. Random, each connection will be done via random proxy, and that if your proxy it doesn't work, you're basically stumped and you have to restart the process all over again. So let's go all the way down. Now I also told you to uncomment the proxy DNS requests, no leak for DNS data. This will basically will prevent leaking of DNS data. So even if you're not using a custom DNS that's not in your country, it'll actually just follow the IP's DNS to whichever country that's in. So this is very important. Make sure that that's active, and you can do that by uncommenting, as I did with the dynamic chain up there. So let's go down all the way to the example section. Now in the example section, I told you guys to take a look at the format of basically how a proxy chain or a proxifier DNS works. Now this is the proxifier DNS. This is SOCKS 5. That's what you're going to be using because it's the safest and it's the fastest really. And this is the address of the proxy. Nothing really to say there. That's basically just the address. You then have the port. You guys know what ports are. And right here, a lot of people have been asking me what this is. Well, basically this is the username and password examples. So if you actually buy a proxy or a proxifier or a proxy chain, in most cases they'll usually give you a username and password, and this is where you get to enter them. So we're going to use Tor and the proxy chains in interlation together, so they're actually going to work together. So let me explain how we're going to do that. So in the proxy list section here, this is actually where we configure the proxies. As you can see, the defaults have been set to Tor, but it's being used in the SOCKS 4, but we don't want that. But instead of removing that, we're just going to use this one. So go to the line just below SOCKS 4, and we're going to add SOCKS 5, and you want to hit the tab button on your keyboard, and that's basically going to follow the format of the command above it. So it's going to follow the format just above, which is a very good format, 127.0.0.1 and 9050. All right, now why are we using 127.0.01? Firstly, that's the basic Tor proxy configuration. That's where the IP is, and this is basically your IP, and this is how you can actually test by running this to test if the proxy chains are working. So SOCKS 5 we've actually configured, and to be honest, we're actually done here. Now I'm going to show you the proxy chains working with an example, or actually I'm just going to run it live. So we are going to save this file, and to save the file you want to hit Control O, and it's going to ask you if to write the changes, and I'm going to hit enter, and it's written. And to exit the nano editor, hit Control X. All right, and we're going to clear the console, and finally we can begin checking. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to check if the Tor service is running. Most likely it's not running. So let's check. Tor service, actually it is running. Well, hold on. All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to close this terminal, and I'm going to open another one, and I'm going to stop it. Actually, hold on. It's service Tor stop. All right, and I've stopped it. If yours is not open, don't worry, just skip this step, and we're going to start it again. Service Tor start. All right, and I'm going to hit service Tor start, and it's going to start the Tor service. Now we can actually begin with the proxy chains. As I explained, we're going to be using the Tor proxies with we're basically going to using the Tor proxies with the proxy chains configuration file, at least for this video. So the way to test this is we're going to type proxy chains. We're going to use a browser. I'm going to use Firefox. That's basically, oops, my typing today is pretty bad. Firefox. You can use Iceweasel, and basically Iceweasel is just Firefox. So we're going to use Firefox anyway. And we're going to enter a test website to test whether the proxies are working. I'm going to use www.duckduckgo.com, and the reason I'm using this is not anything particular. I just want to also recommend this search engine to you guys. I know you guys are very fond of Google, but DuckDuckGo is one of the sites or search engines that does not keep your IP addresses and track you. So it's, in terms of anonymity, and when you're performing like whois scans on targets, I would recommend DuckDuckGo. It just keeps you safer. But anyway, we're using proxy chains, so all you have to do is hit enter, and it's going to start proxy chains, and it's going to open Firefox, and it's going to open www.duckduckgo.com. Obviously it's going to take a while because it's running through the proxy chains, and just give it its time, and it should start. It should open up DuckDuckGo, and there you have it. It's opened up DuckDuckGo. But you might be asking, how do I know I'm anonymous, or how do I know I'm safe? Well, firstly, let's look at the terminal. So as you can see, you're going to see that it's basically accepted these IPs, and you don't have to worry about what it outputs here. So to test it, I'm going to check for DNS leaks. Now, how do we check for DNS leaks? We're basically just going to do a DuckDuckGo search, check for DNS leaks, all right, and it's going to hopefully return some results. That was very quick, and we're going to test the DNS leak test, all right. So let's open that up. All right, so as you can see, it said my address is 176.58.198 from London, United Kingdom. I can tell you for a fact that I'm not in London, in United Kingdom. I'm really far from here. So as you can see, it's actually working. And if we start the standard test to test whether any DNS information was leaked regarding my real location, we'll see that it's probably going to give us a UK DNS. Or it's actually given us a German DNS. So that's actually even better. It just makes you more anonymous. Now, you guys might also be asking, how do we know this is working and my IP will be changing? Well, to do that, I'm just going to close this browser and I'm going to say service store stop, or I could say service store restart to save the time. All right. And once that's done, I'm going to clear this and I'm going to say, I'm going to run the previous command, the proxychains firefox duckduckgo.com, just to test that and let it start up again. And there you are, it should start up again. Depending on which proxy it's using, it'll either be faster or slower. If it doesn't work, don't worry, just give it a few seconds and it should work, because it'll go through the series of proxy chains as you can see here. And some will be denied and some will work. Anyway, it's returned DuckDuckGo, so we can actually perform the DNS search again. So check for DNS leaks. All right, again, very fast. Let's check for DNS leaks, and we should hopefully have a different IP. And there you are, guys. It's actually giving us an IP from Prague, the Czech Republic. Sorry if I butchered that. Let's check what DNS it's giving us. Let's see what DNS it's giving us. Very nice. It's running the test. A bit slow, but it's worth it, whether you're performing scans or SQL injection. And there we are, Germany. So this is actually pretty cool, and I've actually shown you guys that it really does work. If you use this method, you're going to be anonymous, and that's all I can really say. Knock yourselves out. Go ahead and do anything you want. This is really useful for people who are complaining about scanning the scanme.nmap.org. Now you can actually just change your IP and keep on using their domain for educational purposes, obviously. Anyway, guys, you can see that it's working. I'm anonymous right now. I hope you guys enjoyed this video, or I hope this video helped you. If it did, leave a like. Please share it, because a lot of other people need this information, and if they can get it, that'll be just great. If you have any questions, the comment section, you can contact me on my Kick or on any of my social media, on my social networks. Anyway, guys, thank you guys so much for watching the video. Peace. Hey guys, Hackersploit here, back again with another video, and welcome back to the ethical hacking course. And I just want to show you guys a little quick tip here. So quite a few of you guys have actually told me in the comment section in my previous video regarding using proxy chains that it gets really complicated, and that you have to install the Tor service and whatnot. So I'm actually going to show you an alternative to that, and how to anonymize your entire system using proxies, more specifically the Tor proxies. So for this, you're basically just going to need the terminal, as I mentioned below, and you're going to have to install a program, actually a repository called AnonSurf or Anonymous Surf. So I have the repos right here. I will put them in the description section. So the first thing you have to do is you have to add the repository, which is the anonsurf.git from GitHub. Let's add that. I already have it, so it's really pointless from my point of view. So the next step, once it's installed, as I've said, it's already installed on mine, so I just have to browse to the AnonSurf directory, which you should do after you've installed it. So once it's installed, enter the following command: cd cali -anonsurf, and it's gonna take you into the directory. And we want to just list, and I really don't need that right now, ls, and we want to run the installer.sh or installer.shell file. So after you've run that, just run this, and it's gonna install it. I'm just gonna reinstall it on mine, and just let it complete, and it should actually just take a few seconds and you're good. So let's actually just wait for this to complete. Alrighty, so once it's actually finished installing, which I had to do on mine, I'm gonna clear the terminal. And what you want to do is I'm just gonna go back into my home directory. I'm going to clear that again. You really don't need to do that. So basically how to, I'm just going to anon surf. Basically we've installed the repositories and we're basically ready to use it. So anon surf, and I'm just going to use the help command just to basically show you guys how simple it is. So basically to start it, you have the start, stop, restart, change, and the status, whether it's running. So we have the start, so start system-wide anonymous tunneling under the Tor proxy. So basically it's very similar to proxy chains, as I demonstrated in the proxy chains video, which will be linked in the description and at the end of this video. So basically what this means is it's going to anonymize your entire system with the Tor proxies, and by restarting it, you just basically get a new identity, as you guys are pretty much, I think you understand that with Tor, every time you can basically change your identities, and what that means, it'll change the IP and therefore change your identities. As for DNS leaks, I'm not quite sure whether this really does work. I haven't really tested that, but it should work using the Tor proxies. So you have the start, stop, restart, change. You can change the identity restarting Tor, as I mentioned, and this you can check the status, and it'll show you your country IP. So let's actually run this. Pretty awesome stuff. So what I'm going to do is say anon surf, anon surf, and we're going to say start, and it's going to start. All right. Once it's started, what we're going to do is we're going to say anon surf status. All right, and it's actually running. So let's close this terminal because that's started a process, and we're going to just check the stuff right now. Anon surf help, and let's check what our current IP address is. So my IP, it's taking a few seconds to load it. So there we are, it's given us an IP. We can't really actually tell what IP or what country this belongs to, but we can check that right now. So in the same process, I'm going to also check for the DNS leaks. So let me just check for DNS leaks, and I'm going to use DuckDuckGo. Let's see how fast it'll actually load it. As I mentioned, sometimes the proxies, the Tor proxies will be kind of slow, as you guys are already used to when using the deep web. But here we are. Check for DNS leaks. Let's open that up. And there we are. So it's saying from Oslo, Norway. That's the IP address. We then have let's check for some actual DNS leaks, and let's see if that actually worked. To differentiate the IP from the DNS, to change that. So this is basically going to provide us almost 100% anonymity, as long as you stick to as long as you just keep on restarting the service. So let's see how long this takes. It shouldn't take all that long. Alright, so I'm just going to check for another one right here, because that one is taking a whole lot of time. Oops, I should have actually known that Google would have refused that. So let's actually just check from here. That's actually taking too long. So let's start. Let's see how fast this site actually takes to calculate the results. So the IP belongs to Norway, Oslo, Norway in particular. And basically that's how you can actually do it. For the other services, you have I2P, which is really not important right now. It's quite an outdated method. But basically we can actually just change the identity. So anon surf change, which will basically, change, and it's going to change, and it's forced to change to the nodes. So we can actually just check for DNS leaks one more time through the DuckDuckGo search engine, because I don't want to go through a bunch of captures and stuff like that. So again, Paris, France, and let's actually just test this as many times as we can. Anon surf change. So it said France, and let's refresh this page. Let's see what we get. Again, the proxies might slow it down quite a bit, but anyway, let's just see what we get. Taking quite a bit of time on this one. Let's just restart the process. Anon surf change. Let's get another one. Let's see what we get. Another identity. Let's restart the site again. Or actually, let's just restart it from the search engine, because it's probably using the current cookies that it's loaded. So whoa, it's actually giving us the same one. That's pretty weird. So what I think you should do is anon surf restart. Let's restart it, and it is going to restart, and let us actually try that again. There we are. So basically restarting is more important or more effective than changing the identity, as I had mentioned earlier in the video. So this is pretty much it, guys. This is basically an alternative to proxy chains, just making it a whole lot simpler instead of going inside the proxy chains.configuration file and starting the Tor service. So this basically, in fact, I wouldn't mind using this when I'm performing scans or stuff like that, because it just makes it a whole lot simpler and easier, and it's actually working, as you can see. So that's it for this video, guys. Hope this video helped you guys. If you have any questions, let me know in the comment section. Hit me up on Kick, hit me up on my social media. I'm always there to answer questions. Please make sure you share this video in case a few people who need this information can actually get it. Again, guys, thank you so much for the support on the channel. Thank you for watching my videos, and have a fantastic day. Peace. Hey guys, Hackersploit here, back again with another video, and in this video I'm going to be showing you how to set up VPN for free in Kali Linux. More specifically, you can use this on any other Linux distro that you want. It will work perfectly. And the reason I'm making this video is a lot of you guys have requested it, and that's because the proxy chains configuration videos that I made are a little bit complicated and are bringing a lot of problems. I will be making a follow-up video to those proxy chains videos to sort everything out and to clarify a few things, and that video will help you troubleshoot your own the problems that you have with your proxy chains. But again, the reason I'm making this video is a lot of you guys have been requesting me to make a VPN on Linux video on how to set it up and how to get it running, and basically explaining how to do it. Now, before we get started, I just want to point out something. VPN is not my preferred option when it comes down to anonymity. It doesn't matter whether you're browsing, a VPN just won't cut it in terms of giving you, I would say, 90% of anonymity. And the reason is this. Okay, firstly, you have your free VPN services or servers and your paid VPN services, which it's obvious to tell that the paid versions are going to provide you with a much better speed, are not going to log your information, or some of them may be doing it, I'm not sure, but some of them log your traffic in case they get questioned by authorities. If you did anything illegal, they will provide them with your browsing information and your DNS information, which is what I'm getting to very, very closely. What I'm trying to say is there are going to be plenty of free ones out there, and that's where I'm going to throw out a bit of a caution that please be sure of the VPN server or service you're choosing, because if that VPN server is set up for illegitimate purposes, meaning the owner of that VPN server is in all essence logging your traffic or your the sites you're visiting, well, that just defeats the purpose of even having a VPN in the first place. So in this video, I'm going to be showing you one of the best free options available, and I would recommend that you stick to it unless you find another one that's better and is proven to be legitimate. Okay, so that's just a little disclaimer that I wanted to point out. Now, again, when it comes down to DNS information being leaked, I can tell you for a fact that a VPN is probably going to leak your information. I would say a VPN provides you at least with 60% of anonymity. I'm not going to say that a lot of people are going to look at your DNS information, but if you're changing your IP address with a VPN, you're really forgetting that your DNS information can provide authorities or anyone who pokes into it with information about your DNS, and from there can deduce your location. So it really doesn't matter if you've changed your IP address. If your DNS information points to a geographical location, that's it. They've got your location, and from there they can just pinpoint your activities. But let's get started. So you just want to open up your browser, and this is the service that we're going to be using. We're going to be using vpnbook.com. All right, vpnbook.com provides free VPN services. And as you can see here, it costs $0 a month, which is awesome. If you want to donate to them, I would recommend it because the service they're providing is fast, it's reliable, and it's secure. So we're going to be using free OpenVPN, okay, which is recommended, obviously. And they provide you with different certificate bundles depending on your location. So you can select, you have your Euro 1, Euro 2, US 1, US 2, CA 1. I'm guessing that's California, probably. I'm not sure. Don't hit me on the head with that. And as you can see, it's going to tell you optimized for fast web surfing. So no P2P downloading. So it's going to allow you to browse the web, with great speeds, but you're not going to be able to download with P2P. So for those of you who like torrents and stuff like that, if that's the reason you're using a VPN, this is not for you. So this is where you might want to go into a paid VPN. Okay. So let's get started now with setting this up. So as I said, you can choose your certificate bundles, which include UDP 53, UDP 25,000, TCP 80, TCP 443. So that means if you have a network or your network has blocked UDP connections, you can use the TCP certificates. They also provide you with the username and password, which are going to be very useful in a short while. So just download any certificate bundle that you like. I'm just going to try Euro 2, for example. It's going to be a very small file, so that shouldn't be an issue. It's about 9 kilobytes. So I'm going to save it, and it's going to download instantly. And I'm going to open the folder. As you can see, I have it in my downloads folder, and now I'm going to extract it because it's a zip file. So make sure you extract it in that folder. In this case, I'm in my downloads folder. I'm going to enter that folder, and as you can see, we have the certificate files, the .openvpn certificate files. So you have your TCP 80, TCP 443, UDP 53, etc., etc. The one I'm going to be using, and I'm guessing you're going to be using, is UDP 25,000. Again, if your network has restrictions, you can choose any of the other 3 certificates. But I'm guessing this is the one you're going to be using. So I'm just going to copy the entire file name with the OpenVPN extension, just because I want to save time and I don't want to have to go through the process of typing it. I'm then going to open a terminal in this folder, like so. Let me just get rid of that, like so. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to zoom in so we can see everything that we're working on right now. And we can get started now with setting it up. Now it's very important that we enter into root mode. So sudo openvpn. All right. So we're specifying that we're using OpenVPN, and now you want to give the certificate file, which I've pasted the name there, and it already knows that I'm in my downloads and in the vpnbook.com, the VPN folder that contains the VPN certificates. So I'm going to hit enter, and it's going to ask me for my password. Remember, this is my root password, and I've given it there, and then it's going to ask for the authoritator username, which in this case they have provided here, which is vpnbook. Okay, so we can just copy that, or in fact, let me just type it, vpnbook, and I'm going to hit enter. It's going to ask for the password, which is sun2ymf. I'm just going to copy that. I don't want to make any mistakes, like so, and I'm going to hit enter. So it's going to start the whole VPN service, and just give it a few seconds, and once it tells you initialization sequence completed, from then onwards you're connected to the VPN. Now again, the speed may not be the best speed, but it's good speed. I can vouch for that. So I'm just going to close it. I'm just going to close this up, and we're going to try and open up a site here. So let me just try and open up go.com, like so, and let's see if it allows us to access. That means we essentially have connected to the VPN servers, or service for that matter. Don't worry if it's a little bit slow at the beginning. That is usually what happens. But as I said, don't worry if that's the case. So I'm going to check for DNS leaks as well, because I just want to show you that it indeed changes the IP, but will leak some of my DNS information unless I change it. But for this VPN certificates, I'm really working on a way to stop the DNS information from leaking, but I'll get to that probably in another video. Now, as you can see, it's quite slow. Nothing really is opening. Let me just enlarge this slightly here, so we can have a split menu and we can see what's going on. So it's loading up, but quite slowly. DuckDuckGo is opened up. For some reason it's taking quite a while. Let me just open up another check for DNS tab. I can already tell that it's changed my IP because it's giving me google.ro. I'm not sure what country that is. Probably Romania. Probably. I'm not sure. But if it opens up, that would be fantastic. Or let me just close these 3 tabs. This is usually the problem with VPNs. They're really slow if you use the free versions, but it shouldn't be that slow. So I'm really curious as to see why this is the case. So for DNS leaks, okay, and if I just try and open up a search engine like Google, it should open up quickly. I'm not sure why it's giving us it's really slow right now. That is pretty weird, but it should load very quickly. Now, if I was to examine the files, which I'm going to show you right now, we're using the UDP 25000.openVPN file. If we open that up right now, you can see there's some parameters here that we can change, and this is where I'm guessing you can set some security information that will change the DNS leak information. As you can see, you have your private keys, your certificates and stuff like that. So as you can see, if I can just explain a few things, this is the remote server that it's connecting to. As you can see, euro214.vpnbook.com with the port number, no binding, persist the key, author, user, password combination which you have entered. Is then going to use the encryption AES 128 bit, I'm guessing, fast.io. It's then going to pull and redirect to the gateway. So I would recommend, if you know, this is pretty interesting stuff, just to see how it all goes through. And we're still loading here. This is really slow, guys. I'm actually quite shocked at the moment, but it's always good to test things on the fly, and it's also good for me to do that. It would be a shame if I cut the video and I pretended that it was working when it wasn't, right? So let me just try and open up Google here again, and hopefully it works. Or if it doesn't work, what we'll have to do is we'll have to use another VPN certificate bundle from probably another location, probably the US location, because this is looking really slow. As I said, it could be due to the fact that there are many users on it right now, but again, I can't be sure. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to close this one up right now, and hopefully that will allow us to access something here when I go back to my normal internet connection. What I'm going to do is I'm going to use the UDP UDP 53. So rename, I'm guessing quite few people, excuse me, rename. Oh my god, man, my fingers are letting me down today. All right, so let me just use that service again. This time, already in root, open VPN, like so. I'm going to paste that in. For some reason, oh yes, sudo open VPN. Excuse me for making some really amateur mistakes here. VPN book, I'm guessing that's the username, if I remember. VPN book. What's the password? Oops, we need to look that up. How could I have forgotten to do that? So let's look for that. Like so. Hopefully my internet connection works without the VPN service. So as you can see, my internet works perfectly. When I turn to the VPN, I really get a slow connection. So let me try and use this right now. The UDP53 certificate file. Yeah, it looks like it's working. Yeah. Alright, so initialization sequence is complete. Let's see if that works at all. So I'm going to close that up. It's always good to restart the browser just so everything loads up correctly with the correct VPN settings that you have set. So again, I'm just going to try google.com and let's see what we get, if we get anything at all. DuckDuckGo.com, let's try and open that up as well. And there we go. Okay, DuckDuckGo seems to have opened. I don't know if this site will open up. That's the error that we keep on getting. Alright, there we are. So as you can see, the VPN now works if we use the UDP53 certificate file. Again, it's very, very slow, but I can tell you that we're in Romania, and the fact is I don't live in Romania. So that just tells you that indeed the IP has changed and I can use the VPN. I'm really shocked as to how slow it is, but as I said, it's probably under heavy load right now. The servers are currently being used a lot since they are free. But I'll be finding other different free options available that you can try out, especially for Linux. But this is again what I was trying to point out. Proxy chains are just so much better at everything. They are faster, even though they're slightly slower than your normal internet connection. They're just much faster, so it just really is a slow process. But anyway, you guys can try this out and let me know what you think. You can try all the different these certificate packages from different locations and let me know which ones are the fastest. And yeah, I hope you guys found value in this video. If you did, please leave a like down below. It means a lot. If you found this video helpful again, you might want to share it so that other people can get access to this video as well. If you guys have any questions or suggestions, let me know in the comment section down below, or you can hit me up on my social networks. I'm mostly on Twitter. That's my #1 social networking site. You can again hit me up on Facebook or on my Kick for personal questions. In addition, I've opened up a Discord server for discussions. So if you guys want to have discussions on Discord, you can hop on over there. The links will be in the description to all of my networks, and you can just connect and we can just have a nice discussion. Anyway guys, thank you so much for watching, and I'll be seeing you in the next video. Hey guys, Hacksploit here, back again with another video, and in this video I'm going to be showing you how to set up your VPN with proxy chains so that it works together with Kali Linux or Parrot OS in a virtualized environment. Okay, so I'm going to assume that you already have selected your VPN at your VPN provider. If you haven't, I would recommend NordVPN. You can check them out with the link in the description. That being said, I'm not going to promote anything else. A lot of you guys have been asking me for this and whether or not it increases your security, and I'm going to answer that in a second. But before I actually do that, I just want to say that I am making the videos dependent and in regards to the chronological order in which you guys posted them. So for example, we have the 2 other guides coming out. We have the complete anonymity guide and the complete system hardening guide that was requested by Mr. GFY. I'm just going to call you that. So if you are watching this, Mr. GFY, that video is also coming out. The SS7 video was rejected by YouTube, so I'll have to upload it to the site. What else? Let me see. Quickly before we move on, the web application penetration testing series is still ongoing. That being said, let's get started with the video. Okay, so I already have NordVPN opened and I'm connected to a server in the United Kingdom. All right. Now, many people were asking, can I use my VPN in conjunction with Kali Linux? And then can I also use proxy chains? And will it increase security? The answer is yes, it will increase security, but at what expense or at what cost, you might be asking. Well, what you're sacrificing is speed. Okay. Now, again, for most of you, this might not be an issue, but depending on the speed of your of your VPN service or your ISP, you know, you have to take that all into consideration. So again, what I'm saying is your VPN might slow down your speed to a certain extent. And there's no questions asked there. And then, as we know, proxy chains is also very slow because it is going through a series of proxies and under the Tor network. That's if you're using the Tor relay. Okay, so the first thing I would recommend that you do is on your host operating system, which I'm guessing is going to be Windows, but it could be Linux. You must change your domain name server. All right, now. Usually with most of the good VPNs like NordVPN, they will automatically use the domain name server in the, essentially in the location of that server. So for example, if you're United Kingdom, it's going to use a DNS from the United Kingdom. And now, I do recommend that you use a safer one, probably like Cloudflare's, or whatever you choose to use. That's all up to you. So make sure you have your domain name server changed. Or you can choose to use the one that your VPN is providing you with. Whatever you choose, it's up to you. Now, I have Kali Linux opened here. And the settings that you guys were asking me is how to configure it with my virtual machine. Now, you're also asking me whether you should install 2 instances of your VPN, one on your host operating system and one on your virtual machine. And the truth is you don't need to do that. What you should do is you should use your host operating system's IP address on your virtual machine, if that's what you're looking for. Now you might be asking, well, why should I do this? Why can't I just run it on your virtual machine? The truth is you can run it on your virtual machine, but again, we're focused on minimizing the resources that are required by the virtual machine. So I would recommend that you run everything on your host operating system in regards to connections and VPNs, and then you can use your penetration testing operating system for what it's used for, which is penetration testing. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to show you how to configure that with your VM. So you want to go into your VM settings. I'm going to be using VMware. The settings should be the same for VirtualBox, although as I mentioned, I'm really getting out of touch, or VirtualBox is not my favorite at the moment. So VM, and you want to go into your settings, all right, and you want to go into your network adapter, and instead of bridged, you can go for NAT. All right. Now, what this means is it's going to use your host operating system's IP address. So that means it's going to use Windows IP address, which in this case is the VPN's IP address that is provided to us. So now Kali Linux will also be connected to the VPN. All right. So once you do that, just hit OK. And for safe precaution, you can also change your DNS settings here, and you can also restart your network manager just in case, but it should do it for you. As you can see, there we are, it is connected. And what we can do now is run a DNS leak test just to show you. All right, so let me just open the DNS leak test here. It turns out I was using the DNS leak test. All right, so there we are. Let's open that up, and as you can see, it's using United Kingdom, and I'm going to perform a standard test to show you that it does use the domain name server in the country that the server lies. So you can see it's United Kingdom. Now, you're asking me if I can use proxy chains in conjunction with my VPN. And the truth is, yes, you can, but you're going to sacrifice a lot of speed. All right. So the first thing, again, since we're using the Tor relay or the Tor proxy, is make sure you have Tor started. I'm going to restart mine, service Tor restart, and then you can use your proxy chains. Again, as I said, you can use proxy chains in an instance with any program. So proxy chains, this time we're going to use Firefox because we are testing the IP here. Firefox and DNS leak test. Sorry about that. DNSleaktest.com. My keyboard is quite far away from me. DNS, and that's the wrong spelling there. Leak test. There we are. And let me hit enter. And for some reason, it's still showing United Kingdom, and I think I know why. It's because we did not close down Mozilla. So make sure you start a completely new instance. So let me start that again. And as you can see, random chain is working. So give that a few seconds to load up, and you'll see that it is going to take significantly longer than with your VPN. As you can see, from United Kingdom, we're now bouncing off to Sweden, which as you can see is quite different. So I'm going to perform a standard test, and let's see what DNS that we are given here. This should not load up. That's because we're using the Tor proxy, and this is where essentially, well, looks like we are using a German one, which is being provided to us by the proxy. But again, make sure that your first DNS or the first DNS server that your traffic is going to be flowing through is a secure one, because this one won't matter even if if your first one was going through your ISP. So again, make sure your host operating system has a trustworthy DNS, and then make sure that your Kali Linux is also running a trustworthy DNS. And then after that, you pretty much should be absolutely anonymous. And as you can see, proxy chains is working really, really well with your VPN. That being said, that's going to be it for this video. If you found value in this video, if you enjoyed it, please leave a like down below. If you have any questions or suggestions, let me know in the comment section or on my social networks, or you can also post your questions on my website. For the latest hacking news and resources, you can check out my website, hsploit.com. And that's going to be it for this video, and I'll be seeing you in the next video. Peace. Hey guys, Hackersploit here, back again with another video, and in this video we're going to be looking at DNS, why DNS is important, and how to change your DNS, and finally we're going to be taking a look at Cloudflare's new DNS service. Alright, so again you might look at this as your complete guide to a DNS, and that's what I intend this video to be. Alright, so why am I making this video? Let's start off with that simple question. Well, the reason I'm making this video is because I made a DNS video previously with the proxy chains videos. It followed up promptly after that, and I was explaining why it is important to mask your DNS or to change your DNS well, in order to give you a higher sense of anonymity. And I'm going to be explaining everything now. So even if you know DNS, I would still recommend that you watch this video, because I'll be explaining a lot of small tips that you might have missed out. Alright, so don't worry if you're a beginner, just take it in, sit down, relax, and let's get started. So the first thing you might be asking yourself, if you've never heard of it, is what is a DNS? What is DNS? Well, DNS essentially means domain name server. So what is the purpose of a domain name server? Well, its simple purpose is to resolve a domain to an IP address. So let's say you go to your browser and you type in google.com. Well, what happens is your browser connects to the ISP. Alright, your ISP then connects to a domain name server, and that domain name server checks, alright, so this guy entered google.com. Can we find any IP address related to google.com? If it finds one, it gets that IP, it sends a request to that IP, which is obviously Google's server. That server then sends data back, which is then processed by a browser, and the web page is displayed. Alright, so a domain name server resolves a domain to an IP address, or a server address, whatever you want to call it. Okay. Now, why is it so important in terms of anonymity and privacy? Well, the reason, as we were looking at with proxy chains and using it with a VPN, is let's say you use proxy chains and you are trying to change your IP. Well, that's fine. But what happens if someone snoops into your DNS information? Well, your DNS information will leak your ISP information, which of course reveals what country you're in, and if they know the ISP, they can easily get your IP address, and there was no point in using proxy chains at all. Alright, now we have looked at some of the most common DNS servers. In that video, we looked at OpenDNS, which is great, but nowadays it's become really, really slow. But the great thing about OpenDNS is they actually keep your browsing activity private. So again, it cannot be tracked, which is awesome. Now, the problem with the Google domain name server, which most of you are using, and I've really recommended that you don't use it, is because it only improves your page loading speed. The speed for. So for example, Facebook, for example, Google, YouTube. So it'll only load sites faster that it wants you to load faster, or sites that have essential services. I hope you're getting the idea. So the DNS server for Google was 8.8.8.8. Now that one, I know most of you have heard, many of your IT teachers or professors have told you to use that, but please, for the love of God, do not use that. That is gonna get you in a lot of trouble, especially if you're planning to keep yourself anonymous. Even if you're using a VPN, you need to change your domain name server, which is what we're going to be focusing on now. So I'm going to show you how to change your domain name server on Kali Linux and on Windows. All right. So it's really very simple. Now, as I said, we were talking about Cloudflare's new DNS service, and their DNS service is simply 1.1.1.1. Simple as that. And it's awesome. And again, you might be asking yourself, well, why are we using Cloudflare's new DNS service? Well, number one, it's going to improve your browsing or page loading speed by 25%. And this is actually true. I've tried loading, sites like the Washington Post, even on my mobile device. It was fantastic. It was unbelievable how fast it's loading these sites. So the DNS servers are really, really quick. And secondly, this was set up especially and specifically for privacy and to prevent your ISP from tracking your browsing activity. Because remember, if you're new and let's just take a simple example. Let's say you have your ISP install a router for you and they have provided you with an internet connection. All right. So you whip out your laptop and you connect to the Wi-Fi network and you think, wow, this is fantastic. Let's see. Let me just whip out a VPN. Let's say you have a VPN and you've not changed your domain name server. Well, your IP is going to change, but guess what's not going to change? Your DNS is not going to change. And in most cases, they have set the DNS to their IP or your router's IP, which is obviously theirs. And they're just going through your browsing history or activity if they want to. All right. So again, if you're looking for privacy and you really, really want to, or you're focused on fighting net neutrality, for or against whatever, it doesn't really matter. Whatever your stance is, I'm with you. But again, I'm focused on freedom and anonymity and privacy of data. That's why I'm making this video. So let's get started with how to change your domain name server. Firstly, on Kali Linux. All right, so I'll be linking the blog post for Cloudflare's, I'll be linking Cloudflare's blog post in the description, so you can check that out for yourself. All right, so to change it on Kali Linux, it's really very simple. It's essentially the setting lies in a file called the resolve.configuration file, which you can edit using any editor, whether you're using, you can do this on any Linux distribution, it doesn't really matter. Alright, so I'm going to use the Nano editor. You can use the gedit, leafpad, whatever you feel is comfortable for you. I'm not going to force you to use anything. Alright, so Nano, it lies in the etc folder or etc folder. Again, you can browse using the file explorer if that's what you like. And resolve.conf. Alright, resolve.conf. That's the configuration file. And if I hit enter, oh, what's this? What's happening here? Generated by Network Manager. As you can see, my current name server or domain name server is set to my router's IP address, which means again, my ISP is going to be tracking the browsing history from this computer. Now I changed it back just to show you how dangerous and how insanely vulnerable you can become with something like this. All right. So simply just get rid of your, whether it's set to the router or your access point IP, and set it to 1.1.1.1. Now, if you don't want to use Cloudflare's domain name server, you can use OpenDNS, you can use Komodo DNS, you can use Google if you want to. But again, I'm going to be your friend here and I'm going to tell you, please, just use something that's secure. I'm begging you guys, because when shit hits the fan and when your data is starting to be looked at and is going to be sold, you're going to be in a lot of shit. So I'm just telling you that right now as a friend. I don't mean to be, to be wild or extreme, but just listen to what I'm telling you guys. There's a reason I've made this video. Alright, so to save it with Nano, just hit Control O and it's going to ask you whether you want to write to the file. Just hit enter and now just hit Control X to exit the Nano editor. Once that's done, I'm going to open up my browser. Now again, I'm not using any VPN or proxy chains. I'm just showing you that this is what's going to happen if you're not using any VPN. My IP address will be leaked, no problem about that. You can use VPN or proxy chains. By the way, if you're interested in a VPN service, check out the link in the description. You can check out the VPN links that I have in the description. They'll give you a huge discount off your order. It's really important that you have a VPN. Alright, getting back to testing for any DNS leaks. Of course, we're gonna have DNS leaks, but they're not going to be from my ISP. Alright, so DNS leak test.com. I'm going to be hiding my real IP because as I said, I'm not using anything like proxy chains or a VPN. I'm just showing you that indeed your DNS will not be leaked, your DNS information. All right, so I'm going to hit standard. This should be blurred. I'm going to hit standard test. And what will happen here is it should tell you that you're using Cloudflare. All right, if it tells you you're using Cloudflare as your ISP, you're good. Now that means again, your ISP is going to show up as Cloudflare, and Cloudflare is not releasing any of your browsing activity, and you're pretty much good there, and you're going through Cloudflare. So again, if you're looking for an awesome domain name server, this is for you. And it's as simple as that. That's how easy it is to change it, and you're good. Now, for those of you on Windows and you're not really interested on how to do it with Linux, it's very, very simple. Let me just go back into my Windows operating system here. And you want to right click on your network manager and you want to go into the open network and internet settings, or you can go into your control panel for us hardcore Windows users, network and internet, network and sharing center. You're going to go to change adapter settings. You're going to right click on the adapter you're using, whether it's Wi-Fi or Ethernet. I'm using Ethernet, so I'm going to hit right click and hit properties, and it's going to open up my Ethernet properties. Now you want to go into your Internet Protocol version 4, your TCP IPv4 version. If you're using IPv6, make sure you change that as well, but I doubt that you're using it. Click on properties, and you want to go, you see right now it's saying obtain DNS server or address automatically. Again, I reverted it to show you that in this case, it's going to use your ISP domain name server, which, again, DNS leaks. So, yeah. So you want to hit use the following DNS server addresses. So just hit 1.1.1.1.1. And you can enter an alternate DNS server if this one doesn't work. And you can just hit validate settings upon exit and just hit OK and close. And you should be done. And that is how to successfully change your DNS server. Sorry, I don't know why that was launching the Windows diagnostics. And as you saw, I was able to successfully change my domain name server. So yeah, that is what a DNS is, what DNS is, why it's important, and how to change it. And we've looked at one of the best options right now, which is Cloudflare. Alright, so this is a very important video that I just thought I'd push out, so you can consider it as the complete guide to DNS. Now again, I really encourage you guys to share this with friends or family or people you'd think will benefit from this. This is really, really huge, guys, because there are going to be a lot of changes in the future regarding internet and privacy. So again, you've seen with the Facebook data breach that your data is not being taken seriously at all. So again, I'm really making this video just, to keep you guys safe. And again, as I said, I'm your friend. That's all I want for you guys. I just want the best for you and your families and for your friends, just the best. So again, thank you so much for watching this video. If you enjoyed it or found value in it, please leave a like down below. If you have any questions or suggestions, let me know in the comment section on my social networks, or you can post your questions on my website. The link will be in the description. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll be seeing you in the next video. Peace. Hey guys, Hackersploit here, back again with another video, and I humbly apologize for the lack of videos over the last 1 or 2 weeks. The reason being, as I've said previously in other videos, I'm planning to do this as a full-time job, or my occupation now, content creation on hacking, Linux, programming, etc, etc. And I've just been sorting out a few other things, and I've managed to sort them out. So this is those of you who love sending suggestions. I really appreciate them. Just send any video ideas you have and I'll make them. Just send them in and I'll make them in accordance to how you've sent them, in the order that you've sent them. Anyway, enough of the chit chat. In this video, I'm going to be, in this set of videos, I'm going to be taking you through the Linux terminal and how to use it and how to navigate around the Linux system with the terminal. The reason I'm making this series of videos is because a lot of you guys are beginners to Linux and also to the Linux distro world. And the Linux terminal is very important when you're using Linux, because essentially the GUI that comes with Linux is pretty much, it's not the best. You know, it's not something you can rely on, especially when you're trying to connect to remote servers. You usually do it through SSH or Secure Shell, for those of you who like using it by its real name, not its abbreviation. And you're going to be faced with the terminal, and if it intimidates you, you know, it can really be something not to muck around with, because you can be intimidated of the terminal and then make mistakes. For example, you know, you connecting to a server and then, you know, not knowing your way around, and then making a mistake deleting files that probably have very high integrity. You know, it's really scary, and you should be getting used to the terminal. It's not intimidating at all once you get used to it. So let's just begin. In this video, I'm just going to show you how to customize the terminal to your liking, because that's one of the ways of making it less dreadful. So just open up the terminal. I'm using Kali Linux. So let's just begin. It's going to be pretty much similar for any Linux distro that you're currently using. You can basically create a customized profile for yourself if that's what you're looking for, or you can just edit the custom profile that comes with the terminal, or the default profile, which I'm going to be showing you how to do. So if you want to edit your profile and you want to change, for example, the font color, the background of the terminal, the transparency, you get the idea. So how would we do that? We'll go into edit and profile preferences. Alright, so you want to click on that, and it's going to open this little menu. Let me just bring them side to side so you can see the changes being made live. In general, you can give the profile a name. So let's call this profile, you can just give it your name. So let's call it Alexis. I'm going to give it my name. I'm going to call it default. Alright, now that's going to be the profile name. Don't worry about the initial terminal size, or you could worry about that if you don't like the starting size of the terminal and you keep on adjusting its size. You can increase that maybe to whatever you want. I'm fine with 80. That's pretty much what I like. Additionally, you could reset it if you make changes and you don't remember the original values. When it comes to cursor shape, this is your little cursor right here. Some people don't like the block cursor and usually prefer the I-beam, which is very simple and minimalistic. Oops, excuse me. I was actually typing over there. So as you can see, that's, some people like that, but for me personally, I like the block. For those of you as well who like the underline, which is also quite nice, I like that a lot, but it's just not universal for me. I like the block type. I've gotten used to that. In addition, you can increase your text. You can increase your text size. You can also change your font. I like using the monospace font that comes with pretty much all Linux distros. You can also rewrap the content. You can also allow bold text if you want, which is very important. I highly encourage that you keep that checked. When it comes to commands, don't really touch any of this. This is just custom stuff. When it comes to colors, you can choose to use colors from your system scheme, which I'll show you in a second. When you look at the built-in schemes, white on black is text, and then the background color of the terminal, so the text is white and the background color is going to be black, which you can edit over here. You can edit the text color. For example, some people like going with green, and as you can see, it gives you a nice little color up there. And if let me just try and run command right there. Alright, so let's look at that. As you can see, the text color is going to be green. If I switch that to something like orange, I've also seen orange being quite popular right now. H-top. Oops, excuse me. Let me just move back to the terminal. As you can see, it's going to highlight in orange the main text. I like keeping it white, and I like keeping the background black. Another cool color scheme that I've seen is quite popular and is also quite neat as well is when you do the background white, when you use the white background and the text, you can probably have that as green or red. And let me just show you what that looks like. If I just disable transparency, or let me just keep that on and reduce it slightly. A lot of people really like this type of terminal where the background is white and it looks quite cool actually, I'm not gonna lie. Let me use the htop command. As you can see, it has a very nice contrast with the other colors, but for me personally it's just too much, it's too bright, and you know, I wear glasses, so yeah, it's really taxing on my eyes, especially at night when I'm working. So I'm just going to change that to I'm going to change the text to white and the background color to black with a bit of transparency. You can also edit the transparency if you want some, which is also pretty cool. I like that. And you can go ahead and make changes to the color scheme right here. This is all about you. Just customize it to what you feel comfortable with, and immediately you'll see it'll not be scary for you anymore. Looking at scrolling, make sure you have scroll bar. That's very important when going through, like for example, documents or when you cat files. Compatibility, don't touch anything right here. Yeah, that's pretty much it when it comes to customizing the terminal to your liking. I like keeping it the default way, primarily because I learned how to use it that way, but I also have learned how to customize it. And you know, when I'm running this on my main systems, I customize it, you know, just to make it look how I like it. I usually go for the white on black type of thing, or white on green, not that type of stuff. Anyway, that's basically it for this first video. In the next video, we're going to be going through some terminal commands that will hopefully make you a pretty good pro in navigating a Linux with the terminal. So I hope you guys found value in this video. If you did, please leave a like. If you guys didn't like this video, let me know why in the comment section. In addition, if you have any questions or suggestions or any video suggestions, leave them in the comment section. If you want to contact me, you can hit me up on my social networks, on my Kick. You can also check out my blog. I make a lot of posts over there. What else do I need to tell you? By the way, guys, I would really recommend if you could share these videos with the people who need it. You know, a lot of people need these videos but really can't find them, so that will do me and you guys a lot of good. That's basically it for this, guys. I know this was kind of a random type of video, but you guys wanted hacking videos, and I'm making them, and I hope that I'm making them well. Let me know what you guys think. I really appreciate your feedback, and I appreciate your support. I mean, this channel has grown so much over the course of the year. It's incredible. So I would also like to take this chance to say thank you. Thank you so much for the support, guys. It's unbelievable, and I am committed to providing you guys with content now on a daily basis. Thank you so much, guys, and have a fantastic day. Hey guys, Hackersploit here, back again with another video, and we're going to be picking off where we left off from, which is basically the Linux terminal and how to get really comfortable with it. So in this video, we're going to be looking at some Linux commands, and hopefully they'll make you a much better Linux user. There are quite some good commands that I found that are quite useful, and what I've found to be the best that you should be knowing. So open up your terminal and let's get started. So in the previous video, we talked about how to customize the terminal to your liking in terms of visuality and aesthetics, but now we're going to get started with the nitty-gritty. So the first thing I think that you should know is how to enter root mode, or the root or administrator. It's basically like having an administrator privileges if you're used to Windows. So by default, I'm actually in the root user right now. I've not actually created a profile, as you can see. I've not created a personal profile with my name or anything like that. If you did, however, it would, if you opened a terminal, you would not be in the root directory. So in order for you to do that, there are two ways you can go about it. By using the SU, which is SU or super user. If you hit enter, it's going to take you into root. If you have a root password, it's going to ask you for your root password, and once you enter that, it's going to take you into root mode. The other way of doing it is sudo bash. Alright. And if you hit that again, it's going to ask you for a password if you had a root password, which I recommend you do, and then it's going to take you into root. Now, one more command. If you want to clear your terminal up, let's say you have a lot of commands and you want to start over, just use the clear command. Pretty simple, right? And that clears everything for you. Alright, now let's get started. So I'm currently in the root directory, but what if I didn't know that? Like for many of you, for example, if you're going to be connecting to a Linux server, The only thing that you're going to have at your disposal is the terminal, and it's very essential that you know how to navigate the file system, the Linux file systems, and know how to check where you are exactly. So how would we do that? So right now, let's say I wanted to check what my current working directory was, and how would I do that? We use the pwd, which means print working directory. Pretty simple. And if I hit enter, it's going to tell me I'm in root. All right, so at least I know I'm in root now. Now let's say I want to change. Let's say instead of root, I want to move on to my desktop, right? So what would I do? Let's see. If I list all files in root, all right, before we move further, let's say I wanted to move into my desktop. How would I do that? So the command for that is cd, which literally translates to change directory. All right, pretty simple. Linux, the terminal commands are really very simple, and as I said, it gets really intuitive, user intuitive. So it's change directory and desktop. This is case sensitive. Of course, the desktop is a very I like to say that Linux takes their file structure very seriously. So cd desktop, and it's going to take me to my desktop. So I'm currently now working on the desktop. What if I wanted to see the files listed on my desktop? Right now I currently have no files or folders, so we really won't get anything out of that. Alright, so let's say we wanted to create a folder or a directory on the desktop. How would we go about doing that? Well, we would use the mkdir, which translates to make directory, and we give the directory a name. So let's call it folder 2 or folder 1. And as you can see, it's going to create a folder on your desktop called folder 1. What if I wanted to get rid of this folder? What would I do? Well, for that I would use the rmdir, and I would give the folder that I want to remove, folder 2. Alright, but remember, oops, excuse me, it's actually folder 1, rmdir folder 1. But as I said, remember, let me just clear the terminal. We are creating all of these directories, and let's say we created a directory like a week ago and we don't remember what directories exist on the desktop. How do we display what directories exist? So let's say I create another folder and I call it folder 1. Alright, let's create folder 1, and let's create another folder called folder 3, folders 55, for example. So we have this bunch of folders on the desktop. How would we list whatever we have on the desktop? Because remember, there's in most situations you're not going to get a graphical user interface to your at your advantage or at your fingertips. So the command we use is the ls command, which translates to list. All right, so if we hit that, it's going to tell you, it's going to display what folders and files you have on your desktop. In addition, the ls command also has some parameters that can fine-tune your display results. So let's say we wanted some more information about the folders, like we wanted to know what user created the folder, at what time it was created, information like that. So to add a parameter, we use the hyphen and L. Alright, L is the parameter, but to add a parameter we use the hyphen. The parameter we are going to be using now is L, which is going to show additional information about the folders and files. So let's hit enter, and as you can see, it's going to tell you that these are the permissions. All right, so whether users able to read, write, or edit, modify, or delete the files or folders. I'm pretty sure you guys are familiar with file permissions. You then have the person who created them. In this case, we know it's root. You have the time of creation and the name. All right, so we also have another ls command that will allow us to fine-tune our results again, but this time this command is going to allow us to view all the files on the desktop, whether or not they're hidden, literally everything that's on the desktop, and that is the lsa command. All right, the lsa command will display everything that you have on the desktop or in the directory that you're currently in. So I'm going to hit enter, and as you can see, it's going to display everything. We have nothing else really, so yeah, it's not going to display it. All right, so we've actually talked about quite a lot now. Now, one really important thing that we have to look at Firstly, let me just get rid of some folders. Folder 3 and folder 55. Oh, excuse me. Folder 55 not found. Alright, let me just remove that. Manually remove directory, folder 55. There we are. Alright, we can clear that up. So we've talked about navigating with the change directory, but we have not talked about moving backwards, because we said we can use the CD to navigate into a directory and so on and so forth. But what if we wanted to go backwards? Right now we are on the desktop. What if we wanted to go backwards? Well, we use the CD, but we use a space and use 2 full stops. All right, that will take you backwards, and that takes me back to my root, as you can see. And if we list all files in root, as you can see, it's going to tell you the files that exist on your root inside your root directory. So again, from here you can browse into any other directory that you want. But let's go back into desktop. Excuse me, that was actually quite weird. CD desktop, that doesn't make any sense at all. So CD desktop. All right, so we've talked about going back. We've talked about changing directory, listing files, printing the working directory. What else do we need to look at? We've talked about clear. All right, one more thing I want to talk about, very, very important. As I said, there are going to be some in-terminal editors, text editors, that you have to learn how to use them. Because as I said, the terminal is pretty much the only thing you're going to have at your disposal. So let me just create a small little document. I'm going to save it on the desktop, all right? Or I can save it in folder 1. So let's just type some random stuff. Let's say, hello, this is an encrypted file with info, with what my typing is, with information about UFOs. All right, so I'm gonna save this as a document on my desktop in folder 1. I'm gonna call this secrets. All right, just a stupid little name, and I'm gonna save it. Now remember, as I said, a leaf pad, which is what I used to create the document, is not going to work if you're connecting to a remote server or through SSH. So it's very important to know how to use the inbuilt text editors. All right, I'm not going to be covering that in this lecture. We'll look at the editors like Nano in the next lecture, in the next couple of lectures, and we have Vim, which is very, very useful. But let's look at how we can just display the contents of a file just on the terminal without any formatting or any stuff like that. So let's browse into the folder that we saved that in, which is folder 1, where we save the document. And if we clear the terminal now, and let's have a look what's inside. So we have secrets. All right, pretty cool. So the command we use to display everything, or to display the contents of the file, not really format it in a way that is respective to the nature of the file, we use the cat command. Right, the cat command. And secrets, we use the tab button. It'll auto-complete it for us. So cat secrets, and as you can see, it displays whatever you typed in that document. As I said, you have other editors like Nano, all right, which you can open up and you can type whatever you want. Let's say this is also man, my typing today, an encrypted document. All right, and to save it out, to print it, to basically output the file, we use O, and we let's give it a name. Let's call it encrypted doc2, and I'm gonna hit enter, and it's I wonder where it saved it. Actually, that's quite interesting. Oh yes, it did save it in folder 2, as you can see, encrypted doc2. Now if you want to exit Nano, don't worry about whatever I'm doing in Nano right now. This will get to using Nano in a few other lectures, so let's clear that. And if we list all the files in the folder 1 right now, you can see that we have the encrypted doc2 which I created with Nano, and the secrets which I created with LeafPad, which is a GUI text editor. So if I wanted to display a document with Nano, what would I do? I use Nano, which is a text editor, and I use the secrets. Let's say we wanted to use secrets, and as you can see, it's going to display it out pretty well as well. So it works quite well. So I'm going to exit that, and let's see what else we need to look into. I know the video is getting quite long now. Let me just move back to my desktop. So what do we need to look into right now? Here we are. So one of the most important resources that you'll have ever in Linux is the manual. Linux does come with a manual, believe it or not. For those of you who are quite skeptical about the documentation surrounding Linux, Linux comes with a full-on manual. Now you might be asking, well, how do I access this manual? The great thing is you can access it. With in your terminal. So let's say you wanted to know about the copy or the change directory command. All right, so man, and let's say you use the copy command. Man and cp. All right, let me just start that over. Man means manual, all right? So you're telling the terminal, open the manual, and the command I want you to look into is cp. As you can see, it's going to open up a manual, and it's going to give you all the information about the copy command. And you can go through it and look. You know, this is how I learned Linux, just going through the manual, looking at the different attributes you can use, and I'm guessing you get the idea. And it's quite simple. You can navigate the manual very simply. Oh, we have got a NVIDIA graphics drive available. Well, I'm not going to look into that for a while. It's very simple. You press H for help, and Q to quit. So I'm going to quit. The manual is one thing at your advantage. The other thing that you have at your advantage is the help command. So let's say we can use let's use cp, which is copy. I'll be talking to you guys about how to use the copy and the move commands in the next lecture, because that requires quite a lot of explaining, and you have to get the directories right and blah blah blah. So cp, and the next command is help, which is a universal command that will give you help with any command that you have. As you can see, it's given us everything, and I know I've used this before in previous videos, but I really didn't explain that the help command is very useful. I mean, it's awesome. So as you can see, it's going to give you a lot of the commands and what they do, and you get the idea. It's a help command. So let's clear that up, and yeah, we've actually talked about a lot of commands in this video, and there's still a lot that we'll get into, like as I said, copying, compressing files, the works really. So that's basically it for this video, guys. I hope you found value in this video. If you enjoyed the video or you liked it, please leave a like down below. It really does help. If you didn't like the video, please let me know why you didn't in the comment section below. Your feedback is always appreciated. If you have any questions, let me know in the comment section, on my social networks, or on Kick. I'm always available on Kick, almost 24/7, apart from when I obviously have to get some shut-eye, but I try and respond as quickly as possible. One more thing, guys, I've just hit 8,000 subscribers. I mean, it's mind-blowing how far I've come. I mean, I couldn't have believed that I would have reached this far, and I just want to say thank you. Thank you so very much for the support. You guys are amazing, and it's probably, I think, the best community on YouTube right now in terms of support. So thank you so very much, and as always, I'm committed to providing you guys with content on a daily basis. Otherwise, thank you so much for watching, guys. Have a fantastic day. Hey guys, Hackexploit here, back again with another video. In this video, I'm going to be showing you how to download and install and use Terminator for Kali Linux. Now, some of you might be asking yourself, why do we need, or what the hell is Terminator? Well, Terminator is a Linux or terminal replacement or an alternative. And you might be asking yourself again, why do we need a replacement for the terminal? Well, Terminator gives you a whole lot of options that you don't get with the default terminal, and allows you to be a bit more robust with your operations using the terminal. Now I'm going to show you how we're going to do it. So the first thing we need to do is just install it, and it's really very simple. So I'm going to open up my normal terminal. The irony there is that I'm going to be using the terminal to install another terminal. Alright, so it's really very simple. We're going to use our package manager, apt get install and Terminator. Alright, so again, if you're not in root, make sure you use the sudo or super user. I'm already in root, so I don't need to enter. So get install Terminator, and once I hit enter, it should download it and install it. I already have it installed because, as I said, I use it a lot, and this is what I prefer when I'm doing my, when I'm doing my work projects and stuff like that. And I'm going to show you why in a second. Alright, so that's done. Once yours is installed, you can basically search for it. So Terminator, and it's going to be the red one. Alright, so I'm going to add this to my favorites right now. And once I launch it, it's going to open up the terminal. Let's give it a few seconds. There we are. And you might be asking yourself, well, what's this? It just works like a normal, it just works like a normal terminal. And you're right, it is a normal terminal. The reason I use it is it allows me to have multiple terminals opened up in the same instance. So let me show you what I mean. All right. So if I wanted to, if I was working on a different project, for example, let's say I wanted to start scanning let's say I wanted to open up Nmap here. And I wanted to open another terminal. Instead of opening another instance, what I would do is I would split it vertically, and it would open another one for me. All right. And then I could, let's say, open something like Nikto. All right. And open that up like so. And what if I wanted to open a little bit more? I could split it vertically and open one more there, and again split it vertically and open another one. And I guess you guys can see why this is so cool and awesome. It allows you to view all your running processes in one, which is awesome, instead of switching from one terminal to another. So I could go for proxy chains here, chains, and I could say proxy chains, Firefox, whoops, and like something like duckgo.com, something like so, and it will start up there, and that's good. We're working, and open up there. And in the fourth one, we can, whoops, MSF console, we can open up, we can open up Metasploit there, and it should start up as well. And I guess you guys can see how awesome this is. So it allows you to view your terminal in more of a robust view and in a split window, and you can see everything running in one. And it's pretty awesome. So this is a little quick tip that I wanted to show you guys, and hopefully it will improve your productivity and your workflow in Kali Linux, which is very important, especially as you move on to larger and larger projects. You need to speed up the process and be very efficient at what you do. So I hope you guys found value in this video. If you did, please leave a like down below. Again, suggestions or questions are welcome. Leave them in the comment section. Or if you have any personalized questions, you can hit me up on my social networks or on Kick. For the latest hacking news and resources, check out my website hackexploit.com or hsploit.com. The link will be in the description. And I'm adding tons of new news and guides to the website, so make sure to check it out for a lot of cool resources. And yeah, I hope this video helped you guys, and I'll be seeing you in the next video. Peace. Hello everyone and welcome to this video. In this video, we're going to be going over the OSI model. Alright, so you might be asking yourself, well, why exactly do we need to go through the networking fundamentals? Well, if you look out there and you see most of the courses on Nmap or network scanning, they're really just focused on the actual scanning. But the truth is, many of the people who are actually going to take the course are really beginners to the whole process of network scanning. And therefore, it is essential to understand first and foremost the OSI model and how Nmap works with the OSI model for you to understand some of the scans that we're going to be performing, therefore giving you a much better understanding of how the network scanning process is and how to perform your own custom scans. Alright, so it's very, very important that you understand the basics or at least the fundamentals of networking. And to get this started, we're going to be looking at the OSI model. We're only going to be looking at it basically, and that is to furthermore explain the layers that Nmap uses, of the OSI model, and then furthermore understanding the protocols that are used in those layers. Alright, so let's get started with the OSI model. Now, by definition, the OSI model is or stands for the Open Systems Interconnection. Alright, so it acts as a model or a reference point for how applications can communicate over a network. Alright, so it's a reference point for network engineers or systems administrators to look and understand how applications communicate over a network. So why do we need to look at the OSI model? Alright, we need to look at it to understand Nmap and how the flow of packets is on the network, and how packets are sent on the network. Alright, so we need to understand how packets are sent and how they flow on a network. Alright, so if we just look at the different OSI layers that obviously that the OSI model is built upon, you have the 7 layers, and the most important ones that we're going to be looking at or focusing on are the network layers and the transport layers. Alright, so as you can see here, we have the network and the transport layers. Now, I will be looking at this in the next videos, and that's because they do require their own video for you to understand how they work and the protocols that exist within them. Right, so I would recommend that you go through the OSI model and understand how each of these layers communicate with each other and why they're so important. But when it comes down to Nmap uses the network and the transport layer, and that's what we're going to be paying attention to. Alright, so I'll be seeing you in the next video. Hello everyone, welcome to this video. In this video, we're going to get started with our network fundamentals, more specifically with what the network layer is and how it relates to the OSI model, and furthermore, how it will allow us to understand how Nmap works much better. Alright, so let's get started. And to get started, the first thing we need to ask ourselves is, what exactly is the network layer? Right, so the network layer is used for the transfer or the flow of packets across the network. Right, so this layer is used for how packets are going to be transferred across the network. Now, the protocols that are used in this layer may sound familiar to you. You might have already understood, or you might already know the protocols that I'll be showing you right now. Now, the most important protocol is the Internet protocol that is sub-denoted into the versions. We have the older version, which is IPv4, and the newer version, which is IPv6. Alright, so IP version 4 and IP version 6. Alright, so the IP protocol, or the Internet protocol, specifies the format of the packets and contains addressing information that enables the packets to be routed. Alright, so essentially the Internet protocol will specify the format of the packets and will contain the addressing information in the sense that it contains information like the MAC address, etc., that allows the packets to be routed across a network. Alright, so it provides only the functions that are necessary to deliver a packet from a source to a destination over an interconnected system of networks. Alright, so its purpose is to make sure that a packet is sent to its destination from its source, and to make sure it gets sent there correctly and obviously efficiently. Now, as I said, the protocol versions that we have are IPv4 and IPv6. Now, when we look at the IPv4 packet header, alright, the packet header is very important to understand the information that is contained within the header. Alright, so the IPv4 protocol defines many different fields in the packet header. Alright, so these fields contain binary values that the IPv4 services reference as they forward packets across the network. Alright, so essentially the information in the IPv4 packet header is essentially information about, as you can see, firstly the IP source address, the packet source, so where is this packet coming from? You then have your IP destination address, where is this packet going to? What IP address is this packet destined for? Alright, you then have your time to live, which is essentially an 8-bit value that indicates the remaining life of the packet and how long the packet can be transferred. Okay, you then have your type of service, which again contains, essentially they all contain an 8-bit binary value that is, in this case, used to determine the priority of each packet. Alright, so the type of service is used to prioritize the packets depending on their priority, obviously. And finally, you have the protocol, which is again an 8-bit value that indicates the data payload that the packet is carrying. Alright, so the IPv4 packet header is essentially, it contains information, as I said, that will help the packet to be routed. That is what the internet protocol is used for. In this case, very, very simply to understand what's happening here, it contains, the IP source address. So essentially what that means is, where is this IP coming from? Alright, where is this packet coming from? It then has the destination address, where it's obviously going to contain the address to which this packet is supposed to be delivered. And then furthermore, we have the 3 other packet headers that are not really important, but are equally as important depending on the types of packets you're sending. You have your time to live, you have your type of service, and your protocol. Alright. So that is going to be it for this video. Now that was a very, very good or basic introduction to what the network layer is and what it is going to be, it is all going to be about. Now the reason I had to cover this is because when we'll be performing the scans, I will be referencing a lot of these packet header information so that you can understand the type of scans we are carrying out and why they're important. Alright. So again, this is just the network fundamentals regarding the OSI layer, more specifically in this video, the network layer. So it's very, very important to understand, important information like what the network layer is used for, the protocols that exist within the network layer, the protocol versions, what exists in the packet headers. And finally, after you understand that, you'll have a great idea of how packets are sent across the network. Alright, so in the next video, we'll actually be looking at the transfer layer. So I'll be seeing you in the next video. Hello everyone, welcome to this video. In this video, we're going to get started with the transport layer. Alright, so in the previous video, we looked at the network layer, and now it's time to get started with one of the most important layers, on the OSI model, and one of them that Nmap utilizes really, really strongly, and that is the transport layer. Alright, so let us look at what the transport layer is. Well, the transport layer is essentially used for the transfer of packets between 2 hosts for the application layer. Alright, so it is used for the transfer of packets between 2 hosts for the purpose of the application layer. Now we'll look more into this as we move along. Alright, now let's get started with the protocols that are used in the transport layer. Now getting started, we have the ICMP protocol, alright, which is the Internet Control Message Protocol. We'll look at what it does in a few seconds. We then have your UDP protocol, which is your User Datagram Protocol. And finally, one that you may be familiar with, or you should be familiar with, that is the TCP, or your Transmission Control Protocol. Alright, so let's look at how each of these works. Alright, so if we go into the ICMP, which is the Internet Control Message Protocol, you can see that it is an error reporting protocol that is used by routers, hosts, and network devices to generate error messages when there are problems delivering IP packets or Internet Protocol packets. Alright, so the primary function for the ICMP or the Internet Control Message Protocol is it is used to send messages, and it is used to perform network diagnostics. We'll be looking at this a lot with Nmap, and I'm sure you'll be really, really excited to see how this works. Alright, so the most important thing to understand is that it is used to send messages or probes, and it is used to perform network diagnostics. The one thing you need to understand is that ICMP is not a transport protocol that sends data between systems, so it does not deal with the sending of data. Now, when it comes down to the ICMP header, we have two types of flags or messages that are in the ICMP header. Alright, so you have the request and the response pair. Alright, so now this, I'm pretty sure you have heard of it, but it simply revolves around the echo request and the echo response. So we'll be looking at all of these ICMP requests and response pairs. Again, these are quite advanced, but when performing the scans, I'll be explaining them. The only thing you need to understand is that you have your echo request, you have your timestamp request, etc., etc. And since they're in pairs, you have your echo request and your echo response. Alright, moving along to the UDP, which is the User Datagram Protocol. The UDP is used primarily for establishing low latency connections between applications on the internet. Alright, now the two common features about UDP is that number one, it is very, very unreliable in the sense that the packets are not, there is no guarantee that the packets will be delivered to their destination. And the great thing about it is connectionless in the sense that there is no handshake process required. We'll be looking at the three-way handshake when we'll be talking about the TCP or the transmission control protocol, but for now just understand that UDP is used for it's essentially used for establishing low latency connections between applications on the internet. Now the great thing about it, as I said, it is firstly connectionless in the sense that there is no handshake process, and secondly it is extremely fast. Alright, now when it comes down to its disadvantage, it is very unreliable in the sense that you have no guarantee whether or not the packets will be delivered to their destination. Now looking at the UDP header, we have our source port and our destination port. Alright, so the UDP protocol essentially, as I said, is used for low latency connections. So the source port that it will be leaving in terms of the ports that it will be used for communication will essentially it will use a range of ports that is not very commonly used. So you can talk about ports like port 4000, etc, etc. And finally, the destination port is going to be selected from a static and well-known list of ports. For example, it will target the port 80 where you have your your different protocols that are running. You have your web server that's running on port 8080. Sorry, that is not supposed to be on port 80 but on port 8080. Alright, so that is the UDP or the Use Datagram protocol. When it comes down to the TCP or the Transmission Control Protocol, TCP is essentially a standard that defines how to establish and maintain a network conversation via which application programs can exchange data. Alright, so it's a protocol that governs how two devices or two or more devices can establish a connection between themselves, and obviously how they can exchange data between each other. Alright, now the great thing about TCP is that it's very reliable and it is ordered. Okay, now looking at the TCP header, this is very important to understand in terms of the information stored in the TCP header. You have your source port and your destination port, again all from a list of firstly your source port leaving a port that is not very commonly used, and the destination port going to ports that are very common like port 8080, your port 80 itself, and for example SSH connections going through port 22. And finally, the last piece of information that is very important that is carried in the TCP header are the flags. Now we'll be looking at what flags we're talking about here, and more specifically we'll be looking at this in the next video when we'll be talking about the three-way handshake and why it is important to understand how it works. Alright, so I'll be seeing you in the next video and we'll get started on the three-way handshake and how a connection is established. Alright, so I'll be seeing you in the next video. Hello everyone and welcome to this video. In this video we're going to be looking at the TCP three-way handshake. Alright, now this is very important to understand how the connection process or how a connection is established using the TCP or the Transmission Control Protocol. Alright, so let's get started, and I hope you're ready because it's really exciting. Alright, so the first thing you might be asking yourself is, what exactly is a three-way handshake? Well, a three-way handshake is a method that is used in the TCP/IP or the Transmission Control Protocol / Internet Protocol network to create a connection between a local host and a client and a server. Alright, now your server could be your target depending on whether or not you're performing a scan, but we'll be getting into that. Now, as I said, one of the most important things that that is included in the TCP header are the TCP flags. Alright, so the TCP flags are used to indicate the type of packet that is being sent. Now let's look at the TCP flags. This is very important because we'll be looking at this a lot when it comes down to Nmap. Alright, so the first TCP flag we have is the urge or the urgent, alright, and you then have your ACK, which is for acknowledge. You have your push, which is denoted by PSH. You have your RST, which is reset, SYN, which is synchronize, and you have your FIN, which is finish. They are all used to indicate the type of packet that is being sent. Right, and you'll understand this when we'll be looking at at how the TCP session is created and how the connection is established using the three-way handshake. All right, so let's look at that right now. All right, so here I have a diagram that is simply explaining the connection between a client and a server. All right, so essentially what's happening is the client initiates the connection by sending a packet to the server with the SYN. All right, the SYN is the synchronized packet. All right, so it's sending a SYN flag. So it's gonna send a packet to the server with the SYN flag. Alright, so the SYN flag is going to tell the server that the client is attempting to establish a connection. So essentially what's happening is the client is going to send a packet to the server with the SYN flag, all right? So it's saying, it's essentially, the purpose of this is it's telling the server that, hey, I want to establish a connection with you, all right? So the server will then respond to the client with a packet that has both the acknowledge and the synchronize flags, all right? So ACK is short for acknowledge. So essentially the server will respond to the client with a packet that has both the ACK or the acknowledge and the SYN flags. Alright, so essentially what's happening here is the server is going to send this packet with the two flags, the synchronize and the acknowledge flags. And what this means is that the server is acknowledging the connection. Alright, so then the client then receives the SYN and ACK flags and sends a packet back to the server with the acknowledge flag, essentially acknowledging the connection. And once that is complete, a TCP socket connection is established. Alright, so let me explain that really simply. Alright, so let's say you wanted to connect to a server. Alright, now the first thing you would do is you would send them a packet with the SYN flag. So you essentially what you're telling them is, hey, I want to connect to you. Alright, so you're sending them a synchronize flag. The server will then respond to you with the acknowledge and the synchronize flag, with a packet with the acknowledge and the synchronize flag, saying, okay, we can connect to each other. All right. You then receive the synchronize and the acknowledge packet, that you receive the packet that contains the synchronize and the acknowledge flags, and you send back to the server an acknowledge packet that contains the acknowledgement flag, essentially acknowledging the connection, and a connection is created or completed. All right. So moving on to to a simple diagram that I have here. I'm not sure you can read it. If you can just look at how the connection goes through here. This is also a very good way of understanding how the three-way handshake works when it comes down to TCP. Showing you how a connection is established between a connection and a server. All right. So I hope this was a very simple way of me essentially explaining to you, and you've understood how the three-way handshake works, because it is very important, especially given the TCP flags, because we'll be looking at actually using them when we'll be working with Nmap. All right, so that was how the three-way handshake works and how a connection is established using the TCP/IP. All right, so that's going to be it for this lecture, and I'll be seeing you in the next video. Hey guys, Hacksploit here, back again with another video, and in this video we're going to be looking at information gathering with online tools. Now, as I mentioned before, information gathering is the most essential step of a penetration test, and it's really important to have a good idea of what your target is, how they're set up, what network they're running, and if you're targeting a website, learning more information about who registered the domain, what services are running behind the website in terms of web services. Is it running? Is there a content management system running? Etc. All right. So I'm currently on Kali Linux right now, and I'm going to be showing you online tools in this video. So you probably already know them, but if you do not worry. They will be linked in the resources section of this lecture. The first website that I'm going to be showing you, and that is my favorite, is DNSstuff.com. All right. So DNSstuff.com allows you to enumerate or to gather information in regards to DNS reconnaissance, and obviously allows you to perform a whois lookup on your domain or IP address. All right. So the other great thing is it offers a toolbox, which we'll be getting to very shortly. But before we get into doing anything with the toolbox, let me show you the other website, which is Netcraft. All right, so Netcraft, as you know, is a site that's been there for a while now, and gives you a comprehensive overview of what exactly is running on the website, and we'll be looking at it shortly. All right, so let's get started with DNS stuff. Now, I'm not going to be going through everything because again, it's pretty self-explanatory as to what each of these dialog boxes allows you to do. And when we talk about DNS reports, if I just type in my website right here, hsploit.com, it is going to generate some DNS information in regards to my website. All right. So as you can see, DNS report information. So give it a few seconds to load, and Just give it a few seconds to load here. It shouldn't take too much time. There we are. All right, so it's going to start giving us information about our parent zone DNS servers, which, as you can see, for my website are Cloudflare, which protect my website. So all my name servers go through Cloudflare, and you have other information in regards to the open DNS servers being used, etc., etc. All right, so that will give you information in regards to DNS, so you can check that out for yourself. Now, going back here, if we look at the other scan that we can perform, which is the whois lookup, so we can perform a whois lookup for my website. So as you know, whois lookup will generate all and any information in regards to a domain. All right, so let me just click on that, and it will generate that information for us. So there we are. As you can see, it's going to tell you when the domain was created, when it was updated, the whois server from which the information was gathered, the name servers which we have looked at before, which is Cloudflare, and the contact information. Now, as you can see, for myself, it will give my name right here, but all the other information is eradicated for privacy, and that's because I chose to have that with my domain. And this is also another important test. For example, if you're performing a penetration test on a website and you've started with information gathering, usually if the person who registered the domain did not sign up for domain privacy, information like their contact details and address will be available here, will be open source and available to anyone who performs this scan. So you can see how valuable that type of information is. So once, let me just go back here. And if I go to the toolbox, which is right here, the toolbox has a wide variety of tools that I'm sure you'll find really, really helpful. So if we take a look at them here, so you can see you can perform, you can check for DNS, for DNS report. You can perform whois lookup on IP whois lookup. You can look at SSL examination, adding the port just to test whether the site has SSL and what certificate it's using. You can then look at the domain tools, which will again will generate a DNS report if you wanted to, SSL examination, TLD, sorry. You then have your IP tools, which are right here, which allows you to perform a ping, reverse DNS lookup. You have your country tool, which will allow you to generate IP ranges for a specific country, etc., etc. So overall, DNSstuff.com is pretty much my go-to place for all of the tools. Essentially, when I want it to be running autonomously or automatically, this is where I go, because it generates all the information that I need really, really quickly. All right. Now, when it comes down to websites specifically, I use Netcraft. This essentially allows me to understand what is running behind a website. So, for example, if I was to run a simple site here like elgonstudios.com, that is a domain that I own, and again, it's not I don't use it very often, but it's a site that I just happen to have. And again, all my websites are protected by Cloudflare, so it's going to tell me what IP address the website's server is being hosted on. All right, it's going to tell me, if we just go back down here into the web trackers, it's going to tell me what web trackers have been identified. So for right now, you can see I have a CDN, Google Analytics, all important information. As for my HTTP accelerator, you can see I'm using Cloudflare. PHP is running on the website, so that will give you a good idea of what is running in terms of the server-side technologies. You have JavaScript. You have your client-side scripting frameworks, you have Bootstrap running, you have jQuery. So again, it's letting you know what frameworks are running on the website. So really, really awesome. Whether you have a content delivery network and you have web gallery, web stats, character encoding. Let's see what some more important information. HTML5, very, very important, and the CSS usage. No content management system like Joomla or WordPress. So again, that's something that you might find really, really important. As for the IP address, it'll give you that right here, the domain registrar, which, as I said, all my websites are protected from. And you have your reverse DNS information, the DNS administrator, email, all that good stuff. So again, this is a fantastic website that allows you to check or to perform information gathering on your target, whether it be an IP address or a domain. Alright, so that's going to be it for this video. In the next video, we're going to be looking at how to harvest emails with the harvester and how to essentially grab emails that belong to a specific domain. Alright, so that's going to be it for this video, and I'll be seeing you in the next video. Hey guys, Hackexploit here, back again with another video. In this video, we're going to be looking at the emails using the harvester. Alright, so as I mentioned in the previous video, gathering information about your target is very important. And one of the facets of this section includes and involves the gathering of email addresses that belong to a specific website, domain or company. Alright, and again, this can be very important or can prove to be very important when performing a social engineering attack. Let me explain or let me give you a simple example. Let's say we wanted to hack the BBC website, and this is a completely hypothetical situation. Getting emails that belong to the website or getting emails to employees or employee emails, we can actually use these emails to send them a malicious software, which when executed on their computer can give us access to that computer, etc., etc. Of course, I've made it really very simple, but you get the idea. Having the emails of the employees of the company, employees working at the company, can be very, very useful because they can give us direct access to people who are actually in contact with hardware there and software. Alright, so let's get started. And by default, the harvester is pre-installed in Kali Linux and in any other penetration testing distribution, so don't worry about that. So just open up your terminal, and if you just look at the current status right now, you can see that if we were to go and type in the harvester, alright, so the harvester like so, and just type that in, you can see we're going to have some options that it's going to give us. Now, the most important option that you need to understand here is this. Alright, now I'm going to be going through all the options that it does provide. Let me just expand this so you can see what's going on. Alright, so the D argument or option is the most important one because it allows us to specify a domain name or to search for a company name. You then have your data sources, which allow you to search from different data sources. You have Google, you have Bing, PGP, LinkedIn, Google Profiles, Twitter, Google+, just being amongst the favorites. My favorites are Google and LinkedIn, and I'll explain what that means in a second. And of course, you can also use all the data sources. Alright, you can then use the other commands or options, which I'll not go through right now because these are more of an advanced option and have nothing to do with the actual searching. You then have the limit. Alright, so the L command or option allows you to limit the number of results to work with. So for example, if I was to say 100, that means it would return 100 emails or 100 results of whatever it has been able to gather. Okay, so if we look at the examples here that is given us, you can see that we start up the harvester by typing in the harvester, and we use the D command. The Microsoft.com website is then listed, which we'll use it as an example, and I'll also show you another website. We then have the L command, which is the amount of results you want to be displayed, and then B for the data source, and you can use the H command, which as you can see over here allows you to use the Shodan database. So if you don't know what a Shodan database is Shodan is essentially a search engine that allows you to search for Internet of Things, and essentially a very advanced search engine. It's something that I've taken a look at later on in this course. Alright, but for now we'll keep it really, really simple. So what we're going to do is we're just going to start up the harvester. So the harvester, and we're going to use D, and now we specify the domain or the company website. So for example, we'll try bbc.com. Alright, and we'll specify results of up to 100. Alright, just keeping it really simple. Again, you can change this to whatever you want, and the data source being Google. Alright, so we're not going to specify anything, so let's hit enter and let's see what results the harvester is able to give us. Okay, so you can see it's going to start resolving host names, and there we are. We were not able to find any emails, but that's fine. We'll try it again with another domain. Let's try Microsoft.com. And let's see if we're able to gather any types of emails here that we can that can be helpful to us. Alright, so we were able to get one email here, and as you can see, we have We have the info.sup at Microsoft.com. That's pretty much a contact email that allows outsiders to contact Microsoft. Nothing important there. You then have the hosts that it was able to find. So you can see that we have the subdomains here. You have your news.microsoft.com with their different IP addresses, which again is extremely helpful when we're talking about information gathering. Okay, so let's try one more website just to see if we can get some more emails. All right, let me just think of one. Let's try reddit.com. All right, so the harvester, and we'll try reddit.com. Like so, and let's hit enter. Let's see if we're able to get any emails from reddit.com. All right, there we are. So we can see that we have press at reddit.com, AMA at reddit.com, and licensing at reddit.com. Again, not very special, nothing special we're able to find over here. So let's try another one. All right, just one more, just to see if we can get one result with lots of emails. Now, of course, with if you're performing a penetration test then, and you have a client website, you will obviously, if you're able to find emails, then again, that is something that you can report as well to your employer. All right, so if we run this command again, and let me try one of my websites. All right, let me just try my website here. My website should show no email address gathered because I have actually protected myself from it. So as you can see, I only have one domain, which is hsploit.com, and no emails were able to be found. Let me just try and see if I can find a website here that we can actually use that should have something that we could use. Let me just think here. We can try one more. Let me try goal.com. All right, goal.com is it's a site that I visit often. It's a football website. So let's see what emails we're able to gather here. Nothing at all. But anyway, you get the idea. Performing this on your target website or your employer's website can be really helpful, and it'll give you insight as to what attackers can actually access when it comes down to email addresses for customers or employees for employees working for that company. That being said, that's going to be it for this video, and I'll be seeing you in the next video. Hey guys, Hackersploit here, back again with another video, and in this video I'm going to be showing you how to perform a whois lookup on Kali Linux. Alright, so when it comes down to gathering whois information, as I mentioned in the previous video, we looked at how to gather whois information using online tools like dnsstuff.com and the Netcraft toolbar. Now again, those are very, very good tools, but again, it is also very important to understand how to perform this information scanning techniques on Kali Linux or on your pen test operating system or distribution. Alright, so with Kali Linux, it's really very simple. And if you're not understanding right now what whois lookup really is or what it deals with, it's really very simple. A whois lookup is essentially you asking the internet, or you asking the online database or any database. You're essentially looking up, right? So you're saying who is this domain, or who is this domain registered to? Can you tell me some more information about this domain? All right, so to get started, all you have to do is just type in the whois information. All right, now this is a very, very advanced tool, and the reason I'm saying that is because I'm not going to go through how to use it completely. I'm just going to show you how to get the information that you're looking at, or the information that you're the most interesting, and information that is going to help you in your penetration test. Alright, so let's say you have a domain that you want to perform a whois lookup on, and you want to get an understanding of what exactly this website, what's going on with this website. You want to know what hosting company it's registered to. You want to get some information about who registered the domain, etc., etc. Alright, so to do this, we just type in whois, and I'm going to be using my website. Alright, so hsploit.com. Now, I already have security features in place, which is again something that you should be taking away from this, is that again, you can protect yourself from information gathering scans like this. And I'll show you that in a few seconds. So if I type in whois and my website, you can see the scan is going to complete. And if we just scroll all the way to the top, we have the results here. All right, so it's going to tell you your domain name, which is hsploit.com, the registry domain, the registrar, whois server, that's really not important, the update date, the creation date, and the registry expiry date of the domain is very important. So you can see when this domain was was bought, when it was active, when it was updated, and when the expiration date is. All right. You then have the registrar, abuse, contact, email, and phone, which is again I have blocked just to give my website privacy. And then it's going to give you additional information like the name servers, which will give you a better understanding of what type of system is running behind the website, and is if any, is there any protection system in front of the website, or is there any firewall that is blocking or is protecting the website. That being said, that is how to perform a simple whois lookup with Kali Linux. It's a very, very important skill to know, because it gives you an idea of what the domain, what's going on with the domain. If I just type in again whois.com here and I use bbc.com, it'll give us information in regards to the bbc.com domain. And as you can see, we have much more information now, and this is because it is fully legal. You can see that we have the domain name, you have the registrant name, the registrant city, so we have an idea of what's going on here. So you can see that that this was registered to a hosting company in Canada. All right, so we've got that idea. We then have the admin phone, you have the admin email right here. You have the province, all of that good stuff, and the name servers, which are very, very important. All right, so that is how to perform a simple whois lookup. And as you can see, it's really very simple, and you can switch from domain to domain, just gathering enough information about your domain before you actually perform any type of attack on your target. That being said, that's going to be it for this video, and I'm going to be seeing you in the next video. Hello everyone, and welcome to this lecture. In this lecture, we're going to be downloading and installing Nmap on Windows. Alright, so before we get started, I just want to point something out. Now, Nmap from the beginning was mainly developed for Linux, or with Linux in mind. Now, over the years, Nmap has actually focused down on Windows, and have updated their Nmap version or binaries for Windows. And essentially, from my research and from other people's research, or other people in the community, it is known that the Windows version is as fast as the Linux version. So if you're using Windows, you can also use Nmap on Windows, and you can go through the course exactly the same way. All right, so let's get started. So the first thing you want to do is, obviously, we need to get the file downloaded, or the setup file downloaded. And in order to do that, you just want to open up your browser and head over to nmap.org. All right, so it's really very simple. So nmap.org, that's the website. And it's a fairly really simple website. And in order to download it, just go ahead to this, you can choose to go through the download page directly, or you can just go to the Nmap release notes right here, or the release log that states that the latest version is 7.60 as of this recording, but any changes made will also be made to the course in case there are any important updates. All right, so you can choose to download it directly from here, or you can go to the download section right there. We're just going to click here. All right, and it's going to take us to the download page. And it's fairly simple, but a fairly clogged website, and you might get a bit confused. But don't worry, you want to go to this bold sentence right here. Whoops, let me just go back there. And it's going to tell you the latest stable release self-installer. So this is an executable file, all right? And it's very important that you understand that if you're running Windows, I would recommend that you use the executable file, because it will allow you to use the Nmap framework, or the Nmap tools in the command line. All right, so just click on this right here, and it's going to prompt you to download the file. So it's about 26 megabytes, really, really small. I have mine downloaded, so we're going to go to the installation process. So I'm going to minimize my browser, and I have my file saved on my desktop right here. So I'm just going to run it, and let's go through the installation. So it's going to ask you for administrator privileges, grant it. And now we can go through the setup wizard, which is very, very simple. So I'm going to agree to the terms. Now, very important, it's going to give you an option to select the components that you want to install. It's very, very important that you select everything. All right. Now, as you can see, it gives you the option to install ZenMap. We're going to be going through ZenMap in this course, so I would recommend that you tick that and make sure that everything is ticked here, especially npcap. All right. So As you can see, when you hover over it, it tells you that npcap is required for most nmap scans unless it's already installed. So it's very, very important that you check everything, and I would recommend that you leave it that way. All right, so just hit next, and it's going to prompt you to select your destination folder. That's fine with me. I'm going to hit install, and the installation process should be fairly simple and really, really quick. All right, so we're almost done here. Just give it its time. Shouldn't take too much time at all, and we will be ready to go. Right? All right, so now it's going to ask me to, it's going to prompt me to go through the npcap setup. So again, this is very, very important. So I'm going to hit agree, and it's going to ask me for the installation options here. So automatically start npcap at driver boot time. Yes, I would recommend that you leave that on, so you don't have to start it whenever you want to use nmap. All right, so you can restrict npcap's driver for the administrator accounts only, but I would not recommend that you click on that. All right, so you can support RAW 802.11, so that is a wireless standard, and monitor mode. So this is if you have a specific network adapter, more specifically an adapter that allows you to perform packet sniffing, and a network card that allows, again, it allows the monitor mode to be turned on. All right, so what I would recommend is that you just leave these unchecked, because these are very special settings for very special circumstances. So just hit install, and it's going to take you through the install of the npcap driver. All right, again, this shouldn't take too much time at all, but this is the most important step. Otherwise, nmap won't work at all. All right, so it looks like we are almost ready here to go. All right, so the npcap setup is complete. Finish. All right, and it's going to complete the nmap setup. And what we want to do is just hit next, and it's going to prompt you asking you if you want a shortcut on your desktop, or if you want one on your start menu. I'm going to like both, so I'm going to hit next and finish. Excellent. So as you can see, it's given me a shortcut on my desktop for ZenMap. So we're going to be looking at that in future videos, but for now we want to actually go through the command line interface, which is the most important, because we're going to be looking at all the commands that we can use, right? So open up your command prompt, or if you don't have it already on your taskbar, which I'm guessing you do not, what you want to do is you just want to go onto your start menu, or you want to use your keyboard shortcut, your Windows button or your Windows key plus R, and it's going to prompt up your run service box right here, and you just want to hit CMD, all right, and just hit OK, and it's going to open up your command prompt. Excellent. All right, so now we can get started. So in order to perform a quick test to make sure that everything's installed, all we have to do is just hit nmap, and it's going to print out some text here, which is essentially the manual or a command line manual that it comes with, and essentially this is all the options that you can use. So do not be overwhelmed at all. We'll be going through all of this. So nmap is successfully installed, and you can actually run one more command to check the version that you have installed. So nmap-v or -v, which is nmap for version, and it's going to print out the version of nmap that you have currently installed. I'm just going to hit that, and as you can see, we have nmap 7.60. Excellent. So we have nmap installed on Windows, and in the next lecture, we're going to be looking at how to install it on Linux. I'll be seeing you in the next lecture. Hello everyone, and welcome to this lecture. In this lecture, we're going to be installing nmap on Linux. Right now, before we get started, I just want to throw out a disclaimer. This will work on any Linux distribution that you have running and installed. All right. So I'm currently running Ubuntu, which is a Debian based distribution. You could be running Fedora, and I'm going to be showing you how to install it on Fedora as well. All right. So it's really very simple. We can install everything using the package managers that come with our distributions. So everything happens in the terminal. Now I've already got root access. So again, I really just like working in root when I'm installing software. So you can use your package manager or that you have installed on your Linux distribution, or you can just use the normal command line method. All right, so, or the terminal method as it were. So let's get started. So with Debian, which is what I have running here, let me just drag that there. There we are. All right, so what we're going to be using is we're going to be using the Aptitude Package Manager. So if you're familiar with Linux, you'll probably already know what I'm talking about. But if you're not familiar with Linux, don't worry. It's essentially a package manager that allows you to install software. All right, so apt get install nmap. All right, that's the command that we're going to be using to get nmap installed. Now, if you're running Fedora or a Fedora-based distribution, what you can do is you can use the command yum. All right, so that's the package manager. So yum install nmap. All right, so that's how you go about installing nmap on a Fedora-based distribution. So let's go back to using our Aptitude Package Manager, which is what I'm guessing most of you are going to be using, because I would guess that most of you are running a Debian-based operating system or a Debian-based distribution of Linux. All right, so apt-get install, nmap. All right, and just hit enter, and it'll automatically be installed. You don't need to add anything to your repositories because nmap is already it already exists in the Debian and the Fedora repositories. So it's going to prompt you to download files. So just hit yes or a Y and hit enter, and it's going to start the download process. Now, depending on the speed of your internet connection, it'll take as much time as it needs. So let it download and let it install for you. And once it's installed, we can actually get started with testing it. All right, so give it a few seconds. Shouldn't take too much time at all. Let me just expand this so we have a better picture of what's going on. All right, so again, give it a few seconds. It shouldn't take too much time at all. It's about 30 megabytes of data that needs to be downloaded. Please do pardon my internet connection speed. It may be affecting the download here. All right, there we are. Looks like it's downloaded. And give it a few seconds. All right, there we are. It's going to start unpacking the libraries, or essentially what it's doing is it's installing it. Okay. All right. All right. So once it's installed, what we can do is we can just test to see everything's working. All right, so it's really very simple. Let me just clear up my terminal, and how I'm going to test it is I'm just going to use nmap, and if I hit enter, it should display something. There we are. It's going to display the options, or rather the help menu that contains all the options that you can use in terms of the commands for the different types of scans that you can perform. All right, so the other way you can test whether it's installed is to check the version that is installed, and we can do that using the standard syntax. You should get pretty used to this. To perform any nmap scan, everything has to start with nmap. All right, so nmap, and we use our first command. That's the first command we're learning, and the command is how to check the version of nmap that is installed. So nmap-v. All right, and once I hit enter, it's going to display the nmap version that is currently installed. There we are. Fantastic. All right. So that's going to be it for this lecture. I'll be seeing you in the next lecture. Hello everyone and welcome to this lecture. In this lecture, we're going to be looking at how to install ZenMap on Linux. All right. So as you already know, ZenMap comes pre-packaged with Nmap on Windows, but on Linux, you have to actually download it separately. All right. So if you don't know what ZenMap is, it is simply put a GUI based version of Nmap. All right. So it gives you GUI functionality, which makes things a whole lot easier. But as I said, it is very, very important to learn the fundamentals of Nmap. But having said that, let me show you how to install it. So again, it'll work on any distribution, whether you're using Debian, Fedora, or even an Arch-based distribution of Linux. So you use your package manager. In this case, I'm using the Aptitude Package Manager. Apt get install and ZenMap. All right, very, very easy. And once that's done, again, it's automatically added to the repositories of any Debian distribution or any of the Linux distributions. All right. So it's a very, very popular and very powerful network scanning tool. So it's going to ask you to download the files that are required. So I'm going to hit yes, and it's going to connect and start downloading the files. Again, depending on the speed of your internet connection, it can take, a few seconds up to a few minutes. Hopefully you don't have as bad as a connection as I do at the moment. But again, it is a relatively quick process and shouldn't take too much time at all. All right, so we're almost done here, just getting the files downloaded. All right, there we are, 24 seconds and 95.7 kilobytes per second. So yeah, that's not the best speed there. All right, so now it's going to unpack the files. All right, there we are, almost done. So again, installing it separately with Linux is quite nice because it gives you the ability to modularize how you want these services installed. Again, on Linux, you don't have to install any special driver. As I said, Nmap was designed, the Nmap framework or the Nmap tool was designed on Linux for Linux. And again, it works really, really great with Linux. All right, so the download and installation is complete. What we can do to launch it is you can launch it from your terminal, or you can go ahead and launch it from your application launcher if your distribution or your desktop environment has one. So you can search for it right here. So ZenMap, I'm on Ubuntu, and there we are. It is there. So if I click on it, just give it a few seconds. I do beg you a pardon. That is because I'm running this distribution on a virtual machine and it could be quite slow. All right, so if it gives you this, it's very important. This is also something that you need to take into account. So it's going to say a non-root user. You're trying to run ZenMap with a non-root user. Some Nmap options need root privileges. All right, so don't worry about that. What this essentially means is that if you want to use the full functionality, you should launch it from root. All right, so what you would do is just go and hit ZenMap and from root, obviously, and it would give you the ability to use everything. All right, so here is ZenMap. Let me just close the terminal, and there we are, a fantastic GUI tool. And we'll be going through this. I've dedicated an entire section in the course to how to use ZenMap because, again, it does really, really help with efficiency and productivity. All right, so that's going to be it for this lecture. I'll be seeing you in the next lecture. Hello everyone and welcome to this lecture. In this lecture, we're going to get started with scanning. More specifically, we're going to be looking at how to perform a single scan, or we're going to be looking at how to perform a scan on a single target. All right, so let's get started. Now, hopefully you've set up your environment and your penetration testing lab, and hopefully you have a target. In this case, I'm going to be using Metasploitable 2, and it is what I recommend for the course. Right, so let's get started. Now you can do this on Windows or on Linux. I'm going to be doing this through Kali Linux because it's more in tune with penetration testing. All right, so I want you to open up a terminal. Okay, let me just open that up. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to increase the font size. All right, so we're scanning for a single target. Now in this case, I'm going to be scanning Metasploitable 2, the Metasploitable 2 virtual machine that is running on my local network. Okay, so if I go to my Metasploitable 2 virtual machine and let me just start it up like so. All right, so I'm going to run the ifconfig command to find the local IP address for the virtual machine so that we can scan it. Okay, so I'm going to hit enter, and there we are. If we look at the inet address, which is the local address on my local area network, it's 192.168.1.107. Now this could be or should be different for you depending on what type of router you're using and what IP ranges you have set up. All right, so I've got the IP now, and we're going to scan it with Nmap. All right, so as we've said before, Nmap is really easy to start up. All we need to do is use the Nmap command, and now we can enter our target. All right, so entering our target with no options or with no commands really, we'll perform a basic scan on the target. All right, so let me show you what I mean. So if I enter the IP address for the Metasploitable 2 virtual machine, which is 192.168.1.107, it'll perform a basic scan. Remember, we're not using any commands or any options here. Okay, So if I just hit enter, it's going to start a scan and immediately it will return the results. And this is why I was really encouraging you to use Metasploitable 2, because it gives you a very good idea of what a scan is, how it is comprised, and how we can get along with all of this. All right, so that is how to perform a scan on a single target. Right, so the syntax is very simple, right? We have the nmap command, which starts the nmap, which starts nmap, and then which is then followed by our target, right? Now, our target could be an IP address, it could be a website, for example. And again, if you do not use any commands or options, it will perform a basic scan. Now, let's look at something very, very interesting. Once we have started the scan, it's going to give us some information. So it's going to give us information about the nmap version, and it's going to give us a timestamp here. So 2018, the 16th of January 2018, and the time. All right. Now, looking at the scan report, it's going to give you the scan report, and it's going to start up with whether or not the host is up, whether or not the IP address is currently up, and the latency connection to the IP address, which, as you can see, is very, very small, which means the connection is very, very good. Now, by default, nmap will scan for 1,000 ports. Okay, 1,000 of the most common ports. As you can see, it has scanned 977. It has scanned 1,000, and it has returned more than you can see over there. So, in terms of the results, it has returned information, and the way it's sorted is firstly from the port, right? And then the state of the port, which can be open, filtered, or closed, right? And the service running on that port. Now, it's very important to understand the different ports in networking and the services that run on these ports. For example, we know that port 21 is the FTP port. We know that port 22 is SSH, and so on and so forth, right? So it's very, very important to know how the information will be sorted and displayed to you. All right. So the port is simply the port number or the protocol, the state of the port, which is again the status of the port, and the service, which is the type of service that is running on the port. All right. So as I've said, a default nmap scan will check for 1,000 TCP IP ports. All right. And then depending on depending on the results got from the host, the ports can be open, closed, or filtered or unfiltered. Okay. So that is how to perform a scan on a single target. And in the next lecture, we'll be looking at how to perform scans on multiple targets. All right. So I'll see you in the next lecture. Hello everyone, and welcome to this lecture. In this lecture, we're going to be looking at scanning multiple targets. All right. So in the previous lecture, we looked at how to scan a single target. Now we are going to look at how to scan multiple targets. Now it is possible in nmap to scan more than one target or hosts at the same time. All right. So let's see how we can do that. Firstly, with the syntax. Now, please note that we're not using any commands right now. I'm just showing you how one would go about scanning, two targets at the same time or multiple targets at the same time. All right. So let's get started now. As I said, I already have my Metasploitable 2 virtual machine running. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm running Windows as my host operating system. So I'm just going to find out the IP address, and I'm going to scan for my Windows machine, and I'm also going to perform a scan on my Metasploit machine. All right, because I want to tie together two IP addresses or two hosts. All right, so I'm just going to check IP config in my command line for Windows, and that will return IPv4 address, my local IPv4 address, which is 192.168.1.104. All right, excellent. Let's move into Kali Linux again. And the syntax is really very simple, as we already know it is. So we start off with nmap, and the syntax then is very simple. You have your two targets. In this case, we are starting off with the Windows, with my host operating system, which is 1.104, and we give a space. All right. So you just have to give a space between your targets. So which is then followed by the Metasploitable virtual machine IP address 0.1.107. All right, which is the IP address there. And that is how to scan for multiple targets. Now, you can increase the amount of targets that you want to scan by just using a space. And once you're ready, just hit enter. and it's going to start the scan. Of course, depending on the type of operating system that your target or your host is running, it could take a bit of time, depending on how the latency is and a lot of factors. But regardless of that, it's going to return the results, as you can see, and we can just move upwards. And now the great thing is that it sorts the information or the output or the results for us. Okay, so firstly, as you can see, it gives you the information, the basic information that we looked at, and it has started the scan with the first one as in the order that we initiated the scan. So the Windows operating system first, and as you can see, it has returned these ports with their their according services that are running on the ports. All right, so we have the SSH port, the HTTPS, and the other ports that come with a Windows operating system. So realistically speaking, the Windows operating system is quite safe just by looking at the ports, right? Now, looking at the scan results from the Metasploitable 2 virtual machine, as you can see, which we already got previously, we can see that this does indeed return the results that we got previously, and that is how one would go about scanning for multiple targets. All right, so again, since all the targets are on the same subnet, if you have added them on the same subnet, you can use a comma to separate them, and you can add different types of results. Now, what I mean is, instead of scanning the way we did using the syntax that we did, if your two computers are on the same subnet, what you can do is you can launch an nmap scan and use the network range. All right, so 168.1.1.104. All right, so I want to scan 104 and also want to scan 107. So I use a comma and 107. All right, so it understands that they're on the same subnet and is going to scan the next IP address that obviously is identified with 107. So if I hit enter, it's going to return the same results that we had. Obviously, it's going to scan for the Windows machine first, and then it's going to move on to the Metasploitable 2 virtual machine. All right. So again, it'll probably take about 15 seconds, similar to the previous way that we scanned. There we are. This time it took 16 seconds, and indeed it has returned the results as we wanted them or as we needed them. Okay. So as you can see, it's returned the results there, and it has also returned the results for the returned the results for the Metasploitable 2 machine there. So that is how to scan for multiple targets with the different types of syntax, depending on whether or not the devices or your computers are on the same subnet. But if they're not, you can go about scanning the two different hosts in that way, where you use the space instead of the comma. All right, so that's going to be it for this lecture. In the next lecture, we're going to be looking at how to scan a range of addresses or a range of hosts or targets. All right, so I'll see you in the next lecture. Hello everyone, welcome to this lecture. In this lecture, we're going to be looking at how to scan a range of IP addresses. Alright, so why is this important? Well, the reason this is important is because scanning a range of IP addresses is good for target specification. Now, what do I mean? It simply can be used to scan, to specify, let's say you wanted to scan your entire network, and obviously you specify it with a range that you want to specify. Obviously, again, as you can see, this is where it really gets good with target specification. So let's say I only wanted to scan a specific range of IP addresses. Let's say I had configured a subnet and a subnet that runs under certain circumstances, and I wanted to scan a range of IPs that belong to that subnet. So this is where this would come really, really handy. Now, before we get started, I just want to show you guys a quick little command that will help you a lot as you try and master nmap. Okay, so this command is really very simple. It is the nmap help command. All right, so you simply open it up with nmap and you use the help, which is obviously beginning with the 2 dashes. All right, and if I hit enter, essentially it's going to return this long list of information. Now, this may seem really, really confusing, and you may be asking yourself, well, wow, this is a lot to take in. Well, the truth is, you just have to look at it, and you shouldn't really focus on learning what each of these commands does. As you can see, it is specifying the different types of commands you can use and it is categorized under, categories like scan techniques, port specification, and scan order. We'll be looking at all of this. But it is very important after you've gone through the course, if you look back here, you'll start seeing that you understand what each of these commands is doing. Alright, so I would really encourage you to go through this and understand it as well, because it will really help you, especially moving forward as you look to master Nmap. Alright, so let's get started now with scanning a range of IP addresses. Now, I have a local area network, alright, and on my local area network, I have about, you can say I have, I have mobile devices, I have tablets, I have computers, and of course the computer that I'm currently working on. Now, if I opened up the ifconfig command, alright, this would display what my IP address is. Alright, so we really don't care what this IP address is because we are not scanning this. We want to scan a range of IP addresses. Okay, so let's say on our, let me just clear that out. On our local area network or on your network, you want to scan a specific range of IP addresses. How would you go about doing this? Alright, so on my network, I have actually created a subnet where I have two routers, alright? So on my first router, that I use for my Wi-Fi connection. On my second connection, I created a subnet that runs under a different IP range, and I'll explain that right now. Alright, so let's get started. So in order to obviously use the command, we have to start it off with nmap, and then we specify the range. Now, probably you already know what your default gateway is. Your default gateway is the IP address structure, and it's going to be pretty much similar here. So 192.168, all right, and 0.1. Now this is where I specified my own subnet. All right, usually with routers they go about 0 and 1, okay, and then you specify the range. But with mine, I'm using a 1.1, and then here is where you specify the range. All right, so let's say you had you can, depending on the size of your network, I would recommend that you scan for a range of 100. That will probably make sure that you discover all the devices on your network. Now, as I've stated before, on my network, I use DHCP, which means that my IP addresses are randomly, all the devices are randomly given different types of IP addresses, and that is to help with security. So I'll go for a larger range, like 200, alright? And as you can see, we're not specifying any commands, which means it's just going to perform a normal scan, the most basic of scans. So once I hit enter, this will scan all the IP addresses on my network range, and will obviously, if it discovers a computer, it's going to scan it and it's going to return the results. So let's hit enter, and for some reason I'm not getting a result. All right, so I can actually show you my mistake here. Again, it's very important to get syntax right. So my mistake was not specifying the range properly. So 1 to 200. All right, that's how you properly assign a range that you want to scan. So I'm going to hit enter again. And it's probably going to take a long time because there are 200 IPs that it has to scan through. And out of all of those IPs, it is probably only going to discover about like 6 or 8 because those are the amount of devices on my network. So I'll get back to you when the scan is complete. Alright, so the scan is complete and it has returned, as you can see the results here. I'll give you a summary of the scan results. So nmap done, 200 IP addresses. It scanned for 200 IP addresses because we specified the range, and it'll give us information about the amount of hosts that were up. So essentially I only have 4 devices that are currently online, and that is true. Okay, so let's see what devices it returned. So this is where the scan began, and the first scan was it actually detected my router. So as you can see here, the services that are running on the different ports. So we have our SSH port, our telnet port, which is always good to see on a router, and that is something again that you really want to look at closing. Alright, now looking at the other computers, this is my other workstation, and as you can see, this is probably a Windows operating system because it has a lot of Microsoft services running on the different ports specified. Okay, and finally we have this computer right here, which is again, it's also running Windows, but I'm running Kali Linux on a virtual machine. I don't have Metasploitable 2 currently running, so again, it's not going to detect that. So again, that is how to scan for a range of IP addresses, and you can experiment with the different ranges that you have on your network, and this will really come in handy for specialized networks where you have a different type of ranges. For example, if in an enterprise environment where you would have different IP ranges for administrative computers, different for employee computers, etc., etc. All right, so that's going to be it for this lecture. In the next lecture, we're going to be looking at how to scan entire subnets. All right, so I'll be seeing you in the next lecture. Hello everyone and welcome to this lecture. In this lecture, we're going to be looking at how to scan an entire subnet. All right, so let's get started. Now, as we mentioned, or as I mentioned previously in the previous video, we looked at IP ranges. Now, the thing with subnets is obviously a subnet is a subdivision of a network. All right, now I have two subnets on my network, and they're very, very simple to understand, and I'm pretty sure you already understand this. My first subnet is 192.168.0.1, all right, and my second one is 192.168.1.1, and which is what we looked at previously. This is the subnet that I use for all my computers and for my office, right? The other subnet is for my Wi-Fi network, and is again, I really like to keep it for wireless connectivity. All right, so if I wanted to scan an entire subnet, what this would mean is I would have to use the inter-domain routing. All right, so essentially we can do this really simply. So I'm going to try and scan my Wi-Fi network. So nmap, all right, 192.1.168, but in this stead I'm going to use 0.0. That is the other subnet, and then I would specify 0.1, and then I specify the subnet, which is the subnet mask is 255.255.255.0, which is also denoted by the /24. And essentially this will scan all 256 IP addresses under the subnet and will return which hosts are currently up and the ports that are opened, filtered, closed, and the services running on them. And again, since we're not using any commands, it's going to assume, or nmap is going to perform a very basic scan. So once I hit enter, it's obviously going to start up the scan, and the scan is going to take quite a while because it's going to scan through all the 256 IP addresses. So again, I'll get back to you when the scan is complete. All right, so the scan is complete and it has returned results. So let's take a look at what it returned. So it scanned the subnet, and as you can see, it scanned the entire subnet, which was 256 IP addresses, and it detected that only 4 hosts were up in the time of 102 seconds. All right, so not too long there. And there we are. So it has returned results for the devices that are currently on my Wi-Fi network. And as you can see, there we are. These are the ports and the services, the respective services that are running over there. And as you can see, this is perfect. It has scanned every device under the subnet that I specified it to. And again, I can specify the different subnet. For example, if I wanted to specify my older or the subnet that I use for my office, I can do that, and it will return all the IP addresses under that subnet. All right, so that's how to scan an entire subnet. Of course, this is quite simple to do, and as you can see, I hope you're learning a lot out of this and how to differentiate subnets from an IP range, and really it comes to how your network is structured, or how the organization network is structured. And once you have a good idea of how that all works, performing scans or specialized scans is going to be really, really awesome. And we'll be looking at how to incorporate commands with them to perform very, very specialized scans on targets, hosts, subnets, or IP ranges. All right, so I'll see you in the next lecture. Hello everyone and welcome to this lecture. In this lecture, we're going to be looking at how to scan a list of targets. Now, you might be sitting there asking yourself, what exactly do you mean? Well, let's take an example, all right? Let's say you have a large number of systems or IP addresses that you want to scan, all right? So you can enter all of these IP addresses, in a list, in a TXT file, and then you can input that into Nmap and perform the scan from there. So again, you might be asking yourself, well, why is this important? Well, take in, for instance, you have a certain amount, a certain IP addresses that let's say for example are running or are actually servers, and you want to be performing regular scans on them to make sure that everything is, you know, in order, making sure that the ports are correctly configured, etc., etc. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to do this right now. As you can see, I'm in my terminal. Now you can do this in any operating system that you choose to run. All I encourage you to do is to create the list in your working directory. In my case, I'm going to do that in my desktop. So I'm going to change my directory to the desktop. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to create a new file here. All right, so I'm just going to minimize that. And again, you can use any text editor that you want. So I'm going to use LeafPad, which I have here. And in here I can specify the IP addresses. So it's really very simple to specify them. So let's say I specified 192.168.1.104, right? Whoops, 0.104. All right, 192.168.1.103, which is all. These are devices that are currently on my network. So let's say I only wanted to scan those two IP addresses. So let me, I'm going to save this on my desktop. All right. So desktop as, I can just call it, targets.txt, right? So .txt, that's very, very important. And I'm going to save it there and just give it a few seconds. There we are. So there's the file. So we have actually created it. And let me close the LeafPad text editor. And now you might be asking, well, what do we do now? Well, the first thing I'm going to do is I'm just going to try and see if I can get the results to print out on the terminal. So targets.txt, and there we are. We can see that the IP addresses are there. So what I'm going to do is let me just clear the terminal and we can get started with our scan. So the syntax is really very simple. All right. Now, the list has to contain IP addresses, you know, that should be scanned. And again, I give you an example. If you had special, you know, computers that you're giving high priority to, this is a great way of doing it. All right. So in this case, we're going to get started with our first command or parameter. All right. And the parameter is the IL parameter. All right. So let me show you how this works. So we started off with nmap. All right. And now we use the parameter or the command IL. So we use the dash. Now all commands are going to follow this syntax. And then we use a lowercase I followed by a large L. All right. So let me just enlarge this. Let me clear and let's do that again. So nmap I and L. All right. So the IL parameter. And then we specify the name of the list, which in this case, we know it as targets. All right, targets.txt, and we give the extension and hit enter. All right, and it's going to start nmap, as you can see. So it already knows what we're telling it to do. And given the parameter, the IL parameter is used to, it essentially tells nmap to extract the targets from the list that we have specified. So it really is telling nmap, hey, look here, I want you to take these results in this txt file, and I want you to scan them with any other parameters that you have specified, which in this case, we know we haven't specified any, so it'll perform a basic scan nonetheless. And as you can see, it has returned, and these are the two Windows computers running on my network, and it has completed the scan. As you can see, note 2 IP addresses scanned and 2 hosts were up, scanned in 17.98 seconds. And you can go ahead and analyze the results. But for now, the results are not that important because we're not really looking at that. We're just getting acquainted with nmap. All right. So that is how to perform or how to scan a list of targets. All right. And that was pretty simple. And I hope you guys get the gist. So the IL command essentially allows you to specify to nmap to get targets or IP addresses from a list that you have created. And you can also specify the location. All right, so that's going to be it for this lecture. I'll be seeing you in the next lecture. Hello everyone and welcome to this lecture. In this lecture, we're going to be looking at how to exclude targets or IP addresses from a scan. All right, so simply put, we're going to be looking at how to exclude a certain IP addresses or a specific IP address from a scan. So let's say you wanted to scan a subnet, but you wanted to exclude some IP addresses for the, for the sake of saving time, or you just want to specialize your scan onto a certain number of computers and obviously excluding one. All right. So let's get started. Now, what we are going to be doing in this lecture is I'm going to perform a scan on my subnet, which is my local area network. All right, so let me just zoom this in so we have a good picture of what's going on. All right, so essentially what I'm going to do is I'm going to scan my subnet and I'm going to exclude my Windows operating system or my current host operating system in which I'm running this virtual machine on. All right, so I'm not going to exclude my Kali Linux. Of course, it's not going to scan the own computer, but nonetheless, I'll be excluding my Windows computer so that you can see that it does work. All right, so simply put, we're going to be using the nmap command, and let me just enlarge this so we have a better idea of what's going on. So I'm going to enlarge this nmap, and now we specify the target, and then we use the parameter exclude, and then that is also followed by the target that we want to exclude. All right, so in this case, we are scanning a subnet 192.168.1, all right, 0.1 and 24, right? We're scanning the entire subnet, but again, we're excluding the Windows operating system or the Windows computer on my network. So to do that, we use the double dash and hit exclude. Very, very simple, exclude. And after that, we give the targets or the target that we want to exclude. So we could say 192.168.1.104. That is the IP address of my Windows computer that is on my network. All right. So once I hit enter, it's going to perform the scan and it's going to exclude that operating system. So let's hit enter and let's see what results we get. All right. So the scan is started and I'll get back to you when the scan is complete. All right, so the scan is complete, and as you can see, it returned the results, and it's the only devices that it managed to get on my network. And I specifically did that purposely. I only left my other Windows workstation currently online and the router, obviously. So as you can see, it did work. And just to prove that it did work, I'm just going to get rid of the exclude, right? And I'm going to try and ping my I'm going to try and scan the Windows machine that I did exclude from the scan. So I'm just going to hit enter, and you'll probably see that it will get the results. It will scan, and there, as you can see, it has got it there. Fantastic. So we know that the exclude command does work and how it works. Now looking at some other options that you can use with the exclude command. As I said, you can specify more than one target. All right. So the exclude option is very useful if you want to exclude specific hosts. Let's say when scanning a large number of addresses. All right. So let's look at an example here in which we can use this. All right. So what we're going to do now is we're going to just scan an entire subnet. So nmap again 192.168.1.1, the subnet 24, and we're going to exclude. Right now we are going to exclude a range. All right, so we've looked at ranges, at IP ranges, and how to incorporate them into your nmap scans. So let's say we wanted to exclude a range, let's say a range of 103 to 104. So essentially we're getting rid of the two Windows workstations because I know that the IPs are 104 and 103 respectively. All right, so I'm going to exclude 192.168.1, all right, 0.100. So I'm going to say 103 to 104, right? So that's the range of IPs that I'm going to exclude from the scan on the entire subnet. So once I hit enter, whoops, my mistake. I actually forgot to use the correct syntax there. So I have to use a / there, and I'm going to hit enter, and it's going to start the scan. And the results will be very, very obvious. Essentially what's going to happen is it's going to scan the entire subnet, but it's going to exclude the IP range of 103 to 104, which is essentially two IP addresses. But on my network, they account for the computers that are the two Windows computers that are running on my network. All right. So as you can see, it has returned my router and one of my mobile devices that is currently on my network right here. And yeah, that's essentially how you how to exclude a certain range of IP addresses. So that's going to be it for this lecture, and I'll be seeing you in the next lecture. Hello everyone and welcome to this lecture. In this lecture we're going to be looking at how to exclude targets using a list. Now we've actually looked at how to use a list for certain for certain specifications using Nmap. Alright, so in this lecture we're going to be looking at how to use the exclude function, but in this case we're going to be using it to exclude targets using a list that we've created. So the list will contain a list of IP addresses that you want to exclude from a certain scan that you want to perform. Alright, so I'm pretty sure you're familiar with what we're going to do. We're going to create a list that is going to contain a list of the IP addresses that we're not currently that we do not want to scan. Alright, so let's get started. So I'm just going to open up my text editor. So I'm just going to be using LeafPad. You can open up whatever one you want. And I'm just going to give a list of the IP addresses that I want to exclude from the scan. Alright, so I'm going to exclude the current host operating system, which is Windows, or the current host computer, which is Windows, which is running Windows, that is 1.104. And I'm going to also cut out my other Windows computer, which is 1.103, similar to the previous one. And we can also get rid of, that's pretty much it. We can also get rid of the router. All right, so 192.168.1.1. all right, so I'm going to save this. I'm going to save it on my desktop or in my working directory. So I'll have to actually switch. So I'm just going to call it exclude and .txt. All right, that extension is very, very important, and I'm going to hit save. All right, fantastic. Now let me just close that up, and as you can see, the txt file exists here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to change my directory to desktop. Awesome. All right, now we can get started. So essentially, if I just display the contents here, so exclude.txt, you can see that it does display the IP addresses that we have set to exclude. Now, looking at the syntax that we're going to be using, we're going to be using the nmap, obviously, followed by the targets, and then the exclude file parameter, followed by the name of the file and the extension. All right, so let's get started. So I'm going to be scanning my subnet. So 192 nmap 192.168.1.1, and in the subnet of 24, which is obviously we know is in a version. All right, so we're then going to use the exclude file. So instead of exclude, we're going to be using the exclude file parameter. So that is the exclude file. All right, let me just maximize this window. Oops, let's do that again. Let me just clear it out. So nmap, and we're scanning the subnet. So 192.168.1.124, and followed by the parameter exclude file. So exclude file. All right, and then that is followed by the list or the name of the document in which you have stored the list of IP addresses that you want to exclude. In this case, the exclude.txt. Whoops, there we are. Exclude.txt, which is on the desktop. All right, so fantastic. Now we can actually just hit enter, and this should essentially scan the entire subnet and exclude the IP addresses that we have provided in the exclude.txt file. So I'm going to hit enter, and it's going to start the scan. All right, and obviously it's going to take a few seconds. And this time, because it's going through the entire subnet and it's excluded, I have two Windows computers on my network, and I have two Linux computers. So probably one of them is up, and no, actually it's only my Samsung device and my Nexus 5X that is currently online, as you can see. So indeed, it did exclude the router IP address. So we actually, this is fantastic. We're getting to learn how we can, specialize our scans and to, just scan what we want to scan. All right. So as you can see, it's discovered my Nexus 5X device and one of my Samsung mobile devices. And there you are. Fantastic. So that is simply how to exclude targets or IP addresses from a scan using a list. Alright, so yeah, thank you so much for watching this lecture, and I'll be seeing you in the next lecture. Hello everyone, welcome to this video. In this video, we're going to be looking at how to perform an advanced scan on our target. More specifically, our target is going to be the Metasploitable 2 virtual machine. So again, make sure you have that up and running, and you know the local IP address after you've bridged the connection. In my case, the local IP address is 192.168.1.100. Alright, so let us just open up our terminal, and we can just open up the nmap help command. Alright, so the nmap help command, as simple as that, and just give it a few seconds. There we are. Alright, fantastic. So as I said, in this video, we're going to be looking at how to perform an advanced scan, or an aggressive scan for that matter. Alright, so in order to perform an aggressive scan, we're going to be using the A command, or the A parameter. Alright, so as you can see, the A parameter here, which is again for aggressive scanning, has several options that it gives you, or results that it will scan for. It enables OS detection, so it will detect the operating system that is running on our target that we're scanning, the version of the software that is running. So again, if your target has an FTP port that's open, it's going to detect what version of the software or the service that is running on the FTP port. It'll scan for scripts, perform a trace route, and more specifically, some of the other fantastic options that it does give you is the ability to use the O command. So it actually includes the O command right here. So if I can just find the O parameter, again, it enables OS detection. So it is a combination of a multiple types of commands. So in this case, it's a combination of the O command. It is a combination of the trace route command, etc., etc. All right. So in order to use it, it is really very simple. All we have to do is firstly, let me just clear that up. We just start off with the nmap command, and we use our target IP address. Now your target IP address could be local, or it could be a public IP address if you're targeting, if you're trying to target a computer that is outside of your network. So in my case, the IP address for the Metasploitable 2 virtual machine is 192.168.1.100. Fantastic. So we're going to enter that in really simply, like so. And now you might be asking, well, what's happening here? Well, aren't we supposed to specify the parameter? Well, yes, we specify the parameter before the target. So the parameter is the A command, as you can see, and there you are. So it's nmap A 192.168.1.100, and you just hit enter. Now, by default, you can also run this on a network range or a subnet if you feel that you need to scan it on the entire network. Again, you can choose an IP range if you feel the need to as well. So let us just hit enter, and let's see what results we get. All right, so I've started the scan, as you can see, and we're just going to give it a few seconds, and I'll get back to you once the scan is complete. All right, so the scan is complete, and here we have the results. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go all the way to the top here, and we're just going to analyze the results that we got. All right, so as for the timestamp, we can see that it gives us a nice timestamp there, and it obviously tells us that the host is up, and it goes through the ports that it's supposed to scan through, and as you can see, 977 ports were closed. As for the other ports that were open, you can see it is sorted in terms of the port, the state, the service, and the version. Again, very, very important that we can see the version that is allowed or that is currently installed. So in this case, we're the VSFTPD 2.3.4, which is vulnerable by default on the Metasploitable 2 virtual machine. So as you can see, you now have versions of the softwares that are currently running, or the services that are running on the ports. So by default, you can see that we get some more information about the FTP port. So it's going to tell you that the anonymous FTP login is allowed. Now that is a huge security flaw that by default should be disabled. Anonymous FTP logins should not be allowed anyway. So again, this is a fantastic way of finding what services are currently running and any vulnerabilities that could be existing. All right. So as for the FTP service status, you can see it gives you information about the FTP software, the version, and again, any information regarding whether or not anonymous FTP logins are allowed. All right. As for the other ports, you can see, for example, the SSH port. You have your OpenSSH that is running on the Debian Ubuntu. And something really, really interesting is it was able to get the SSH host keys, which are right here. fantastic as well. Information that was leaked there. You have your telnet, your SMTP port that is currently open. And if we just scroll all the way to the bottom here, we can see we have the TCP port, which is by default always there. You have your MySQL. So again, it tells you what version of MySQL is currently running, which again, by default, if you do your research and vulnerability analysis, you will find that this is also vulnerable to an SQL brute force login. So it's always interesting to run the aggressive or the advanced scan on your target to get information, to get more information about your target regarding the versions of the software that is running. All right, really important. Okay. As for your PostgreSQL database, you can also see that the port is open. If we just scroll all the way to the bottom here, looking at the other results that we were able to gather, you can see that we were able to get the NetBIOS name, which is Metasploitable. Really important information you can gather here. You can gather the username, the MAC address, and as for the operating system, it was able to detect it as Unix, which is running Samba, the Samba server. And it gives you the work group information. So this is regarding the web, the file, the local server that is running on the virtual machine. All right. So as you can see, it then also performed a trace route here with information regarding the trace route, which you can also analyze for yourself. Again, depending on what target you're scanning, the results will vary. All right. So that was how to perform the aggressive scan on a target. And that's going to be it for this video. In the next video, we'll be looking at some output options and how to output your results to files. All right, so I'll be seeing you in the next video. Hey guys, Hackersploit here, back again with another video. In this video, we're going to be looking at Metasploit, alright? Now, this is going to be the complete Metasploit course, and this is going to take you from, guys, an advanced user of the Metasploit framework. Alright, now, as I said, this is going to be an advanced course, and it's going to take you beginner to advanced. So that is the goal of the course. And I'm going to try and cover it within 1 week. So I'm going to, make the videos and I'm going to upload them, and hopefully you guys like the format in which I'll be uploading them. So I'm not going to waste time on one series. I'm going to complete it and then we'll move on to the next one. Right. So I've made a lot of videos about Metasploit, but I realized that I really didn't cover the basics and how to navigate around this. And for most of the beginners, you really don't understand. Some of you guys did not understand the format and the way Metasploit worked. All right, so let's get started. So this is going to be part 1, and we're going to be looking at all the basics to get started with. Right? Okay, so for those of you already asking what operating system I'm using Parrot OS for this demonstration. I just seem to really enjoy the latest update, and I've been using it as my daily driver on my laptop. As you can see, I'm recording this on my laptop. So yeah, let's get started. So what is Metasploit? All right, so Metasploit essentially is it's the leading exploitation framework. All right, so it is used by nearly every penetration tester or ethical hacker or hacker for that matter. And it is really important that you master it for you to to enter this field, right? Or to to prosper in this field. Now, it was developed by Rapid7. All right. So Rapid7 is a company that owns these different vulnerability scanners like Nexpose, and it again, as I've said, it owns Metasploit. All right. Now, looking at the Metasploit interfaces, we've already looked at some throughout the channel, and one of them is the MSF console. All right. So these are the multiple Metasploit interfaces. So we have MSF console. We have Armitage. All right. So Armitage is simply put a GUI framework that allows you to use the Metasploit framework. The MSF console is it gives you an interactive command line like interface that allows you to also use the framework, which is what we're going to be looking at because it's the easiest to set up. You then have the MSF CLI, which is going to be a very literal Linux command line interface that also allows you to use the Metasploit framework. You then have finally the MSF web, which is the browser-based interface, which is what we looked at, where we set up the community version and we were able to scan for our targets and find the vulnerabilities, right? So as I said, we're going to be focusing on MSF console. Now, the first thing to understand is that Metasploit, as we've looked at in previous videos, I really didn't show you how to set it up correctly and how to make it faster, because most of you realized it. And a lot of you guys raised that question, do I need to start any services? Yes, you do need to start the services, all right? Now, you need to start the PostgreSQL database service, which does come with the major penetration testing distributions. So if you're running this on a normal Linux distribution, I recommend that you switch to a penetration testing distribution, because these tools will be already pre-installed, right? So you don't need to run this on your main computer like I am. You can also run it in a virtualized environment. Moving along. So we have to start the PostgreSQL database. All right. So what this will do is it will allow Metasploit to run faster searches, and that will allow Metasploit to store the information while you are performing the scanning and or exploitation. All right. So I'm going to open up my terminal here, and what I'm going to do is let me just try and zoom this in. So I should have done that before I started the video, but you know what? We're just going to run this through the Parrot terminal because I don't want to confuse you guys, right? So let me just zoom that in so we can have a good view of what's going on. All right, so it's very, very simple to start your PostgreSQL service, as you know with Linux. So it's service post, very, very simple, Postgres, whoops, my bad. Sorry about that. Oops. There we are. All right. So service post. Please forgive my typing. I'm on a laptop right now. PostgreSQL. All right. And we can start. Whoops. My bad again. All right. And you want to start the service now. And it's going to ask you for your root password. So make sure you enter that. And once the service is started, we can then move on to use the MSF console, all right, which is the command line interface. So again, start it up. So MSF console, and you'll see that it will load much, much faster than when if you didn't start up the PostgreSQL database. All right. So just give the first run a bit of time, because again, it's building the database, and it should load up immediately, right? So as you can see, it's starting the Metasploit framework console, and give that a few seconds as always. Now, one thing I want to just tell you, and a lot of you guys have been asking me, is what are the system requirements, if you want to become a penetration tester? The truth is, the thing that you'll need the most is going to be RAM. Now, the minimum I would recommend, 2 GB works fine, but if you're going to be running a lot of penetration tests, I would recommend that you get a minimum of 4 GB of RAM, and then you can possibly upgrade to 8, and the ideal one would be 8 to 12. All right. So again, you also want to make sure that your processor can match that. So I would recommend, an i5 or an i3 processor, a good one, quad core, hopefully, depending on, on what you can afford. It really doesn't matter. But if you want some great efficiency, I recommend you get a computer with some good RAM. All right. So once it starts up, it's really very simple, and we've gone through this before. Now, if you're wondering what are the other ways of launching it, what you can do is go to your, in Kali Linux, it's simply your menu. In ParrotOS, they lie in the same category. They lie in exploitation tools. All right. So once you open exploitation tools, you can see that the Metasploit framework exists, and it gives you the various options that you can use. You have Armitage, the Metasploit framework, and you can update it. And this is another way of accessing it if you don't want to go through it through the terminal. All right, now let's look at the Metasploit keywords that are very important. Now, this is something that I did not fully cover, so I'm going to do it right now. Now, Metasploit has 6 types of modules. We use mostly 4 of them the most, all right? But I'm going to explain them to you. So the first thing we have is exploits, all right? It has exploits, it has payloads, it has the auxiliary, it has NOPs, it has post, and it has encoders. All right. Now, let me explain what they are very simply and very quickly. Now, an exploit is a module that will take advantage of a system. All right. So it'll take advantage of a system's vulnerability. All right. So it's not going to, just take advantage of a system that is patched or does not have any vulnerability. It needs to have a vulnerability. All right. And then it will install a payload on the system. All right. Now the payload can either be a reverse shell or a metapreter. All right. So it'll give you access to that computer in form of the payload. Now, usually with other systems or in other environments, you would usually call these payloads things like rootkits and stuff like that. But for now, just understand that the payload is what the exploit will try and plant on the system. All right. So that will give you that access to the system, obviously through an exploit, through a vulnerability that is then exploited. All right. So hope that's simple. Now, once I've explained that, now let's look at some of the basic commands. Now, one of the best commands that, you can use is the help command. And if I open up that up right now, you can see that, there we are. If you open this up, it'll give you all the help commands or the commands that are very, very important for you. And again, this is very, very useful because it will give you the ability to, at any time, refer to this documentation. So if you're lost, this can be a very, very good way of using or of getting guidance using this framework. So you can go through this if you're feeling a bit lost. All right. So that's the help command. Very, very important. And you'll find yourself using this quite a lot. Right. All right. Now let's look at the other commands. Now, one of the most useful ones is the use command, because the use command will allow you to load a module. All right. So for example, we can load many modules here. And one of the most, the most common ones that you can start to load is the, let's see, one that comes straight off my head, off the back of my head. It is the, I think I remember this one. This was quite an old exploit, and it allows us to exploit the Adobe Flash. I think it's the plugin. Yeah, the Adobe Flash plugin. All right, so let me try to see if I remember. So use exploit. So use the use command. It allows you to use a module. So then you give the module name. All right, so use exploit, and then it was Windows. All right, so it is a Windows, and then browser, right? And was it Flash? Whoops. Let me just bring that into context here, like so. I think I already clicked on it. I'm really sorry about that. So let me just close that up. There we are. So use, sorry about that. I launched it by mistake. So let me remember, use exploit, Windows, right? Windows, was it Windows browser? I'm not sure if it is the correct one. Use Windows browser. And it is the Adobe, Adobe Flash AVM2, I believe was the vulnerability, underscore, my bad, AVM2. All right, use exploit Adobe AVM2. Let's see if that's the correct one. There we are. All right, so that is the exploit. So I'm glad I remember it. All right, so that is also a very, very useful one, but I do believe it is patched by now. All right, so now Metasploit has successfully loaded the module. Now, one thing to understand is if it loads the module correctly, it will display the module name in red. All right, so that's something you can take home. Now, since it's become red, we know that we can use it. Now, the best command to use now in this case is the show command, and the show command will allow you to, it'll basically give you information on the module. All right, so if I say show, there we are. It's going to give us some information. Now, it may seem overwhelming, but really don't worry. So it's going to give you some information, and you really don't need to worry about what it's telling me, because I'm using the Flash Player exploit, and all of this may seem like nonsense to you, but we'll get to how to use the correct modules. All right. So as you can see, it's given me some options, and very nicely there, these are the it's given us information about the exploit or the module, right? So now what we can do is we've already shown what exists, the information that exists. Now we can show options. All right, so the options will show us the options that we can change about the module. All right, so it'll give us it'll give us options that we can change. So if I say show options, there we are. It's going to say now these are things that you can customize depending on how and the method of exploitation. All right, so you have the server host, you have the local machine, the server port, whether it has a SSL, the SSL certificate. You can change all of these options. All right, now the other options that we have is the payloads. So show payloads. All right, once we show the payloads, just give it a few seconds. It's going to take a few seconds, obviously. All right, so give it a few seconds and it should load up really anytime now. Again, please bear with me, guys. I'm running this on a laptop. There we are. All right, so these are all the payloads that you can load. Now these, as we have looked at in previous videos with Metasploit, give us different ways of approaching an attack. All right, so it will give you it'll give you all the payloads that are compatible with this exploit. All right, now if we look at the other options, so we will be looking at all of this. If we look at the other options, we have the show targets. All right, so show targets will show you the targets that you can change, which in this case is just we have not set anything. All right, now the targets, it's going to display the targets that you're trying to target. And the thing is with different exploits, you can have a lot of different targets. You can specify many targets. All right, and it's really important that you get this right. Now, some other commands that we can use, that can describe, that can give us information about the module or the exploit that we're using, is the show info. All right, the show info will give you information about it'll give you information about the exploit. All right, so as you can see here, this module exploits a vulnerability found in the ActiveX component of the Adobe Flash Player before 12.0.0.43. all right, so again, it's for a specific version and will not work on the latest one. We already knew that, right? That's the trick. Now there's a lot of other commands that you can look at, and one of them is the MSF search. All right, so you can use the search command, and the search command will give you the ability to search and find the module that you need. All right, now Metasploit has a lot of modules, and finding the right one is probably the the most important thing, and it also can be the most time consuming. So you need to learn how to use the search command. All right, now with the search command, it comes with some very important keywords. The search command comes with the keywords like the platform. All right, so this is to target or to search for the platform specifically. You then have the type. All right, this will give you the type of module, for example, exploits, payloads, as we already discussed. You then have the name, and this is if you're searching for a specific name. Right, so we can do this very nicely right now. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm just gonna Control C. Whoops, let me just exit this. All right, so I'm going to start the MSF console again just to show you how this would work. All right, so I'm going to start that up again, and let's just give it a few seconds, and I'm going to show you how to do this. All right, so as I said, using the search command allows you to search for exploits, so that's great. And then we'll be looking at the other ones. Right, so let it start up. Really sorry about the slow startup times. Again, just bear with me. It should start up. There we are. All right, so as I was saying, the most important one is the search, right? So if we search, it's very simple. So search, type, all right? So that's the keyword type. The type is going to be an exploit. We're going to search for the same one. So type exploit, it is an exploit. The platform was Windows. The platform was Windows and Flash, all right? So if we search for that, whoops, my bad. Pardon me, guys. My typing today is... There we are. All right, and it's going to give us all of these options. Now, the correct one that we want is probably the first one. It's going to lie up here, and there's a lot of them that you can use or that we can use. You know, some of them they're sorted with their date, and this allows you to, you know, specify or to get one that works. Okay, so what we're going to do now is we need to set. All right. Now, when I'm saying set, that allows you to set a specific. It allows you to set the specific payload or the exploit that you're trying to use. In this case, we can, you know, you can just use the first one because I don't want to go through all of these ones. There's a lot that you can use over here. And as you can see, this is the one that we were using previously, the exploit, the AVM2. It's a very, very popular one at some given time. So we're going to say set. All right. And I'm just going to paste that in there. There we are. And, set option. Oh, sorry about that, guys. Apologies. All right. So we have to use the use and, and I'm going to paste that in there. Use. There we are. So that's the module that we were using. And then we use the set to set the options. So we can say show options like so, and we have the options here. And then to set the specific options, what you just do is you use things like, let's say if you wanted to set the server port. So usually this would be set SRV server port, right? And we'll set that to 80, right? And that will set it to 80. We can then say we can set other things like we can set a lot of other stuff. And once you're all set, so let's say we could say set the server host to something like set the server host, then that's going to be the host IP. So SRV host, all right, to something like 192.168.0.1. Of course, this doesn't make any sense because I'm not really targeting a system. And you will also set, and then if you say show options again, as you can see, it's going to show you the options that you did set, which we set were the server host and the server port. And once you're ready to exploit, once you've set all the options, all you have to do is just hit exploit and it will exploit it perfectly, right? So let's try that right now. And of course, it's not going to give us anything, right? Because we've not done anything. So if I hit exploit, it's going to hit exploit, and it's probably not going to return anything important here, right? So just give it a few seconds, right? Again, as you can see, it's not displaying anything because there we are. All right. So it did start a reverse TCP handler on this IP using the port, 44444. All right. But we're not going to get anything out of that really right now. I'm pretty sure of that. Right. All right. So once that's done, once you're done exploiting, or in this case, as you can see, we have not really exploited anything. We can just, let me just close this. There we are. And we're done. Now, the last commands that I want to show you are the exit or the back command, which takes you a step back. And you can use the exit command to exit the Metasploit or the MSF console framework. All right. And that is all the basics that I needed to cover in the first video. Now in the next video, we're going to be looking at some really advanced stuff. So we're going to be looking at the module types. We'll be looking at performing reconnaissance, the Armitage GUI, and we'll be looking at exploiting some Windows systems. And then finally, we'll be building our own custom payloads with the MSF Venom framework or interface. All right, so thank you so much for watching this video, guys. If you found value in this video, please leave a like down below. If you have any questions or suggestions, let me know in the comment section down below, or you can hit me up on my social networks. For the documented article or the documented version of this video, check out my website, hsploit.com. Link will be in the description, and you can also get this on my application. So again, guys, thank you so much for watching. Merry Christmas, and I'll be seeing you in the next video. Peace. Hey guys, Hackersploit here, back again with another video. And in this video we're going to be looking at modules in Metasploit. So this is part 2 of the Metasploit series, or the Metasploit course. And in this video we're going to be looking at modules. So as we touched upon in the previous video, we looked at what modules are very basically, and the purpose of that video was to take you through the interface and get you comfortable with using Metasploit. Right, but now it's time to understand what each of the components are. Again, that'll give you a better understanding of how they all work. And as we already know, if you understand something, you can get to use it much better than if you just, zoomed over some of the concepts and some of the real core functionality of Metasploit. Right. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to start up. I'm back on Kali, by the way. So some of you guys thought that I was actually sticking with Parrot. I like to keep things a little bit different here and there. So MSF console. Oops. I'm going to just start off with that and let the framework load. Again, I'm running this on a virtual machine, so resources are not going to be the best right now. But while that's starting up, I want to explain a few things. Now, as I mentioned, all right. When the Metasploit console opens, it gives you some options, right? And it'll show you the types of modules. Now, the types of modules are like the auxiliary, the payloads, the exploits, the encoders, the NOPs, all right? So there are 6 of them, and one of them is the post, all right? So in total, you have your exploits, your payloads, your auxiliary, your encoders, and your post and your NOPs, all right? Now, looking at the architecture, Metasploit, again, it's very important that you understand this. Looking at the architecture, the basic structure is that modules are categorized into 6, which I've already mentioned: the exploits, payloads, auxiliary, encoders, post, and NOPs. And then that is then superseded by the MSF console, or the Metasploit console or framework. And then it is superseded then by the core, and then finally by the Rex in terms of the libraries. So to put this into the interface, to put it into sense when it comes down to interfaces, you have your GUI and Armitage, you then have your command line interface, and then finally your console. So I hope you get that in terms of the architecture. All right. Now, something very important to understand is to understand where the modules are stored. All right, so we can just go, open a new terminal here. Hopefully that lets me open it up right now. All right, so new window. Again, bear with me. The speed could be a bit of an issue, but don't worry about it. I'll sort that out in probably the next videos. It won't be this slow. For some reason, it's really lagging out right now. All right, so what I'm going to do now is let me just zoom in so we can have a better picture of what's going on here. All right, so now, most of the time, or all of the time, should I say, the Metasploit modules are stored in the user and the share folder, right, or the shared folder, share, and again, Metasploit framework. Whoops, now let me just complete that. Metasploit framework. All right, now, again, that's a directory. Now, you might be wondering what lies in here. Well, the modules lie in here. All right, so if I list all the files in here, as you can see, we have an interesting bunch of files. The one we're targeting is going to be the modules folder right here, right? Because that's another way of accessing the currently installed modules or the used modules, right? So let's go into that folder. If we list the files in here, as you can see, it's further divided into the 6 categories that I mentioned earlier. We have our auxiliary, encoders, exploits, NOPs, payloads, and post, right? Very interesting. You might be asking, what do we do now? Now, the point here is I was trying to explain the directory, the file directory structure, and how it's really sorted out. Okay, now the modules, the directory contains the 6 subdirectories, all right, which then contain different type of module sorted into what you see. All right, now let's start off with the exploits, right? The exploits usually are used for exploitation, that's very easy to understand. These are modules that were created for you to take advantage of an exploit or a vulnerability in a system. Okay, so let's see what we have in exploits. So I'm just going to go into exploits right now. cd exploits. If I list that, as you can see, these are the current exploits that you have sorted out in terms of the operating system or the target operating system in which there is a vulnerability. So, you know, for example, you have Apple iOS, Android, Firefox, FreeBSD, Linux, you have your Solaris, Unix, Windows, and obviously Mac OS X. All right. So as you can see, this lists everything really well. Let me just list that correctly. I wanted to list everything. There we are. All right. So as you can see, they're listed into further subdirectories, which are sorted in terms of their operating systems. Now we'll be looking again, these are just meant you know, specific to the operating system you're trying to target. So if I was to try to target Windows, and I list what's in here, as you can see, you're going to have a lot of other files, and the again further subdirected into their different forms of vulnerabilities. Like you could exploit the Oracle, PostgreSQL proxies, the firewall, etc., etc. You get the idea. So exploits are used to take advantage or to exploit a vulnerability in a system, right? That's one type of a module. Now I'm going to back out. And I'm just going to clear that, and let's look at what other modules that we have. The other modules that we have are the payloads. All right. Or you can go into the encoders, but let's look at payloads first. All right. So payloads, these are files that are left on the exploited system. All right. And basically speaking, what they allow you to do is they give the attacker access or control over the system. Right. Now, these are usually called rootkits well, most of the time they're really separated from each other. So basically not all payloads are rootkits, and simply put, payloads allow the attacker to own the system, all right, in which they are left in. So let's see what we have in the payloads folder, right? cd payloads, and if I list all the files there, as you can see, you have your single stages and the stages. So let's see what we have inside each of these directory. Now, as I've said, they've been divided further into 3 directories. Singles are these are small, well, I don't know how to explain it to you. These are like these small, these are small pieces of code, or I don't want to say exploits. They're usually designed, they're designed to take like one single action. All right. Now stages are used for performing or you're creating a communication between the attacker and the target, and this can be then further used to deliver another payload. All right. And stages are very large payloads that can give the attacker like a very good control over the target. So for example, this can allow you to have Metapreter instances. You can have VNC and stuff like that, right? And that's what payloads offer in terms of singles, stages, and stages. So singles are very small. They're used for performing one specific attack, like, you know, keylogging, for example. That's a very vague example. Stages allow you to perform or to create a communication, an instance of a communication between the attacker and the target that can then be used to send another payload to the system, the target system, right? Stages are very large payloads that allow you to perform large or, you know, potentially more dangerous types of attacks, the likes of, you know, VNC connections or Metapreter shells, or even reverse shells, to be very basic, right? Now let's go back here. Okay. And I'm just going to go back. And again, we're looking at the other types of modules here. The next one that we're going to look at is the auxiliary. And the auxiliary, oops, let me just go back into modules. I seem to have gone further out. All right. So looking at we have looked at the exploits and the payloads. Now let's look at the auxiliary. All right. The auxiliary is something very interesting. All right. The auxiliary will give you a very unique types of attacks. In the sense, they give you things like DOS, they give you DOS functionality, they give you fuzzer functionality, they give you scanners. And again, this is becoming really popular because again, they're giving you things that that you cannot find in any of the other categories, whether it be payloads and exploits. All right. So the auxiliary is giving you very robust tools, things like, DOS functionality, as I've said, scanners, so, vulnerability scanners and stuff like that. So things that can really, really come in handy. So let's explore this further, right? So cd change directory into our auxiliary. All right. And I'm going to list that in there. And as you can see, it's sorted into something very, very interesting. So you have your crawlers, you have your sniffers, parsers, your scanners, your spoofers, and you can check them out. They're they're divided further into these awesome directories, right? Now, again, they're going to be categorized into, directories that you will find familiar if you've been hacking for a while, things like sniffers, fuzzers, etc., etc. And the primary use of the auxiliary is to scan the target system. All right. So they allow you to scan for vulnerabilities and to perform probably most likely denial of service attacks. Okay. So that's basically what the auxiliary is, simply put. All right. Now let's look at the other modules, right? All right. So I'm just going to go back and I'm going to list everything again. And now we have the encoders. All right. The encoders are very, very interesting. All right. These simply do what they sound or what they say. The encoders are used to re-encode payloads and exploits. All right. So they're used to, and a lot of people have been asking me this. Well, they're used to get past security systems such as antiviruses. All right. So this is where you really want to be looking if you're looking for encoders or if you're looking for evasion techniques, right? So let's look at what we can find inside, right? So cd encoders, right? And let's list what we have inside. So as you can see, we have different types here, and this may be confusing. Let's browse further into the subcategories, which one of them being the PHP. Let's list. And in here, you might not understand what's going on, and trust me, we'll be looking at all of this because it's very, very vital to understand this. Now, listing all the subdirectories, you can see that they're divided into somewhat understandable categories, right? So they're divided into, for example, CPU architectures like 64-bit, 32-bit, you have your command prompts, you have your PHP, all right? So these they're used or give you the option to create an encoder or to use a specific encoder based upon the target system. So if your system is 64-bit, 32-bit, you want to go through PHP, you want to use the command prompt. So again, I hope you guys are getting the idea. But it's very, very important to understand how these are divided, because once you understand that, it just becomes a whole lot easier. So let's go back here. Oops, my mouse pointer was there. Oops. All right. Now let's look at NOPs, right? NOPs are something very, very interesting and something that not a lot of people take seriously. But essentially what they are, okay, for those of you who have done programming or you've done computer science, I'm sure you've taken a class on machine programming or machine languages. All right. Now, a NOP is usually or most commonly known as a no operation. All right. Now this, what this allows you to do is what this means is a NOP causes the system's processor or the CPU to do nothing for an entire clock cycle. All right. Now this is very important to understand, right? You might be asking, well, what the hell is this, or is this going to help us? Well, NOPs are very, very good for allowing you to get a system to perform or to run a specific file or code for that matter, after you've exploited the buffer overflow. Now, this may sound like gibberish if you've never done anything to do with, very low level language or machine language programming, but you really don't have to worry about this. They are used to exploit the buffer overflow. Okay. And, essentially you really just need to know is that they're used to allow you, or they allow you to run or to execute code or remote execute code on the target machine. All right. So again, we can just browse into NOPs, and we can list, and again sorted quite similarly to what you would have on your encoders. You have your architectures. You have your different languages in which you can pass it. You have your, again, your architectures are there. All right, so they are subdivided into multiple architectures and stuff like that. All right, now going back. All right, let me just go back. So you just know that this is used to exploit the buffer overflow. There's nothing really interesting there, but we'll be using it also because they do come in very handy when you're talking about much more complex and very, very, very tightly secured systems. Now, again, we've looked at these module categories, and again, they all provide you with a different way of getting into a system, and also, you know, they give you a lot of functionality, and understanding how these are subdivided. For example, the auxiliaries, the encoders, the exploits, the knobs, the payloads, and the post are very, very important for you to understand. And I hope you guys have understood what they all do. Now, talking about posts, which is the last one here. Posts are simply, what it means is post exploitation. I'm sure most of you knew that. And these are, you know, they're going to be used after the system has been exploited. So you get it, you know. They allow you to perform extra pieces of functionality, or they give you extra pieces of functionality once you've exploited the system. All right, so in hackers or in penetration testing terms, it allows you they allow you to perform you know, further attacks on the system after the system has been owned. All right, so these can include as we have done previously, you know, things like keyloggers, spying on the webcam or the microphone, etc., etc. And again, it's subdivided into the operating systems of choice. We can check out, for example, Windows, which is probably the most vulnerable operating system ever created on this planet, but that's for another day, right? All right, sorry about that. So as you can see, you have your different categories, and then I've told you, I already knew this was going to be there. You have your captures, you have your privilege escalation, you have your gathering, you have your managed gathering being where you would find your keyloggers. So if I just open that up and I list the files in there, you're going to see that there's a lot of stuff in here, right? And whoa, one of my favorite ones, I actually remember doing this back when I was in school, was using the one of these exploits right here, or these modules, if I may say so, was to enumerate the product keys, and you know, you can actually just delete the Windows activation protocol on the Windows computer, and they would basically be stuck with Windows without any sense of activation, and the operating system would be really, really burnt to the ground. Some of the interesting ones, as you can see, a Bitcoin jacker. That's pretty interesting, but I'm just going to skip over that because that's for another day, right? All right, so looking back at the categories that you have in here, in the modules, you have your auxiliary, encoders, exploits, knobs, payloads, and posts. And I hope in this video you've understood what they all have in you know, in terms of Metasploit. And I'm sure once you've understood these, using Metasploit will be a complete breeze. You know, there'll be no struggle at all understanding how everything works. So yeah, guys, that's going to be it for this video. I hope you found value in this video. If you did, please leave a like down below, and hopefully you can share it with someone who also needs these types of videos. And yeah, thank you so much for the support. If you have any questions or suggestions, let me know in the comment section down below, or you can hit me up on my social networks. You can contact me on Kick, or if you have any further questions, you can ask them on my website. There's a forum section as well, so you can also ask me there, and you can, you know, communicate with other subscribers on the channel. So there's lots of ways to communicate with me and with other subscribers of the channel. So again, for the latest hacking news and resources, please check out my website. The link will be in the description, hsploit.com. And yeah, thank you so much for watching, and I'll be seeing you in the next video. Peace. Hey guys, Hackersploit here, back again with another video, and welcome back to the Metasploit course. Now in this video, we're going to be looking at information gathering with the Metasploit framework, more specifically the Metasploit console. Alright, so let's get started. Now, just prerequisite, I have a virtual machine. I have the Metasploitable 2 virtual machine running, and I'm just going to be using it as a kind of a target system for illustration purposes. You know, I like to create a lab, and that's what keeps my videos, stay within the range of legality. So again, I'm just demonstrating how this all works. Alright, so information gathering. More specifically, for example, we can look at using the Nmap. We can look at using how to use Nmap to perform port scanning. We can look at how to scan for SSH services. So we'll look at all of that. So you might be confused and you might be asking yourself, well, how is this even possible? Right? Now, again, using a framework like Metasploit to perform information gathering it tends to keep things in a modularized fashion. All right. Now, what I mean is let's say you're dealing with a target directly. All right. So this is a fantastic way of using for frameworks like Nmap, for example, to perform port scanning in this case, which is what we're going to do. All right. So I already have my Metasploit the MSF console open here, and it's really very simple, right? Like if I wanted to perform an Nmap scan, let's say we had we already have a target, right? And again, I'm going to use the Metasploit 2 IP address here. So let me just get that up. Again, it is bridged to my adapter. So there we are, 192.168.1.107. Okay, so that is going to be the bridged. It's bridged to my network. That means they're all going to be on the same network. All right. So for those of you having trouble with that, that's how to fix that issue where you can detect it on the same network. All right. So I could perform a simple port scan on Nmap. So I would say Nmap just as you would. All right. Nmap. And then I would use the commands S and capital T. What these commands do, I'm pretty sure you already know them. It initiates the three-way handshake and will essentially just detect the open ports on the target machine. Now, the target machine being Metasploitable 2, it'll have a lot of open ports. All right, so 192.168.1.107. Okay, and we're going to start that, and it'll just open up the Nmap framework, and there we are. Those are the results. So you can see all the ports that are open, probably all of them. We have your FTP, SSH, Telnet, you have your login, your MySQL, etc., etc. Right? Now that's pretty cool, that we can actually use the Nmap framework in information gathering. Right? So I'm pretty sure you guys already know how to use Nmap, but I'm going to show you one more command because a lot of people ask me this, and this is when a site has probably a firewall and you want to perform a stealth scan. All right, so a stealth scan essentially allows you what it'll do is really it'll give you a connection between the target and the scanner. All right, so it'll give you the ability to perform it in a more promiscuous manner, while still maintaining, I don't know how to explain this. It'll not do it in more of a direct way. So probably the target will not recognize it so much as a scan. All right. So in order to do this, we're going to obviously use the Nmap, and we use the commands, the SS. All right. So a small s and a large S. I'm pretty sure if you're familiar with the syntax, you know what this means. And again, we'll just target the system. And again, Metasploitable 2 not being, very, very secured, it should return us, there we are, really, really quickly. All right. So that's if you want to perform a stealth scan. All right. So that's very, very interesting. Now, looking at the other type of information gathering that we can, carry out, we can actually use auxiliaries. We can use the auxiliary modules, or the scanner modules that come with Metasploit. All right. So you might be asking yourself, well, what do you mean exactly? Well, what I mean is we can actually use the inbuilt modules that come with Metasploit, or in the form of auxiliaries where you have your scanners, as I explained in the previous video. They allow you to use the inbuilt scanners, which are considered to be information gathering tools. Now, probably not a lot of you guys have actually used this, and that's fine. You know, it's really very simple to do, and that's what we're going to do now. All right, so what we're going to do is I'm going to demonstrate this. Let me just clear the console. I'm going to demonstrate this very simply using the SSH scanner. All right, so this is an inbuilt scanner that comes with Metasploit. I'm pretty sure probably most of you have gone through it. It's a it's taught, you know, very early when you're using the Metasploit framework. All right, so essentially what it'll do, it'll allow you to detect the SSH versions that are running on a target. Okay, so if you don't know what SSH means, SSH is secure shell. All right, it essentially uses cryptography and authentication, you know, to connect between two computers, as a connection between two computers, right? So let's get started. Now, we're going to be using the auxiliary called SSH version. All right, so I'll show you how to do this in a few seconds. So what we're going to do is we're going to utilize the search command. The search command allows us to search for modules. In this case, we're using the auxiliary and furthermore the scanner. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to say search SSH version. All right, search SSH version. And again, you can start up the database if you want to, or the PostgreSQL database if you want to, or if not, you can just, you know, you can just let it perform the normal search, which is, again, it's a slow search, but nonetheless it'll return the results that we want. All right, so just give it a few seconds. It shouldn't take too much time at all. Again, you'd be much better off if you started up the database and you had it properly configured. Right, but I didn't, so I'm sorry about that. Again, it shouldn't take too much time. In fact, it's probably taking quite a while now, but the search results are pretty much standardized. There we are. So we have the search results. Now what we're going to be using is the auxiliary scanner, because we don't want fuzzers. We already discussed what those ones were. We want this auxiliary scanner. All right, so I hope you guys remember the syntax. So we're going to say so this is the one we're going to be using, the auxiliary scanner SSH version. So what we're going to do is we're going to use the use command to select that one. All right, so use auxiliary. Oops, I should have actually just copied it and oops. Oh my, sorry about that, guys. Let me just copy it. So just to keep things really simple, because even if it was a scanner, it should have actually detected that itself. So let me just paste that in there. Again, a lot of people ask why I do that with the mouse pointer, and that's just to reinforce the idea of me actually copying and pasting something. Because if I did it with my keyboard strokes, some people would ask me what I did, and there's really not it's not important that we go through that. So I'm going to hit enter, and there we are. So let me just clear that out, and it's using the scanner SSH version. So essentially it's just getting information about it's getting information about the target in terms of what SSH version it's running on the SSH port. All right, so we can look at the options that we have here. And as you can see, the port is set to 22, which is the default TCP port. You have the threads, which is what we'll be looking at, and the timeout. So usually the timeout is pretty much okay, but we need to change the threads and the rhost. All right, the rhost is the target address or a range. So you can actually use a range. Okay, but in this case, we're not going to use a range because again, I only have about 3 computers running on my network right now. So, you know, it's probably going to get only like one of them because my SSH ports are all closed on the other computers. So let's set the rhosts like so, and I'm just going to use the Metasploitable 2 target machine 0.1.107, right? And once that's done, we want to set the threads to something quite high, like something like 100. Yeah, that sounds about right. There we are. And finally, once we're ready, all we have to do is hit run, not exploit, because we're not exploiting anything. That's also a mistake that many people make, is they actually go directly for for the exploit command. So just hit run, and there we are. Immediately it's going to return the results. So on that on the Metasploitable 2 machine, we have the SSH version running, SSH version 2.0 OpenSSH. It's running Ubuntu, and the version number is written there. And again, can be valuable information. You could find exploits related to the version of SSH running, and that's for the exploitation stage, which we'll be getting to. But it's important to know how to use the Metasploit, framework in any way, whether it's the Metasploit console, or you're using the other frameworks, the GUI frameworks, right? So there's a lot of other things that you can do in terms of information gathering. You can also search for the FTP version, and you can look at other things like sweeping and banner grabbing. But really I'm sure if you've done it before, with hacking, you learn information gathering first, and you learn about all the frameworks for gathering information. So I just wanted to show you how to utilize the auxiliary module, where you can use scanners or fuzzers for that matter to gather information about your target. It's really, really very interesting. So that's going to be it for this video. I thought I'd give you a bit of an introduction and, just move you around how to use all of these in a modularized way to perform individual tasks, right? So I hope you guys found value in this video. If you did, please leave a like down below. If you have any questions or suggestions, just let me know in the comment section, or you can hit me up on my social networks. And, for the latest version, or for the documented version of this video, you can check out my website, hsploit.com. There's the latest hacking news there, and you can also get tutorials, different PDFs, guides, just guiding you on your way as you learn hacking. And yeah, thank you so much guys for watching this video. Thank you so much for the support. I appreciate it. And in the next video, we'll be looking at how to use Nessus. All right. So thank you so much for watching, and I'll be seeing you in the next video. Peace. Hey guys, Hackersploit here, back again with another video, and thank you so much guys for all the support. Just want to throw that out immediately. We've finally hit 30,000 subscribers. That is incredible. And I just can't thank you guys enough, and I promise to make even more informative and obviously more videos on the channel. Alright, that being said, let's get started with today's video. So in today's video, we're going to be continuing with our Metasploit, and today we'll be looking at some basic exploitation. Alright, so again, following up from the information gathering section where we learned how to gather information, we're still going to be touching up on information gathering using, web vulnerability scanners, or for example, OpenVAS, and we'll be looking at all of that, right? But for now, let's focus on some basic exploitation. Now, before we start, I just want to let you guys know that I'm using Metasploitable 2, and I would recommend that you use it as well. All right. Now, reason being is because it goes hand in hand with Metasploit, and it's a fantastic way of learning or practicing your exploitation. You can configure it to match your skills, and you can increase the security, etc., etc. By the way, we'll also be looking at the web applications that come with Metasploitable 2, for example, the damn vulnerable web application, Matillidae, etc., etc. But for today, let's look at some basic exploitation. All right. So I already have Metasploitable 2 running as a virtual machine, and I already know the IP address. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to perform an Nmap scan with ZenMap here, so we have a visual representation of what's going on. Okay, so I'm just going to perform a scan. And while it's scanning, as you can see, it's already discovered the open ports. So we know that's good. So let me just open up my terminal here, and we can start up the Metasploit console. But let me just use the normal terminal here, so we have a good idea, or we can see what's going on in the terminal. So I'm going to start off the MSF console, all right, or the Metasploit console as it is. So while they're starting, let's check what information Nmap, or in this case ZenMap, has gathered. All right, so we've got the ports, and today we're going to be exploiting the first one. All right, the first service, which is the FTP port. So it's running VSFTP, VSFTPD. All right, so that's very important that we understand that it's running that service, because that's what we're going to be exploiting today. Okay, so let's check if the Metasploit console is started up. There we are. Fantastic. All right. So what do we need to do first? All right. So as I said, the first thing that we need to know is what service are we trying to attack. In this case, we are trying to attack the port 21, the FTP port, and the software version or the service version is VSFTPD 2.3.4. Now, this is a very old software or a service version that is running, and it is extremely vulnerable. And again, because it is metasploitable, we know that this is designed to be vulnerable. So, whoops, let me just go back here. So let's actually use some of the exploits that come with Metasploitable, right? So let me just expand my console there. And what we need to do now is, if you remember with the basic commands that we went through, is we're going to be using an exploit, all right? So again, obviously from the title of the video, you already guessed that we're going to be using an exploit. So from this stage onwards, I'm guessing that you're familiar with the syntax that we're going to be using. So the first thing we need to do is we need to search for an exploit. All right. So it's really very simple. All we do is hit search, and now we go with the information that we have. All right. Let's say we did not know at all what we're doing here. What we would do is we would go from the version that we have, which is VSFTPD. All right. So we would search for vulnerabilities that involve the VSFTPD service. All right. So service. So search VSF TPD, right? And I'm just going to search. Now, again, I've not started the database or built the database, so it's going to take a few seconds. No need to worry there. Just let it go on. And it's going to respond, or it's going to display, or it's going to output some results for exploits that we can use depending on the service. Okay. So just give it a few seconds and let's see what we get, what exploits we can actually use to exploit the Metasploitable 2 vulnerabilities on the FTP port. All right. Now going back to the ports here, as you can see, we can see that the state of the port is open, which is pretty obvious. That's how we'll be able to get the attack. But when we'll be moving on to more advanced states, when when we have port states can be open or filtered, we'll be looking at how to determine whether or not we can perform an attack on it. All right. So it looks like we've responded. There we are. That's the exploit that we are going to be using. All right. So let me just enlarge that so you can see. All right. So matching modules. All right. So it's found one. Now it's going to ask us, and of course this is an exploit. So it's an exploit for Unix. All right. Fantastic. It's an exploit for FTP. All right. That is great. It's an exploit for VSFTPD 2.3.4. Fantastic. So we've actually found an exploit that matches what we're looking for. So again, it's an FTP port and it's running VSFTPD 2.3.4. So excellent. We've found what we needed. Now let's look at the additional information. It is a backdoor. All right. Very important. Let's look at the disclosure date. So that was when it was disclosed. Obviously it's a very, very old vulnerability. Again, for the purpose of learning, the rank is excellent, which means it has been used and has been confirmed to work. The description simply describes what it's all about. We have the VSFTPD, which is the software version, and the version number, followed by the function or the exploit that this gives you. Right? So it's a backdoor command execution. Fantastic. Now let's use this exploit. How do we go about doing that? Well, simply put, we just use, and we can just copy this, right? Again, the reason I highlight this is to just show you how it's done. All right. So we can paste that with Control-Shift-V, or you can right click and paste it as well. All right. So we're going to be using that, and we just hit enter. And if it's successful, it should say exploit and give the name of the exploit. Awesome. Now, as I said, if you know the syntax, the most efficient thing to do now, or the most the best thing to do now, is to show the options. All right, so show options. All right, so there we are. These are the options that are available with the exploit. So we already know that the let's go through this stage by stage. All right, so when it shows you the options, usually with different exploits or different modules, you'll have different options that you can customize depending on the attack vector. All right. So for example, here we have the name. All right. The name of the option, which in this case, we can change the rhost, which is the IP address or the target IP that you have to set in order for you to perform the exploit, right? And then for the R port, since it already knows it's running the FTP port is running on port 21, it'll already set that for you. But if a port is miscorrectly configured, which I've seen, it is incorrectly configured, which I've seen many times before, trust me, on many top servers. I've actually seen this with, myself, that where the systems administrator actually configures the FTP port onto another port number. Now, when this happens, it's very important that you get to know this. And that's why I said information gathering is critical. All right. So now we need to actually set the R host, which we've looked at before. So it's simply put set R host. All right. So set R host. And finally, you have to know the IP address. In this case, I've set up a virtual lab and I'm running this on my local network. So the IP address is going to be a local IP address or a private IP address. So 192.168.1.107, right? That's my Metasploitable 2 IP address. Yours might be different. It should be different. Again, you know, your network is not going to be identical to mine. All right, moving along. So we're setting the R host to that, and that is the syntax that we're using. And we're going to hit enter, and it's going to give you the option. The R host is set to that current IP address. We can now show the options again to confirm that indeed it did set. And as you can see, yes, it did. Now, all we have to do, or what is left, is we just need to hit exploit and it'll open up a backdoor. Hopefully. All right. If everything went as planned. So exploit, and we hit enter. And if everything went as planned, and everything should have gone as planned, we should get a backdoor. There we are. Fantastic. It has worked. It has created a reverse shell and a command shell actually. So there we are. We can see the port that is outgoing and the port that is incoming, and the date at which this was opened. All right. So you might be asking, well, what are we doing here? Well, we actually have a reverse shell. So if I uname A, all right, if I just check some Linux commands, there we are, Linux Metasploitable 2 server, blah, 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 with the date that exists there, etc., etc. So we actually have access to the server. Fantastic. So if we list the files, as you can see, we have, this is what I'm talking about. The damage that can be done here is quite a lot. So, you can actually enter the root directory. Let's list what we have in there. We have the desktop. Let's see what we have on the desktop. Of course, there's not going to be anything because I haven't put anything on the desktop, and that's because I don't have a desktop, or a desktop environment installed on the Metasploitable 2. So if I list what's in there, as you can see, there's going to be nothing, but I'm guessing you guessed the idea. That is some basic exploitation of the services that are currently running on Metasploitable 2. Now we'll be moving along into more advanced ones. As I said, we'll be looking at web penetration testing. We'll be looking at the web apps that currently come with Metasploitable 2, like the damn vulnerable web application or phpMyAdmin, etc., etc. So that's going to be it for this video, guys. I hope you found value in this video. If you did, please leave a like down below. If you have any questions at all, let me know in the comment section, and you can hit me up on my social networks or on Kick. For the documented version of this tutorial or of this video, you can check out my website, hsploit.com. The link will be in the description as always, and I'll be seeing you in the next video. Peace. Peace. Hey guys, Hackersploit here, back again with another video, and in this video, I'm going to be showing you how to install and configure Metasploit Community or the Pro version, depending on which one you want to get installed. And you might be asking yourself, well, what exactly is Metasploit? I thought we already knew what Metasploit is. Well, that's true, but what you're looking at, or what you use on Kali Linux or on Parrot OS, is the Metasploit console, alright? So that is essentially Metasploit for the command line. Now, what I'm talking about is the Metasploit framework. That is a GUI framework that will allow you to discover open ports on a network, and then it will find out the installed services on the target or the server or website that you're trying to scan on. All right. So Again, you might be asking yourself, well, what's different? What's the advantage? Why do I need to use this? Well, the main or the best part is that it maps the services that will be installed on those ports to the Metasploit modules or exploits, and will allow you to execute the exploits on the port that you choose. So to put it really simply, it will allow you to scan your network. Okay, so once you've scanned your network, what will happen is it will show you the ports and the services running on these ports. So let's say you had a port running an FTP, you had your FTP port, and it was running a specific service. What it will do is it will get all the exploits that are compatible with the service that is installed on that port, and then will show you the exploits that you can use to perform your attacks. And it's very similar to what you'd find on the Metasploit console, but in this case it will show you the best options. All right, so it's really awesome, and it's more of a professional based tool. All right, so what you want to do is, it's completely free. The community version is completely free. There is the pro version, but that's if you're really into this on a more professional level. I have used the professional version, and if you're moving into network penetration testing, it is a really good option. All right, so let's get started. It's really very simple. All right, so I'm just going to be putting the links in the description to make it easier for you. You want to go to rapid7.com. Again, they developed Metasploit, so this is their products, Metasploit download and community. All right, so as you can see, Metasploit community download, and it'll give you a free 1-year trial. So it'll actually give you a serial key for you to use and to test. So essentially, Metasploit community is our limited feature penetration testing tool that gives you power of the Metasploit framework with an added graphical user interface for easier navigation and exploitation, right? So it's designed for students and small businesses who would like to safely simulate network attacks with basic exploitation and network discovery. All right, so what you need to do is you just need to enter your details here, your name, your email. It's very important that you enter your valid email, a working email, where they'll send you your serial key. So once that's done, it's going to take you to this page, and as you can see, it's go time, and it's going to show you the downloads. So it does work on Windows because it's a web-based graphical user interface. So you have your Windows and you have your Linux. In my case, I'm running Linux 64-bit. So just click on it and it'll download the file for you. All right, so once you've downloaded the file, what you want to do is you want to go into the installer. This is how it will look. It's going to be a very simple installer, and what you want to do is, obviously, if you look at the permissions, you will not be able to run it immediately. So just change the permissions with chmod plus X, and you want to just select the Metasploit framework. There we are, the installer. So make sure you change the permissions to allow execution, and once that's done, just run it. And it's a very simple installation. It'll probably take a few minutes to get installed. The installation process is really very simple. So I really don't need to take you through it, and it'll take quite a bit of time. So just give it enough time to install. In addition to that, I've already installed it, so we don't need to go through the installation process. So once it's installed, it'll probably prompt you to open the user interface, and as I said, it does open in the browser. If it doesn't open for whatever reason, it's really very simple to start. And the first thing I want to tell you is you need to start the service if you installed it as a service. All right, so service Metasploit start. All right, and once you hit that, it should be good to go, and it's going to ask you for your administrator password. All right, so let me just enter that right now. There we are. And it's going to start the service. And what you want to do now is just open up your browser. I opened it on Mozilla Firefox, and you want to go to the following link. All right, so I'll do it again for you. You want to go to localhost like so, and localhost with the port 3790. All right, that's the port you want to visit. There we are. And again, it's going to prompt you to create an account, and by this time they should have sent you a serial key. Once you've created your account, this is going to be your user account. You can just sign in. All right, and once you've signed in, this is the Metasploit community framework, and as you can see, it's really well designed. And let me just breeze you through the user interface so you have a good idea of what's going on here. All right, so starting at the top, you have your project section where you can create different projects based on different IP addresses or targets. that you want to scan or perform attacks on. So very, very good. It allows you to sort all your stuff out. You then have your account settings where you can, change your settings or log out. You can then check out your administration tab here that allows you to check for software updates, to check your software license and the global settings. All right. So that's just to do with personalization and customization. You then have your news panel, as you can see here, that is based on the Rapid7 website. So this is the latest news that they have here. Let me just zoom back in, and you can choose to hide the news panel. Nothing really important there. Now let's get to the main, which is the projects. All right. So you have your project listing and it'll give you a default one. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to delete that. Right. And after I delete it, what we're going to do is we're going to create a new project. Right. So it's really, really very simple. We're going to go into here, new project, like so. And it's going to ask you for a project name. So I can just call it test, like so, test. And just call it test home network. Right, so this is going to be performed on our home network. So yeah, it's already given us a network range, and yes, I do want to follow that range. So 192, this is my local IP or my private IP address. So I'm just going to create the project, and there we are. So it's really, really very simple to understand what's going on here now. So you have your discovery. This is where it's going to be all about what ports were discovered, what services and vulnerabilities were discovered. In penetration, in the penetration section, this is where you're going to be doing your brute force and your exploiting. All right, we'll be looking at this in the future videos regarding this topic. But to start off, we can just try and perform a scan. All right, and when I hit scan, you're going to enter your target addresses or your target range. So I'm just going to launch the scan. All right, and it'll take a few seconds. That's something that I needed to tell you. And what it's going to do is obviously it's going to perform an Nmap scan on the network range that you've provided, obviously, and it's going to start scanning the hosts. I probably should have reduced the range of networks. Obviously, it's going to take a bit of time. It usually does take quite a bit of time, a bit slower than Nmap, but it does work. All right, so once you've scanned, it'll then give you the vulnerabilities that you can access. All right, so I'm just going to stop this because, again, it's not very important for us right now. Let me just stop that for some reason. Yeah, there we are. All right, it's stopped. Let's look at tasks again, right? And test, let's move to the test project again. And moving on to the exploit section. If I hit exploit, it will show us, there we are. So get a free upgrade to try smart exploitation. Again, that's if you want to move to your Metasploit Pro, but I'll be showing you how to perform the exploits directly without using the Metasploit Pro. All right, you then can collect evidence, and this is more to do with the web and cookies, stuff like that. You then have your analysis section. This is where you can look at the, different information that was captured. You have your sessions, campaigns, web apps, modules. So web apps is to deal with if you performed a scan on a web server and it had web apps that you would like to scan and exploit. That's what it will deal with. But that's a basic overview of how to use Metasploit and more specifically Metasploit community. So it's a very, very powerful tool. As I said, it's oriented more on the professional or enterprise level, depending on what stage you are in your penetration testing career. Granted that this is a very, very important thing to learn. So I hope you guys found value in this video. If you did, please leave a like down below. If you have any questions or suggestions, leave them in the comment section, or you can hit me up on my social networks or on Kick. For the latest hacking news and resources, check out my website. You can also ask me questions there. The link is hsploit.com. And yeah, thank you so much for watching this video, guys. Peace. Hey guys, Hackersploit here, back again with another video, and in this video we're going to be looking at hacking web servers, or basically gaining access to web servers. So let's get started. So this video is going to be about gaining access to web servers. So essentially these are going to be server-side attacks. Now this essentially means that the real thing that you need here is the target or the server's IP address, which we are lucky in most cases is usually going to be static or will not change very much. So for example, if you had a domain like facebook.com and I'm just saying you wanted to attack facebook.com, the first thing you would do, I'm running ParrotOS as my operating system of choice for this video. Again, I just wanted to have some a bit of mixing here with Kali Linux and ParrotOS, etc., etc. So as I was saying, you know, to get the server IP address, you essentially need to check if it's running. And one way you could do this is by pinging it. So we can try and ping something like facebook.com and if let's see if we get a response. Yeah, we do get a response. So we know that facebook.com is up and running and we have the IP address, and this IP address may be changing here and there, but for the most part it'll stay the way it is. So that's a very good thing. Now, the difference between server side and client side is that the client side requires a bit of user interaction. So for example, if we wanted to exploit a person's computer, it would require the user to perform a bit of interaction, like running a program or running a file that contains malware or an exploit, you know, something like reverse TCP shell, something like that, etc., etc. I hope you guys are getting the idea. Now, as I said, when we're talking about servers, one of the best ways to practice this is by using Metasploitable. Alright, more specifically Metasploitable 2. Now, Metasploitable is an operating system, a Linux operating system that is essentially made to be vulnerable and is there to allow you to customize your lab. So it works as a virtual lab that allows you to learn and to practice your pen testing skills against server based systems. So it comes pre-installed with a whole lot of services that are vulnerable, and the operating system, as I said, is designed to be vulnerable. So that's what we're going to be using to be testing out our attacks. Now I'm going to be linking the download in the download link in the description for Metasploit. So go ahead and download it. It's a virtual machine file, so you can only open it through a virtual machine, and it really does not need a lot of system resources. As you can see, I have it opened here. And I'm just using the default login credentials. I haven't created a user, and it's as vanilla as can be. So the most essential thing, as I said, is getting the IP. So I'm on my local network. Again, you can use your public IPs to target machines, which is one of the ways we'll be using for client-side attacks and also for server-side attacks. But I'm going to be working on my network because the virtual machines are on my network, obviously. But the principle stays the same. Now, make sure that your virtual machine is running in the NAT mode on your network, essentially meaning that you've created a domain for it. All right, so it's going to share the host IP address. Now, let's find out what the local IP address is for the Metasploitable virtual machine. So I'm just going to hit ifconfig. It does not have a graphical user interface or a desktop environment, but you can install that and you can use it like that. But I'm just going to keep it as vanilla as possible. So ifconfig, all right, to get the local IP. And as you can see, the local IP is 192.168.2.129. All right, so that's what we're going to be trying to connect to. Now, as I said, this is a web server. All right, Metasploitable is going to act as a web server or a server. So if we go back to ParrotOS and I open up a browser and let this open up Firefox really quickly. I don't know why it's taking so much time. This is all right, there we go. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to enter the IP address of the Metasploitable machine. All right, so I'm just going to hit 192.168.2.129. I already have it in my search bar, and as you can see, if I enter the IP address of the Metasploitable machine, it's going to give me the web server. So I entered the IP address of the Metasploitable machine, and we can access it as a server. So that means it's working. And the first thing you'll realize is that there's no security. So anyone can essentially log into this server, which is why Metasploitable is encouraged to be run in a virtualized environment. So Metasploitable, as you can see, warning, never expose this VM to an untrusted network, and you can contact it then. So it basically comes with all of these cool things like PHP My Admin for PHP. You have Matilde, which is awesome for testing your PHP scripts and vulnerabilities, which we'll be looking at. No no doubt about that. We then have the damn vulnerable web application, which again is one of the things you'll be trying to crack. And here we are. We have a notification from YouTube, and we have one of these fake comments saying for fake driver's license. Oh, I'm gonna deal with him later. Anyway, that's beside the point. So this is essentially the server. Now, when trying to attack a server, what are you looking for? Well, one of the things you're looking for is, because right now we are still in the information gathering phase, we need to gather information about the server. So one of the tools we can use is Nmap or Zenmap. I would encourage you to use Zenmap if you're a beginner, to have a good understanding of how things are displayed. I've always recommended that. So let's move, let's just go to applications, and in ParrotOS, it's in information gathering and Zenmap. All right. So it's starting up Zenmap, and all you have to do is just enter the IP in the target. Again, it can be a local IP address or a public IP address. And we can just go ahead and use the intense scan. And here are the commands if you want to use it in Nmap. You're pretty much scanning, you're verbosing the information, you're getting all the services and the IPv4 information. So if we scan for this, it's going to essentially show us all the what ports are open, what services are running, so you can then move on from there. So let's give it a scan, and it'll essentially show us what's running on this server. So as you can see right off the bat, you have a plethora of awesome ports open here. Like if you saw this on a server, of course not a server built for vulnerability, this would be like the, you know, the gold mine for a pen tester or an ethical hacker, or a hacker for that matter. So as you can see, you have all your TCP, you have your FTP ports open, which is super to say the least. So as you can see, I believe the scan is done. Let's see, is it done? Yeah, there we go. So you really can just scroll through the results that it gives you, and if you go down here to the port, so there we go. So we have it has port 21 is open, which is the FTP. I believe it was configured wrongly. That's the way it's designed to be. So with FTP, it means you can basically upload and download files from the server using this software right here, which I'll get to in a second. You then have SSH. Awesome stuff there. So SSH is essentially secure shell, which means you can connect to the server. Alright, granted you have the username and the password to go along with it. So we can actually try that out right now from my ParrotOS. So let's say we wanted to, we can see that the SSH port is open, and let's say we have the username and password. So what we can do, or if there was an exploit we could use, that would be even better. So I'm going to just use SSH. All right, and the username for the Metasploit virtual machine is msfadmin. All right, at the IP address, which is 192.168.2.129, and that should connect us. We don't have to specify the port. The port is always going to be port 22. And if we hit enter, yes, it's going to ask us for the RSA key, and there we are. So the password is msfadmin by default, and there we are. We are in the Metasploitable machine, and we can list the files, and those are the current files in there. We can also view the IP address if we wanted to, like so. Ethernet, there we are, that's the IP address. Who am I? Uname R, and there we are, that's the server. So awesome. So that means we can actually, go through SSH. But again, some of you may be saying, yes, it is vulnerable. And I understand that. I'm just showing you how one would approach it. So let me just log out of the Metasploitable machine there. And if we go back here, again, you can just move on to the ports and hosts tab right here. And it's going to show you all the ports with the services that they're running. So for the SSH port, you have Debian. It's based off Debian. You have your Telnet, which is just a shame at this point, because it can easily be cracked. You have your Samba web servers. What else do you have? Metasploitable root shell. We're going to be looking at that. So we have MySQL databases. So this is really Metasploitable is really an operating system designed to be vulnerable, and you can customize how vulnerable it is to test your skills. Now, the essence here, or what I was getting at is, as you can see, with the information that we have gathered already, we can perform a plethora of attacks. Now, we have this FTP server here, and what a hacker would do in this case is he would look for an exploit for this software or for the service that it's running. In this case, it's using VSFTPD, alright, which is version 2.3.4. So we can actually just Google it. It's as simple as that, you know. So we can just Google, it. I know I don't encourage you to use Google, but you know, we're not doing anything really dangerous right now. So VSFTPD 2.3.4. Let me just change that back to, there we are, and you can just search for exploits. All right, and so there we are. Immediately, right, just right off the bat, you have Rapid7, the company that or the people that made Metasploit, already have an exploit here. So it's a backdoor command execution. So this module exploits a malicious backdoor that was added, blah blah blah. The backdoor is introduced, and essentially it's a backdoor and gives you full access and allows you to use command execution. So that is awesome. Now again, this is going to be using the you're obviously going to be using Metasploit, right? So you can go ahead and start using Metasploit for that, but I want to keep that for a later video because Metasploit really deserves its own video for exploiting the server. Or you can actually just try it right now, MSF console, and it really gives you all the information you need in terms of the exploit. So just let it start up. Again, this is one of the things I was trying to avoid. The startup on this is always a long time. And we got another notification there. Let me just clear that out. But essentially what I'm trying to put across is here is it's really important that you have good information gathering skills. Again, you have your HTTP server port open, and that's running Apache. So again, Apache exploits, go ahead and search for that. You find one. You can use Metasploit, which is what most people would use, or they'll try and connect through SSH. But many people want to install a backdoor, for example, or find remote code execution or reverse shell, etc., things like that. But that's a basic way of gaining access to a server. Now, I know it's not the most advanced way, but we'll be moving on to using things like Metasploit and stuff like that. But in the meantime, we can actually just try and use this. Let me just go back to my browser here. So use exploit. I don't want to type this right now. That will just be wasting time for you guys as well. So I'm just going to use the exploit that it's saying here. So Metasploit knows what exploit we want to use. So there we are. It's recognized it. So now we want to show the targets. Show targets, ID, name, nothing there right now, and you can show options, but first obviously you have to set your target ID. So let's first show the options for some of you who know how to use. So let's set target, set target the target address, and we put it in there. So 2.168.2.129, I believe. Let's set the target, and we can then finally exploit it. So let's run it and let's see if we get anything in return. There we are. Exploit completed, but no session was created. I'll have to look into that. But anyway, you guys get the idea. I really didn't want to put emphasis on Metasploit right now. There's a lot of other much better exploits that you can be using, especially when looking at web servers. We'll be configuring the Metasploitable machine to be a bit more secure, so we can actually test our skills more effectively. Anyway guys, that's going to be it for this video. This is just going to be one video in the series of gaining access, whether it be server-side or client-side attacks. I hope you guys found value in this video. If you did, please leave a like down below. If you have any questions, let me know in the comment section, or you can hit me up on my social networks. If you have any personal questions, you can hit me up on Kick. For the latest hacking news and resources, check out my website. Link will be in the description, and I hope you have a fantastic day. Peace. Hey guys, Hackersploit here, back again with another video, and in this video we're going to be continuing where we left off, where I'm going to be showing you how to use Metasploit to run an exploit on a service. In this case we're going to be using Metasploitable, and we're going to be exploiting the FTP port so that we can upload and download files to and from the web server. So let's get started. So in the previous video, I showed you guys how to set up or how to use Metasploitable to basically exercise or test your skills in exploiting. So essentially what we did is we scanned the IP address, the local IP address for Metasploitable, and we essentially gave it an nmap scan to find out what services were running, and the ports that we found that were open were obviously going to be all the ports, and that's because Metasploitable is configured to be that way. So the main thing that we're going to be doing now is I'm going to show you how to run an exploit on one of these services, more specifically the FTP service, because a lot of you guys thought that I didn't know how to use Metasploit. I just breezed over it because I wanted to do that in this video. So we're actually going to be using Metasploit in this video, and I'll show you how to use it. So let's get started. So we know that the port that we're targeting is the FTP port, which is port 21. So we know that it's configured correctly. Now the service that it's running, or the service version that it's running, is VSFTPD 2.3.4. So what we did is we Googled this service to find exploits for it. Again, you can use any other website to search for exploits, any search engine. Many people like to search on exploit DB or exploit database because that's where you'd find most of the exploits. So I found the exploit on rapid7.com. Now Rapid7 is the company that develops Metasploit, and they essentially have an exploit for this service, which is VSFTPD, which is the FTP service. For the specific version 2.3.4, which the exploit is a backdoor command execution, which allows commands to be executed a bit like what you would have in a reverse shell. So what we're going to do is we already have the exploit here, the module here. So when talking about Metasploit, which is what we're going to be using, not Metasploitable now, let us just start it up. So to start up Metasploit, you just open up your terminal. Again, I'm running Parrot OS. It really doesn't matter what pen testing OS you're using. So MSF console. All right, MSF console, and just give it a few seconds to start up. It shouldn't take too much time, and we should be good to go. So while that's starting up, let me explain what Metasploit is. All right, Metasploit is a large database of exploits. All right, and it essentially allows you to use these exploits to your advantage and to exploit systems. Now, whatever systems you try and exploit, that's up to you. But the cool thing about Metasploit is it allows you to create your own exploits, which is awesome. So if you're an advanced user and you actually you are working with websites or services most of the time, and you find vulnerabilities, you can create an exploit for the purpose of security and patching. So that's up to you. So as you can see here, it's going to take a while. It's going to start the Metasploit framework console, and we should begin. There we are. So as you can see, Metasploit is pretty simple to navigate. You have your information. So it's telling you to check out Metasploit Pro, which is a very good option if you're going to use this tool a lot. In terms of the other information, we have 1662 exploits, which is pretty awesome. And yeah, let's get started. Now, pretty much there are a bunch of commands that you have to be familiar with Metasploit, and one of them is obviously the help command. So if we type in help, it's going to give us information or help, really. So this is essentially the user's manual. Now I'm just going to tell you the most important commands that will really help you right now. So the most important commands right now are the obviously the MSF console command, which will start Metasploit for you. You then have the use command. All right, so that's as simple as that, which allows you to use an exploit. All right, you then have the show command. The show command allows you to show the exploits or the options available for the exploit. All right, you then have your set command. Your set command allows you to configure an exploit or an option, and you have finally your exploit option, which essentially makes you run the exploit that you currently want to run. So it's really very simple now. What we need to do is we need the name of the exploit. In this case, the module name is right here, and it'll just give it to you in the form that you need it. So just copy this, because this is the name of the module or the exploit for this matter. And in Metasploit, what you want to do is just type in use, because that's the exploit that we want to use, and just paste in the name. All right. Now, let me just minimize this. That could be a distraction. All right. So once you have hit that, just hit enter. And as you can see, it's going to automatically detect that, you know that this exploit is correct and it is a valid exploit. Now, what you can do is you can show the options. All right. So show options, and essentially this will show you the options that you can change and configure according to what or how you want the exploit to run. Now, in the previous video, I touched upon this very lightly, and you guys thought that I changed the things incorrectly. And the reason being is I did it really quickly, and my job was not to actually show you the exploit. But let's do it correctly now. Now, what we need to do is we need to understand a few things first. The R host is the target address, all right? And the R port, which is already configured to 21, is correct, because we know the port is configured correctly. If it was configured to something like port 22 by mistake, that could also be something that you need to change. Now, to change the R host to what we want, which is the IP of the Metasploitable machine, the machine that we want to exploit in this case, we need to essentially say set R host. All right, so set R host, and we use the IP. So 192.168.2.129. All right, and if we set that, it's going to say R host is equal to, and now we can essentially just check. We can say show options to make sure that everything is configured correctly before we run our exploit. And as you can see, the R host is set to the IP address, and our port is configured correctly, because as I said, the port that we're trying to target here is going to be port 21, and the IP address is right there, 192.168.2.129. And again, you can ping yours to test it if it's still running. And yeah. Now, what we can do now is all we have to do is say exploit, right? As simple as that. And we hit enter, and let's see what we get. All right. And there we are. So it's going to start the banner capture, and it's going to say command shell session 1 open. So it's opened a shell session, which means this system is Linux, obviously, and we can run our Linux commands. So pretty awesome. And as you can see, we can send commands back and forth. So let's try a few commands. Let's see if we can run a task manager. Oops, we did not. I don't think that's installed on the Metasploitable machine. Let's see if we can run the clear command. There we are. Awesome. So now we have a clear bash or shell. Sorry about that. And we can try something like uname r. Uname r, and there it's going to tell us the server version. You have your uname a, and there we are, Linux Metasploitable, blah blah blah. We can also list out the files available, and whoa, there's a lot of files in there. And I guess you guys can see the power of this. If you have a server that has this vulnerability, depending on the service that it's running, you get the idea. It's very powerful, and you can run a plethora of commands, you know. So it's pretty awesome. That's going to be it for this video, guys. A little bit of a short video, but this is a very important introduction to Metasploit. It's what's not important is the fact that we're using a simple exploit. It's very important that I'm showing you guys how to use it and how to get comfortable with it. So I hope you guys found value in that video. If you did, please leave a like down below. If you have any questions or suggestions, let me know in the comment section down below, or you can hit me up on my social networks. The links will also be in the description. If you have any personal questions, hit me up on Kick. For the latest hacking news and resources, check out my website. Link will be in the description. And have a fantastic day. Peace. Continue. Hey guys, Hackersploit here, back again with another video, and in this video we're going to be looking at web server hacking. So we're going to be continuing where we left off, and this time we're going to be trying to exploit the port 139, which is the Samba. It's running the Samba server right here. So again, we're going to be scanning our Metasploitable machine, so go ahead and do that if you have not already. And once the scan is complete, we have some open ports. Now, of course, in the previous videos I've made, many of you have said that this is, this is basic stuff. Well, the reason I'm using this, I'm showing you the different ways of using Metasploit in different ways whenever you have, for example, a very unique exploit that you want to use. And one of the most unique ones is the Samba server, all right? Now, Rapid 7 exploit has this vulnerability with the Samba. It allows command execution without authentication, which is awesome. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to be using Metasploit, and I'm going to show you something really unique about this. Now, this exploit or this server, the Samba server, does not run. It does not have a backdoor installed already. That means it's pure vanilla, and that means that to exploit anything here, we would need to use a payload, because it does have a buffer overflow, and the only way we can make use of a buffer overflow is by using a payload. So let me just show you what I mean. So I've got the exploit, so I'm going to paste the exploit here, right? So I'm going to say use exploit multi-Samba user map script, and there we are. So let's look at the options available. All right, and right now it's telling me that the options available are the rhost, which is the target IP address, and the port. The port is fine because it's configured correctly as port 139. Awesome. All right, so let's set the rhost to the IP. All right, so the IP is, for me, is going to be again, you can check this by going to your Metasploitable machine and just running the ifconfig option. So once you have set that, now if we try and exploit this, nothing will happen, because as I've said, we need to run basically we need to exploit the buffer overflow, and we can do that by using a payload. So to view the payloads available in Metasploit, what you do is you say show, all right, payloads, show payloads, and it'll show you the payloads available for this exploit. All right, so just give it a few seconds, and there we are. So we have so we know that it's using the Unix command, and we have the name and the description. So as you can see, there are very many options that you can use. As I said, this is a good reason to learn Netcat, because it gives you the option to use Netcat as a payload. There'll be a lot here which we'll be all looking through. As you can see, they've been programmed in different languages, so you can run the payloads in different languages, and so on and so forth. Now, the one I'm going to be using is I'm going to be looking for the reverse shell, because I want to create a reverse shell where what's happening is, instead of me connecting to the target computer, in this case our Metasploitable machine, and in case it has a firewall, which in most cases a web server would likely have, it's going to refuse a connection, right? So now the reason we use reverse TCP is it's awesome, because it allows the web server to communicate back to us on a port that we specify. Now that's going to be something that the firewall can't stop. So it's awesome. It's very cool to use something like reverse shell, or something of that equivalent. All right, so we can use here the we can use any of these reverse shell payloads. Obviously the most popular one is going to be the Netcat one, because again, it's going to use Netcat as a means of communication. So I'm just going to copy the exploit, and then in here you want to set the you want to copy the payload, and in here I want to just set the payload. So set payload, and I'm just going to paste the name in of the payload. Let me just do that. Let me just do this right now. All right, so that's the payload we want to use. Now something interesting will happen. If we check for the options now, we have different options. Now we have the listening address, which is going to be my IP address, or the machine that you're using, and then you have the listening port, which again you can specify to make it more promiscuous. For example, you could say that the listening port could be 80. You know, you can use 80 as a port because that web server, when communicating to you, will realize, okay, this is normal browsing because it's going through port 80. That's where all the traffic usually goes through, and it will connect without an issue. As I said, with some firewalls, if you use any other ports, it might detect that, you know, hey, this is a weird port that it's using, and this could be dangerous. So block that connection, that outgoing connection. But in this case, we know that Metasploitable is not going to stop that. So you can use any port that you want. But please do remember that if you're going to use a port like 80 or ports that are configured, make sure you have no service running on it, or it will conflict. Alright, so that's also very, very important to understand. So let's configure the L host, which is your IP address. So set L host, and I need to get my IP address. I should have actually thought that through. So let me just create a new tab here, and I'm just going to check for mine here, like so, and there it is, 192.168.2. Let me just copy that here, and we can paste that in here, paste it like so. Oops, let me just in fact, let me just do that again. So set lhost and paste that back, and there we go. We have set our lhost. As I've said, you don't need to change your L port, but again, it depends on the server that you're trying to attack and run this exploit on. In most cases, it will detect it, but if it's coming from a port that is not very common, for example, the port 444. So if we look at the options now, we can see that we've set our R host and the R port, which are correct. The port that we're trying to attack is 139, which is running the Samba server. We then have the L host, which is our IP here, our local IP. And we then have our L port, which is the port is going to listen to. So that's the port the server is going to connect to with outgoing traffic. So this all looks good. Let's see if we can actually run it. So I'm going to hit exploit, right? And there we are. Reverse shell opened, and we can go ahead and run some commands. So we are in. So let me just clear the console. All right. So what I can do now is say something like uname a. Whoops. Uname a. There we are, Metasploitable. We can list our files. Let's go to the root. Let's see what's in root. There we are, desktop. We have files on the desktop. Let's look at wait, what do we have in here? We have nothing in the desktop. Let's go back, and let me just clear this again, and let's see what files exist. Whoops, I cannot see what I'm typing in, like so. And I believe there's some VNC files. So cat VNC. Whoops, let me just view the files that were existing inside here. So we have vnc.log. So cat vnc.log. All right, awesome. We can see that we have the log files here for all the VNC servers. Awesome. So as you can see, we have initiated our reverse shell, and that was a good way of explaining how to use payloads, because in most cases, the exploits that you'll be running don't have backdoors in the services that you're trying to attack. And one of the good examples was using Samba. Samba has no backdoor, but it allows command execution without authentication. So it's awesome. So remember that you can use any type of payload that you wanted that comes with the exploit, and from that you can change your approach of attacking the web server. So that's going to be it for this video, guys. I hope you guys found value in this video. If you did, please leave a like down below. And if you have any questions or suggestions, let me know in the comment section, or you can hit me up on my social networks. If you have any personalized questions, you can hit me up on Kick. And by the way, guys, something very, very important is I've added a forum section to my website. So you can go and sign up, and you can post the video suggestions for the new videos you want to see on the channel, and I'll be picking random ones. And I'm going to have a Q&A series where every week I'm going to be trying to answer all your questions. So you can also post your questions there. Anyway, guys, thank you so much for watching, and have a fantastic day. Peace. Hey guys, Hacksploit here, back again with another video, and welcome to the web penetration testing series where we're going to be getting started with our first video. I know I've touched upon WordPress scan and stuff like that, but this is now, taking you through the basics and moving your way up. Alright, so for those of you asking about Hydra and the word list, I will be uploading the word list to my website after I upload this video. As for Hydra belongs to the cracking section, which we'll be getting to, but that's really focused on cracking services on ports and credentials, stuff like that. So it really doesn't come into play when we're talking about web penetration testing. Alright, so in this video we're going to be looking at Nikto, which is a web vulnerability scanner or a web server security scanner, and it is it's fantastic for detecting vulnerabilities on the server. Alright, now the thing I like about Nikto, and I use it a lot in the professional, for professional projects, it really detects server misconfiguration. Now what do I mean? Most of the time, system administrators or, the people who actually set up the website hosting, they really don't know what they're doing. And this comes, in forms of leaving subdomains wide open for people to, just find and furthermore exploit. But, just finding random server misconfiguration, like misconfiguring ports, let's say something like the get and post commands, all of that great stuff, which, might sound a bit confusing to you if you're a beginner now. But when we'll be moving along, using tools like Burp Suite, we'll get into this really, in depth, right? So let's get started. Now I'm going to be using the WordPress virtual machine, or the WordPress server that we actually configured. So I've reset it again, and it is using new credentials that I'm unaware of, but the IP address is still the same. And I've opened it up on Mozilla Firefox. There we are. That's the IP address, 192.168.1.108, and it is indeed the WordPress site that is being hosted on the Debian server. Now, what I'm going to do is, as we move along, I'm going to actually log in to the WordPress site, and I'm going to update the WordPress version and the plugins to make it more secure. That way, it becomes a little bit more challenging. All right, but for now, we're going to be looking at how to use Nikto, all right, to scan for any vulnerabilities that we might find on the site. So as you can see, I already have it locked to my favorites here on my dock, because I use it quite a lot. But to launch it, it's really very simple. Just open up your terminal and just hit in Nikto. All right. Now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to open up the help menu, because it is very, very important here, so that I can explain what each of the commands are and what they do, and more specifically the commands that we're going to be looking at in this video. All right. So let me just open that up. And as you can see, we've got right from the beginning, we can see that it's sorted really, really well. And this is why I really like Nikto. Now, some of you might be asking, or you might have this question in your mind. Well, you showed us about WordPress scan. Doesn't this just do the exact same thing? Well, WordPress scan is only designed to sniff out vulnerabilities on a WordPress website. The good thing about Nikto is it works on any web server or website for that matter. And once you know that, it's really, really fantastic, because it works on any site or any web server, as we have already seen. So let's look at what these commands do. Now, some of the most important commands are the DB check, which checks for databases, the format, which allows us to change the output format. More specifically, the help menu, which is specified here, which is again is great because it gives you help. We then have the host, very, very important, allows you to select the host, which without this command you would not be able to use Nikto, pretty much. All right. You then have plugins to list all the plugins. You then have the output, which allows you to output your results into a file. Very, very important if you're a penetration tester to always have documentation of all the scans you're performing. You have no SSL, which disables using SSL. The port, which we're going to be using in this video, we're going to be specifying to use the default port, which is port 80, which I'll show you how to specify. You can also change the port if you want to, which, would make a lot of sense, unless you're performing some serious scan, that is more specialized. You then have your force SSL mode on the port, which is not that important. You don't come across that a lot. And you can update it and you can print the plugin and database versions if you want to. Alright, so let's get started with the commands that we're going to be using. So I'm just going to clear this out and we're going to get started now. So if we remember correctly, we're going to use nicto, and to specify the host, we use the h command. And after this, I would use I would select the website address, or the domain for that matter, or the IP address, as I'm going to be doing now. So 192.168, whoops, 0.1.108, and I've selected that I've used the command, the h command, which means I'm using, that's the host. I now want to specify the port, which is the only other command that I'm going to be using. So we use the p, and we're specifying the port, which is port 80. And let's hit enter and let's see what vulnerabilities we can find here. All right, so I'm going to hit enter, and it's going to detect the server, which is Apache, which we already know, as we've looked at this previously. And there we are. It's already got the cross-site scripting protection header is not defined. That's a very, very huge vulnerability. We'll be looking at how to exploit all of these vulnerabilities like cross-site scripting using tools like Burp Suite and file upload vulnerabilities, all of that good stuff, because a lot of you guys have been asking me about bug bounty hunting and how do I get started, because hacking on the web is a different ball game, to be honest. It's quite tricky because every site is configured differently. Alright, so it's returned the results, and you can look at all the vulnerabilities that it was able to find out. So the WordPress script reveals the installed version, which is, as you can see, that looks like a CVE version. Cookie WordPress. So yeah, there's not a lot of important stuff that we were able to gather from here. Again, it would be much more wise to scan a WordPress site with WordPress scan, but for other websites, this is fantastic. So that is how to scan for vulnerabilities that exist on a web server, in this case, a WordPress site. Now, let's look at one more command, which is the output command, which is very, very important. So we're going to try and output this on the desktop. So I'm just going to change my directory to my desktop. So like so, and let me just clear the terminal. So we're going to use the same command, which is nicto h, which is the host 192.168.1.108. We're specifying the port, which is port 80. And now we have to specify the fact that we are using the output command. So O, and we specify the file name, which we're going to say is, let's see, let's just call it results. Let's just call it nicto results. Results, always good to name your documentation appropriately. And now we want to specify the file type, which in this case we can just say we use the command F, capital F, to specify the file type, the file extension. In this case, I'm just going to select .txt just to keep things basic, and I'm going to hit enter. It's going to start the scanning process, and once the scanning process is complete, it's going to save. It's actually saving the data right now in real time as it's performing the scan. Alright, so just give it a few seconds to complete the scan, and we'll be able to see whether or not the information was stored in the file that we specified it to be stored in. Alright, we'll be looking at all of these vulnerabilities as we move along, but the first thing is to understand what we've got and how to gather information about a web server or a website. And this is the basic, just getting started with it. It's very, very good to get accustomed to the tools. Alright, so as you can see, it's completed, and if we just check the desktop here, we have the nicto results. There we are. Fantastic. If I just open up the file, and it has stored all the information. Very, very important that you store this information. It acts as a good way of showing, or it acts as documentation, and that is very important, especially for a penetration tester. Alright, so that is going to be it for nicto. We'll be moving along swiftly after this, and we'll be looking at cross-site scripting, how to use Burp Suite, all of the great stuff. Alright, so I want you guys to stay tuned for that. So that's going to be it for this video, guys. I hope you guys found value in this video. If you did, please leave a like down below. If you have any questions, any at all, hit me up on my social networks or or more specifically, you can hit me up in the comment section. If you have any personal questions, please hit me up on Kick. One more thing, by the way, if I do not reply to your comment or question, it doesn't mean that I do not want to. It's because there are a lot of these comments and I have to go through them as much as I can, and I try to reply to all of them because the comments are increasing as the channel is increasing. And if I don't reply to your message, please don't take it the wrong way. I will reply. Just give me up to 1 or 2 days at the latest. I just want to thank you for all the support, guys. Thank you for supporting me. And I have something really, really important that I want to announce soon. For those of you who are watching the video till now, stay tuned for that. And yeah, I'll be seeing you in the next video. Peace. Hey guys, Hackers here, back again with another video, and in this video we're going to be looking at how to exploit WordPress. More specifically, we're going to be finding the username and the password on a vulnerable WordPress server, or in this case we're actually using a virtual machine that has WordPress running on it. Now, the reason I'm doing this, and a lot of people ask me this question, is why hasn't your channel got any copyright strikes? And that's because I perform everything in my virtual lab. That means I'm not attacking anyone or causing harm to anyone apart from the targets in my lab. So I have downloaded a vulnerable WordPress server that is running on Debian from Turnkey Linux. I'm pretty sure you know that site. Right now they have a lot of virtual machine they have a lot of VMs that you can use for testing, etc. And you can learn and practice a lot of stuff. So I have it right here, and I've configured it up, and I've used the default credentials. So I actually don't know what the username and password combination is, and we're going to be doing it live. So there's some information here that it's giving you, which is pretty helpful. We know that the server, the IP address, the local IP address is 192.168.1.108. All right. So let's get started. So what I'm going to do first is I'm just going to start off with 192.168.1.108, right? And obviously it's going to be a WordPress site, as you can see here. And now the most important thing is to start enumerating the username, and hopefully we can crack a password. Now, I would like to just tell you that I'm using a word list, a basic word list that I found quite a few years ago that has been actually quite helpful. So I have that already downloaded, and hopefully we can find the username and password here. So it's using default credentials, so it'll be much easier, but I'm just explaining, this is just a bit of a practical explanation as to how one would go about doing this using WordPress scan. Alright, so we know it's running WordPress, and if you're familiar with web penetration testing, you know that WordPress sites have the WordPress admin page, right, that allows you to log in. So we know we can actually log in here. Sorry about that. All right, so anyway, it's working really, really well. So WordPress is actually running, and I do not know the login credentials, so we're gonna hopefully try and find them. Now, we do have the server IP, and obviously we do know that it's running WordPress, right? So the first thing we need to do is we need to open up WordPress scan, or WP scan. All right, so as you can see, I have it on my favorites or on my dock here, and to launch it, it's really very simple. You can just go to your terminal and you just hit WP or WordPress scan. So whoops, my bad. Sorry about that, guys. Apologies there. I was smashing on my space bar. All right, so WP scan. All right, and if I just hit enter, it's going to give me the help options. There we are. So there's a lot of options, and we'll be covering most of them here. We can also use the WScan help. All right, so to enumerate the help options, there we are. So we have the help options, and we're going to be using some basic commands here, and I'll be explaining what they do. All right, so let's get started now. The first thing we need to do is we need to enumerate the usernames, and this can be done, by exploiting the vulnerable plugins. Now, by default, as I've already said, this WordPress version is vulnerable, and it is set up to be vulnerable, and it's just a way of me explaining how this goes, really. Okay, so let me just clear that up, and we can get started. Let me maximize the terminal because we're going to need all this, the real estate that we have, that we actually need. All right, excellent. Let's begin. So now we're going to start off with, let me just enumerate the help here just to get started. So we're going to actually start enumerating the username. So the username, of course, we are looking at the basic syntax here. So again, since we're using the U command because we are targeting a URL, so the syntax will be pretty simple. We'll be using the U command. We'll be using the E command. If I can find it here. Yeah, there we are. There to enumerate options, and then we're going to be enumerating usernames. So again, it's going to get usernames here. And finally, we're going to be targeting only the vulnerable plugins. All right, so that is right here, VP, only the vulnerable plugins. So let's get started. So I'm just going to clear the terminal again, and there we are. So WP scan, and after that we use the IP address. So 192.168.1.108. Excellent. Now we use the E to enumerate. All right, the E command. Now we use U. All right, because we are specifying enumerate username. So U is not actually an argument or a parameter. It's more of an expression of enumerate, right? So EU, so enumerate usernames, and I want you to target only vulnerable plugins. There we are. So hopefully this returns the default username. So I'm going to hit enter, and this should be relatively quickly because again the username is not is going to be the default username. So I'm just going to hit enter, and whoops, sorry about that. Oh, my bad. Apologies. I forgot to specify the U command there to target the URL. So once we hit enter, this should give us, all right, so there we are. And it's targeting the, oh, immediately we've got it. All right, awesome. As you can see, the default WordPress username is admin. So that's the really easy way of targeting vulnerable plugins to find the username. Again, you know, targeting the vulnerable plugins are super important, and this gives you an awesome, as you can see, WordPress Super Cache. I actually have used this plugin before, and actually they fixed these issues now, but this was something really big. I actually remember a lot of people exploiting this back in the day. The WordPress Super Cache essentially just speeds up your website and purges the files on your website to make it load faster. Anyway, as you can see, it's enumerated the username, and we have the username as admin. Fantastic. Now we need to enumerate the password, or we need to actually brute force for the password. Right. So I already have a word list that I've created, or I had from a long time ago, and it has all the default username and password combinations for most of the top websites, you know, in the world. So for example, Yahoo, Gmail, you know, Twitter, it's all of that stuff. So I have it right here, and I've already modified it and sorted it so that it takes you know, a less amount of time for the WordPress scan to actually get the password. All right, so I'm going to clear this out. So we've got the username, and now we're getting the password. Awesome. So now we essentially need to get the password. So WordPress scan. Let me just enlarge the terminal here and clear that again. WordPress scan, there we are. WordPress scan U 0.108, that's the IP address or the URL for that matter. Now we are also enumerating usernames. Whoops. Enumerating the username because it's also very important to enumerate usernames with the password combination. All right, now we specify word list. So we are specifying a word list here. All right, now after we specified the word list, we can then select the directory of the word list. Mine is on my root, and on my, it's actually in my root directory. So I'm going to just select the word list.txt file. There we are, and let's hit enter, and let's see what we get. It should actually do this really quickly. This word list is, oh, there we are. Fantastic. I did that really quickly. And again, it's used the brute forcer, and it took like 0 seconds, I believe. There we are. So login, the admin, username is admin, password is admin123, and let's actually try that right now. That was really quickly. That was really quick. So WordPress admin, and the username is admin, password is admin123, I believe, or actually I believe the username was admin with the lowercase, if I'm correct. yeah, I can actually see that it's telling me to, there we are. All right. And we have successfully exploited WordPress. Now, granted that it's running quite an old version of WordPress 4.7.4. Regardless of that, with the plugins that it does have installed, we were able to exploit it really easily using WordPress Scan, and it's a fantastic tool really. Now, one would go about, usually what a lot of the black hats do is they would go to plugins and they would add new, and they would go to the file manager. All right, so let me just show you this right now. They would go to the file manager and they would look, they would actually install the file manager. Go to plugins and install the file manager plugin, and then they would get a reverse shell and replace it with the 404 page, and then actually trigger that page, and they essentially have access or a reverse shell or a interpreter shell. All right, so they would install the file manager, and if I just if I just search for reverse shell, reverse shell PHP, there we are, reverse shell PHP. And this should actually return quite an easy, there we are, PHP reverse shell. That's the one they use a lot. So I'm just going to activate the file manager here, and I'm just going to download it. It's a pretty small file. I'm going to save. It's essentially a very simple PHP. Of course, it has to be in PHP because you're replacing the actual 404 PHP file. All right, so there we are. I'm going to open this up, and I'll just open that up. Let me extract this here. And we have the PHP reverse shell there. PHP reverse shell, copying the PHP reverse shell. You can read the README and you can configure the PHP reverse shell, obviously, to connect to your IP address here. As you can see, there's a few, there we are. Change this. So the IP address, you essentially change that, and the port you want it to connect to. And yes, you upload it and replace it. You replace it with the editor here, settings, and you go to general, I believe. Is it general? Yes, you go to general, or appearance and customize. There we are, appearance and editor. There we are. That's what we have to go to. And one would go to the 404, if I can find that. There we are, 404 template. And they would replace they would just get rid of all of this, and they would replace this 404 script here and update the file. And what happens is when you go to, for example, 192.168.1.108, and you go to the 404 page, there we are, it would essentially load the script, and there you go, 404.php for that matter. So that would grant you, that would actually act as a backdoor into the WordPress system. And there you go. So that's essentially how to exploit a vulnerable WordPress system. I know this was quite basic, but again, it's very important to understand the flow of procedures and how things work. So we started off with enumerating usernames, passwords, and then we logged in, and then you need to find a way to maintain access, and then there's clearing up your tracks. But in this case, in most cases, the black hat hackers will just take over the entire WordPress site, and they claim responsibility immediately. So that's how it's done, and hopefully this also gives you great awareness and a few security tips you can take away from this. If you're a WordPress site owner, make sure all your subdomains are, if you have a subdomain and you're performing some testing on it, and you're running some really vulnerable scripts, please do not list them. Just work on them in your own modularized environment, and do not upload them to your server until they're ready. Right? The next thing is to keep your WordPress updated and keep your plugins updated. That's very important. And I would really recommend that you do not install any plugins that do not have good ratings, irregardless of whether or not they perform a task. I would really recommend that you use the most popular and the highest rated ones, because they promise the best security. All right. And the last one is to take regular backups of your site, so that in case of anything, of any breach, any hack, you can easily get a hold of your site, and you can re-upload it to another WordPress server, and you're pretty much good to go. So that's going to be it for this video, guys. Thank you so much for the support. We are now pushing for 50,000 subscribers. I appreciate all the support, and it's time to get to work. Videos every day. And yeah, if you found value in this video, please leave a like down below. If you have any questions or suggestions, let me know in the comment section, or you can hit me up on my social networks or on Kick. And you can get the latest hacking news and resources on my website, hsplug.com, and I'll be seeing you in the next video. Peace. Hey guys, Hackersploit here, back again with another video, and in this video we're going to be looking at password cracking, more specifically password cracking with John the Ripper. Alright, so a lot of you guys have been asking me for this, and this is probably a very important section that I've realized that I haven't covered before. And obviously this section is password cracking, more specifically password cracking using John the Ripper. Alright, so John the Ripper is a fantastic password cracking utility that is used to crack, RAR passwords, system passwords, etc., etc. It's also very good for password hash cracking. Now, for those of you asking for the more advanced videos on the channel, do not worry at all. I was planning this for a long time, and I've really listened to what you guys have had to say. And yes, on the channel, until now I haven't covered a lot of advanced videos, and that's because I wanted to fully cover the beginner videos so that anyone who watches the channel can go through the beginning tutorials and then get competent enough to move on to the advanced series. Now, for those of you already advanced enough in this field, you want to see advanced videos, don't worry about that. I've been working on the web penetration testing series and some more other advanced series, and I was scheduling to upload the videos at the beginning of March. But since you want them early, what I'm going to do is I'm going to start uploading them from this week, from Monday onwards. Okay, so I've actually recorded and edited them, and now I'll move on to actually uploading them. So again, thank you so much for waiting. I just wanted to make sure that I covered all the basics first, and obviously I can cover both sides of the spectrum where, beginners can find value on the channel and also the advanced users can find value on the channel. I really value both experience levels, if that's what you want to call it. So beginners should not feel intimidated at all, and the advanced users should not feel like the channel is becoming very basic in terms of the types of videos I'm uploading. So you don't have to worry about that. I'll be uploading the advanced videos, so I'm going to try and get a balance. Anyway, as I said, I've not really covered the password cracking section, and today we're going to be looking at how to crack the zip and RAR passwords with John the Ripper. Alright, so the surprising thing is not many people, or people actually find this really complex because, they don't understand the password hash cracking process and how the cracking process works. Alright, so essentially, John the Ripper is a fantastic tool that, in its full power is great for cracking password hashes. And once you crack a password hash, you essentially get the password. Now, in this case, I have an encrypted zip file here that is encrypted behind a password. I created that on my Windows operating system, and I just gave it I don't even remember what password I gave it. I probably gave it a very simple password, and that's because, again, depending on the complexity of the password you are cracking, the process can take a short time to a longer time. If the password is more complex, it's going to take longer. If it's less complex in terms of the character set that you're choosing to use, then obviously it's going to take a less amount of time. If the amount of characters is limited, or you have more characters and you have the use of numbers and symbols, then obviously the process is going to be longer. But enough said, let's get started with John the Ripper. Alright, so John the Ripper is pre-installed on Kali Linux, which is awesome. And as you can see, I have the test file on my desktop. So I'm just going to browse to my desktop here. So change directory into my desktop, and I'm going to clear that out. And now we can get started with the process. So the first thing we need to do is we need to get the password hashes, and that can be done by using a tool called Zip2John. It is part of the John the Ripper package. So let me just show you what it's used for. It's used for getting the password hashes. Now, depending on whether or not you're using a zip file or a RAR file, the process is still the same, or it has a utility for both of these processes. So if you're using a zip file, or you want to get the password from a zip file, the first thing we need to do is we need to use Zip2John. All right. So Zip2John, sorry about that, Zip2John. And then after that, we specify the file. And then if we hit enter, it's going to give us the password hash, or we can output the file into a TXT document, which is the preferred way of doing so. Once you go into becoming a penetration tester, it's very, very important that you save all of the results that you're getting and everything that was involved in the process. So again, this is why I was talking about, really covering the basics so that people learn, penetration testing the right way. Alright, so as I said, if you're using a zip file, you can use zip to John. If you're using a RAR file, you can use RAR to John. Alright, so the process is relatively simple. In this case, we're using a zip file, so I'm going to use zip to John. And then now I'm going to specify the file name, which in this case is called test.zip. So I'm just going to test.zip. Whoops, sorry about that, test.zip. And once I've specified the file, if I hit enter now, it's gonna, whoops, for some reason we've got an error there. Oh, there is a space in there. So let me just see if I can rename this and get rid of the space between there. There we are. Let me just rename it. Fantastic. Okay, so now we can go zip to John test.zip. Now once I hit enter, it'll give me the password hash. Don't worry if it gives you the error that the file is not encrypted. Regardless, the password hash starts with the $sign and ends with the $sign. That is a hash, so it ends here, or actually here. All right, so it starts with the $sign and ends with the $sign. That's how you know what a password hash is. So now we need to crack this, but first I want to export it into a TXT document. So to do that, we just use the output denoter, which is the greater than sign, and we give the name of the document. In this case, we are storing it in a text document. So I'm just going to call it hash.txt, and I'm going to hit enter, and it's going to save the hash for us in here. There we are. Fantastic. And now we can get started with the password hash cracking process. So I'm just going to clear the terminal now, and we can use John. So now we have to use John, and we now need to select the format of the file that we're trying to crack, and then specify the hash or the document that contains the hash. So we say John, and then we use the format denoter. So that is the format command, and that is denoted by a _ and format. All right. So after that, we then say format is equal to zip. Now again, if your file is a RAR file, the process is the same. You just need to change this into a RAR. All right. So in this case, mine is just zip. And then now you have to specify the hash. So if you have copied the hash, you can just paste it in here directly. In this case, we have saved it on a document. So I'm just going to specify the document name. So hash.txt, and I'm going to hit enter. And the password hash cracking process is there. As you can see, it was performing the cracking process, and it got it in a few seconds. And as you can see, the password is really simple: 123456. Now the reason I chose this is because again, I did not want something very complex. Otherwise, it would have taken a longer time. And that is the thing you need to understand about password cracking. Even when you use tools, when you're cracking logins like the SSH login, and you're using tools like Hydra, the process is quite a while. I remember you cracking passwords when I was learning, or when I was, on my first job. The password cracking, took almost probably about 12 hours. So yeah, it's going to take a while. And, that is probably the thing about password cracking, whether you're performing a brute force attack, or you're trying to crack against passwords, logins, or even if you're using a dictionary attack, it's pretty much just about time. Alright, so that is how to crack a zip file or a RAR file. The process is still the same, and there's your password. So now we know the password is 123456. Let us confirm that by actually trying to extract our file here. So I'm going to hit extract here. I'm going to hit extract to my desktop. There we are, extract. And I'm just going to enter the password. And I'm going to hit OK. And there we are, extraction completed successfully. Fantastic. We can close that up. And in my test file, I just had some really basic files. Yeah, there's a setup there just for synergy, which is awesome. All right, so one more extra thing. I'm going to give you guys an extra bonus. I'm going to show you how to crack Linux passwords with John. All right, so with the thing about Linux passwords is Linux passwords are stored in the etc and the shadow folder. All right, so I'm pretty much most of you are familiar with that. Those of you who are advanced users should be familiar with the file structure, or the Linux file directories, and where the passwords are stored. But the thing about them is the file is encrypted, so you need to crack it. So by default, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to create a user. So user add, and I'm just going to say the username should be let's just call it user user2. All right, I'm going to hit enter and it's going to add the user. Now I'm going to change the password of user2. So essentially what I'm doing right now is I'm just creating a user and a password, and I'm going to show you how to crack it. Obviously the Linux usernames and passwords, so you can actually crack the passwords that belong to all the accounts on the Linux operating system. So I'm going to give it a password. So it's going to ask me to enter a new Unix password. So again, I'm just going to enter a really simple password: 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. Let's make it a bit complex. So 1 2 3 4 5 6 7, and I'm going to hit enter, and there we are, password updated successfully. So to crack the shadows file, the shadows file exists in the etc, and as you can see, if you specify the shadow file like this, the etc shadows file, you will essentially that is where all the passwords are stored. So we can use John, and we can say etc shadow. If I just open that up, there we are, shadow. There's the shadow file. Again, by the way, it is a file, so we just hit shadow, and once we hit enter, it's going to start cracking the password hash, and it's going to give us the results, as you can see here, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. So that was really quick. Now let me explain the results that we've got here, because it may feel a bit confusing. So as you can see, it detected that the hash type was a SHA-512 or 512. So that is an encryption protocol or an encryption algorithm. Sorry about that. Very powerful. And again, it was able to crack it really quickly. Now by default, it's telling me something here that it loaded 3 password hashes with 3 different salts. So what this means is, yes, I have performed this cracking before, and it found the password hashes and they were cracked. So what it's saying is I had 3 accounts that were cracked before, and they've already cracked the hashes. So it's not going to crack the password hashes for those accounts. It only cracks the ones that that have not been cracked yet. In this case, which was user2, and it got the password there, which was awesome. So that is essentially how to crack Linux passwords. It's really very simple. As I said, people just, really they just make things a bit too complex for themselves. And the process, if you understand the process, then performing the techniques, to exploit a system or to, in this case, crack a passwords are really very simple. It's just about time, patience, and prudence. All right. So I'm just going to clear this up. And what we're going to do now is I'm just going to delete the user that I created. User delete, I'll do that later. Anyway, thank you so much for watching this video, guys. I hope you found value in this video. Please leave a like down below. If you have any questions at all, just leave them in the comment section or on my social networks, or you can hit me up on Kick. Thank you so much for watching, guys, and have a fantastic day. Peace. Hey guys, Hackersploit here, back again with another video, and I apologize for the lack of uploads. I was just completing the web penetration testing series and I had some work that I needed to get done, so I'll be uploading those promptly. But now I really wanted to show you guys probably one of the most important tools that you should be familiar with and you should be able to use, and that is Hydra. Alright, so for those of you who have never heard of Hydra, Hydra is essentially a very good password brute forcing or a password cracker for that matter. So it allows you to crack online logins, etc. Now in this case, what we're going to be focusing on is how to attack SSH, or how to actually brute force using a dictionary attack. We are going to brute force the SSH port. Alright, now you might be asking yourself, well, why is this such a viable thing? Well, the truth is, if you're looking at this from a black hat perspective, let's say you have access, you have access to a network, an organization's network, and now you want to gain access to a computer. Well, SSH might be a very good attack vector that could obviously give you, a large amount of access, or could give you access to a senior, or a systems administrator or something like that, for example a router, etc. And obviously from then you're now escalating your privileges even further. So again, you can target really important things in an organization. For example, you can target the router, you can target the systems administrator, you can target probably one of the one of the most important post computers, for example, the CTO's computer, etc., etc. All right, now in this case, again, I'm going to be stepping out of using Metasploitable now. In this case, I'm just going to be using a standard Ubuntu. I'm just going to be using an Ubuntu operating system here that is again connected to my local network, and this will offer us a fantastic understanding of how to use Hydra to perform an attack. Now, when I said we're going to be using Hydra, we're obviously going to get started with using X-Hydra. Now, if you've not heard about X-Hydra, don't worry. It's essentially the graphical user interface for Hydra. And you might be asking yourself, well, why exactly are we using X-Hydra and not Hydra? Well, I'll show you exactly why. All right. So the first thing we need to do, following the standard steps, is we need to identify the targets. We need to identify what ports are open in the target. So for that, we'll just perform a basic nmap scan. We'll just scan for the simple ports. The IP address for my target is 192.168.1.108. Now, if you don't know your target's IP address, you can just perform an nmap scan as well on the entire subnet, and you'll get the IP address that way, or you can use net discover depending on what you like. All right, so I'm just going to hit enter, and as you can see, the only port open is the SSH port, and by default, I created a new user with its own password, the admin user with its own password. Now, by default, of course, you'll not be knowing the username and the password, so we are going to be using word lists to perform a dictionary attack. If you perform a brute force attack, it becomes too long because, some word lists have about, like, for example, if you use the Rocky word list, it could have in the minimum of 12 million different combinations, and that's going to take like a week. Now, you can see why this is getting really, really tedious, is because if it's going to take a week and you're on the network, meaning you're actually inside the organization, probably you've not connected through it externally, but you're on the network, you need to get something really, really fast. Now, again, we're going to be targeting default usernames and passwords, but again, it can be different depending on the security protocols set up by the company or the organization. So you can use the default word list that's come with Kali Linux, which are extremely powerful. That can be found in command share, change directory, user share, and I believe they're in word lists. There we are. So if you list the word list in here, you can see you have the RockU, you have the Fern Wi-Fi, which is again set up by the Fern Wi-Fi cracker, the fast track, .txt, and these are some that you can just experiment with, and they are fantastic as well. All right, but in our case, what I've done is I've just created my own word lists here. They're sorted out in usernames and passwords, because if you know the username, then you're halfway there. All you need to do is brute force the password. But in this case, I'm just gonna I've created a usernames and passwords. Again, it's a simple one with possible ones, and the passwords. As you can see, the actual password for the SSH is Alexis1234. I've just kept it as basic as that, so that I can save time and I don't have to, go through the cracking process, which can take up to a week, and then, or, a few hours, depending on the complexity and where it lies on the word list, or in the word list. Okay. So again, I'm just going to be explaining how everything works here and how it's done. Excellent. Let's get started now. So we know that the port 22, which is the SSH port, is currently open. You remember, it's very important that it is open. If it's not open, then many people have tried to tell me that they are trying to attack a target, but when you look closely, you can see that that specific port is closed. So that means it won't really work. So again, make sure that the port is open. So once you're ready, what you want to do is we just want to type in X-Hydra like so, and once you type in X-Hydra, it's going to open up the graphical user interface, and let me expand that. Alright, so now we want to select our target. Alright, so it's sorted out in target, passwords, tuning, specific, and start. We'll get to all of that. So our target is essentially if you're targeting a single target, you can enter the IP address here, whether it's a global, or a public or local IP address, or you can select your target from a target list. Alright, so we're just going to select a single target, and we're going to select the IP address 0.1.108, and again, if you're using IPv6, you can also specify that. As for the port, we know that the default port for SSH is port 22. It could be incorrectly incorrectly configured, so you can also watch out for that. You then have your protocol. In this case, we want to scroll all the way down to the SSH. So again, you can look at how to use Hydra for other types of cracking, but for now, just let's focus on the SSH because one of the most popular ways of being cracked. Now for the output options, this is very, very simple. You have your be verbose, so it's going to give us additional information and show the attempts. Very, very important. Now, why am I using X Hydra and not Hydra? The reason is if you want to learn how to use Hydra or any other tool, I would recommend, or especially Hydra in this case, you can see that it gives you the syntax that is being used right under here. And from then on, you can then try it on your own with the command line. All right. So again, it's going to just list down to you here how you would go about typing this or how you would go about using Hydra in the command line. All right, so those are the options we're selecting there. Now let's go to password. So again, you can select a default username if you know the username, or you can select the username list, which is what I'm going to do, which is stored on my desktop, and usernames.txt, and we open that. Now again, I've said this word list already contains the username, so it's not going to be a long cracking process. I'm just explaining the theory here behind what's going on. Again, I don't want to go through the entire cracking process because that would be pointless and you're wasting computation power. Alright, so as for your password, again, you can select the password if you know it. Well, if you know the password, then it really doesn't make sense unless you want to know the username, which is again a very viable option. So let's select your password list or your password, and you want to go to, I'm going to go to my desktop and I'm going to select password.txt, and you can also generate your own passwords. That's an advanced feature. We'll not be looking at that right now. As for the other options, you can try login as password. This essentially means you can try the default. So if it was incorrectly configured and the systems administrator or the network administrator was he wasn't really keen on security, you can try an empty password, which works most times. Believe me, I've tried this and it's actually just shocking, especially for smaller companies that don't really have the budget to hire serious security guys and stuff like that. But irregardless of that, what we want to move on now to is the tuning. Now, tuning. Why is this so important? Well, we talk about number of tasks. What this means is these are going to be the number of login attempts being made. Now, as I said, if the security protocols in place are very, very high and you're trying to attack a company that has their security at a top-notch level, you want to reduce this to about 5, because again, what will happen is if you, most companies usually have the protocols of if you enter 5 passwords incorrectly, it logs you out and it locks SSH for about 5 minutes. So again, I would recommend that you keep it at about 5. And for your timeout, we can just change that to something really, really nominal, which is 10 seconds to timeout. So again, you want to make sure you select exit after first found pair global. So again, you don't want to make sure that you keep on looping around. All right. Moving back to the passwords. Sorry, what am I saying? Not the passwords. Going back here, exit after the first found pair. So this will essentially mean that it once it gets the password and the username and the password pair, it stops the brute force method. Now again, you can also use your HTTP and HTTPS proxies here, which is again something advanced, but right now we're not using any proxies. But again, it might be useful if you're using a proxy. Going on to the specific settings, we don't have to change anything here. This usually come in handy when you're targeting, telnet or FTP, etc., etc. And now once you're ready, just hit start, and you want to go into this bottom button here, and you just want to hit start. All right, and it's going to start, and immediately, as you can see, it got the login as admin and the password as Alexis1234. Now again, this took a really, really short time. Probably because the word list is so small. Now, if you talk about a huge word list like the Rocky word list, that contains 14 million different combinations. So you can imagine how long that will take. So again, a good sense of information gathering really works here. If you can get the usernames of the computer or of your target, that will be excellent as well. And you can also try the default usernames, because as I said, most of the smaller companies do not actually care about security, if I can say that. Alright, so we've got the username and the password. Now let's try and log in via SSH. So I'm just going to open up a terminal here, and I'm going to say SSH. I'm going to select the username, which is admin at 192.168.1.108. And once I hit enter, it's going to ask me for the password, which in this case is Alexis1234, sorry, whoops. And once I hit enter, it should log me in. Oh, whoops. Something's happening here. There we are. All right, so we were successfully logged in, and that is how to target SSH and how to use Hydra for password cracking. As you can see, it's really an efficient tool when it comes down to what it does best, which is password cracking. More specifically, really extremely difficult protocols, things like FTP, which can be extremely useful if you see the use case. But directly from here, you can see that we have got access, and you can imagine the damage you can do if you get access to a target's computer, or you get access to the systems administrator computer. You can you can really damage stuff on the network. But again, I'm not encouraging that. This was just a video of me showing you how to use Hydra, to understand the cracking process. And finally, using Hydra is always something that comes really in handy, especially when you'll be performing penetration tests, if you're looking at being a penetration tester. Alright, so that's going to be it for this video. Don't worry, in the next video we'll be moving on back to web application penetration testing. I've made all of the videos now, so I'll just be uploading them daily. And yeah, thank you so much for the support, guys. We're almost at 50,000 subscribers as of uploading this video. I really appreciate the support, and I have awesome things planned for you, and I'm also planning a giveaway, so stay tuned for that. I love you all. Thank you for the support. It's been unbelievable, and I couldn't ask for more. Thank you. This is all thanks to you. So that's going to be it for this video. Again, if you like the video, found value in it, please leave a like down below. If you have any suggestions, questions, or comments, leave them in the comment section on my social networks or on the website. Alright, so that's going to be it for this video, and I'll be seeing you in the next video. Peace! Hello everyone, welcome to this video. In this video we're going to be looking at password cracking with Medusa. Now you might be asking yourself, what exactly is Medusa? Well, Medusa really simply is a very similar tool to Hydra. It is lightweight and powerful. Now that's one of the things I like about Medusa, is it's much more of a cleaner login cracker or password cracker. Alright, so the thing I like about it is it's multi-threaded, which allows you to scan multiple hosts at one time. Now the great thing about this is it works on many services. For example, FTP, HTTP, MySQL, Telnet, you have your SMBNT, multiple services that are awesome if you know you're trying to crack them. Now in this video we're going to be trying to crack the SSH port. Now in the previous video when we were using Hydra, I showed you how it's done the correct way. Now in order to show you that tools like Hydra and Medusa work, in this video I'm going to actually create a word list that contains the login credentials for the SSH port. Now why am I doing this? The reason I'm doing this is I'm going to show you that indeed it can actually crack these passwords. Okay, so Medusa, as I said, is a really simple tool to use. It may have a lot of commands that you need to specify, but in the long run, I would prefer to use Medusa over Hydra. Now, Hydra is great for cracking, online portals and stuff like that. For example, if you integrate it with Burp Suite, etc. But for services like FTP, Telnet, MySQL, your SSH, it is a fantastic tool as well. Alright, so let's get started with Medusa. Now by default it is pre-installed on Kali Linux, and you can just launch it by typing in Medusa. Alright, so Medusa, and once you type it in, you can see that we have the help menu here that contains all the commands that we're going to be using. Now by default, the commands that we're going to be using is the H. Alright, this allows us to select our target hostname or IP address. The next command we'll be using is we're going to specify the username, which as I said is root or MSF admin. Alright, so once you crack the SSH service with Hydra, you'll find that the username and the password are both MSF admin. Okay, now sorry for telling you that, but it is very important for me to show you how Medusa works. Okay, So these are probably the commands you'll be using the most. So we're going to be using the H, which allows us to select our target host name or IP address, or you can actually use a file that contains target host name. So if you've just come straight from the information gathering section of the course and you gathered your hosts, or you added your hosts in a text document, you can scan multiple hosts. All right. So that's what I really enjoy here. You then have the username to test against, which we'll be using. You have the file containing usernames. Again, awesome that we have that option. You have the passwords to test, the file containing the passwords. You have your file containing combo entries, which is also quite powerful to use. The other command that we'll be using is the C command, which allows you, again, combo attacks. You then have your module, which allows you to select the module. Now, the module essentially means the service or the port that you're trying to perform the attack on. So that's what that means. All right. So getting now to performing the attack on the SSH port on our Metasploitable 2 virtual machine. Again, we just need to get the local IP address, which is the same as the previous video, 192.168.1.102. All right, so the cracking process is slightly different now because you have to specify a few things. So before we get to the actual cracking process, as I said, instead of using the word list that comes with Kali Linux, I've created my simple word list here that contains the credentials. All right, so it explicitly contains the credentials. Now, this may not seem like a word list because it does contain the exact credentials. This will be more of a dictionary attack, but in reality, it is going to use the same technology behind using a word list, where it's going to test against every combination. Okay, so by default, the username for the SSH port is msfadmin and the password is also msfadmin. I've just thrown the rest of these just to make it, more authentic. Okay, so that is going to be stored on my desktop. So let's get started with the attack process. All right, so to launch it, we use Medusa. Now we select our host, which is H, and that is the local IP address of the Metasploitable 2 virtual machine, which is 192.168.1.102. All right, that is the IP address, as simple as that. Now we need to select the username, which in this case, the username we're testing for against is msfadmin, like so. That is the username that we're going to be using. Now we need to select the password file, all right, and that will be specified by using the capital P command, as we looked at in the help menu. And now we select the directory, which in this case is on my desktop, root desktop. Now, by the way, you can use the word lists that come already with Kali Linux, or you can create your own if that's what you're looking for. Now, by default, I already told you I know the credentials, so it's not really a cracking process. But if you are performing this on a real target or on a real server, or you're performing penetration testing, I would recommend that you use the word lists that come with Kali Linux. For example, the Rocky word list or the SQL map. All right. So in this case, we're just going to be using the one I created just to show you that the cracking process does work. All right. But it's going to go through it as a word list. All right. It's not going to use a dictionary attack. So root desktop, and we're going to select the name of the word list, which is custom wordlist.txt. All right. And now we need to specify the module, which can be done by using the M. So the module is SSH, and now we specify the N command, which allows us to select the port, which in this case is port 22. That is the default port for all SSH connections. All right. So once we're done, let me just go through the command or the entire sequence here. So what we're saying is we are saying Medusa. So start up Medusa, initialize Medusa. We then use the H command to specify our host. Now, if you use a capital H command, you can specify a list of hosts that you have saved in a TXT file. You then have your U command, which selects your username, the username you want to try against. You then have your P command that selects the word list or the password or the list that contains the passwords that you want to test for against. Now, you can also select a password that you want to test against, and that you would use the lowercase p. You then select the module that you're going to be using, which in this case is SSH. You then have the port that you're going to be using, which is port 22, which is the SSH port. All right. And once we're done, we can just hit enter, and it should start the cracking process. There we are. Just give it a few seconds. Now, as I said, it's going to go through it as a brute force, and it's going to use it as a word list attack. And as you can see, by default, it went through all of them, the combinations that it could go through. And there we are. Username is MSF admin and the password is MSF admin. To use Medusa for password cracking, more specifically, we were cracking the SSH service, and as you can see, we got the default username and password, which is fantastic. All right, so hello everyone, welcome to this video. In this video, we're going to be looking at client-side exploitation. More specifically, we're going to be looking at client-side exploitation with the BEEF framework or the BEF framework, depending on how you want to pronounce it. All right, so you might be asking yourself, well, what exactly is client-side exploitation? Well, simply put, client-side exploitation is the process of attacking a client, more specifically attacking the operating system and the programs that are installed on the client's computer. All right, you're doing what the main objective is to find the exploits that run on the client's operating system, and more specifically on the programs installed on that operating system, and to exploit them. All right, so now you might be asking, well, what exactly are we looking at in this video? When in this video, we're going to be looking at how to use BEEF to essentially exploit the browser vulnerabilities. All right, so you might be asking yourself now again, what is BEEF? Well, BEEF essentially allows you to find and exploit vulnerabilities in browsers. All right, so it is a fantastic exploitation tool that allows you to hook browsers and then to exploit those browsers on the client operating systems and computers. Okay, so it is a fantastic phishing tool. It is a fantastic tool that allows you to perform phishing attacks. The fantastic thing is that it runs on a web interface. All right, so now we have to look at some very, very important terminology and some prerequisites for the video. Okay, so by default, we're going to be running this now on a client. All right, so what do I mean by this? We're not going to be running this on a server, so no Metasploitable tool this time. We're going to be instead using we're going to be using a Windows operating system. More specifically, we're going to be using Windows 7, and we're going to be exploiting or hooking the browser, which is in this case Mozilla Firefox, and we're then going to be finding exploits that we can run on the browser. All right, so BEEF is a fantastic penetration testing framework that allows you to test for vulnerabilities and exploits on browsers. So let's get started. Now, by default, as I said, we're going to be using Windows. You can use any operating system, any Windows operating system or computer that is running on your network. Okay, so this is going to be performed on our local area network. So if you want to use BEEF on computers or clients that are outside your network, or in simply put terms, computers that are across the world via the internet, you then need to set up port forwarding. But that is an advanced topic that we'll probably discuss in another course. But for now, we're going to focus on performing this on our local area network in our virtual lab. Okay, so by default, the BEEF framework is pre-installed on Kali Linux, which is fantastic. All you need to do is just update your repositories and update your packages and have it installed to the latest framework. So it is usually found on the dock here. So on your left, if you just go to this cow image here, by default, you have the BEEF cross-site scripting framework. So that is what XSS denotes. All right, so it can also be found in the applications menu. If you go to the applications and you go to exploitation tools, you'll find it under the Armitage. You'll find it there, BEEF XSS framework. So you can start it directly from here, and it's going to start the BEEF services. It's going to start the BEEF service for you, or instead you can go to the user directory and the actual BEEF directory and start the service from there. I'm going to be showing you two of those ways of starting it. So if we start it from here, if I just click on this, or you start it from the dock, it's essentially going to start the BEEF services, and it's going to give you information about, it's just going to display some information here that is very, very critical. So I want you to leave this terminal open, and once it's done, it's going to open up BEEF in your browser. So give it a few seconds. There we are, and welcome to BEEF. So now it's going to display to you this authentication screen. Don't worry about the username and password combination. We'll get to that in a second. So that is the first way of launching BEEF. The second way is going to the directory, which can be found at cd user share and the BEEF cross-site scripting folder. So if I click on that and I just list the files in here, you can see we have the BEEF executable. So if we just launch it by using the shell execution here, so we just type in beef and just hit enter, and it's going to start up beef from there. All right, so we have already started it, so we do not have to do it that way. Now it's going to display some information here that is very, very important, and we need to look at some of the terminology before we get started. So you might have heard of me saying things like hook. All right, so the most important thing with beef is hooking. All right, so you might be asking yourself, well, what exactly is hooking? What is the hooking process? All right, so the hooking process is essentially getting the client to click on a link that contains the JavaScript file, the hook JavaScript file, and then that JavaScript file will be processed by the client's web browser, and then it will tie their browser back to the beef server. All right, so simply put, essentially what the process of hooking is getting your client or your target to click on a link that contains the JavaScript hook file. That JavaScript hook file will then be processed, and then that browser will be hooked or tied back to the beef server. All right, so that is the hooking process. So you might be asking, how do we go about doing this? Well, as you can see, the information provided to you firstly is the beef server URL or the interface URL. As you can see, it can be found by going to HTTP 127.0.0.1. The port is 3000 and UI panel. So if we go back to the browser, you can see that indeed it is running on that. So that is just the beef framework. Looking at the hook.javascript file, you can see it right here, right? So it's going to give you a hook right here. So the hook, this is very, very important. It is essentially a JavaScript file that you would include in a web page, all right? So now you might be asking, well, how are we going to actually emulate this on our virtual environment? Well, what we're going to do is we're going to start a local web server here on our Kali Linux machine, and then we are going to incorporate this the JavaScript, this script right here into the header section of the web page, and then we will then send the IP address to the browser that we want to hook, and it's going to open the web page, and furthermore the browser will then be hooked. Okay, so the first thing we need to do is we're going to be using the Apache web server on Kali Linux. All right, so that is very important. The second thing we need, as you can see, if you look at the script right here, it's going to give you an option to enter your IP address. Now, the IP address that it's asking for is the IP address in which the beef framework server is running on. In this case, it's running on the Kali Linux virtual machine. So we need to get the Kali Linux IP address, in this case, the local IP address. So we're going to click on a terminal, and we're just going to hit ifconfig. All right, and once we get the local IP address right here, which is 192.168.1.106, that is what we needed. All right, fantastic. So we just need to keep that in mind. And now, as I said, we need to start the local web server, which in this case is Apache. How do we start that service? We go to Service, Apache 2, and Start. All right, so very, very simple to how we started our network services. So I'm just going to hit Enter. Fantastic. So now the web server is started. Now we need to actually edit the web page file that is hosted on our web server. So that can be found by going into your file explorer and going into other locations, going into your computer, going to your var folder, into your www folder, that is where your web server files are going to be stored, your local web server files. Just click on that, and then you'll find an HTML folder. Click on that, and then you'll find an index.html file in here. If yours is empty, just create an index.html file, and we'll add some code into it to just make it a simple web page. Okay. So if you do not have any files, just create one. If you have any files, just get rid of them and create a new one. All right. So I've already created one. So what I'm going to do is we're going to edit it with our text editor. So I'm just going to open it up with LeafPad. All right, fantastic. So once I've opened it up with LeafPad, you can see that I've just created a simple HTML template here. If you're familiar with web development, you know this is a very, very simple website. Essentially what's happening here is it's going to essentially display welcome to the site, and it's going to say this is a hooked server. So we know that this web page has been opened successfully. All right, so as I said, by default in HTML, any JavaScript code is supposed to be included in the head section of the web page. All right, so it's supposed to be included within the opening and closing tag, the opening and closing head tag. All right, so what we're going to do is we're just going to go to the information that was provided to us here, and we're going to copy the script file. All right, so we're just going to copy it like so, and we're going to paste it in the head section here. Now we need to change the IP address to the IP address or in which the beef framework server is being hosted, which in this case we saw as the Kali Linux IP address here. So there we are, 192.168.1.106. That is the iNet address there. So we're just going to change it to that. So 192.168.1.106. and you want to make sure that the port is 3000 and it is using the hook.javascript file. Fantastic. So let's save this. And now essentially what happens is when anyone will access this IP address here, in which we have hosted the local, in which we have the local host or the local web server, it is going to execute the hook.javascript file, and that will tie the browser to the, or will essentially hook the browser and will be able to access and exploit it from the Beef framework web interface, all right, that we already have opened. Okay, that was a mouthful. Now let's get to actually executing this on our browsers. So once you've hit save, so you can just save it, and I've saved it, so we don't need to worry about that now. Pardon me. So now what we need to do is we can close that and we can leave this open now. We've started the Apache 2 service. Now we need to log into the Beef framework user interface. So the default username is Beef. All right, and the default password is Beef. Fantastic. That's quite simple, isn't it? So we're just going to log in and welcome to Beef. Now by default, the interface that you will get if this is your first time running it will be pretty much the same, apart from having information here. So for example, I already have been performing penetration tests with Beef before. So I already have an IP address or a browser hooked here. So don't worry about that. Essentially if you look at the basic interface here, it's really simple. On your left tab, you have your hooked browsers, and they're sorted in terms of online and offline. In this case, I have an offline hooked browser here, and I have no online browsers, but we'll be getting to that in a second. You have your getting started guide here, and you have your logs here. We'll be looking at that in a second. Fantastic. So we've started the Beef framework. Now we need to actually run the HTML file on our browser. In this case, we're going to be running this on our Windows 7 operating system here. So this is a fantastic, a fantastic opportunity for me to actually demonstrate what a client would do. So for example, now, if I just opened up my browser, all right, and I sent my client or a target that I want to attack, I sent them a link that contains the JavaScript file. So in this case, the link is it's hosted on our local servers, which is in this case 192.168.1.106. So once I hit enter, it's going to load up the local server and it's going to display the HTML file that we created and the file that contains the hook.javascript file. So once I hit enter, as you can see, it's going to display the information that we added to the web file, which is welcome to the site. This is a hooked server file. Now you might be asking, well, what exactly has happened? Has this browser been hooked? The answer is yes, it has been hooked. If we go back to Kali Linux and we open up our Beef web interface, you can see if we go to online browsers, it has been hooked. And the IP address is 192.168.1.110. So you might be still skeptical and you might be asking, well, how do I know that's the correct browser that has been hooked? So let me just go back and I'm just going to run an ipconfig command here to just show you that that is the correct IP address. Oops, for some reason, I just launched it from there. So let me just open a command prompt, ipconfig. And as you can see, the IP address is 192.168.1.110. Fantastic. So we have hooked a browser. Now you might be asking, well, what do we do now? Well, fantastic. We have actually hooked a browser. How do we get to exploit it? Well, the first thing we need to look at is we click on the hooked browser here. It's going to display some information here, which is very important. It's going to display information about the browser. So by default, it's going to display information about the browser. So you have your browser version, the browser string, which in this case is information about the browser. In this case, it is running Mozilla. We have the browser language, the browser platform, which in this case is Windows 32-bit. Excellent. You then have the window size in terms of what is the resolution of the window of the browser. We then have the browser components. So is it running Adobe Flash? So that means we won't be able to exploit any Adobe Flash vulnerabilities. So again, information gathering is also a part here. Okay, so we then have information like session cookies. Interesting. So that means we can actually get some session cookies. Very important thing to keep in mind. You then have information about the hooked web page, which is the web page we created. You then have information about the host, which is the operating system, and the hardware, which in this case we have not been able to get. It'll also display useful information like whether or not the device is a touch screen. In this case, it's not. So now it's time to look at some basic exploitation. Now we have looked at already how to hook the browser. Let's look at a very simple exploit process. Now by default, I just want to say something. Not every browser is going to be a fully vulnerable browser, in the sense that all the major browsers that you'll find out there, for example, Mozilla Firefox, Google Chrome, will have exploits patched or fixed. So it's going to be very difficult or very tricky to find exploits that are not already patched. Alright, so you can only get a certain amount of information. If you're lucky and a browser has not patched a certain vulnerability, you can essentially get information from there. Alright, but by default, beef can be very powerful if you actually find a vulnerability that works. Alright, so we're going to go into commands. All the modules can be found in commands. Alright, the rest of these sections are more of an advanced feature that we'll probably look at in an advanced course. But for now, let's look at some basic exploitation. Alright, so what we can do is, if we look at the modules here, they're sorted in terms of browser, Chrome extensions. That is, if you're running a Chrome, if you're hooked a Chrome browser, you then have your debug, your exploits, Metasploit. You can run Metasploit exploits on it. You can perform social engineering, etc. Alright, so now looking at information that we can use here, we already knew that we do not have Adobe Flash running, so it would be pointless trying to actually run any Adobe Flash exploits. Okay, so looking at some of the modules we can actually run, we can play a sound, we can remove the hook element, we can unhook the browser, we can take pictures using the webcam. Now by default, as I said, this might not work depending on the browser that you're using. If your client is running an outdated browser, then it might work, but by default it will not work. All right. You can look at the visited URLs. So if you check for a URL here, so let's say if I tested something like, let's say we wanted to know if our target has visited a website like www.bbc.com, we would enter that in here and we would hit execute. All right. And once we hit execute, what would happen is a command would be stored in the module results history section here that will log the commands that you've entered. And as you can see, it's going to give you the command results. So in this case, it's going to tell us that did the client browser, did it access bbc.com? It's going to return it as false, which means that no, it did not access that URL. So that is an exploit that works, and you can test it out for yourself. Looking at things like the webcam, this uses Adobe Flash. So, essentially you can use your social engineering text here. If it had Adobe Flash installed, what you would need to do is actually allow the webcam module to be installed here. So what we can do is we can just change the text here. So let's change the text to something interesting. We can say, hello, you have been hacked. All right, something really simple like that, and let's see whether it is actually able to exploit and run this social engineering text. By default, it is not going to be able to take any pictures with the webcam because, as I said, the browser is not running Adobe Flash. All right, so we'll change the title to say you have been hacked. All right, and if we hit execute, we can go to the Windows 7 operating system and we open up our browser. And as you can see, you have been hacked, and for some reason I misspelled have there. Let me just change that and make sure that that is correctly spelled, and we can execute that again. So you have been hacked. Let me execute that again, and voila, as you can see, it displayed a message. Now by default, it's supposed to ask you to install or to enable the webcam to take pictures, and by default a user will be smart enough to understand that that is something very dangerous to do. So it's really about social engineering and getting the client or the user or your target to click on things that will eventually exploit or get their browsers exploited. So that was exploitation with the Beef framework, more specifically client-side exploitation. And it's really interesting to see how these exploits can be readily done and performed even on a small scale on your local area network. Alright, so that's going to be it for this video. In the next video, we'll be looking at client-side attacks, this time using the social engineering toolkit. So I'll be seeing you in the next video. Hello everyone and welcome to this video. In this video we're going to be exploring Armitage. Alright, so we're actually going to be performing exploits on our vulnerable operating system, which in this case is Metasploitable 2. So I hope you're really excited. So you might be asking yourself, what exactly is Armitage? Well, Armitage is simply the graphical user interface for Metasploit. Alright, so the way you have Nmap and Zenmap, Nmap being the command line interface, and you have your Zenmap, which is the graphical user interface, that is the same way. So you have your Metasploit console and Armitage. So Armitage is the graphical user interface for Metasploit. Alright, so some of the advantages are it gives the user a much better idea of what's going on. So great ease of access, and the user is able to understand the scan process and how everything is being exploited, and it just gives the user a graphical representation of the scan and the exploitation technique. Alright, so let's get started. Now by default, Armitage can be found on the dock on Kali Linux. So if you just go to the little green-haired creature icon, I'm not sure if that is what it is, but regardless of that, as you can see, it is Armitage. Or if you do not have it on your dock, you can just go into applications and you can go into exploitation tools and you'll find Armitage there. Alright, so just click on Armitage, and now it's going to prompt you to connect to the local host in a few seconds. Just give it a few seconds to start up. And there we are. It's going to prompt you to connect to the local host and the port. Just hit connect. Do not change anything here. And once you hit connect, it's going to prompt you to start the Metasploit RPC server. So just hit yes, we want to do that. And now it's going to start connecting to the remote host, and just give it a few seconds and we should be good with Armitage. Alright, so the great thing about Armitage, as I said, is that the exploitation the exploitation process is automated, as well as the setting of hosts, the setting of targets, but vulnerability analysis. It also offers functionality like that, and we'll be looking at this when we'll be exploiting our Metasploitable 2 virtual machine. Alright, so as you can see, Armitage is loaded up, and you might be a bit confused with the interface because you heard me tell you that it was a graphical user interface, and now you're seeing a Metasploit console here. Well, don't worry about that. The Metasploit console there is there to aid you in what exactly is going on. Alright, so the first thing I'm going to start with is I'm going to start with this little toolbar up here. This little toolbar is very simply put. So in Armitage, you can change settings like add a new connection. You can check the preferences. You can set the target view settings. You can set the target view, set the exploit rank. You can use a SOX proxy like we did in the proxy chains video. We can look at the listeners, so you can connect to or wait for. You can set the L host, the listening host, if you want another listening host. For example, if you're running Kali Linux on another computer and you want that computer to also listen to, you also have your scripts, and you can close Armitage. In terms of the view, this is just to edit the view. When we look at hosts, you can add your host. So for example, we'll add our Metasploitable 2 virtual machine here, but we'll do that in a few seconds. We have Nmap scans, which is awesome. You can automate Nmap scans directly from Armitage. You then have your Metasploit scans, which is awesome. We then have your DNS enumeration, which we looked at in the information gathering section. I hope you remember. So everything can come together really beautifully, and that is why I really enjoy using Armitage, and I'm sure you'll see why. Right, you can then clear your database, which is essentially just clearing any of the leftover scans that you had performed, or exploits that you had performed. You then have your attacks, where you can find attacks on your target or your host, and you have Hail Mary, which is something we'll look at in a few minutes. Okay, looking at the workspaces, you can manage and show all the workspaces you currently have. In terms of help, you have your homepage, your tutorials, scripts, and your about section. Alright, fantastic. Now let's get into the interface. So the interface is sorted into 3 sections. Alright, you have your first section, your second section, and your third section. Alright, so you can enlarge them and resize them depending on how you want them to be displayed. So I usually like having mine like this, because I like having to see what the console displays. But as much as I like that, I will be looking at the first section here. In the first section, essentially what is being displayed here is your pre-configured modules. Alright, so you can also search for modules here, in this little search bar. So this is where you have all the modules sorted in terms of auxiliary, exploits, payloads, and the post, which we'll look at in a few seconds. When it comes to the second interface here, The second interface is used to display your active targets that we were able to exploit against. Alright, so this is where all your active targets will be displayed in forms of computers. We'll look at that again when we'll get started with Metasploitable 2. As for the console, this is your Metasploit console, and it'll be, well, your activity will be sorted in forms of tabs here. Again, you look at exactly how that happens, and essentially allows you to run your Metapredator or your console sessions simultaneously. Something really, really awesome, and I'm sure you'll appreciate it. Okay, let's get started with your module section. So, as I said, your modules essentially contain all your modules in this section, and they're sorted in terms of auxiliary, exploits, payloads, and post, and you can go through them. So for example, we have auxiliary. You can look at the auxiliary scanners. You have your scanners, fuzzers, your sniffers, spoofers, etc., etc. You have your exploits, where your exploits are sorted in terms of their platform that they're running on and operating system that they're running on. For example, you have Android, Apple, iOS, Firefox, FreeBSD, Linux, Unix, Mac OS X, and Windows. You then have your payloads that are also sorted in terms of their platforms and their operating systems that they are to be exploited on. Alright, you then have your post, which is also similarly sorted in terms of their platforms and the operating systems that they are designed to be exploited on. So let me just close every one of this, and as I said, you can also use the search bar here to search for the Metasploit modules. Alright, now let's get started with some actual exploitation, and we're going to start off with Metasploitable 2. Alright, so what we're going to do is we're going to go into hosts. Alright, now in hosts, you can import hosts or you can add hosts. We're not going to add a host yet, and the reason is I'm going to use an nmap scan to also perform some information gathering while adding the host. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go into nmap scan, and I want to perform a quick scan that will detect the operating system that is running on our target or our host for that matter. So I'm going to click on that. And now it's going to prompt you to enter your host IP address or your target IP address or the range if you want to scan your entire network. In this case, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to get the IP address for Metasploitable 2, which as you can see here is 192.168.1.106. So we're just going to enter that right now. Excellent. So once we hit enter, it's going to perform the nmap scan and it's going to detect what operating system is running. Now, as I said here, the activities are going to be sorted out in terms of tabs. So your console is still open and your nmap scan is still ongoing here, or it's just started, and you can run them both simultaneously, which is fantastic, right? So the scan is done and it should give you a prompt here saying the scan is complete. Voila. So it's going to give you an option here saying use attacks, find attacks to suggest applicable exploits for your targets. Interesting. So I'm going to hit OK. And what do we have here? Well, we have a little cute little penguin here to represent Linux. So we know it is running Linux 2.6 and the kernel is not specified more than that. All right. So, you can see the services and the ports and the services running on these ports with the nmap scan. So we were able to get information about our target, and now we understand what operating system is running on it, and we can see the services running on the ports. In the previous video, we looked at exploiting the FTP protocol or the FTP port with the VSFTPD backdoor. And how did we do that? Alright, the first thing we did is we know that it exists as an exploit. So we're going to go into our modules and I'm going to show you exactly how to find it. So we're going to go into exploits and we are going to go into Unix because it is a Unix exploit. And once I click into Unix, we're going to then select the protocol, which in this case is the FTP protocol right here. And we're going to expand that and voila, you have your VSFTPD 2.3.4 backdoor. So if you want to execute this, what we do is we just double click it. All right. And once we double click it, it's going to give you the options that we used in the previous, or we used in the Metasploit console, options like setting your R host and the R port. So by default, the L host, which is your listening host, which is your IP address, is set by default. So 192.168.1.107, and the default listening port is also set, by default. All you have to do is just enter your R host, which in this case is 192.168.1.106, and we will exploit the backdoor using the FTP service. So 192.168.1.106. And once you're ready, you can just hit launch. All right. And it's going to launch the exploit. So just give it a few seconds and it's going to open up a new tab over here, the exploit tab. Just give it a few seconds here. And there we are, found shell, command shell opened, and voila, we have backdoor access. Now you might have noticed something also very, very interesting. The Linux computer here is now surrounded by lightning or electricity and is turned red. Now this means that we have successfully exploited this system in one way or another. Alright, so this is fantastic. Everything is automated really, really well. But now you might be asking, I want to exploit more things with Metasploitable. What can I do now? Alright, tell me what I can do. So what we're going to do is we're going to close up this menu here. And what the awesome thing here, as I said, is the automation. But before that, I'm just gonna well, if I look at the shell that's running, if I right click, sorry about that, if I right click on the target, we can see that it gives us options to log into the default network services. Now that is something just you know, very, very common. Once you've cracked them, if the cracking process is possible, you can then log into things like the FTP protocol, the HTTP, MySQL, SSH. You get the idea. Now the shell that we created, which is what the exploit that we used, allows us to interact with it. We can then upload, we can pass the session, we can post modules, and we can disconnect. So let's say we wanted to interact with it. So if we wanted to interact with it, it's going to open up a shell for us. And again, we can list the files on the server, the Metasploitable 2, you know, virtual machine, which is considered to be a server because it does run some web applications. And voila, you have access to the root folder. So let's see if we change directory to the home directory and we list the files in there. We have the MSF admin. So let's also change directory into that MSF admin, and we can list the files in there. We have the vulnerable. So cd vulnerable, cd vulnerable. And if we list there, we have the web services that are running. So you have MySQL, the Samba, TikiWiki, etc., etc. So I'm just going to close the shell because we are done with that exploit. Let's look at how to exploit or how to find exploits automatically now. So I'm going to close that shell and I'm just going to right click and I'm going to go to the shell one and I'm going to hit disconnect because we are done with that exploit. Right. So once it's disconnected, it's going to remove the little icon that denoted the fact that the operating system or the computer was exploited. Now, you might be asking, well, how do we exploit it automatically, or how do we find exploits automatically? Well, we go into attacks and we find attacks. All right. So now it's going to find attacks that you can run on the operating system or the computer. In this case, our target host, which is the Metasploitable 2 virtual machine. So as you can see, it's gonna query the exploits and just give it a few seconds to go through all of them. And once it's done, it's going to give you all a list of the compatible exploits that you can use, or exploits that can actually exploit a vulnerability on your on the operating system or the target that you've chosen. So if we right click now and we go into attack, you can see that it's listed all the services that we can crack. So if we go to FTP, we have the VSFTPD backdoor here. We have the pure FTP bash execution here. You can also check for exploits again. You have your telnet, you have your HTTP vulnerabilities. So these are all vulnerability or exploits that you can run on this virtual machine. So if we go to, for example, something like the web app, we can, or let's look at something more practical. Sorry about that. If we go into the MySQL, so we only have one exploit for the MySQL database. So if we click on this payload, if we load it and let's see if everything is set correctly, the rhost, there we are. That's okay. So we're just going to launch. Or let's see if we can get any information. Right. So it's going to start the exploit in a new tab. I'm just going to close the old tab. So it's going to start the exploit process. Just give it a few seconds here. And there we are. It's going through a process. For some reason, the MySQL function system execution is not available. So yeah, this exploit did not work. Now this is what I was talking about. Now it is going to work. Hey guys, Hacksploit here, back again with another video, and in this video we're going to be looking at how to evade or bypass antivirus softwares using veil evasion. Now again, this was a highly requested video and a lot of you guys had asked me to do it, even stretching as far as last year. And finally it's come to my attention right now because it is the current video on the list. That being said, let's get started. So why is this so important for a penetration tester? Well, essentially what happens is you create an exploit or a payload, and when it's time to send it to the target via whatever means, whether you're using social engineering or you're able to send the payload to the target using an email or whatever means you use, the antivirus software ends up detecting the payload and your attack fails. So again, it is very important to understand how antivirus softwares work and how to evade them. Now, that being said, there isn't a way of going about it that will give you 100% evasion. You might reach 98 or 99% if you're lucky. And we'll be talking about this because I am going to make a series on this because it is quite a complicated topic and there are many ways of going about it. So what we're going to be looking at is how to evade some of the most popular antivirus softwares, most specifically the Windows Defender antivirus software, because that is the one that people usually have installed. Now I know many other people have third-party antivirus softwares like Avira, Kaspersky, etc., but we're going to be focusing on antivirus softwares that are signature based. Alright, so essentially what signature-based antivirus softwares do is they look for strings. Now obviously they have a database of these strings that they can pull from and therefore identify any of these strings in a program or an executable file, which in most cases is how the payload is set up in. It could be in a Java file or a jar file, but in most cases when you're sending a payload, it's in an exe file. Now this method can also work for a remote access tool, but we're not going to be focusing on that right now. And I said, as I've mentioned previously, you can use different methods, which we'll be looking at after this, to further your evasion protocol or your evasion percentage. Now when I talk about this, I'm talking about file splitting and hexadecimal editing, because you can go into these executable files, split them up and then edit them with a hexadecimal editor and get rid of those strings, therefore decreasing the chance of the antivirus software detecting the payload or the executable file that is obviously trying to harm that computer. That being said, I am running a Windows 7 virtual machine here. This is going to be our target virtual machine, and obviously my host operating system is Kali Linux. Now, to get veil evasion installed, it doesn't come pre-installed with Kali Linux. You need to just use the aptitude package manager, which can be done by apt-get install veil evasion or veil. I'm not quite sure whether it's veil or veil evasion, but any of those will start downloading it for you. It isn't a big file at all. Once it's done, you essentially, after it's done, you want to start configuring it. So you would go into the directory, which is the user share library, and then the veil evasion folder. If you want me to make a separate video on how to install it, I will do so, because it is quite a lengthy install, because you also have to install dependencies like Python to Windows, and Ruby. All right, these are all important prerequisites and files that you will need to convert the Python or the Ruby payloads into an executable file. All right, so to get veil evasion started, it's really very simple. By the way, after you've installed veil evasion, what you need to do is you need to restart your computer, because if you start it directly after installing it, it does come with a few errors and you might get a little bit worried, but don't worry, just restart your computer and start veil evasion again. So you start it with veil, as you can see, and now it's going to tell you that you have two tools loaded. You have veil evasion and ordnance. We want to use veil evasion, so the syntax is quite simple. It is use, and we're going to select option 1 because we want to use veil evasion. So there we are, we're going to say use 1, and now it's going to give us the veil evasion menu, and it's going to say we have 41 payloads loaded. So we want to list the payloads, or the available payloads. So I'm going to say list, and it's going to display all the payloads we have. Now, this is very interesting because these are all the payloads that you can use and will be converted. Now, if you remember, in one of my earlier videos when we were talking about Python programming and creating hacking tools, we discussed a little bit on low-lying level languages such as C++, Ruby, and Python isn't one of them. For example, you can see that we have a Go. This is Golang, Google's programming language, which is also very low-lying, which means it's very close to a machine language. Now, these programming languages are very hard to detect or are very tricky for antivirus softwares to detect because they are very low-lying level languages. Now, by default, a Python payload like this reverse TCP interpreter, which is what we're going to be using right now, and I'll show you, will evade Windows Defender, but it will not evade antivirus softwares like Avira, Kaspersky, because Python is a very, very high level language, which means it's interacting with the software more, which means again, it's very easy to be triggered or to be detected by the antivirus software. Now we'll also be looking at how to use Ruby, which is much more less detectable than Python. But again, we'll be also focusing on the other ones, the other payload options that we can use here, like the shellcode injection, which we'll talk about in a few seconds. But for now, let's start off with a reverse interpreter session, reverse TCP, which is Python here. So we're going to select use 28, use option 28. All right, and now it's going to ask you to enter your listening, your L host, and you want to remember your L port, or you can change it to whatever you want. That's if you're using port forwarding. We want to select our L host. So this is essentially your host operating system IP address. So you can just perform a quick ifconfig, like so, ifconfig, and get it. Mine is 192.168.1.105. Excellent. So we're going to set our L host. So the syntax is quite similar to that of Metasploit. So L host and 192.168.1.105, and I'm going to hit enter. All right, now we've set the L host. All we can do now is we can hit generate. All right, when we hit generate, it's going to generate the payload for us. So I'm just going to hit generate. Now make sure you have all the dependencies installed in forms of Python, the Python to exe or Python to win as it's called, and I'm going to hit enter. It's going to ask you to select a base name for your output file. So this comes in place when you're talking about social engineering. So we can say, for example, something like Python setup, we can say x86, just to make it believable, x86, and we're just going to hit enter. And now we want to use PyInstaller. You can also use Python to exe if you want to, but I prefer PyInstaller. It's much more convenient. I'm going to hit 1. All right, and now it's going to prompt you, or it's going to start generating the exe file. So give it a few seconds here. And once you've selected your choice, again, if you've installed all the dependencies, it should start it up. And there we are. It's going to start the process of converting the Python payload into an executable file. All right, so give it a few seconds to generate it, and once it's done, it's going to display the output folder. So as you can see here, it's given us the payload module, which is Python interpreter reverse TCP, and the executable is written to the var library veil folder and output compiled python setup.exe. So we're going to hit enter to continue. All right, now what we need to do now is we need to actually browse to that directory. Now I have the directory open, so it's var library veil output compiled, and here it is, the python setup 32bit.exe. And now we need to copy it over to my Windows operating system here. And to do that, I'm just going to plug in my flash drive. Just give me a few seconds, guys. So I'm just going to plug it in here. There we are. And now what I need to do now is I need to go into my virtual machine and go into my removable devices and silicon. There we are. It is connected. So, whoops, let me just go back a directory. Let me copy this, and I'm going to put it on my flash drive. So there we are. I'm just going to paste it in there. So this would be also another attack vector where you give someone a flash drive and you tell them there's a Python setup there. And in most cases, it might work. But again, this is not a video focused on social engineering. So I'm just going to eject it, and we're going to go into VM, and we just want to make sure it is ejected. So we're just going to hit disconnect. And now we need to go into Windows, and we need to go back into VM, removable devices, and we want to go to silicon and connect. And there we are. We're going to hit OK. And for some reason, my mouse always lags when I change my removable devices. There we are. So it should have connected the USB flash drive. Let me just check that. Apologies for my virtual machine being so slow. So there we are. No, I do not want to continue scanning it. I'm going to open the folder and files. And what I want to do now is, whoops, for some reason I minimized that and my virtual machine is really lagging out, man. That's a pity. Sorry about this, guys. If it is lagging out, my sincere apologies. So there we are. That's the file that we've been looking for. It is the Python setup, and as you can see, it does look legit. So if we copy it into our desktop, you can see that Windows Defender is not going to detect anything. And now we want to set a reverse handler here. So we're going to use Metasploit now. So we're just going to open up another terminal here because we want to perform the listening. So new window, because that is a reverse TCP interpreter session. So I'm going to MSF console, and there we are. We're going to hit MSF console. And by the way, after you've generated the payload with veil evasion, you can perform an online scan for antiviruses. And what I've found with the Python version is half of the antiviruses will not detect it. Now, again, this is focused more on the Windows Defender side of things, and this will probably evade Windows Defender, I would say 98% of the time. When I say 98%, I'm giving the other 2% into the fact that Windows may patch this. However, you can always use low-lying level languages like Ruby, Golang, or C++, but it's really, really complicated to generate a payload with C++. And I'll explain that in a later video, as I still have to continue my Python programming tutorials, and I'm also going to start the C++ keylogger tutorials. All right, awesome. So now we want to use the exploit multi-handler. Exploit multi-handler, multi-handler, and now we want to say use Python interpreter reverse TCP. Is it an exploit? Yeah, there we are. That's the one. Python interpreter reverse TCP. And now if we show the we want to select payload. Actually we want to select the payload. So sorry, we just need to exit. I'm not actually using this exploit. So MSF console, sorry about that, guys. Got a little bit confused there. Got a little bit carried away. So as I was saying, this would probably evade Windows 7, Windows 8, 8.1, and also 10, the earlier versions. I'm not sure whether it will evade Windows 10, but we'll probably look at that in the future. But many of you guys have been asking for this, how to use veil evasion. And if you want the installation video, just let me know in the comment section, and I'll make it, because the truth is it is quite complicated to get it set up. But if you have managed to do it, then you're pretty much good to go. All right, so let's start the Metasploit framework here. For some reason, my virtual machines are really, really lagging right now. So again, use exploit multi, the multi-handler, select payload, and we're going to say here the Python interpreter reverse TCP, and I'm going to hit enter. Use payload. Sorry about that. I'm really getting confused today. Use payload. There we are. And once it uses the payload, once we've selected the payload, we then need to just set the L host, which is our current IP address, the host IP address. Failed to load module. Use payload. Well, hold on about this set payload. Sorry about that, guys. My apologies. I've got a little bit confused with veil evasion and this, because the commands are slightly different now. We've been using the command line, but that's no excuse. So I've set the payload. Now we need to set the L host. L host, and the L host is 192.168.1.105. So this is your host operating system or Kali Linux or IP address. So I'm going to hit enter, and we've set the L host, and now we're just going to hit run. All right, and it started the reverse TCP handler. And now what we need to do is we need to run this application. So I'm just going to run it, and it'll probably tell us that it stopped working. For some reason my Windows has crashed here, for some reason. Oh, there we are. they'll launch give it administrator privileges, and there you are, Meterpreter session opened, and Windows was not able to detect anything, and the program was able to evade Windows Defender. So you can see it definitely works, and you can go ahead and use the Meterpreter session if you want to. Now, when we're talking about the other ways of using veil evasion, and I'm probably just going to end the video here because I want to cover file splitting and hexadecimal editing in the next video, which will come shortly after this one. But if you want to use veil evasion, what I would recommend is to go through the other options that it does provide you with. And you might be asking, what am I talking about? Well, I'm talking about the payloads that you can use. So if I go back to list here, you can see that I have the Ruby Meterpreters here, which sorry about that if you can hear a dog barking in the background. I apologize for that. What I would recommend is to use the option 39, which will generate it in Ruby, and then finally you can then use Metasploit again to perform the reverse Meterpreter to give you to handle the reverse connection. All right. That being said, you can perform different scans on these on the payloads or the executable files that you generate. But you can see that with veil evasion, it is all dependent on payloads. Now, in the next set of videos in this series, where we're talking about antivirus evasion, I'm going to be talking about file splitting, which really works. You know, to your surprise, you don't need to change anything about the file. You split the files and then you edit the strings with a hexadecimal editor. But it is quite complicated, and I'll show you how to perform the calculations, because there is and are a lot of arithmetic calculations involved, scientific arithmetic calculations. That being said, that's going to be it for this video, guys. The SS7 video is scheduled to be out tonight, latest tomorrow morning, but it should be out on the website, so just stay tuned for that. I will be posting updates on Twitter as to when it will be uploaded. That being said, guys, if you found value in this video, please leave a like down below. If you have any questions or suggestions, let me know in the comment section or on my social networks, and I'll be seeing you in the next video. Peace, guys. Hello everyone and welcome to this video. In this video, we're going to be looking at how to generate word list with Crunch. Alright, so Crunch is a fantastic word list generator that generates word lists based on the criteria that you pass to it. So it's a fantastic password utility that is pre-installed on Kali Linux, and it's excellent for generating word lists. Okay, so in the previous section, we looked at how to use word lists for brute force, essentially for brute force attacks, but we did not look at how to create one and how they are used. In this case, I'm going to be showing you how to create your own word list with Crunch. All right, so as I said, Crunch comes pre-installed and pre-configured on Kali Linux, which is awesome. All right, now before we get started, I just want to show you guys something that that is really, really important for you to understand, and that is that if you go into your file directory, and the point here is that Kali Linux already comes with some pre-configured, or already comes with some word lists that you can use by default. Now these word lists can be found in other locations. Go to your computer and you go to user and you go into your share, and you just want to scroll all the way down, or you can use your search menu here and just type in word lists. All right. So once you get that, just open it up, and as you can see, you have your word lists right in here that come pre-installed or that come with Kali Linux. And the great thing about these ones is they are very, very powerful, and they are based on different types of attacks. So for example, you have your SQL map word list, you have your Nmap word list, you have one of the most popular word lists in the world, which is the RockQ word list, and so on and so forth. So these will come really in handy when specifying a word list, and especially if you do not want to generate your own, this is a great starting point. All right, so you just select the working directory, which is user, share, and word lists. All right, so let's get back to Crunch and let's look at how we can create our own word list. All right, so the first thing you need to do is you need to make sure that you're working in the directory in which you want to store your word lists in. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to change my directory to my desktop. All right, so I'm going to change my directory to my desktop, and now in here I'm going to create a folder, and I'm just going to call it word lists. right? So make directory word lists, and I'm going to change my directory into that folder because that's where I want to store all my word lists. So I'm going to hit enter and we can clear, and now we can get started with Crunch. All right. So Crunch is very, very simple to understand, and it's very, very easy to start generating your own word lists depending on the parameters that you want to pass. Okay. So let's look at how to use it. So the syntax is very simple. You obviously start off with the Crunch. All right. The Crunch command, and you can also look at the help menu if you ever feel lost. All right. So as you can see, the usage is pretty much given here. So you have Crunch, the minimum and maximum value, and then you select your options. All right. So I'll explain to you what this means. So if we just clear this and we get started. So let's say, for example, we want to generate a word list that contains words with 3 or more letters, but the letters should not be less than 3 and not be more than something like 5. All right. So what would we do? We would say minimum, the minimum amount of letters to generate or work with in terms of the words to create is 3. We then select the maximum amount. So the maximum should be, let's say 5. Okay. So the minimum and maximum is specified now. Now we need to select, the character set that you want to specify. So a character set is pretty much self-explanatory. It is the characters that you want to specify to be used in this word list. Okay, so for example, we can say A, B, C, D, E, F, G, and only specify A, B, C till the A to G essentially. And then we can also specify numbers. So we can say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All right. So it will only use this character set to generate a word list. Now, by default, this is not really, it's really not something that you would be looking at, but it comes really in specialized situations when you want to generate word lists for more specific types of cracking or approaches. All right. So we're going to create this one, and I'll show you the correct way of creating one, or the way that I use to generate word lists. Okay, so this is what the syntax is so far. So we have specified Crunch, we have specified the minimum amount of letters, and we have specified the maximum amount of letters. So we know that all the words in the word list will be more than 3 letters but less than 5 letters. Excellent. We've then selected our character set, which is the characters that the word list will be based off. So it's only going to use A, B, C, D, E, F, G, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All right. Now you might be asking, well, how do we output this into a word list? Well, what we do is we use the O command, which specifies an output, and then we just type in the name of the word list that we want to give. So I'm just going to call this word list 1.txt. All right. The extension is very important. You can use a .lst extension. All right, which is also good, or you can use a .txt extension, which is also going to work perfectly. All right. So I'm just going to hit enter. And as you can see, the Crunch will now generate the following amount of data, and it'll give you the size or the amount of data in terms of the word list that is going to generate. And as you can see, it took only about 4 megabytes. That's because this word list is relatively small because of the character set that we've provided. Remember, if you do not specify a character set, which is what we'll be looking at, it's going to generate a word list that contains all characters. Okay, so you can expect the size to be quite large. As you can see, the units specified here, you have gigabyte, terabyte, and petabyte. So, you know, things can get really, really big, and it's very, very important to understand that. Okay, so let us look at the word list file now. If I just go into my word list folder and I look at the word list 1.txt, if I just open that up, you can see it's going to take a while to open up, and there you are. So you have characters with the character set that we have letters with the character set and the words that have been generated. So you can see some 3-letter words. If we scroll all the way down, you have your 4-letter words, 5, and so on and so forth. And it continues all the way down using all the character sets and the combinations that are possible. Now you can see that this word list is extremely large, and likely so, it is a very, very powerful word list in its own way. Okay, so that is how to generate a word list in in proper theory. So now let's look at how to create a word list that is actually quite powerful. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say Crunch again. Let me just clear the terminal. So I'm going to hit Crunch. Okay, Crunch. Now I'll specify a minimum and I would specify the same amount of the same range. So I'll specify the minimum of 3 and a maximum of 6. This is usually about a good range to work with, especially when you're trying to crack services like SSH, your telnet port, etc., etc. Now I will not specify any character set. That's because I wanted to use the entire character set, and therefore it becomes even more powerful because the amount of combinations have increased, and therefore there is a higher chance of you actually getting the password that you're looking for. So now all I have to do is I just have to output the word list. All right, so I'm just going to call it word list 2.txt. And once I hit enter, it's going to output this word list. So I'm going to hit enter, and as you can see, this one is slightly larger, significantly larger. It's 2 gigabytes. All right, so now it's going to generate the following number of lines. As you can see, it's going to tell you, and of course, because of the size of it, it's going to take quite a while. So as you can see, crunch 8% completed generating output. So this is a really huge word list. Now, something else I want to explain is you can generate word lists using crunch. All right, so it's a fantastic password utility to generate word lists. Now, most of the powerful word lists that you'll find online, and more specifically word lists like the ones that Kali Linux already comes with, which you can find in the user and you can find it in share. And if I just search for it here, I want to explain a few things while crunch is generating that large word list file. All right, so let me just open that up. Now, the thing with these word lists, more specifically the RockU word list, is it contains leaked or stolen credentials, actual, passwords. It actually contains passwords that were leaked or stolen from a website and then were released to the public. So this is why these word lists are considered much more powerful, because they actually contain real password combinations that are likely to get you into a system. Now, by default, using something like crunch is like shooting in the dark. That's because you might be able to crack a login, or for some reason, if the word list was not good enough or did not contain the correct character set, you might end up with a failed exploit or a brute force attack. Okay, so we looked at performing a brute force attack in the previous section when we were using Metasploit, and obviously in the WordPress section where we are trying to brute force the login of the WordPress site. You saw that when using a word list, it does work if you have a fantastic character set. Now, by default, this word list that we're generating with crunch, as you can see, is quite large, more specifically 2 gigabytes, but it is quite powerful in the sense that you are likely to crack services like the SSH or Telnet, really basic types of services. All right, so the word list is generated, and now we can just open up our folder and the word list 2.txt. Now this obviously, depending on its size, will take quite a while to open up with my text editor. And there you are. So now, as you can see, it is still calculating the amount of lines that it contains, which just proves to you how large this word list is. Okay, so even if we scroll all the way down, you can see the number of combinations that you can find here, and we've not even hit the ones that have numbers or contain characters. So that was how to generate word lists with crunch. It is a fantastic password utility, and it's always good to know how to generate your own word lists with your specific character sets or user preferences. All right, so that's going to be it for this video. In the next video, Hey guys, Hackersploit here, back again with another video, and in this video we're going to be looking at Netcat and how to use it to perform a variety of certain functions or tasks really. So for those of you who don't know what Netcat is essentially almost like a Swiss Army knife of networking tools, and allows us to perform a lot of things like reverse shells, port listening, and that really comes into play when you talk in the ethical hacking field. But regardless of the features that it does allow you to use, it's a fantastic networking tool that can allow you to communicate between, 2 or more computers, and allows you to perform a plethora of functions. Now, what I'm going to be doing to illustrate this is I'm going to be running, Windows and Linux, and I'm going to be transferring information or communicating between those two operating systems. So I already have Netcat downloaded on Windows, as you can see here. The link will be in the description for this download. So make sure you extract it, and the Netcat executable is on your desktop. All right. Now, once that's done, again, if you're using Linux, which probably you are, because this is where it really is quite awesome. Let me just unpin that. So essentially, on Linux, Netcat comes pre-installed, but if it doesn't come pre-installed, you can just install it using the apt. You can just download it and it'll be installed for you. I'm running this on Ubuntu, so essentially it's really very simple on how to run it. Now, before we actually get started with communicating between the two, we will be using Netcat to obviously communicate between these two. So we are going to do it locally. I'm not going to be using the IP addresses, the actual IP addresses to communicate, but that is an option, and from there you can get an idea of the power of this tool. It's quite different from Secure Shell because, again, initiating reverse shell with Netcat is much easier. And again, SSH is really not that awesome, or it really isn't, I would say, designed to be used on Windows. Now, of course, we're going to be trying to communicate, but before we get started with communicating between the two, to start up Netcat, we can use the NC. All right. Now, NC is on Linux is a bit of an older version. The new one is NCAT. All right. Now, if I hit NCAT, as you can see, it's going to tell me it's not installed. So it's going to give us a bit of an error there, but don't worry about that. Now, if I hit NC, which is Netcat, and I use the help, it's going to give us let me just do that again. I believe it's help. All right, there we are. So it's going to give us the information about how to use Netcat, and this is very useful information. One of the most important commands we're going to be using is the verbose option right here that allows us to verbose output. Again, I know what the V stands for. Again, we can be listening. We'll be using the L port quite a lot to listen for inbound connections, and we're going to be also using the P for the specifying a specific port right here. So essentially, you can just use the help command right here, and that'll give you a good information about Netcat and how to use it. But I'll be explaining this as we go. So the first thing we want to do now is, or I want to do is, I want to just open my command prompt, because this is how you have to initiate Netcat. And I'm just going to browse to where I have the Netcat executable stored, which is on my desktop. All right. So once I'm on my desktop, all I have to do is just hit NC, and I'm going to be using the options or the commands now. So I'm going to say V for verbose, L to listen, and the port. Of course, those are just the options that I'm going to be using, and I'm just going to listen on a random port, like like something like 1200. I know that's just weird using a random port, but we can just go ahead and use it, or we can use the 1337 ports. But essentially, if I do this, it's going to listen on port 1200. Now, what I can do now is I can get the IP address for this Windows machine, the local IP address. So that can be done by going to ipconfig and looking up your adapter. Now, I already have the IP, I already know what it is. So we can go back into Linux, and essentially what I can do now is just hit NC, and then obviously now, since we're connecting, you can just verbose the output. All right. So it basically displaying the connection and whatever we're doing, and the IP, which is 192.168.0.111, and the port is 1200. All right. That's how we specify it. So if I hit enter, it's going to say connection to 192.168.0.111 on port 1200 is succeeded. So it's using TCP. It can also use UDP. But let's look at what's going on here. Now, the first thing you can realize is, because we have not initiated a reverse shell, we can actually just communicate directly to these machines. And let me show you. So let's say if I type something here, like I can type a message saying, hello, this is a test. This is a test message. All right, something like that. And if I hit enter, and it's not going to display anything here, because we have essentially connected to the Windows machine. But if we go back to the Windows machine, you can see it's going to say, hello, this is a test message. So that's pretty awesome. And you can see the message, and you can essentially just communicate back and forth. So you can say, this is a message, or I can just say, hello it's me. All right, and if we go back into the Linux machine, you can see it's going to say hello, it's me. Now the most important thing now obviously is to initiate a reverse shell. So let's actually go ahead and do that. So I'm just going to clear this out. I'm going to disconnect. So I'm going to stop, and we're going to be trying to essentially get a reverse shell to the Windows machine. So what we can do now is we can on the Windows machine is we can just say nc. So again, VLP, listen to this port, or on this port, sorry, and we specify our port here. And now before we get started, I just want to say you can also use the help command right here. All right, so as simple as that. And one more thing we're going to be using is we're going to be using the E command, which allows us to invoke a program. All right, so it as you can see, the what is written here, the documentation here is it's saying inbound program to execute. So this will allow us to, in both cases, either execute a program on both sides. So in this case, we're going to be trying to invoke a reverse shell. In this case, we're going to be trying to invoke CMD. When we reverse it, or when we switch it to Linux, we're going to be trying to invoke the shell. But for now, we're just going to be invoking CMD. So nc VLP, something as simple as that, and our port, you can specify any open port. Again, that choice is yours, and we're going to be using the E option to invoke a program, in this case cmd.exe. So you can actually see how robust this is. So once we hit enter, oops, I made a mistake there, sorry about that. I always seem to make really annoying mistakes. All right, there we are. So it's listening on that port. Now if we go back to Linux back here, and now essentially the Windows machine is listening for a connection, and now all we have to do is connect, and we'll be able to use the command prompt because we have initiated a reverse shell. So what we do is nc vv to verbose, and the IP 168.0.111 and 1200 for the port, like so. Whoops, excuse me. Let me just get that, and there we are. As you can see, it's going to say connection succeeded, and it's going to invoke the CMD. And as you can see, I have access to the command prompt on that machine. So from here, you can really understand the power of this. And again, we can just run a plethora of stuff. We can see the directories on my desktop. As you can see, we have a bunch of folders there. You can create a folder. So test, let's create a test folder, test. And if we go back there, as you can see, it did create a test folder. So really, this is awesome, and it's much faster than using Secure Shell. But again, as I said, Secure Shell is much more of a popular tool when communicating between Linux and your Linux servers, etc. For example, the clients that you have on Windows to connect to SSH or using SSH are like programs like PuTTY. But that's besides the point. Now again, we basically invoked a reverse shell on the Windows machine, so we can run a lot of stuff. But now let's try and do it in the opposite way. So I'm going to clear this, and again, on the Windows machine, it should have told us that. Let me just get rid of this, like so, and got rid of that folder. Let me clear this out. Now we essentially have to invoke a reverse shell on Linux. So on Linux, essentially, we're just reversing the process. So what we're going to do is we're going to say nc, and through nc, we're going to say E. All right, now we're invoking. All right, so what we do is we say nc and E, and we're going to say bin. All right, so bin SSH, I believe, or actually, am I using the correct syntax here? nc, let me try the first way, which I remember quite honestly, which is VLP, because we are listening now on a port, obviously. 1337, if we just reverse the process, or we can use the 1200 port, and we use the E to invoke. Now we're using the shell, so bin sh, right? If I hit enter, invalid option E. That's weird. ncat. What if I use the newer version of ncat? Would that help? Now that would essentially mean I change the syntax slightly and I use the bin sh and I specify the port again, so 1200. Ncat is not installed. Oh yeah, I have to actually install the nmap. So this is another thing I wanted to show you guys, is essentially, let me just get that password entered. With Linux, initiating a reverse shell or allowing Windows to connect to Linux in this, in really in a simplified form of understanding, what that means is that we'll have to use the latest version of netcat on Linux, because again that gives us a whole new set of features like using SSH, etc, etc. So what I have to do is just install nmap, because I haven't installed that yet on this virtual machine, and that could take a while depending on the download size. My internet connection again is not the best in the world, but it should actually just get this done really quickly. Now again, of course, the differences between the newer and the older version of nmap or ncat are essentially netcat are essentially the fact that one of them is more optimized to be to use reverse shells on both sides. Now what I mean by this is, let me just clear this up and let me just show you that it does work now. So what I can do is just say ncat e, because we're invoking the shell, and sh like so, vlp and 1200. Right, there we are. So as you can see, it's going to say listening, and now what we can do is oops, I forgot to get the IP address here. So let me just get that right now, the local IP address. So I have config like so. We're using my Ethernet, which is the virtual machine, and if I just get it right now, there we are. We're using the 92.168.2.128. all right, let me just try and connect back now. And now through netcat on Windows, we essentially just saying verbose and 168.2.128, I believe was the IP address, and the port is 1200. And hopefully it allows us to connect, and let's see if we got we established connection. There we are, we did get a connection, and let me just see whether we can do it. There we are, Ubuntu, we have got connection. So let's try and run something like who am I, and as you can see, root. So you name some simple bash commands, and again we can list all the files on the desktop. So cd desktop, again we can now navigate, and we have this we have correctly initiated a reverse shell. ls nothing on the desktop, so ls lsal, nothing else. So yeah, that's pretty much it, guys. There's a lot to cover with netcat, and I'll be making other videos regarding this, but I just wanted to give you guys an overview of how to use netcat, because again it is really useful, and you will find yourself using it quite a lot when trying to initiate connections with multiple computers, whether on the same network or using their real IP addresses and connecting to them remotely. Again, many people will complain or say that SSH is much better, and that's true, it is, but SSH is really much more of an exclusive tool, while netcat is more robust in terms of the functions it can perform and the reverse shell connections that you can perform, and is much more suited. I would say for an ethical hacker, I would really encourage you to learn how to use netcat, because again it allows you to listen on ports, and again if I was monitoring traffic, if I just initiated a connection between and I was listening on a specific port, like let's say on the TCP ports, I could actually open up Wireshark and monitor the packets that are being that are incoming and outgoing, either TCP or whatever the type of port we're listening through. Again, as I said, it's a very advanced tool that can perform a lot more functions that I've just that I've showed more than I've shown you today, but we'll be getting to them as we move along. Now we'll be moving from Python into the C++ series where we'll be actually creating an advanced keylogger, which will be really, really awesome. So I hope you guys are excited, and we'll be moving a bit into more of an advanced section of hacking now. Anyway guys, that's basically it for this video. If you liked this video, found value in it, please leave a like down below. If you have any questions or suggestions, leave them in the comment section down below. Or if you have any personal questions, you can hit me up on my social networks, or you can hit me up on Kick. You can check out my website for the latest hacking news and resources. And yeah, thank you so much for watching, guys. I hope you had a fantastic day and still have a fantastic day. Peace. Peace. Hey guys, Hackersploit here, back again with another video, and yes, you can finally see my face now. This is something I've been thinking about for a long time, and it's finally here. So do let me know what you think, whether you enjoy the videos like this with obviously with my face cam, or you would like a full screen tutorial video just the way I usually do them. Alright, so let's get to today's video. So today's video is going to be about ARP poisoning or ARP spoofing, and essentially how to allow or redirect packets or traffic to flow through our device, essentially performing a man-in-the-middle attack. But in this video we'll be focusing more on how ARP works and how ARP poisoning works. Alright, so you might be asking yourself, well, what is ARP? Is this the first time you're hearing about it? If it is, ARP is essentially a network protocol, and I believe it is in the OSI 2 layer. So essentially, what it stands for is an address resolution protocol, and its purpose is to resolve MAC addresses to IP addresses. All right. So when it comes down to ARP spoofing, what happens is what we are going to be doing is, and the concept behind ARP spoofing is that you're going to send an ARP response to a client. All right. So a client on the network, you being the attacker, all right, saying I am the router, all right, and then telling the client that the device with the router IP address has my MAC address. So essentially what's happening is you're the hacker or the attacker, and there's the router, and you have the client that you want to target, obviously through their IP address, and obviously this is done locally, obviously because it's on a network, right? So you are essentially telling the client, you're connecting to the client with the router's IP address, right? So you're connecting to the client with the router's IP address, which is the default gateway address, and you're telling you're essentially telling the client that I am the router and you should pass your traffic through me, right? So you're standing in between the client and the router, and obviously you've tricked the client by obviously using the router's IP address, but the MAC address will be your MAC address, and you're exploiting the ARP protocol. Because the ARP protocol, any ARP response will be trusted. So that's a very easy way of exploiting this technology or this protocol. So the tool we're going to be using is ARP spoof or ARP spoof as it's commonly known as, and it's a very powerful tool that will allow us to actually redirect traffic from clients to our device, and from that point onwards you can perform man-in-the-middle attacks and sniff the traffic. So let's get started. So I'm on Kali Linux right now, and I'm just going to open up my Terminator because I find that this is a fantastic tool that is great for this purpose, and you'll see why. So what I'm going to do is, or actually I would actually prefer to use the terminal because I can enlarge the text here and we can have a good idea of what's going on in terms of what's being printed out on the terminal. Right, so there we are. Finally open up the terminal. That took a while for some reason, so I'm just going to zoom in. Now what we need to do first is we need to use NetDiscover. I'm going to be using NetDiscover, and you can use NetDiscover to discover the devices on your network or computers on a network that you want to perform the man-in-the-middle attack. Alright, so what does this mean? So for example, I'm going to try and target my host operating system, which is right here. So I'm just going to check my IP config. There we are, and my local IP address is 192.168.1.104. All right, so I'm back in Kali Linux, and I've got the Windows on my host operating system address, and that's what I want to perform the ARP spoof on, or ARP poisoning on. So Since I already know what the IP address is, we can get started. So to use ARP spoofing, it's really easy. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to open up two terminals because we're going to need to initialize ARP spoof twice. Okay, so let me just open this up. For some reason that's taking really long to open. I apologize for this freeze up. I should have actually opened this prior to this, but anyway, just give it a few seconds. Oops, there we are. We have some kind of graphical glitch there. All right, now let me just zoom in. Okay, so we can get started now. So what I'm going to do is, to get started, it's really very simple. So we use the ARP spoof command, or ARP spoof, right? Now the commands are very simple. We use I for interface. All right, so the I, now this is depending on you. If you're using a Wi-Fi card, you can choose your Wi-Fi device name, which is, if you're using a wireless adapter, it'll be LAN 0 or WLAN 0. And since I'm using Ethernet, I'm going to be using Ethernet 0. So those are the default hardware names given, or device names given to the different network adapters that you could be using. All right, the next thing is to use the T command, because this allows us to select the target. Now, it's very important that since we're going to be running two instances of this, because we are tricking both the router and the client, that I am the router and I am the client. So you'll get the gist once we're moving along. So now we have to specify the target IP. All right, so in this instance, we're going to specify the target IP first. So that is going to be 192.168.1.106. Okay, and then after that, I'm going to target the default gateway, which is my router's IP address. All right, so essentially what we're doing here is we're essentially targeting your target, or the client in which you're trying to perform the spoof attack on, the ARP spoof attack on, and we're telling that client that we are the router because we're using the default gateway's IP address. Right, so 168.1.1. All right, fantastic. Once we've hit, once this is good, so essentially, let's look at the syntax again. ARP spoof, your wireless adapter or interface name, and the target. But in this case, we're using the target IP first, and then the default gateway IP after that. And I'm going to hit enter. Oops. I'm going to hit enter, and it's going to start ARP spoof on that. And now for the next terminal. Whoops, for some reason we couldn't, oh yeah, I actually made a mistake. The target IP is 104. Let me just try that again. There we are, fantastic, it's working now. So again, depending on what your target IP address is, you can specify that accordingly. Now the next one, ARP spoof again. ARP spoof, the interface LAN 0, Ethernet 0 for me. Don't worry about what the other terminal is doing. That really doesn't matter, because again, it's just sending the request to the client saying that I'm the router. So we haven't completed the ARP spoof attack just yet. So now we specify the target, but in this case, now we're telling the router that I am that client. I am 192.168.1.104. All right. So we use the default gateway or the router's IP, 168.1.1. Then we specify the target's IP. So 192.168.1.104, and once that's done, we just hit enter, and it's going to complete the ARP spoofing. And now essentially all the traffic is going to be passing through us, and now you can start using tools like Wireshark to analyze or to sniff the traffic, or you can use dsniff, which is part of ARP spoof, or actually ARP spoof is part of the dsniff package. So if I open up a new terminal here, let me just see if I can open that up. So dsniff, if I just hit dsniff, whoops, let me just increase the font size here. So dsniff, right? So if I open up dsniff, it's going to start listening on Ethernet 0, and it's going to save the files or the sniffed files that it's got from that from the client that you're performing the ARP spoof on, and it'll save it in the home folder where you can find the log file for dsniff. And essentially what you can do now is open up a traffic analyzing tool like Wireshark or whatever tool you choose to use, and you can go through the packets that are being sniffed, because all the traffic from that device is passing through the attacker machine, which is what I'm using now. So that's going to be it for this video, guys. I hope you enjoyed this video. If you did, please leave a like down below. Thank you so much for the support. I really appreciate it. And yeah, one more thing. On the website, I'm accepting articles or tutorials that you guys If you want to post a tutorial or a guide, just write it up to me, review it, and if it's good enough, or it's it's giving value to people, I'll publish it on the website under your name. So yeah, I'm hoping to make it a lot more interactive, and I'm going to be posting a lot of more tutorials on their guides, things to help you guys get started, and things to keep you guys going in terms of learning about hacking and anything else. So if you have any questions or suggestions, leave them in the comment section, or you can hit me up on my social networks. And yeah, I'll be seeing you in the next video. Peace. Hey guys, Hackexploit here, back again with another video. So a lot of you guys have been asking me to elaborate more with the man-in-the-middle attacks, and more specifically to show you how to use a tool called Ettercap. Alright, so for those of you who don't know what Ettercap is a fantastic security tool that allows you to perform man-in-the-middle attacks on LAN or on your local network. Alright, so it comes pre-installed and pre-configured in Kali Linux, which is fantastic, so you don't have to download or set anything up. The only thing you need to do is if you haven't logged into Kali Linux for a while, just update your packages and make sure you're running the latest version. Alright, so in the previous video when we were looking at ARP spoofing with ARP spoof, some of you actually noticed in the comments that I did not forward the packets. In the sense that I did not allow the flow of packets through my computer being the man in the middle, allowing it to flow to and back, to the router and back to the client or our target for this matter. Okay, so hopefully I can explain how to do that right now. I actually did it before the video, assuming that many people know how to do it, and a lot of people were saying that their connection isn't working, and I actually remembered that yes, that is an essential step, so I'm going to show you how to do it now. Alright, so just open up your terminal and obviously make sure you're in root, it always helps. And now we're going to use the system control command, so system control, and we now want to select the option W to write. So W to write and net dot, what was it, net dot IPv4, yes, we want to forward IPv4 packets dot IP forward E equals to 1. So the value should be equal to 1. Alright, so that is the command that will allow the flow of packets through your computer as you're acting between the router and the client. So just hit enter and it should give you the result saying yes, the IPv4 IP the value should be 1. Alright, so once you're done with that, we can get started with Ettercap. Alright, so Ettercap, as I said, is pre-installed with Kali Linux, so you can just search for it, and you can just go into your search menu and just go into Ettercap, and you make sure you select Ettercap graphical, because that's what I'm going to be elaborating in this video. So just click on it. Now, before we get started with actually, performing any man-in-the-middle attacks, you need to have a target. So in this case, I have a target here. Alright, so I have a target there, and this is a Windows 7 operating system. That is going to act as our target. So we're going to try and intercept the packets being sent between the Windows 7 operating system and my router. Alright, so once you've opened up Ettercap, what you need to do, the first thing you need to do is you need to select your sniffing option. So usually if you're connected physically to the Ethernet, so what I mean when I say physically is you're actually connected to an Ethernet adapter or to a switch or to a hub, then I would recommend that you use bridge sniffing. So what this means is if you're in a situation like you're in an organization where you have, your computer is connected to a switch that is also connected to other computers in the organization, I would recommend that you use the bridged sniffing. Otherwise, in my case, I'm just going to use unified sniffing because I'm only using one adapter. There's no bridged connection. Okay, so now it's going to ask you to select your network interface. I'm going to select Ethernet 0 because I'm using Ethernet right now. And by default, you can also select your wireless adapter if that's what you choose to use. So just hit OK. And now as you can see, it's going to tell you that the unified sniffing process is started. And what you have to do now is you need to add a target. So you want to go into targets and you want to go into current targets. Now, as I said, this is very, very similar to ARP spoof, where you would simply add your router IP address and your target IP address, similar to what you would do with ARP spoof. So what you would do with RSpoof is you would firstly, the first step would be to select your select the target as the router IP address, and then you use your target IP address as the secondary one. So in this case, all you need to do is just add your target 1 IP address as your router. So 192.168.1.1, that is my router IP address. It is your default gateway address, if that's what you're wondering. So you can just type in ifconfig and you can find your default gateway and just get that and put it in here. Now you need to get your target IP address, which I'm going to do, and I can do using my command prompt here, using the ipconfig command. So ipconfig. It's been a long time since I've used Windows 7, but boy, it feels good. So there you are, 192.168.1.102. And we're just going to go into our target and hit add. And we're going to say 192.168.1.102. And we hit OK. All right. So we've added our target and our IP address and our router IP address. Okay. So now we need to actually perform the ARP poisoning attack that will give us man-in-the-middle access. So to do that is really very simple. Just go into man-in-the-middle and click on ARP poisoning. And now it's going to ask you for optional parameters. Make sure you check sniff remote connections and just hit OK. So once you've done that, the ARP poisoning has begun and it's currently running. So now you can use a traffic or network sniffing tool like Wireshark or TCP dump, which is what we're going to be using. So if I just open up TCP dump, I really enjoy using TCP dump sometimes. So TCP dump, and we can say the interface is Ethernet 0, and we specify the port 80, the target, or actually the host is 192.168.1.102 being our target, and for some reason we're getting an error. Port 80, sorry about that, N80, and we hit the port. Sorry, I have to add the port command there. It's actually been a while since I've used TCP dump, and for some reason I keep on getting this syntax error here. So we've selected our host, so N port 80 host and host. So I forgot to add the and there we are. All right. So yeah, the syntax for TCP dump is quite confusing in the sense that you have to specify the interface that you're using. You then have to specify the port, which in this case we're using the TCP port, and our host, which is 192.168.1.102. That is the target IP that we want to sniff the traffic from. So now if I go into my Windows operating system here, and I just let me just open a new window here, like so. And I just try and open a site like reddit.com. All right, so reddit.com, and I just go back to Kali Linux, and as you can see, there we are. The traffic is being captured just the way we wanted it. Now, additionally, you can use Wireshark if that is what is comfortable for you, but there you go. That is how to perform a man-in-the-middle attack with Ettercap. It's really very simple. The process is exactly the same as to what you would find with RSpoof, and that's because they're both using the ARP poisoning method. Alright, so that's going to be it for this video, guys. Thank you so much for the support on the channel. We've really grown this month, this year, and our first target is 50,000 subscribers. Our second target for the year is 100,000 subscribers, and I'm really pushing forward to it. Thank you so much for everything, you guys. If you found value in this video, please leave a like down below. If you have any questions, any at all, hit me up in the comment section on my social networks or on Kick. Alright, and you can check out my website for the latest hacking news, tutorials, and guides. So thank you so much for watching, guys, and I'll be seeing you in the next video. Peace. Hey guys, Hackexploit here, back again with another video, and in this video I'm going to be showing you how to exploit WPA or WPA2. Alright, now again, this is something that I realized was not on the channel. I did really have not focused on cracking wireless networks, and I was thinking of starting off with WEP, but I then realized that WPE has become almost obsolete after, the arrival of WPA, and you'll rarely ever see a network that uses WPE as their means of security. In this video, I'm going to be showing you how to use aircrack NG to capture packets, obviously to capture packets, and then to capture the WPA handshake, which can then be used with a word list to perform a brute force attack or a word list or a dictionary attack, and obviously to get the password. Now, again, I'm also going to be using Airgeddon, which again is a fantastic tool, or as I like to call it, a framework that makes penetration testing or wireless penetration testing a whole lot easier. So we're going to be looking at actually performing the pixie dust attack with Airgeddon using Bully. All right, but first I'm going to show you how to use Aircrack, how to capture packets, how to store them in a capture file or a .cap file, not really a .pcap file, but then I'm also going to be moving on to show you how to select monitor mode, how to select your adapter and change it to monitor mode, and finally I'm going to show you how to use Aircrack NG to crack the password. That being said, let's get started. So for those of you who don't know, let me just explain it really quickly. WPA is essentially, it stands for Wi-Fi Protected Access, and it is a security protocol that was introduced in response to the weaknesses that WEP had. Alright, so it's really improving upon WEP's authentication and encryption features, and that's what I was talking about. WPE was able to be cracked within minutes. It was unbelievable, and that's why they had to introduce another protocol that made networks more secure. And the WPA is quite secure, but it's not the most secure, and is quite secure, but it's not the most secure, and that's with the introduction of WPA 3, which is also something I'm going to be really focusing on in the future once the new routers are released, which are set to be later this year. So I can't believe that it's finally out, and I'm really excited to get started with it. That being said, hopefully this video acts as a final resolve to cracking our WPA. So it's essentially going to cover everything. Alright, let's get started now with Aircrack NG. Alright, but before that, I just want to talk about your wireless adapter. Alright, so my wireless adapter is currently connected right now. If I go to VM and I go into removable devices, you can see that I have my Atheros USB device connected. And I just want to take a few minutes to talk about wireless adapters, because this is something that people get really mistaken with. You need a good wireless adapter for Wi-Fi penetration testing. It's no secret, and it's the truth. I don't know whether you've tried performing packet injection with your laptop Wi-Fi card, but it just doesn't work, and the success rate is minimal. You can't expect to crack a wireless network with a small little TP-Link, or, well, I'm not saying I'm actually using the TP-Link, but using the onboard Wi-Fi adapters that come in laptops. It's just not possible. Now, coming back to the correct adapters to be using, I looked at the TP-Link and the Alpha cards, and in my opinion, the TP-Link is the best one out right now. The TP-Link TLWN722N version 1, because version 1 is the only one that contains the Atheros chipset, which again is awesome for packet injection. You can also try the Alpha ones, but the Alpha ones were also, I would say in my mind, mediocre. Not that they're bad, but they'll get the job done. The TP-Link one is extremely fast. I've been using it for a while now, and it really does work wonders. That being said, let's get started. All right. So the first thing I'm going to show you how to do is how to actually enable monitor mode on your wireless adapter. All right. So make sure it's connected, and I'm going to type in iwconfig to show us our wireless interfaces. And my Wi-Fi adapter is already in monitor mode. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to disable monitor mode, and you can also do this by typing monng stop LAN0mon. That is the name of the interface in monitor mode, and I'm going to hit enter. All right, and it's going to disable monitor mode. So now let me show you how to enable it. So if I type in iwconfig again, you can now see that it's not in monitor mode, and you can see that right over here. It's saying that the mode is managed. Now, for those of you who are wondering, what exactly does monitor mode mean? Why do we need to even change it to monitor mode? Well, monitor mode essentially means that your wireless adapter will go into promiscuous mode. What does that mean? Well, it means that your wireless adapter is now able to read packets that do not belong to that computer. All right. So what do I mean? What this means in essence, or simply means, is it can read packets that are being sent to any device that's around this wireless adapter. It doesn't matter whether there's different wireless networks. It doesn't matter how many clients there are. It's going to capture all of that as long as it's within the range. All right. So it's very important that you enable monitor mode, because most of the attacks will require monitor mode. In fact, monitor mode is essential. So to do this, we use the AirmonNG. It is part of the AirCrack suite. So AirmonNG, and we hit start. All right. Remember, you can also stop it if you want. And now we select the interface name, which is currently LAN 0, WLAN 0, and I'm going to hit enter. All right. And it's going to change it for us. So now if I clear and type in iwconfig, we can see that the monitor mode is currently on, and you can look at that in mode, which is currently showing us monitor. And the frequency is 2.4 gigahertz. Now again, penetration testing on 5 gigahertz is slightly different, and that will require a special hardware, but I'll also get into that on the channel. I really want to focus on cracking wireless networks as well, because it is quite fun. So let me just clear this up. Now, before we move on, I just want to point something out. Most of the other videos on YouTube really they have no meaning whatsoever, because they're essentially promising you that you can crack Wi-Fi with any Wi-Fi adapter, and that's not the truth. I can guarantee that to you. That being said, I just wanted to say that now we've enabled monitor mode. Now we need to start capturing data. We need to start capturing data and packets from the access points around us. So we need to start seeing what access points are around us, and then we'll select the access point that we want to crack, or we want to get the WPA handshake from. Okay, and we can do this using the AeroDump ng. So AeroDump ng, and now we select the interface name, which is in monitor mode, which is WLAN 0 mon. All right, and I'm going to hit enter. Now this is going to display the Wi-Fi networks that are around the wireless adapter, or around you, and I'm going to be blurring the ones that aren't mine, or if I capture mine immediately, then I'm going to stick to that. So I'm going to hit enter, and I'm just going to hit Control C, like so, and you can let it run, and it's going to start capturing the Wi-Fi networks that are around you. By default, this is the network that I'm going to be performing the test on. As you can see, it is my router. It's called Alexis Broadlink, and let's start off with what each of these sections mean. All right, I'm going to just cover the most important bits. So let's start off with the BSSID. This is the MAC address of the router. Very, very important. This, in fact, should be, you should actually be copying this immediately. The next thing is the power, which is essentially the strength, the signal strength that you currently have, which is not bad. We have 41. You then have the beacons. This is the beacons being sent, quite self-explanatory. You then have the channel of the Wi-Fi network. Again, something very important. This is the channel on which the wireless network is running on. You then have the encryption type, which is WPA2. You then have the authentication, which is PSK, which stands for pre-shared key, which means, the security of the network is determined by a pre-shared key, also known as a Wi-Fi password. And you have the ESSID, which is the name of the network. All right, awesome. So Alexis, you've told us how to find the wireless networks around you. Remember, I stopped the scan as soon as I got the one that I wanted, because I do not want to start scanning devices, other Wi-Fi networks, and I really don't want to go through the trouble of blurring all of that out. All right. So once you've captured or you've actually spotted the network that you want to perform the test on, just hit Ctrl+C. And it's going to stop. Now make sure you have this data in plain sight, because we're going to need it. So what we're going to do now we need to start capturing packets that are being sent to and from on this network. All right. So now we need to focus on this network. So we need to select it. So essentially what we're doing now is we're saying only focus on this MAC address or this access point. Do not focus on the other ones. So it's going to start scanning the network, and it's going to display it's going to start displaying all the clients connected to that network, and I'll show you that in a few seconds. So we can do that by typing AeroDump ng. All right, so AeroDump ng, and now it's going to say we need to essentially specify the BSSID. So you can say BSSID, which is done by BSSID, and you want to copy the BSSID of the access point, and we're going to paste that in there. And now we need to select the channel, which you can do like so, or you can just abbreviate with a C, but I like having it as channel. By the way, you can use channel and BSSID where it doesn't matter what comes first, it'll still work just the same. Alright, so the channel is channel 2, so I'm going to specify the channel is 2. Now what else do you need to specify? Well, now you need to specify the wireless access, the interface name, which is LAN 0 mon. Alright, and I'm going to hit enter. And now as you can see, it's going to start capturing data that is on that network, that is being sent on that network. And if I just open up my phone right now, my Nexus device, you'll start seeing the MAC address. There we are. This is my MAC address of my Nexus. So let me just open up a website here really quickly. So let me just open up a website here, and you'll start seeing that data is already being captured. You can see the frames has started increasing. There we are. And the frames will show you the amount of data being sent, or the amount of whether or not that device is active. This is very important because to capture the WPA handshake, we need a device that is active on the network. Otherwise, it'll take too long. All right. Awesome. So now we are capturing the data, but something is missing. You know, this data is important, but it's of no use if we are not saving it. So how do we go about saving it? Now, this is where many people make the mistake. You cannot crack or get the WPA handshake if you're not saving the data. You need to save the data. You need to save it, well, wherever you choose to save it. I'm going to save it on my desktop, and I'm going to show you how to do that right now. So we want to hit Control C to stop that, and we need to clear this out. But before that, make sure you copy your BSSID and the channel, because we're going to need it again. Except this time we're just going to save it or output the results to a file. Alright, let's clear this up. And I'm going to change my working directory into my desktop. And there we are. So now let me just clear that up, and we can get started now. Alright, we are going to be saving the data that we're logging into a file, a capture file or a .cap file, which can then be used, which can then be analyzed by tools like Wireshark. But we are really focused on using AirCrack to capture the WPA handshake and then crack it. Okay. So I know the video is getting a bit long, but I just want to cover everything here. Excellent. So now we're going to use aerodump-ng, same commands. All right. Aerodump-ng, and we're going to specify the BSSID. So I'm going to paste the BSSID. That's the router access point, the access point MAC address. And we're going to select the channel, which was channel, the channel number was 2. All right. And now we need to select the show ACK. All right. You might be wondering, what the hell does that mean? Well, this is just going to show us the acknowledgement packets. If you've learned about networking, you know that we have your acknowledgement packets. So this is going to show us the acknowledgement packets. And then we want to write the output, or the whatever data is being captured, to a file name. So we select a file name. Let's just call it WPA results, or actually let's just call it log, because we're logging the data. And then we need to select our interface name. All right. So LAN 0 mon in monitor mode. All right. So let me explain. So we're saying aerodump-ng. I want you to focus on this access point, which is, we have provided the BSSID, and the channel, which is on channel 2. We now want to show the acknowledgement packets, and we want to log all the data into this file called WPA log, and it's going to automatically save it into different file formats. The file format that we're interested in is the .capture format. All right. And we've selected the interface that we want to use. So I'm going to hit enter, and it's going to start capturing. It's going to start capturing all the data, and it's going to be saving it into a capture file on our desktop, as you can see right here. So if we look at the file, you can see it saved it in 4 formats. We have a .netxml, CSV format, and a .capture extension, which essentially means it's a captured network or traffic. So now, as you can see, it's currently running and it's still capturing data. So you might be asking, should we actually stop it? No, I want you to keep this running. And what we're going to do is I'm going to open up another terminal. I'm going to leave this running here. Actually, we're going to leave that running. Make sure you leave it running, because we need it to be constantly capturing data and saving it to this file. Okay, so now we need to open up a new terminal, and now we need to perform a deauthentication attack. You might be a little bit confused, and you might be wondering, what is a deauthentication attack? Well, this essentially is an attack where we send deauthentication packets pretending to be a client on the network to the access point in the hopes that we can get a handshake from the access point. Remember, we're not actually connected to the network, so getting a handshake is very important. And the way we can do this is by performing a deauthentication attack to one of the clients connected to the network. So again, make sure you select a client that is active on the network. So right now the most active client is this one on the top, but I want to use my Nexus device because that's the most accessible to me. All right, so this is the MAC address of my Nexus device. So what you want to do is you want to make sure you copy that MAC address. All right, so just copy it, and now you want to go into the other terminal instance. Make sure you don't stop this one, and you need to start entering the following commands. All right, so we're going to use airplay ng. All right, so airplay ng, it also belongs to the aircrack suite. Airplay ng, and now we need to select 0, which means we're using a deauthentication attack. Now we need to specify the amount of the deauthentication packets we want to send. Now, if your wireless network or the wireless network that you're trying to get the WPA handshake is quite far away from you, then you want to increase the amount of deauthentication packets you want to send so that there is minimal packet loss. And if there is packet loss, you're constantly sending, so that there's a higher chance of you getting the WPA handshake. So usually I would specify, if it's quite near you, about 20 deauthentication packets. And then now you need to select the access point MAC address, which you just specify, which is right here. So we just hit Ctrl+C and we can paste that in there. And now you need to specify the client MAC address. So you can just select a random client on the network, one that is sending more data preferably. So let's copy that and we paste that in there. And now we need to essentially specify our interface that we want to use, which is LAN 0 mon in monitor mode, and hit enter. All right. Now when I hit enter, it's going to start sending the deauthentication packets to the router, which is essentially going to disconnect the client that you've just selected, the MAC. It's going to disconnect it from the network temporarily until all the deauthentication packets have been sent. So I'm going to hit enter, and as you can see, it's going to start sending the deauthentication packets. And once it's done, what should happen here is, as you can see, it started sending them, and for some reason, well, actually, it should have actually sent them by now, and for some reason we're getting an error here. There we are, it's still running, it's still sending, and as you can see, we have captured the WPA handshake right here. And once we have this, you can start using aircrack ng to crack it. So I'll show you how to do that right now. What you can do is, once the deauthentication packets have been sent, as right here, for some reason we were experiencing packet loss. So it sent quite a few more because there was packet loss, and there we are. You can see that it has sent the deauth packet, and once that is done, it will give you the ability to capture the WPA handshake while this is still running. So it's captured the WPA handshake in the .capture file here. Okay, now this may seem a bit confusing, but once we have the WPA handshake, we can now use aircrack to crack it. All right, but I'm going to show you a better way of doing it. You can use aircrack ng, and you'll be limited to using a brute force attack or a dictionary attack. Now I'll show you how to do this with an awesome framework in my mind, and I'll show you what it's called. That framework is called the Airgeddon framework. All right, so I will have the link in the description. You can find it on GitHub. And the reason I like this is because it keeps everything centralized, and I'll be showing you the great amount of attacks that you can perform. All right, so open the link in the description. It is the GitHub repository. So just clone the repository. I'm just going to copy the URL right over here. If it doesn't copy, just copy it manually. And again, I'm going to save this to my desktop. So cd desktop git clone. And I'm going to paste it in there, the URL, and let it clone. It's quite a large file, I would say, so give it a few seconds to copy. Again, please pardon my internet connection. I know it isn't the most favorable connection right now, but it shouldn't take too much time to get all the files. So let that complete downloading, and I know the video is getting a bit long, but as I said, I want to cover everything in this video. Okay, so let that complete downloading, and hopefully it isn't affecting anything here. I'm waiting. In the meanwhile, I can show you that you can use aircrack ng to actually crack the file here. So what I'll do is I'll show you aircrack ng. If you want to start cracking the WPA handshake, aircrack ng, you now need to specify the capture file which we used over here. So in order to do that, well, I would have to actually say cd desktop, and there we are. So I say aircrack ng crack ng, and I select the file which is WPA log1.capture, and then I select .capture. I select the word list file, which I'll use the rocku word list, which is in user share word lists, and the rocku.txt.gz, and probably it will not work. As I said, as you can see here, it only went through, it essentially performed a dictionary attack. Now this is what I was talking about. The chances of you cracking after you've captured the handshake, because again, not enough data has been captured, you'll probably have to leave this running for about a week. That's what people don't want to understand. There is no 5-minute hack. Well, there is, and I'll be showing you that in a few seconds. That's why I'm actually downloading Airgeddon. Well, I'll explain why this, we have only captured one handshake, and if we kept the data running, which means if I would have kept the other terminal that was capturing the data, and we kept on sending deauthentication attacks, and we captured maybe 10 handshakes, then we could have actually performed the brute force or the dictionary attack. But this is a very old way of doing it, and the chances of you cracking the password are, to be honest, quite low. I would say you have about a 10% chance of getting the access point key. Okay, so we're just going to close this up, and hopefully Airgeddon has been downloaded. Awesome. So if I list the files, yeah, we want to go into Airgeddon. Let me list the files in there. There we are. We have the Airgeddon executable, which is currently set to be not executable. So we have to change permissions. So chmod +x and Airgeddon.shell. I'm going to list the files there, and we're going to launch it. So Airgeddon, and we're going to launch it there, and it's going to open up Airgeddon. Now, this is a fantastic tool, and I'm going to show you right now how you can actually go about doing stuff. So I'm going to hit enter to continue, and it's going to start checking for the essential tools. Now, don't worry if you're missing a few tools like Hashcat or Bettercap. Well, Hashcat is very important. In the event you want to use GPU cracking, which most of you have actually recommended, and I'll be actually going through that, using rainbow tables. I'm actually finding a Quadro GPU, which is the best one, as they're more in tune with performing more enterprise type GPU calculations. So I'll be getting to that in another video, but for now, just make sure that you have the most important things like Reaver and Bully, all that good stuff installed. You have Crunch, Ettercap. Bettercap is not that important. It's important if you're performing an evil to an attack. That being said, let's not waste any time. Let me just hit enter, and it's going to check for a new version. And if it doesn't find one, just hit enter to continue. And now it's going to ask you to select an interface to work with. I'm using Ethernet and my LAN 0 mon, which is already in monitor mode. So I'm just going to select the second one. And now the awesome thing is here, you can see it's going to give you a menu, and it's going to say the interface is LAN 0 mon selected, mode is monitor, supported bands is 2.4 gigahertz. And the great thing is you can select another interface. You can also put the interface in monitor mode, and you can put it back into managed mode. This is the thing I love about it. It just makes everything a whole lot easier. Now, you can see the attack types that we have here are very, very enticing. You have your DOS attacks menu, which essentially perform a denial of service to a specific access point. This is great for, trolling. You can also perform denial of service attacks to devices on the network, even if you're not connected to them. So you can see how much damage this can cause. And one of the great things, as I don't know whether I actually shared that video with you guys, but there was using one DEF CON video, or when I was watching one of the DEF CON videos, there's a guy who was actually able to just perform a denial of service to a drone that he was not even connected to. So his neighbor actually used to really bug him with the drone, flying around, spying on people using, through their windows. And that drone actually had its own WPA network connection between the drone and the controller. And obviously, because he's not connected to it, he was able to quickly scan it and then specify that network. And then the client, being the remote controller, was able to perform denial of service to the controller, which means that the drone was no longer in his control, and you can guess the amount of damage that can cause. That being said, let's stop wasting time. If you want to perform your own handshake, if you want to capture your own handshake, this can also be done with Airgeddon. So let's actually do that right now. So let's hit 5, and now it's going to say, well, the most important thing you need to do right now is you need to explore targets, which means you need to specify the network that you want to capture the handshake on. In this case, we're just going to hit 4 to start exploring for targets. And it's going to say WPA filter enabled in scan. Here, just hit Control C to stop. So I'm going to hit enter, and it's going to start capturing the network, and I'm going to hit Control C. and it's captured the network that we want to target. And this displays the information much better. You have your BSSID, the channel, power, encryption, and the ESSID, which is the most important information. Alright, so it's going to say only one target detected. Remember, if you have any other, it's going to give you the number, so you can select it from there. And I'm going to hit continue. So it's selected Alexis Broadlink, and it's going to give you more information about it up there. Now we need to capture the handshake, which is here. So we can say 5 to capture the handshake. So let's hit 5, and I'm going to hit enter to continue. Alright, and now it's going to ask us what type of deauthentication attack you want to perform. I usually like the deauthentication the attack that is done with AirPlay, or you can use the disassociation attack that is performed by MDK3, which is not that effective, to be honest, especially against newer routers. So deauthentication AirPlay attack. So I'm going to select the second option, and I'm going to hit enter, and I'm going to hit continue, and it's going to start performing the deauth attack, as you can see here. There we are, deauth, and you have to wait now until the deauthentication package has been sent and you were able to capture a WPA handshake. Alright, so apparently we were not able to capture a handshake, and yeah, we did. There we are, we were able to capture a handshake. So now it's going to ask you, did you get the handshake? It's going to say, look at the top right corner of the capture window. Yes, we were able to capture a handshake. So I'm going to hit yes. Congratulations. Type the path to store the file or press enter to accept the default proposal. So it's going to save it in root handshake, and it's going to give it its own name. So I'm going to hit enter. Alright, so the path is valid and you have right permissions. Script can continue. So you want to hit enter to continue. And now you can go on and clean or optimize the handshake file, which we don't need to do right now because again, we have not captured a lot of data. So now we can finally go back to the main menu. And we can see, we can look at the offline WPA2 decrypt menu, which is where we can perform the cracking. So I'm going to hit 6. And now, you can see if you have Hashcat installed, you can use Hashcat to, well, it's going to use your central processing unit or your processor. And if you have a bad processor, then it's going to take a while. But I'll be showing you how to do it with Hashcat. If you want that tutorial, just comment down below and I'll be sure to do it. You then have your non-GPU attacks. Again, Aircrack NG is the best option here. Now, what I would recommend is that you go for the Aircrack plus Crunch. This will perform a brute force attack. Dictionary attacks will only test the current combinations that exist within the word list or the password list. All right. So I would recommend that you go for option 2, which is Aircrack plus Crunch, and this has about a 60% of cracking the key, in my opinion. Now, again, you might need to leave it on for a few days, and some of you might be thinking, what the hell, man? That's way too long. And the truth is, if you want to crack a network, that's how you do it, using the WPA handshake. All right, so I'm going to hit 2. And do you want to use this already selected capture file? So it's going to ask you if you want to use the capture file that was captured during the session. I'm going to hit yes. And you already have selected a BSSID. Do you want to, and it is present in the capture file, do you want to use this BSSID? Of course we do. What is the minimum length of the key to decrypt? Alright, so now it's going to ask you to specify, just in your own opinion, what you would expect the minimum length of the key is. In my opinion, I would say the minimum is 8, because not many Wi-Fi keys, Wi-Fi routers are going to let you set a key that is, or a password that is below 8 characters. Alright, so I'm going to hit 8, and the maximum, I would say, no one has a Wi-Fi password that is over 20 or actually 15. So I would go about 15, and I'm going to hit enter. Now the most important thing, because it's using Crunch to generate your own type of word list, dependent on what you would specify. Now most people would usually go for lowercase and numeric characters, or a combination of lowercase plus uppercase and numeric characters. In my opinion, I've set the password to be quite easy, which involves lowercase plus numerical characters. So I'm going to select option 6. You can go and select whatever you want. It's going to just generate it automatically with Crunch. So I'm going to hit 6, and it's going to start the decryption process. And as you can see, the character set that is going to be using is A, B, C, D, the alphabet and your numerical characters. I'm going to hit enter. It's going to start generating the word list with Crunch, and Crunch will now generate, and the cracking process has begun. So again, There you are. It will use aircrack-ng to do it for you automatically with your own word list. This is the best part about it is the word list can be specified to account for the type of characters you would expect in a modern Wi-Fi password. So again, you can see that this is going to take, it's going to take a while. So I would recommend that you leave this on for about 2 days. In my opinion, it takes about 3 to 4 days for a Wi-Fi password that has 8 to about 15 characters. Again, not that complex. If they are symbols, then it gets even more complex. So you can let this run, and once you're done, it'll give you the key. If you're lucky, as I said, the chance of this working is 60% if you've specified the right character set. If you've specified a wrong character set, then it'll all go down the drain. So I'm just going to Control C and let it just end. Don't worry if it gives you this weird thing, and it's going to ask you interruption detected. You really want to exit? I'm going to hit yes. And do you want to preserve monitor mode? Yes, I want to preserve it. I don't want to turn it off. All right. So now let's look at the WPS. All right, the WPS attack. Now this is one of the most effective attacks, and I'll explain why. Most people who buy routers have the WPS feature enabled, and they do not disable it. What does WPS mean? What does it mean? WPS essentially stands for Wi-Fi protected setup. All right. Now you might be asking, how does this work? You might have heard of it. Well, WPS has a WPS pin. All right. The WPS pin, well, essentially WPS only works for wireless networks that use a password. And what this means is WPS essentially allows you to connect using the WPS button on your router, and essentially deals with a key or a pin. All right. So cracking the WPS pin is essentially, it's an 8-digit pin that even if your router does not have the access point does not have the WPS button, you can still crack it, and that will crack the password for you using an authentication attack. All right. So usually people leave it on. Now the great thing about a WPS pin is once you crack it, once you get that pin, the network is yours for life. It's yours for life. That's because you can never ever change the WS pin. In older routers, in modern ones, they've actually allowed you to do it. But most people won't even know that it was cracked using the WS pin, the WPS pin. All right. So I'm going to show you how to do that with Airgeddon. So let's launch Airgeddon again. All right. And I'm going to hit enter. And let it start Airgeddon again. And I know the video is getting quite long, but I just wanted to cover everything here. I'm going to hit enter. All right, let it just scan for the tools. I'm going to hit continue. I'm going to check for a new version. I know this is the latest version. I'm going to hit continue again. And I'm going to select my interface, which is already in monitor mode. And I'll go straight for the WPS attacks menu. Remember, you can also go for WEP if you're using that type of encryption. If you're lucky to find a network that has WEP, crack it immediately. That's a once in a lifetime experience if you actually even find one. I remember once finding one at a restaurant, but I didn't have my laptop with me, so I had to pass on that. All right. That being said, you can go for your WPS attacks menu, which is 8, and we're going to be using Bully. The reason I'm using Bully is because Reaver is not that powerful. Even if you're performing the same type of attack, which is a pixie dust attack, you can also use Bully to perform what I would call a brute force pin attack. That if you have a good word list that has some of the most common pins, the WS pins, then that can also work as well. But in my mind, this works the best. All right, so we're going to go for option 7, which is Bully. We're going to be performing a pixie dust attack. Now, before that, we have to actually select our network. Again, remember, we have to always select our network. So I'm going to hit option 4, and it's going to start capturing. And immediately once I capture it, we should be good. So there we are. It started capturing, and once it captures my Wi-Fi network, for some reason it's not capturing any network here, WPS networks. Let me just see if my Wi-Fi, if my access point is currently open here, is currently online. Let me get back to you once I've checked whether it's online. All right, so just give me a few seconds here. All right, sorry about that, guys. For some reason, it was just taking a while to load up, and I was just waiting for it here. Anyway, sorry. Let me just open up the emulator here. You can see that it has captured that network, and let me just explain the results here. I'll probably have to zoom this in because the text is really, really small. Okay, so it's using Wash to scan for networks, and this is the network that we're going to be performing the exploit on, or we're going to be cracking the WPS pin. You can see that it is using WPS version 2. And if a WPS is locked, it's going to also show you here. And if it's locked, then you can't use this attack. Alright, so make sure that it's not locked, and you'll be surprised. I can actually guarantee you. I want you to try this out. Let's say when you're at home, I just want you to scan the networks around you. Let's say there are 10 networks, probably your neighbors. I can guarantee you 5 of them can be exploited with the pixie dust attack. Okay. That being said, let me just open up, let me just hit Control C, because once we're done capturing, we just hit Control C and we go back into Armageddon. As you can see, only one target was detected. It is going to be auto-selected. I'm going to hit continue. And now we can perform the bully pixie dust attack. So I'm going to hit 7, perform the bully pixie dust attack. I'm going to hit enter. You have bully version 1.1 installed. Press enter to continue. The BSS ID is set. The channel is set. Now you need to select the value in seconds for the pixie dust timeout. If the connection cannot be made, by default it will tell you to use 30 seconds. I also recommend 30 seconds. However, if you're further away from the access point, I would, because of packet loss, I would recommend changing it to something about 100 or 200. That's if you're really, really far and you have, really poor signal strength. I'm going to hit enter, and all the parameters are set, and it's going to say it's going to say starting attack. When started, press Ctrl+C to stop. So I'm going to hit enter to start it, and there we are. It's going to start the pixie dust attack, and there we are. For some reason, it looks like it has got the it's captured a handshake here, and it's performing the pixie dust attack with bully. So let it just perform, and there you are. The pin has been cracked, and the password has been cracked. How about that? I think this is the first video on YouTube that actually has actually shown that it is possible using different vectors. For example, like the WPS with bully. Alright, so you can see it captured the WS pin. It captured the key, the Wi-Fi key, which as you can see is Alexis12345. Now that's what most people do. Now again, most of you are sitting there saying, well, that's a simple password. But remember, it did not crack the password. It was able to authenticate with the network with the pin and then get the Wi-Fi key. It got the BSS ID and the SSID, and there we are, pin cracked, password cracked. And there you go, That's how to actually perform or exploit WPA using the handshake capture method, and how to use WPS pixie dust attack using bully. You can also perform Reaver, but Reaver will most likely give you errors. Alright, so once I'm done, let me just actually close this up. Ctrl+C. We can close the window, and we should be back into Armageddon. And once that's done, you're essentially done. So that's going to be it for this video, guys. I know I took this video a bit too long, but I just wanted to show you every aspect of it. And I'll also be moving into using Hashcat and GPU cracking, which is very, very effective, especially when trying to crack the handshake, which you can save and then crack it even if you're not near the Wi-Fi network. That being said, I hope you found value in this video. If you did, please leave a like down below. If you have any questions or suggestions, let me know in the comment section, or you can hit me up on my social networks. You can also check out my website for the latest hacking news, resources, tools, all that good stuff, hsploit.com, and I'll be seeing you in the next video. Peace. Hey guys, Hacksploit here, back again with another video, and in this video I'm going to be showing you how to perform a DOS attack, or in some cases a DDoS attack, or a distributed denial of service attack, using Xerxes, one of the most powerful tools in this category for performing denial of service with Xerxes. It really is very, very simple. And because of this, I just want to throw out a bit of caution. I just want to say that, this tool is very, very powerful if used in the right way. Now, again, this is going to, it brings me to the question of whether you're going to use this for ethical or malicious purposes. And again, I'm not going to be held responsible for any, malpractice that you do with this tool. My job is to show you how to install it, how to get it working, and how to use it. How you use it is up to you. And again, I'm going to say this, that I'm not going to be held responsible. Just do it in in your own environment. Just use it for testing. Again, you can perform these attacks if you have permission from the owner of the website, you have written permission, or you're performing a penetration test, things like that. So, having given you that disclaimer, let's get started. So I have the GitHub repository open up already. The link will be in the description section. Don't worry about that. So what you want to do is just go and you can just clone the repository. So I'm just going to copy that, or you can download the zipped folder. The process is essentially the same, just that with GitHub, it allows you to clone it wherever you want and extracts it for you. So I'm going to zoom in right here, and so we can actually get a good picture. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to go to my desktop, because that is where the recommended location is for this script. So CD desktop. All right. I'm just going to move to my desktop, and in my desktop, I just want to clone the repository. So git clone, and I'm going to paste the link in there, and I'm just going to hit enter. So it's going to start cloning it, and there we are. It's done. Shouldn't take too much time. The file is relatively small in size. So I'm going to change my directory into the Xerxes folder. And this is where a lot of people get issues. Why do they get issues? It's because they try and execute the xerxes.c file, and that is completely wrong, because as I said, there is a readme file. Please take time to read the documentation. It really does make a difference. So let's try and read it together. All right, so I'm just going to print it out. Oops, readme, not the Xerxes file. I almost made that same mistake. So readme. All right. So it says Xerxes is the most powerful DOS tool. Download the file xerxes.c to your desktop. Obviously, it's programmed in the programming language of C. Open the terminal and type these commands. CD desktop. Again, we're using the GNU compiler. So essentially, this command right here is going to compile the C file into an executable. All right. So then we can, as you can see, it tells you here the usage is Xerxes, with the website or the target IP and the port. All right. The port 80 obviously is referring to the port, the TCP port, where all communication is going through. So again, that is pretty self-explanatory. So again, if we open up the Xerxes folder and we check out the xerxes.c with something like the Pluma editor, or you can use Genie, as you can see, it's using the C programming language, and we have to compile it. So let's do that right now. All right. So it's telling us to use the command gcc. All right. So let's do that right now. So GNU compiler, whoops, GNU compiler xerxes.c with the output into Xerxes. All right. So we're just making an executable. So if we hit enter, it's going to create our executable for us. There we are. If I list it, it's just going to be called Xerxes. All right, so let me clear this up. Now, you might be asking yourself, what target are we going to try and attack? Well, again, as I've said, I really encourage you, when you're trying to learn these things, is to run it in your own environment where you control everything. And one of the best ways is to use, you can try it on virtual machines, on your Windows device, or on an IP that you want to test. Now, in my case, I'm going to be using a virtual machine for Metasploitable 2. Right. So what I'm going to do, I have it running in a virtual machine, and oops, let me just get my ifconfig back up. As you can see, I have the IP address here for the Metasploitable 2 virtual machine. We have the 192.168.2.130. All right. So that's the IP address for the Metasploitable machine. Now we do know that Metasploitable has a web server. It's running some files on it. So let's try and access that right now. Let me just bring up ParaTOS back again here. And if I move to my web browser, let's try and access it. All right. So 192.168.2.130, that's where it is. So if I open it, as you can see, we have the web server running a few vulnerable frameworks, like we have the phpMyAdmin, which is not really vulnerable. It's there for testing. We have the Motilidae, damn vulnerable web application, which we will be looking at. By the way, most of you guys have been requesting, literally begging for MySQL tutorials. So we'll actually, or SQL injection attacks tutorials. So we'll be looking into that in other videos. But the bottom line is we do have the web server running. So let's try and actually attack this and see what happens. All right. So let's execute it. So Xerxes, and then it said that we specify the IP or the target. So 192.168.2.130 with the port 80 used for TCP connections. And once I hit enter, it's going to start sending the volleys, which are simply attack vectors. Let's see if we can get access to the web server. And what do we have here? Well, it looks like we can't get access. And as you can see, as simple as that, you're able to perform, in this case, a denial of service attack. It could be to any target on your local network, or if you're trying to attack a target, anywhere around the world, whether it be a website or an IP address. You can see that it does work with great efficiency. And it's just amazing to see that such a simple tool, very, very easy to install and to configure, can perform this attack, this effectively. So as you can see, it's just going to keep on sending requests in terms of volleys, until you stop it, which is when you can get access to your web server. So let's try and stop it. And I'm going to try and reload it, and immediately we get access. Now I know if I run this again, it's probably not going to work because the requests have already been sent. Let's try and see if it's not going to work now. That's usually an issue. So what you have to do is run the script again. But again, you can try and target even a website. I would recommend that you don't do it to a website that you don't have permission to. And that's pretty much it. That's how to use Xerxes. You can use any target that you want. Again, I'm not going to be held responsible if you try and attack a website, that you're not allowed to. And the funny thing is, many websites nowadays still don't have DDoS or denial of service protection, which is just amazing to see, because with a tool like this and a botnet, you can really do some serious damage. I mean, most of the big websites nowadays can handle a lot of traffic, and performing an attack from one computer or one client is not going to be enough. But for many of these smaller websites, individual blogs or hospital websites or stuff like that are really not very important, you can actually bring it down, which is incredible. But again, this is all about learning. We're learning a lot of these new things and how they work. And yeah, that's going to be it for this video, guys. If you have any questions, please leave them in the comment section down below. Or if you have any personal questions, hit me up on my social networks or hit me up on Kick. If you found value in this video, please leave a like down below. If you want the latest hacking news and resources, check out my website. By the way, guys, I'm going to be having a Q&A section or a Q&A video every weekend, probably on Fridays and Saturdays, where you guys should be posting your questions on my website, Hackersploit or hsploit.com. There is an ask question section where you can post your question, and I'll be answering all your questions in the Q&A video. So make sure you post your question there every week, and the best questions will be chosen to be answered. Awesome. So thank you guys so much for watching. I hope you guys found value in this video, and I'll be seeing you in the next video. Peace. Hey guys, Hackersploit here, back again with another video, and in this video I'm going to be showing you some of the security features that your router has in regards to DOS protection or DDoS protection. Alright, so as you remember in my Xerxes videos and in my other DDoS videos, I talked about the fact that you can actually block the ICMP pings, etc., and most of you thought that I was lying or there isn't something like that. So this is a video in response to that, and for those of you who are asking me how to do it, this video is also for you. So as you can see, I've actually logged into my router here, the router control panel, and there's not going to be anything serious here because again it is a subnet based system. So in terms of IP addresses, I don't want people coming and telling me that I saw your IP address and I'm going to DDoS you. That just doesn't work anymore. So if I just go to the security and I go to advanced security, you can see that I have something called DOS protection. Now, for those of you who are actually calling me out and telling me there isn't something like this, what do you have to say about this? Alright, so if you just read on the right here where you have your help or your documentation, you can see that it allows you to enable or disable the DOS protection function when it's enabled, the flood filters will be enabled. So again, you have your ICMP flood attack filtering. So what this means is once you enable this, performing a DDoS or DDoS attack will not take down your internet connection, in the sense that it will block the ICMP floods. And when you're talking about, for example, stuff like the TCP synchronized headers for the packets, you cannot enable that. So depending on the type of DOS or DDoS attack you're trying to perform, if you have a good access point or a modern router, I would say it should have this. Now I'm not sure if your router doesn't have this security protocol or security feature. You might be looking at, selecting a new one if this is what you're really up to or what you intend to do. So by default, you can enable the DOS protection, and then you can finally enable the type of packets you'll be sending. So you have your user datagram protocol, UDP, ICMP, TCP, the synchronized flood attacks, which is very, very powerful as well. You can increase the threshold depending on what you've set so that, there's no packet loss. And then you can also forbid the ping packets from the WAN port and the LAN port. So again, you can forbid it from affecting other computers on your network. Alright, but I don't perform DOS attacks or DDoS attacks for that matter. So again, I don't need to enable it. But this is the way to do it. And for those of you who are calling me out, I hope you can see that it is real. If you are telling me that Xerxes doesn't work, it does work. You just need to know what you're doing with your router, and you need to understand the flow of packets. So again, this is a short video and I just wanted to clear things up. Don't worry, uploads will be regular now, and the web penetration testing video should come straight after this. Anyway, as I said, that's a small little video just to help you guys who are a bit confused. And if you found value in this video, please leave a like down below. If you have any comments, suggestions or questions, let me in the comment section or on my social networks, or you can hit me up on my website, and I'll be seeing you in the next video. Peace. Hey guys, Hackersploit here, back again with another video, and welcome to Wireshark for beginners. So in this set of tutorials, I'm going to be teaching you how to use Wireshark, and I'm going to be moving you from a beginner level to an advanced level or an intermediate level. So you might be asking, what is Wireshark? Well, Wireshark is a traffic analyzer. Now, you might be asking, why do I need to learn Wireshark? Well, if you're a network administrator or system administrator, and you're interested in basically monitoring what's going on the network, this would be handy for you. Or if you're just a curious parent at home, wants to make sure that your children aren't browsing the web, in more illicit methods. I mean, visiting inappropriate websites and stuff like that. So basically, it's just a tool for monitoring what's going on your Wi-Fi network. That's basically it for the layman. So I guess anyone can really learn how to use this tool. It's nothing really hard. So yeah, let's get to it. So I'm over here on their website. It's wireshark.org. There we are. That's the website. I will link it in the description section. If you don't want to type it out, I don't know how long that will take, but once you load it up, you just want to hit download, and it's free, by the way. So the current stable release is Wireshark 2.2.3. So we have the latest stable release. Here you have your different platforms. You have Windows, Mac OS, you have source code for Linux. I do believe that you have to install it through the terminal on Linux. Let me know if you want a tutorial on that. So again, you have your different architectures in terms of platforms. So you have a 64-bit Windows and 32-bit Windows. I'm going to download the 64-bit because that's the version of Windows I'm running, and the processor of basically the processor that I'm running. But I already have it downloaded and installed. Please do note that during the installation, I want to make you have to just install Windows WinPCAP. That's what it's called. It'll give you that prompt during the installation to install WinPCAP. Now make sure you do install WinPCAP, because as again, it's one of the components that goes hand in hand with Wireshark. So once you have it downloaded and installed, it's a very simple process. I have it right here. Very nice icon. It's a shark fin, a blue shark fin. Boot it up. and you're greeted by what appears to be a loading menu, and this very complicated looking program. But don't worry, it's nothing really complicated. So basically what I'm going to do, I'm just going to give you a basic overview here of what to do to get started. We're going to look at the advanced stuff in the next video. I'm going to cover that then. So welcome to Wireshark. Well, thank you very much. So what it tells me to capture, don't worry about this, using enter a capture filter. So basically here what it's asking you is what network interface card are you using and want to use to monitor your traffic. So right now you can see there's some activity on my Wi-Fi card. That's pretty interesting. So I think I'm going to use my Wi-Fi card. Although if you're using it Ethernet, just go ahead. Don't worry about these VMware network adapters. I have virtual machines running on my computer. That's why they have these virtual network adapters, and I really do know that they might not be working unless you're actually running the virtual machine. But nonetheless, that's for another video. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to hit Wi-Fi. There we are, and it's you want to hit this green button. Oh, it's already started. So unfortunately I did not have to press the start button. It already started for me. So that's the thing. If you wanna start a capture, just hit the green button. If you wanna stop it, hit red. Alright, and then once you stopped, it's going to stop capturing the packets. So that's basically how to get started using Wireshark. I'm going to cover all the other basically the tools and basically the all the other nooks and crannies in the next video. But yeah, I hope you guys are interested in this series of videos. I know it's going to help you a lot, or maybe a lot, I don't know. But if it does, and you really want to show your support, please leave a like down below. Again, one thing I would really request, guys, is that you follow me on my social networks. I need to get some follows on my social networks so that I can at least build a community around what I'm doing, which is basically ethical hacking and cybersecurity. So yeah, I mean, if you feel like, drop a like on my Facebook, Twitter, or follow me on Instagram. No worries there. You'll get all the latest updates on the videos I'm working on and all the other stuff. The other thing is, guys, thank you so much for subscribing to the channel. It's grown a lot since the start of the year. I've grown from 500 subscribers to 700 subscribers in like 1 or 2 weeks, and that's really great, guys. And I'm gonna set a goal for this year, guys. You heard it here first in this video, that this year I want to hit 10,000 subscribers or even more. So I've committed to the YouTube channel. I'm going to be doing it regularly now. I know that's what you guys want. You like consistency. But enough of the chatter. I'm done. Thank you for watching this video. Have a great day. And yeah, peace, guys. Hey guys, Hackersploit here, back again with another video. Now, this is the second tutorial of Wireshark. So in the last lesson, I told you how to start capturing packets in Wireshark and what these actually mean. So let's start off from there. So again, I told you that these are the network interface cards that are actually going to be capturing basically the packets or the data that's being transmitted on the networks. So for now, I'm going to use Wi-Fi because that's what I want to actually capture my packets with. So just click on that and then it starts capturing. So what I'm going to tell you now is how to basically analyze these packets in terms of what they are and what they carry. So as I told you, this is to stop capturing packets and this is to restart or start it. So I'm going to stop it and let's look at what we have. So you basically have 3 sections over here in Wireshark. You have this section, you have this one here, and you have this last section here. Now this section is basically the packets that are being scanned and have been actually scanned. As you can see, there's some saying that it's encrypted. Now this second portion of the screen here is giving more information about the packet. So as you can see, it gives more information about what the packet is, how it's being transmitted, and basically the manufacturer of the device that's transmitting it. So as you can see, TP link, that's my router. It's telling me the source, Azure Wave. Not really much you can work on, of course, because this is not really a useful packet that I've captured. But so basically, this screen here gives you the packets that are being scanned. This one gives you more information about the packets, and this screen here is probably the least used in Wireshark. This is basically the raw transmission between your computer and the router. Now what this means is this is how your router and computer are basically communicating with each other. So as you can see, it's in bits and bytes, and you can show it as bits, and you can show it as bytes. So this is basically it. Now the other thing I wanted to show you is how you can basically edit this interface to your specifications. So you're going to edit, and you're going to preferences. Now these preferences are focused more on Wireshark for the Wireshark layouts. So we have layouts here, and as you can see, you have the different types of layouts. You can have 1, 2, 3, which is what we have now. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. But the one I like to have is this one, because it just basically puts it in a very nice way. We can read the packets in a long type of way, and you can basically minimize that one to the bottom, and yeah, there you are. It's basically split equally, and you have more screen real estate for whatever you're doing. So again, if we go into preferences, it's just the basic layout of how you want Wireshark to look and how you want it to work for you. So that's basically the layouts and what each of these panels do. Now I'm going to talk about the toolbar actions here. So as you can see, we have quite a few things you can use on this toolbar. So as we know that this is to start capturing packets. So let's start capturing new packets. And you can stop capturing packets, and then you can restart the current capture, and you have your capture options. Now the capture options is something I'll visit in the next video, because it's quite of an advanced tutorial, the next one, where I'll be showing you how to actually specify what packets you want to scan. So we'll leave that for now. You then have open a capture file. This is if you have already a saved capture file, which you can do, by the way. You can actually save whatever you've captured. The next one is to basically open. You can save the capture file, the one you already have. Close this capture file, reload the capture file, find the packet. So for example, if you want to find a packet that I've just scanned, I'm just going to use a basic protocol, HTTP. Let's find. And we didn't get any because it did not scan for any HTTP, but we'll get to that in the next video. So here you have the previous packet, here you have the next packet, and as you can see, it scrolls through the packets in the packet list that you've just scanned. Then you have go to specified packet, and again you can scan via the number or the ID here. So we can say go to packet, and it's going to scan like that. Yeah, the next one we have here, here go to the first packet, it will go directly to the list, and here we have go to the bottom packet, which will take it directly downwards. The next tool we have automatically scroll to the last packet during a live capture. That obviously we know is this one right here. You then can zoom in the interface if you have problems reading. So that's very, very useful, and you can zoom in and out. So basically that's what it is. And this will basically apply the defaults to the font size, and it will just restore whatever you've zoomed in or out. The next thing is resize the packet columns list. This is pretty self-explanatory. You can just resize these columns here to your liking. All right. So that's basically the toolbar actions. Don't worry about these little tools up here. These are just for another tutorial. I'll be covering them, but you don't really need them right now. So that's basically it for the second tutorial. The next tutorial I'll be showing you how to actually scan for packets, and how to specify what packets you can get, so you can actually make some sense of what you're scanning and how to get valuable information from them. So yeah, thanks for watching, guys. If this video helped you, please leave a like, follow me on my social networks, they will be in the description or on the screen right now. Anyway guys, thanks for watching, and peace. Hey guys, Hackersploit here, back again with another video, and welcome to your third Wireshark tutorial for beginners. So in the last video we talked about the environment and how to basically change the layout of the environment in Wireshark to meet your specifications or whatever you feel more suitable for you. We also looked at some toolbar actions and what the icons on the toolbar do. Now in this video I'm going to be talking to you about the capture options and the interfaces in depth. So again, this is what I'm going to be talking about, the whole capture options and interfaces. Just for the sake of this, for the starting of this video, we're just going to select Wi-Fi. alright, because or whatever NIC or network interface card you're using. So I'm just going to stop scanning for packets, and I want to just show you something here. You want to hit this little capture options icon here, and once you hit that, it's going to open this menu. Now, as you see, there are about 4 network interface cards that I have here. Now, 2 of them, the VMware network adapter and this one right here, 1 and 8, are not real, in the sense that they are not actually hardware. They're just software, virtual network interface cards. These are for my virtual machines. I have 2, my Wi-Fi and my Ethernet. I'm currently using my Wi-Fi card. So that's, you want to select the one that you're currently using. Now, it's going to give you information, more information about it. Now, when it comes to this tab here, the promiscuous mode, what this means is that whether or not you want to allow your Wi-Fi card to read packets or read data from other devices. Now, let me explain why this is actually a setting. Now, in Wireshark, you have 2 options when promiscuous mode is enabled or disabled. When it's disabled, Wireshark is only going to scan data or packets that are meant for your computer, and it's not going to scan for packets from other devices, from their devices to the router. So that's basically what promiscuous mode is. Promiscuous mode basically pays more attention to data that's going to and from other devices. So it actually allows you to read packets and data from other devices. Now again, this is highly illegal without permission. I don't recommend you going and using this this method like in a public place. It's highly illegal, and if you're actually caught, you will be apprehended, and it's a crime. So again, you have to have permission from your network administrator, or you basically have to have permission to scan the packets on the data. So yeah, that's pretty much about what promiscuous mode is. Hey guys, Hackexploit here, back again with another video, and welcome to your 4th Wireshark tutorial for beginners. Now in this tutorial I'm going to be showing you the 2 different types of filters. So basically a filter is a tool that will allow you to basically fine-tune your search for packets and data that you've scanned or are scanning. So let me just use my Wi-Fi card here and let it scan for some data, and I'll explain as we go. So I'm just going to stop it there. Now basically a filter will allow me to fine-tune, to pick specifically what I want from these packets. So for example, we have, as I mentioned earlier, we have 2 types of filters. We have a display filter, which is right here, and we have a capture filter. Now a capture filter lies here. This is the capture filter that is specific to the network interface card that you are using. But let's start first with the display filter. So I'll stop scanning, and let's say we want to find a specific packet out of all that we've just scanned. A display feature filter is basically a filter that it will give you the packets that you want to see or you're looking for, not the packets that you want to scan for. So let's try HTTP. And it's going to give us all the HTTP packets. So as you can see, we really don't have any HTTP packets. Let's try something else. So I'm going to use DNS, and as you can see here, we have some DNS servers that one's connecting to Facebook. And yeah, that's pretty much how to use the display filter to your advantage. Now, as I mentioned, there are a lot of filters that you can use, and some of them are here. As you can see, these are the most popular filters. We have Ethernet address, IPv4, IPv6, you have TCP, UDP, non-DNS, so it will scan for non-DNS packets of data, and here they are, and you can just apply it. And if you're once you're done looking for basically using your display filter, you can just hit the X button there or the stop button, and you'll be good right here. Now the next thing I want to show you is expression. Now expression gives you all the different types of filters that you can apply with capture, more advanced capture options, some that may not exist over here in the most commonly used. So I'm going to give you an example. Let's say we're looking for HTTP packets, but only HTTP GET packets, not POST. So let's try that. HTTP. This is the basically the filter that I'm going to use, and I already made some here. So we have HTTP request.method.get. So I'm going to type that in, and again we don't have any HTTP GET. So let's try post, and then let's close that, and still nothing. That's basically how you can fine tune what packets you want to what you want to see from the packets you already scanned. Now, when we go on to the capture filter, a capture filter is the packets that you want to scan. Like, let's say you want to scan only for HTTP, it'll only scan for HTTP. So as you can see here, if I go into the most common ones, so let's see HTTP, TCP port HTTP, and we'll start capturing from there, and then we can stop it, and so on and so forth. So that's basically the types of filters that you can use in Wireshark, and how you can use them to fine tune your results on packets, or what you want to see from the packets you've just captured. So yeah, guys, that's pretty much it. Thanks for watching this video. If you enjoyed it, leave a like, and yeah, peace. Hey guys, Hackexploit here, back again with another video, and in this video I'm going to be showing you how to fully utilize Meterpreter or a Meterpreter session for post-exploitation, privilege escalation, and finally clearing up your tracks. Alright, so I've mentioned previously in the community section of the channel the reason why the SS7 video is not yet out, and the reason for the lack of uploads over the past 2 days, and that is because I was actually feeling a bit sick, and I'm feeling much better now, but if my voice is a bit low during the video, I apologize, and yeah, that's what I wanted to pass on. That being said, let's get started. Now I'm going to assume that you already have a Meterpreter session. Most, it depends on what exploit you've performed, but for me, I'm just going to be using the most recent one, which was the double pulse exploit. And for those of you asking why I made the video so late, I didn't even plan on making the video. Someone suggested to me to make the video. As I said, I follow them. I usually put all the videos in an Excel spreadsheet, and I follow them as and when they were posted. So if you have posted a video suggestion, it will come, or I will usually put it in an Excel sheet, and it will come independent or in relation to when you posted it in terms of date. Alright, so I'm currently going through all of them, and I'm making videos, as you can see, of all of the topics you guys requested. That being said, let's actually get started. So in the previous video, I really didn't do justice when we were exploiting the Eternal Blue double pulsar. I really didn't do any justice as to what you should do after you've gained access to the system. That's because that video focused more on the exploitation side. That being said, I have the Windows 7 virtual machine currently running, and as you can see, we have a Meterpreter session. So we're not going to be focusing on how to exploit it, because we've already looked at that. But as you can see, I have a few files that I've just created on the desktop here that I'll use to illustrate how one can download files from the target operating system onto your operating system, how to clear your tracks, how to perform privilege escalation, how to launch different exe programs, how to edit files, all that good stuff, right? So let's start off first with the basics. As you would know, you have the Meterpreter session. Let's start off with the help command. Alright, so the help command is extremely useful, as I've said many times before. Alright, and you can already see that it's going to give you a list of all the commands that you can use, and they are sorted out in terms of core commands. You then have your file system commands, networking commands, system commands, user interface commands, very important, webcam commands, also really important. You then have elevate commands, which will, as you can see, is get system, and that will elevate your privileges to that of the local system, meaning you'll get administrator access. I was about to say root access, but with Windows it's slightly different. Alright, you can then get the password database commands, very important. You can perform a hash dump that will dump the contents of the SAM database, which you can then use to decrypt and get the password for the user or any user on the computer. Alright, you then have the timestamp commands, which are really not important, but we'll be looking at some of the core and the most important ones, in my opinion, as to what people will be doing. So you can see, if we start off with the core commands, you have your background processes of the current session. You can kill a background Meterpreter script. These are essentially core commands that deal with how the Meterpreter session is handled. So you can see you have the channel close, you can exit, get timeouts, you can get info, and if you look at info, displays information about the post module. So this is more focused with the Meterpreter session. When it comes down to the target operating system, you can see here, you have the cat command, which will read the contents of a file. So similar to what you have on Linux, you have your change directory, retrieve the checksum, copy, all that good stuff. You then have upload, download, and I'll show you how to use that in a few seconds. You have the move, to delete, you can print the working directory, create a directory, all that good stuff. They'll come in handy in a few seconds. Alright, you then have networking commands where you can perform the ifconfig and ipconfig. That's if you have a shell. I'll show you how to launch a shell here. You can display the host ARP cache. Let me just move on a bit quickly. We have then the clear event log. This is very important for wiping your tracks clean. I'll show you that in a few seconds. All right, so let's get started now. I've gone through this and you can go through it yourself. All the commands are listed out here and it's quite simple. Now, one of the most important ones that you might be asking is, again, we are talking about privilege escalation. All right, and I think it will be better if I just show you how that works. I think that would help a whole lot more. All right, so let's get started now with the first one and the most important one, changing directories. You can see I spoke a bit about that one right now, and you can also list the current working directory. And as you can see, mine is in the system32 folder. So if I just go back and back again, you can see now I'm in the essentially the C drive. And if I change my working directory to users and to Alexis, or let me actually list and show you the users that I currently have there. As you can see, Alexis. So I'm giving you an example of what a hacker or the person who's exploited the system might be doing. So you've gained access and now you're trying to see if you can download you're trying to see if you can download files that target might have, or files that are potentially important. All right, so if I list files here, let me go into my desktop. All right, and if I list the files now, you can see we have I've just created these two txt documents or txt files. You have the contacts and passwords. So again, someone asked me, how would you go about downloading? Because in the previous video it kind of failed on me, and that's because I actually I went back a directory and I was talking about privilege escalation. But really, if you're in the working directory, your current working directory, if I perform the print working directory, you can see we are in C users Alexis desktop. So that means I can essentially just download the files without specifying the location. All right. So you might be asking, well, where will it save it on your local operating system? It will save it where you launched Metasploit and where you launched the Meterpreter session. So if you launched it in your desktop, it's going to save the files on your desktop. If you launched it in your home or root directory, which is what I've done and what most of you will do, it's going to save it there. And I'll show you that in a few seconds. All right. So let's say I wanted to download. I type in download and I just type in, let's see, passwords.txt, and I hit enter. And as you can see, passwords.txt is done. All right. So you might be asking, can you show us proof that this actually exists? If I go into my home directory here, you can see I have the passwords.txt, and there we are. I've just put a few, just random information there, test 1, 2, 3, put passwords here. And you might be asking as well, how do I know that's the real file? I'll show you here. There we are, test, put passwords here. And usually what happens is with this exploit, you can see we got the Windows Explorer stopped working. This is to do with the double pulsar exploit. If you try and inject the exploit into the Windows Explorer, which is what I recommend, then usually on the client computer or the target operating system, they'll be faced with this issue. But it doesn't matter whether they restart it, you will still have access using the Meterpreter. All right, so let's get back here and let's go back into my terminal. And that's how to download a file. All right. So, whoops, sorry. Now let's look at the other commands. So we've talked about downloading files. We'll be looking at clearing tracks at the very end of the video. All right. That being said, let's look at some of the most important ones. We've talked about changing directory. You can also use the cat command, which I'm pretty sure you're familiar with. So cat, let's see, cat passwords.txt. And I just hit enter, and as you can see, it's just gonna display the information that is in that file. Okay, you can then perform one of the also a very important command, and that is to actually view what user you're currently using. And you might be asking, well, how is that important? Well, it's really it's very cool actually. So this is, I would say, a hybrid Windows /user Linux command, and that is get user ID. Get user ID, user ID, and I type that in. As you can see, you have the computer name and the username. The computer name is very important. As you can see, server username, that's what this computer is going to be called on your local network, if it's on the local network. If not, this can give you a good idea. Let's say you've hacked into an organization and you want to know what exact computer I've hacked into. There you are. You have the name there, the system server name, server username, the network ID. I'm pretty sure you know what that is if you've been using Windows for a long time. All right, now looking at the other commands, if you wanted to know the local IP of that computer, again, this would come in handy if you're in an organization type of situation. All right, so if I type in ipconfig, as you can see here, it's going to start displaying the current connection, which is right here, interface 11, and you can go ahead and look at the IP address that has been assigned to it, and the hardware MAC, which in this case is the VMware MAC that VMware provides to us. All right, so that's how to get network information. You can also use other commands. Let's see what else we haven't talked about. The upload command. Yes, what if you wanted to upload a file? If you wanted to upload a file onto into your current working directory that you currently have. So for example, we can say, let's see, we are currently in the root directory. So what if I was to just create also a simple text document? So let's say, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to create a simple text document here on LeafPad, and I'll just say information, and we'll just call this flag1 upload. All right, just to make sure that we have got the correct file, and I'll save this as let's see, root, and I'll just call this info.txt. So we want to upload this file, and this can also come in handy if you're trying to upload a virus or a Trojan. So for example, you could be trying to upload an exploit or a remote access tool, so you have backdoor access then, or a reverse PHP shell, but that really doesn't come in handy here. What I would recommend is a remote access tool. All right, so so we've actually created that file, and as you can see, it's info.txt. So how do we go about uploading that file? Well, what we would do is we would say upload, and we would specify the file info.txt, and then now we need to specify the destination. I was actually got confused. That's what I was getting confused in the previous video, is you need to specify. So for example, we could say, well, actually, let's see if we can just upload it directly. Now that means it's uploaded it to our current working directory. So let's see if it exists. If I list the files in there, yes, you can see we have the info.txt. If you wanted to specify the location, what you would do is you would use the C command, and then you would specify. So for example, Windows, you then specify like the system32. This is where I would go about hiding a remote access tool. Even if you've used Veil Evasion and you've evaded the antivirus software, you get the idea, right? So that's how to upload files. Really very simple. And if I just the info.txt here, if I just cat that information, you can see we have flag1. There we are. Really simple. Now in terms of the webcam commands, now I cannot demonstrate this because I'm not really a webcam fan, and the reason I even got a webcam was for YouTube, but I don't have it connected right now. So what you can do is the most important command to test, first of all, whether the computer actually has a webcam connected, is perform the webcam command, webcam list. I think it's list. Yes, that will display there we are, and that will show you whether the computer has any webcams installed. This is very important, especially if you have a laptop, if your target is a laptop. All right, you then have the webcam. You might be asking, how do you capture any images? Well, this comes in two types of two types of configurations. The webcam snap command. All right, so this webcam snap, if I just type webcam snap, it's going to tell me target does not have webcam. But if you want to view the help or the commands you can also issue with this command, or the parameters you can specify, usually the webcam help, whoops, sorry, my bad, webcam snap help, and yeah, okay, so if it does have a webcam, it will display the help menu, which will show you, it will allow you to specify the resolution or the quality of the image that you want to take, you want to snap. Now, the other awesome thing is that you can get the, let me just finish off with things like audio and video first, and then we can look at privilege escalation. I actually don't remember how, this is actually quite embarrassing. I don't remember how to how to use the microphone, but I'm guessing that that will not come in handy right now, because even if you're using a laptop, the microphone commands are really not that important. That being said, I'll actually look into it. I haven't touched on a microphone in a long time. Let's look at privilege escalation. All right. And this is something that's also very, very important. Now, when I talk about privilege escalation, I'm just talking about giving yourself a better access. So as you can see, get user ID. If I type that in, you can see I'm logged in as Alexis. Now, if I want privilege escalation, I want to be the administrator. I want administrator access. Sorry about that. And that allows me to essentially just do whatever I want. That comes in two types of situations. So the first thing I could do, or I can do, is I can use the execute command, and I can execute the command prompt, all right, which will give me that type of access. But the best way of doing it is to use the shell command. But before we do that, I want to actually use the hash dump command, because I want to show you how to dump the contents of the SAM database. All right, this is where essentially the boot key is stored, and you can essentially get the hboot key, and then you will decrypt the user keys, and it will give you the password hashes, which you can then crack. Right? So how do you do this? Really very simple. You just type in hash dump and operation. Password get. Yes. My bad. Sorry. What the hell am I doing? Usually I have to specify the location, similar to what you have on Linux. So it's run post Windows gather. Yes, it's in gather, and obviously hash dump. Hopefully that gives us the hashes, the password hashes. There we are, obtaining boot key and interpreter, obtain access. All right, so we have to escalate privileges, obviously. So we can just actually launch the shell here. And now we have shell access here, as you can see. And then you can go ahead and perform the hash dump, but you'd need a interpreter instance. And as you can see, if you launch the shell, then you then have a command prompt. So now as you can see, I need to press dir. These are Windows commands now, native Windows commands. And there you are. That's how to gain access now to the computer. And then from then onwards, if you wanted to use the Windows commands, you can go ahead and use that. So I think I've pretty much covered all the important ones. We've talked about upload, download, listing all the files using the shell, searching, webcam commands. What else have we talked about? Let's see. We have talked about the shell just now. We talked about IP config, changing directory, uploading files, and then specifying the directory. And yeah, that's pretty much all the important commands that you can use with Meterpreter to obviously, we forgot one. So I just want to talk about something really important here. All right. Now, if, for example, we wanted to clear our tracks, we would go about this by using the clear track utility that comes with Windows. And you might be asking, well, what the hell is this? If you've never heard about it, well, I'll explain it to you in a few seconds. So if I just type in here in the Windows command clear ev, and I type in, as you can see, it's not going to give us access. That's because we are currently not using the Meterpreter. And you might be a bit confused there. Well, essentially what we would have to do now is we would have to exit the exploit. And now we are in the Meterpreter. We've gone back a step. Okay. So now we would use the clear ev. All right. And, essentially now this will allow you to clear your logs. And, if I just hit enter, it's going to show you here wiping 648 records from application. And now you would have to obtain a root access here or administrate access, and then you can then go ahead and clear the other logs, which are the system event logs. And once you've done that, then you can just hit exit, and you're done with the exploit. You've cleared your tracks, you've uploaded a RAT, whatever you wanted to do, you've downloaded files, all that you've wanted to do, and you've cleared your tracks at the end. And you pretty much should have performed whatever you wanted to do. Post exploitation, privilege escalation, you've uploaded the files, downloaded whatever you want, and then you've cleared your tracks and you're done. And that's the trademark of a successful hacking or exploitation. And I think I've covered a lot about exploitation, and now I want to cover more about maintaining access, stuff like that. And we'll be looking at that when we talk about things like the CTF challenges. And we'll be talking about Hack the Box. I'm actually creating a series on that where I'll be going through all of them. I actually went through a lot of them, and I've remembered it's actually quite easy, to be honest. The starter ones, I'm not going to show off here. That being said, the web application penetration testing series is also going to be continuing. As I said, I'm feeling much better now, so uploads will be regular on a daily basis, and I'll be focusing on your video ideas, the series that we currently have running, and the SS7 video which is due, and it's going to be coming as soon as I get my legal the legal requirements and satisfy them. And I'm pretty sure not a lot of you actually knew that, and I didn't know that I actually needed a permission to demonstrate such an attack on a on a system that is used, you know, for mass service. I'll explain that later. But that being said, hope you enjoyed this video, you found value in it. If you did, please leave a like down below. If you have any questions or suggestions, let me know in the comment section or on my social networks, or you can hit me up on my website, and I'll be sure or happy to answer your question. That being said, guys, have a fantastic day, and I'll be seeing you in the next video. Peace. Hey guys, Hackexploit here, back again with another video, and in this video we're going to be looking at how to generate a backdoor or a PHP backdoor with Weavly. Alright, so you might have heard of Weavly or you might not have heard of Weavly, and essentially what Weavly is, it is a PHP shell that will give you a connection like SSH, so that you can execute system commands, and it essentially gives you backdoor access to the server that or the target that you've hacked. Alright, it comes pre-installed with Kali Linux and ParrotOS, so you're pretty much good to go. Otherwise, you can find it in GitHub. It's very, very easily. Just search for it on GitHub. It's Weavly, W-E-E-V-L-Y. Okay. So it offers a lot of post-exploitation, advantages, in the sense that you can spawn reverse shells, you can execute commands, and that is pretty much all you're going to need once you've exploited a server. You want to maintain access in that server whenever you like, and Weavly is fantastic. It's actually really, really powerful. Now, I know I actually mentioned on the community section that I'll be making a video on Nikto and things like the Medusa or the other web vulnerability scanners. But I'm going to be working on an entire new series for that, because it is a large topic, and I don't think that I can cover it. I can give it its full, I can cover it to its maximum potential, few set of videos. So I'll be working on a large project for that. So, as we did in the previous video when we were hacking WordPress, we managed to brute force, the WordPress installation, and we got the username and password. So we have successfully exploited the system. Now we need to maintain access. So it's getting a little more interesting. So I already have the WordPress server running, and I already know the password. So I'm just going to go to the, it's already loaded up. So I'm just going to log in now. Alright, it's actually logged in already. So I can just go to WordPress admin.php like so. And there we are. Alright, so we're already logged in. And now, as I said, we can upload a PHP file that if we redirect to, and we obviously know the name of the PHP file, if we upload it to the local directory, it means that the web page will process your request and it will return that, and then you can connect to the shell that you've uploaded, which in this case will be generating with Weavly. Alright, so generating a PHP shell with Weavly is really, really easy, and we're going to be looking at that right now. So just open up your terminal, right? And I'm just going to zoom in so we can see what's going on. Alright, awesome. Let's get started. So the syntax is really, really simple. So Weavly, so it's Weavly. So it's pretty much as simple as that. W-E-E-V-E-L-Y. Okay, so Weavly, and then we want to use generate. Right, so we're telling Weavly to generate. So it already knows that we're telling it to generate a PHP shell. So it's going to now, the next piece of information you need to enter is the password for the shell. Right, this is very important so that only you have connection and only you are able to use this backdoor. right? So I'm just going to use a simple password like 12345, you know, something really, really simple, because I don't want to use anything complex. Now I'm going to store the PHP file on my desktop. All right, so I'm just going to specify the location I want to store it in, so root desktop, and I'm going to give it a name. So I'm just going to give it now this is where social engineering comes into play. Now obviously most of, you know, if we're talking generally speaking, and I know I'm doing this on my lab, but in reality now web servers are probably going to be monitored by their, you know, by security teams, and they're going to be snooping around for, you know, weird files with weird naming. So if you name it backdoor, you know, you're just looking for trouble, and that can, you know, that can expose you really badly. And you know, I know I'm talking from a black hat's perspective, but I'm just giving you an idea of how you know, how these things are thought through. So what I would do is I would name it something like let's see, something interesting, like as you saw in the previous video, a 404 redirect. All right, so 404.php, all right, that is the extension that we're going to use. So now if when I hit enter, it's going to generate it. There we are, generated backdoor with password 12345 in root desktop, and it's 1469 bytes in terms of its size, and here it is. So it's a PHP file. If you open it up, everything's encoded, so it's you know, if anyone found it, it would be a matter of you know, reverse engineering it. All right, so we need to upload this to the server, and luckily for us, we have the file manager installed on WordPress. And you know, it's really simple to do this. And obviously if you crack the FTP protocol, you can also upload it like that. So one would go to the WordPress file manager, and you need to upload it to the root directory. Otherwise you have to, you know, go through subdomains, which is also a great idea if you upload it, you know, in with the image specification and use image upload vulnerabilities. You know, that's basic web penetration testing. But for this, we're just going to keep it simple, you know. And I'm just going to right click, and I'm going to, whoops, it's not allowing me to upload. There we are, upload files. And I'm going to select the file, which is on my desktop. There we are, 44.php, and it's already uploaded. And now, you know, usually if I hit an unknown web page, it would reply with something that is completely vague, right? So what I will do now is I will enter the address. So 192.168.1.108 and 404.php, because it's uploaded locally to the you know, local directory. So I'm just going to hit enter, and there you are. Now this is a good sign. If it doesn't give you any result, it means that the script is already active. Now you might be wondering, well, what do we do now? How do we connect to this? Well, we connect to it using Weebly. All right, so let's get started with that right now. All right, so what you're going to do is really very simple. We're just going to use Weebly as the command, obviously. And now we need to connect to it. So we're going to specify the web page. So HTTP, we have to use the protocol. So 192.168.1.108, and we're connecting to that script or that shell. So 404.php, and then we specify the password, which in this case was 12345, and it should exploit it immediately, or give us backdoor access. So I'm just going to hit enter, and there we are. And now we can execute commands. Awesome, man. This is so cool. So if I hit ls, you can see we can access all the files that exist on the website. And this is extremely dangerous. You know, this is just giving you access to anything on the web server. And, you know, you have complete access of everything. And as you can see, if it's running on a server, which it is, you can then, you know, navigate backwards, and you're essentially in the root directory of the entire Linux server, which you can, you know, exploit further and cause a lot of damage. Now that, again, I'm passing out as a disclaimer. I do not encourage you doing this to any site, because this, you know, this can cause a lot of damage. And yeah, that's essentially how to generate a backdoor. I know it's pretty simple, but again, really powerful. But the real trick is, as we know, is exploiting a system. That is the real trick. You know, once you're in, you can do a lot of damage, and you can maintain access, and the systems administrators wouldn't even know a thing. You know, usually, well, I actually had first-hand experience with this, where I was a system administrator, and, you know, the image, it was actually hidden in the images folder, using, you know, the image upload vulnerabilities that essentially allowed a user to, well, exploited the upload. system where the user was able to, with Burp Suite, were able to modify the upload. They were essentially able to change the extension of the image to a PHP file after they had uploaded it, and then through Burp Suite they had forwarded it and the packets, and it got sent, and the image was uploaded, and there you go, exploited, as simple as that. So again, website security is also supposed to be top notch, and yeah, hopefully you guys found value in this video. If you did, please leave a like down below. If you have any questions or suggestions, let me know in the comment section down below, or you can hit me up on my social networks. If you have any personal questions, hit me up on Kick. And yeah, thank you so much for watching, guys. I'll be seeing you in the next video. Peace. Hey guys, Hackersploit here, back again with another video, and in this video I'm going to be showing you how to install and use Blogger on Kali Linux to create a keylogger that can be used on Windows. So again, we're going to be using Blogger, which is a very powerful tool, but it does have some issues which we'll look into in the next step. So let's get started. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to be using the GitHub repository for installation. Additionally, you could use the lazy script to install Blogger, which is much easier, but if you guys are going with this method, it works perfectly as well. So what you want to do is go to the GitHub repository. I will leave the link in the description section so you can check it out for yourself. So all credits go to the hawker, which is 4W4K3, who's the one who created Blogger. So all credits go to him. So what we're going to do is we're just going to clone this GitHub repository. So I'm just going to copy the link, and we can get started with the terminal. Alright, so first things first, let me just enlarge the terminal so we can see what's going on. Alrighty, so the first thing, I'm going to enter root, sudo bash, and let me enter my password in. There we are. So now I want to browse to my desktop because that's where I want to install Blogger, download and install the files for Blogger. So we're going to clone the repository, git clone, and I'm going to paste in the GitHub link that we copied, and I'm going to hit enter, and as you can see, it's going to create our Blogger folder, and hopefully this shouldn't take too much time. I'm using a VPN for my connection, which is why it'll probably take a few seconds to download. So again, yours might be different if you're using your active ISP connection, but I'm using a VPN that's limited to 500 kilobits per second. So I'll meet you when it's done. Alrighty, so once it's done downloading, we can actually continue. So we're going to browse into the Blogger. We're going to browse into the Blogger folder. So we're going to change the directory. Oops, let me just clear that out. So cd Blogger, like so, and now we can look into the Blogger folder, and we have the install.sh file, which is a bash script. So as you can see, we do have the permissions to run it, so it shouldn't be a problem at all to start the installation process. So I'm going to just use the installation. So install.sh, okay, and it's going to begin the installation process for the Blogger script. So just give it a few seconds to start up because it does need to set up additional dependencies like Wine and Python, or PyCharm, for example. So just let it start reading the package lists, and we can get started with the installation process. So as I said, just give it a few seconds. It shouldn't take too much time. And as you can see, it's going to ask us for our Wine configuration. So I'm just going to hit default settings and maybe change it to Windows 7 and hit apply. And then I'm going to hit OK. All right, and after that, it's going to ask us to set up Python 2.7. So as you can see, I already have it installed, so I'm just going to hit finish, and it's going to just repair Python. But in your case, it'll prompt you to install Python additionally all over again, or install it fresh. So make sure you do that, and I've already installed Python. Then the next thing it's going to ask me to install is PyWin. So the 2-bit version. So I'm just going to hit next and next, and it's going to install that for me. Pretty simple. So just let that complete, and it shouldn't take too much time now. There we are. All right, so I'm just going to finish that installation, and now it's going to ask me to install Pi-hook. Right, Pi-hook is very important in this. So as I said, I already have mine installed. So I'm just going to breeze over these installation processes. And there we are. So we've installed Blogger now, and you might be asking yourself, well, how do I access Blogger? If we view if we basically look inside the folder, we have the b.py, so Python and b.py, and if we start that up, as you can see, we have the Blogger opened and running. So in addition, what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna exit, and I'm gonna start in a new terminal altogether, because that has brought a few issues before after I've installed the Pi-hook. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna enter root again, excuse me, like so, and cd desktop, and obviously cd blogger and python b.py, like so, and there we are. So we're currently in the blogger script right now, and it's going to ask you, as I said, it's going to ask you now to hit enter. And before we get started, as you can see, use this for work or educational purposes, so I have to throw out a disclaimer that please use this at your own discretion, and I'm not going to be held responsible for anything you do with this tool. So just hit enter to continue. And now the options are pretty simple. It's going to ask you, it's going to give you three options, K being the option to generate the keylogger, U being to update the blogger, which is quite awesome that he added that. All credits go to Alison Moretto, and Q to quit. So we're going to generate the blogger, which is done by using the K key. So once you hit that, it's going to ask you to select what type of keylogger you want to mask exactly. So you can choose an Adobe Flash update, which is quite good and will help with social engineering to some extent. You then have your fake Word document, which is really not convincing, especially for users who are pretty familiar with computing. And we then have the fake Excel sheet, which again is not very convincing because it is going to be an exe file. We then have the fake PowerPoint, which is quite convincing because it is a PowerPoint, and less people come in contact with PowerPoint files when compared to Excel and Word documents. We then have the fake Acrobat PDF, which is also quite convincing. We then have the blank executable. And now, before we get started with creating the blogger, the thing about a blogger is that it's very easy to create a blogger. When I say create a keylogger, what I mean is not to actually create a keylogger by yourself or to script it, but to create a blogger that you're using to gain information, or you're trying to use for either malicious intent or for testing. It really comes down to how you're going to install it on your target's computer, how you're going to run it on your target's computer. And that's where social engineering comes into place. And we'll be looking at techniques on how to be using this. And what I'm coming to really here is all of these will be detected by if you try and send any of these keyloggers in forms of, for example, an Adobe Flash update, Gmail and all of the other top email providers will detect this as a virus and will probably throw the mail in spam, or will alert the user or the target that this does indeed contain a virus. So you really have to be smart, and if it comes down to using a rootkit to mask the keylogger or to avoid antivirus detection, that's where all the whole social engineering process comes into. But as I said, we'll be looking at that in future videos and how to mask all of these exploits, or just basically how to mask your program or keylogger to avoid detection by antiviruses and of course by users, because as I said, it's going to be less likely that you can trick people with things like this. For example, a fake Word document that contains the .docx extension file, but also contains the exe extension. So it's really important to understand that. So let's get started with actually creating this keylogger. So it's going to tell you, warning, enable access to less secure apps on your email account. Now what this means is you have to actually, it's going to ask you to use a Gmail. As you can see, it's going to tell you only works with Gmail. Now why you need to enter or create a Gmail email for this is because you're going to need an email in which the keylogger program will be sending back the results to. So I would recommend creating a separate Gmail account just for getting your results back. But as you can see, it's going to tell you here, don't use your personal email. Make a dedicated separate Gmail account specific for the gathering of results. So once you've created it, you just want to click on this link. You can just open the link in a new tab, and hopefully it does that here. And it's going to ask you, if you've signed into that Gmail account, it's going to ask you to disable less secure apps on your email account. What this is going to do is it's going to allow your email to be under the control of the keylogger. So the keylogger will be able to log in and send requests and send the results from what it has gathered from your target's computer or system, and it'll save them on that email. All right. So as you can see, this keylogger will send logs 50 characters or each in intervals of 120 seconds. So again, very, very powerful, and you're getting extensive information. Of course, this will become ineffective if the user is not connected to the internet. But again, this is how these things work, and there's always pros and cons to each of the sides. So what I'm going to do, I've not created an email for this because I'll be explaining how to mask this keylogger in the next videos, where I'll be showing you how to use social engineering to avoid detection, antivirus detection, and obviously to mask it so that users cannot detect, or it does not look obvious that this indeed is a virus or malware. So I'm just going to enter a simple, we're just going to be using just a fake email address. So what I would recommend if you're going to be using this is to use the Adobe Flash update. The reason I'm saying this is because people, when they see Adobe Flash, they already know that this is an executable program. And from that, if it's an exe file, they won't be as hesitant to running it as if you would have found a document with the exe extension. So again, I'm going to use the first one. And this is obviously for social engineering purposes. So Adobe Flash update, and it's going to ask you type your Gmail to receive the logs. So I'm just going to hit test at gmail.com. As I said in the next video, the follow-up videos I'll be making, and I'll be showing you how to essentially hide or to mask these keyloggers and other malware from detection. So I'm just going to enter random password. So test password. Of course, this email does not exist, and this password again is not real. I'm just using it to show you that indeed it does create the keylogger. So once you've entered the password, just hit enter, and it's going to ask you if this information is correct, and I'm going to hit yes, and it's going to start the creation process. As you can see, it's creating the keylogger. And just give it a few seconds. Hopefully it shouldn't take too much time. Again, it'll take different times depending on what type of executable you choose, whether you choose the Flash update or the Word documents or Excel documents, etc., etc. So that's actually done now, and hopefully I don't know where exactly it oh, there we go, saved to dist/bflash.exe. So obviously, again, as I've mentioned previously, it's going to save it in the blogger folder that we created in the dist folder. Now, what I was talking about here, again, when it comes down to social engineering, this is the keylogger file, very, very powerful. But again, the trick has always been making sure that this runs on your target's computer without detection and without him or her basically finding out that it's running. Now, with blogger, as far as I know, once you run this, it'll basically install it, and the only way to disable it as a service is through the msconfig utility in Windows. So again, it does have the ability to be disabled or to be stopped. So that was just a little tidbit I wanted to throw in there for you. So again, a bit of you could do a bit of social engineering and renaming this to look like an Adobe Flash update, and I would say 6 times out of 10 you can get your target to run this without them knowing that this is indeed malware. Now, I'm not going to be running and testing this because, as I said, if you try this on a modern Windows installation with Windows Defender enabled or running, or any other antivirus software, it's going to detect that this is a virus. And even if you try and upload this to Gmail, it'll automatically detect that this is a virus. So again, we'll have to do a bit of social engineering. In addition to that, I'm going to be creating a special little small course exclusive to the YouTube channel, where I'm going to be showing you how to create your very own keylogger with C++. Now, the reason for that, there are obviously some specific advantages of using C++ is that it is a very low-lying, it's a very low level language, in the sense that if I was to create a keylogger, Windows 9 times out of 10 would not detect that this has anything to do with malware or is malicious content of any type. In addition to that, an antivirus software would not have been able to detect it. So that's basically it for this video, guys. As I said, I'm going to be making follow-up videos to this whole blogger section that I've created, or in the larger context, the keylogger section on this channel. So stay tuned for that. I hope you found value in this video. If you guys enjoyed this video, please leave a like down below. If you have any questions, suggestions, or you just want to have a chat, you can hit me up on my social networks, or just let me know in the comment section down below. In addition, you can check out an in-depth guide of this video on my website. You can also check out the Discord server that I've created for the channel, where we'll be having discussions, and where you can send me your video suggestions, and where we can basically just interact. Thank you so much for the support, and I will be seeing you in the next video. Peace. Hey guys, Hacksploit here, back again with another video. And in this video, looking at Saint. So you might be asking yourself, well, what is Saint? Well, Saint is, simply put, is a spyware generator for Windows, and it is coded or developed in Java. All right. So essentially, the functionality that it gives is it gives you the keylogger functionality. So you'll be able to get keystrokes sent back to your host email. Again, I'll show you how to do that right now. You can take screenshots of the target computer. You can capture images with a webcam. You can also you also have persistence. All right. So let's get started with me showing you how to get it installed or to configure it, and then we can create the malware or the spyware for that matter, and how to move it to your operating system of choice, your test operating system. Again, I do want to throw out a bit of caution, because this can cause damage, and I do not want you to perform anything or to use this in any way that may infringe any laws. So please make sure to stay on the right side. All right, so I already have the link open up here. It is a GitHub repository, so the link will be in the description as always. And yeah, you can just clone it, and we need to install a few things before we can move on. All right, so I already have it cloned here, but you can do that for yourself. I usually keep all my scripts that I'm not really keen on, or scripts that I don't really trust, in my optional folder. Again, it's a good way of separating your experimental folders from your the folders that you can really hold as part of your system. So as you can see, if I list it down here, I already have it here, right here, Saint. So I'm going to move into the directory. You'll have the same directory. All right, so Saint. And if I list what's inside, there's a few files you have inside. Now, the first thing you need to do is you need to look at the dependencies that you need to install, and one of them is the let me just get that open right now. One of them is the Maven libraries for the Java JDK. So it's very important that you install these Maven dependencies. As you can see right here, you need the Maven and JDK package installed. So Maven is essentially a library for Java. So make sure you get that installed. I already have it installed. The next thing you need are the libraries that will allow you to generate an executable file, or a jar file, which is a launchable Java file. All right, and once you're done, again, it'll tell you to clone the repository, and then you can move into the folder, and then you change the permissions for the configure.sh. All right, so we can do that right now. So chmod, there we are, +x, and the configure.sh. Right, there we are. And once that's done, you can then hit configure.sh. So we can do that right now. So configure, .sh, and I can run you through what's going to happen now. All right, so just give it a few seconds to start up. If you've installed all the dependencies, you should be good and it should start up right now. Okay, so give it a few seconds, and what I have already, so there we are, it's going to start configuring and building all that is required. All right, now I already have my virtual machine here, my Windows virtual machine, and I already generated the spyware, and I've put it on my virtual machine, but I haven't run it yet. All right, so let me just open the folder that contains this. So one more important thing is to make sure that your target operating system has a version of Java JDK or the Java runtime environment version 8 installed. That is very, very important. And again, it should be the appropriate version according to the processor and operating system architecture, 32-bit or 64-bit. So once that's installed, let's just go back to the generation here. All right, so as you can see, it's still building the files that we require here, and just give it a few seconds. Again, shouldn't take too much time before we can actually get it running and we can generate our spyware. All right, so what it's doing right now is it's building all the files required, and again, it shouldn't take too much time. It's really, really fast. So yeah, give it a few seconds, and as I was saying, make sure you have Java JDK on your target operating system, and it's going to generate two types of files. All right, so this spyware will generate two types of files. It will generate a executable version and the Java, the jar application, which is, again, it's up to you on what you feel is more appropriate to install, because again, when it comes down to client-side attacks, it's more about social engineering. All right, so let me just close up my virtual machine right here. And let's look at the process that we have here, and whether or not we can speed it up. Again, it shouldn't take too much time. Just it just has to compile a few stuff here and build the required libraries and the plugins. All right. So again, just let it complete, and it should bring up the interface, which is a command line interface. There we are. All right. So let's list the files again, and directly here, you can look inside the folder, and once you've configured it, we can get started, right? So you might be asking yourself, how do you get started? Well, as I said, you need to have Java installed, and that is on the operating system in which you're creating the spyware. So Java, we are essentially launching this right here, right? So again, if you want any help, you can check the repository, and I'll give you instructions. So Java jar, right? So let's Java jar Saint, oops, oh my bad, right? So saint.jar, and we launch that, and as you can see, it's going to say this software is provided as is without warranty of any kind. You may use this software at your own risk. The use is complete. The use of this is complete. You hold complete responsibility. So again, I'm just passing out the disclaimer. All right, so once you're ready to go, just hit enter, and it's going to ask you for your Gmail. All right, now this is a very important thing. You need to create a Gmail account where it'll send the results. Now, I do not recommend that you use your personal email, Gmail address. If you do that, well, I think you should just leave the video right now if you really are thinking of doing that. So I already created my email, and I've already generated the spyware. So I'm just going to run you through how you would do it. All right, so you would enter your email. So let's say test@gmail.com. Again, this is not my real email that I used. So test@gmail.com. Enter your password. It could be, so oops. All right, my bad. I think I actually just caused a bit of an overflow there. So let me run that again. So test@gmail.com. All right, and I can say, something really simple, an integer password, and then here the options come. Do you want to enable the screenshot functionality, which means it'll take a screenshot every few seconds, and it'll send it to the email? Yes, that is very, very handy. Do you want to enable webcam? Now again, this is it'll not work on virtual machines, which I just wanted to get out of the way, but on a real host machine, if the target does have a webcam, yes, it could be helpful. Yes. Do you want to enable persistence? Yes, we do. Do you want to keep the data on the computer? Again, something very, very important here. The thing with this spyware generator is it's going to keep the files that it's generating, or the keylogged your data. It's going to all store it on the computer if you want it to. So usually it will store it in the app data folder, where you can find all the files. Again, it depends on your target. If your target is a tech savvy user and knows what's going on in his or her system, it might be a good idea to say no, or you can just hit yes. And once that You hit yes, it's going to ask you, enter the number of characters to send the email to. Alright, now what this means is the amount of characters you want your keylogger to grab before it sends an email. So you could enter something like, if you wanted to grab a lot, you can say something like 20. That's an appropriate amount because you can grab 20 keylogs or keystrokes, and then it will send all the files to the email. Alright, so once you're done, just hit enter. And I don't want to create one because I already have, so I'm not going to hit enter. So yeah, once you're done, you just have to check if the information is correct. If it is, just hit yes, and it'll generate it for you, and it will store it. What we'll do, it will store it for you. Let me list the files again. It will store it in your target. All right, so in your target folder. All right, so if we list the files right here, as you can see, I already copied the file from there, the exe. It's going to generate a saint 1.0 jar with dependencies .jar or .executable. All right, so I already copied that to the virtual machine. And again, make sure your virtual machine or your target operating system is running Java or has any version of Java 8 available, whether it's the development kit or the runtime environment. All right, so once you're done, just hit this right here. Just open up the executable. It will not give you any graphical user interface. It'll just start up, and as I was saying, you actually have the ability to check the files, as you can see here. So it is in the app data folder. That is where the files are going to be stored if you chose that option. So let's open that right now, and you want to go to local, or actually roaming. That is where it stores it most of the time. There we are. So as you can see, it generated the folder saint. And what we can do now is let's just open up, let's type some stuff in here. So I apologize if my virtual machine is a bit slow. So what we can do is we can just try and open up a notepad here. If that lets us open it. I don't want this to freeze anytime soon because I'm actually running this in quite a low resource virtualized environment. So what we can do is or we can just type in some random searches here. So we ran app data. Let's see, we've ran a few commands there. So I'll open this in a second, but first I just want to, so I'm not interested in that. Let's just type some weird stuff like email, what a normal person would be typing in, or would be typing in some documents. And yeah, you can just enter as many keys as you want. And now let's check the email that I used. And as you can see, yes, it has sent us stuff here. So let's look what it sent. Now these ones are from yesterday when I was testing this, and these two are the latest ones. All right, and I'll show you that it does send all the files. So let's look at the latest one. All right, so the latest one, it does send it with the logged keystrokes. As you can see, we entered email, we hit control email, backspace, notepad, and it didn't launch the notepad. How sad about that. So let's look at the screenshots. There we are. As you can see, it took a perfect screenshot. Amazing, really, really powerful. Let's look at the next. The next one is the webcam, but again, it could not take a picture of the webcam because I've disabled webcam functionality on my virtual machine and on my main operating system right now. And then it gives you the text document, which is your keylogged or your keystroked characters. So if you open that, as you can see, backspace, pardon me, notepad, control email. So all that I typed is going to be sent. All right, and as you can see, it's gonna keep on sending it as time goes by. So it's just gonna keep on flooding in. So awesome, it's almost like real time. It's like a real time remote access tool or a RAT. All right. So if we look on the app data folder, you can see that it does store it in the cam, but again, nothing is gonna open here because I've disabled my webcam. You then have your logs, which is your keylogger or your keylog strokes. You then have your screenshots, which are gonna be saved in intervals, as you can see right here. Right, so you have that, which was the latest one. And if you just open that up right now, hopefully Windows doesn't let me down. Opening an image can't be that difficult, right? So yeah, there we are. As you can see all the screenshots taken. And now this is very important because, as I was saying, if you want to keep your files on the host computer, again, it's really up to you. And you can experiment with what you like, but the real trick is using social engineering. So yeah, that's how to use Saint and how to use it correctly. So again, if we take a look, as you can see, it's sending all the keylogged keystrokes that I've entered, and everything's just generating and sending to me real time. As you can see, there's an image of what we just opened. Fantastic, right? So we do know that it's working. Now, if you're running this on your virtual machine like I am and you're wondering how the hell do we stop this? Well, it's really very simple, and this is again maybe one of the disadvantages of this piece of spyware is you can actually disable it really easily, or you can actually find it really easily if you just open up your task manager. If you're on Windows, the default task manager that it comes with, that Windows does come with. All right, so what I'm going to do is I've just opened it up, and you will see that the Java platform SE library will be open, and that's essentially what the applet is running on. And if you disable this, it will immediately stop it. Right, so it's taking a fair bit of memory. As you can see, it's taking about 46 megabytes. Again, it's not the best optimized piece of spyware I've seen, but it's really good for beginners, to understand how this really works. So yeah, guys, that's it for this video. I hope you found value in this video. If you did, please leave a like down below. If you have any questions or suggestions, let me know in the comment section, or you can hit me up on my social networks. You can also hit me up on Kick. And if you want the latest hacking news and resources, check out my website, hsploit.com. Link will be in the description, and I'll be seeing you in the next video. Peace. Hey guys, Hacksploit here, back again with another video, and in this video we're going to be looking at KSerrat. Alright, so let's get started. Now, before we get started, I just want to make a quick Hacksploit app, and I have completed it now, and I'm looking to get it published by tomorrow. I had a few delays with the app and getting everything up and running, but no need to worry now. The app will be released on Monday and will be on the Play Store, the Google Play Store, by Tuesday, the latest. All right, so I'm looking to get that verified on the Google Play Store, and we should be good to go. All right, so let's get started with the video. So as I said, this video is about how to set up and how to use KSerrat. All right, so you might be asking yourself, well, what is a rat? You could be asking yourself. So for those of you who don't know what a rat is essentially a remote access tool, and does essentially what the name describes it to do. It gives you remote access to a operating system or a computer or even a mobile device. But in this case, KSerrat is a remote administration tool that works or is made for Windows. All right, so this will give you the functionality to use it on Windows. All right, so it's coded in C#. So that will just give it a whole lot of stability when running on Windows as an operating system. All right, so it does have a user interface, and it's fantastic. Right now, looking at some of the features that we have, some of the best features have to be the fact that it gives you the noip.com support, which means you can use a dynamic DNS and if you perform your port forwarding, which is essential if you're trying to run this over the internet using your public IP address. All right, so you can the other awesome features are that you can view the task manager on the client or the target's computer. You can view the file manager. You can use the startup manager. You can perform a remote desktop connection. All right, you can perform remote webcam commands, meaning you can take pictures, record video. You have the remote shell. You can upload and execute. You can download and execute. You have a keylogger. You can perform computer commands like shutting down, restarting, and standby. You can use reverse proxies. All right, which means you can use reverse SOCKS 5 proxies. So if you're using proxy chains, you're good there. And you have your registry editor. Now that is a lot of power. So I have to throw out caution. Please, please, please. Do not use this in any illegal way. I have to throw the disclaimer, and whatever you do with it, I'm not going to be held responsible, because again, this is going to be, it just gives you a lot of control over, whoever's computer you try and attack, if that's what you're going to do. So again, I'm not going to be held responsible for this. I'm just going to show you how everything works and how to get it up and running. All right. So the simple requirements is that you need Net Framework installed on the client and on your host operating system, right? So it does work on both 64-bit and 32-bit operating systems architectures. You have the operating system supported Windows XP all the way to Windows 10. Fantastic, right? So let's get started. Now I already have the GitHub repository opened up right here. So it's Kesarat. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that correctly. So again, all credits go to the rightful author. And a lot of you guys have been asking me why I'm doing these type of videos, and the reason why I'm doing them is the special tools that I'm showcasing give you a good idea of how they work. So essentially what I'm trying to show you here is I'm going to show you the tool, and hopefully that will get your curiosity running and you'll be looking into making one of your own. So that's all I'm trying to do, right? So, and plus this is a fantastic tool if you're using it the right way, right? So again, it's really very simple. You can just clone the repository, and I'm going to be working on Windows because that's what it recommends. And you need Net Framework. So what I'm going to do, I already have the rat installed, downloaded, and I have it set up, and I'm going to be using that for demonstration, right? So what I'm going to do is I've created a rat folder on my desktop. So I'm going to save everything in the rat folder. So I'm using GitHub on Windows, which is it allows me to perform the clone commands and just allows me to download all the files much more easier. All right, because I use this a lot for my code management, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to, let me just go back here. I'm going to browse into my rat folder. You can save it on your desktop if you want to, which is what I've done, but I'm just going to be showing you how to do it. So I'm going to say git clone. All right, so I'm saving everything in this file just for the purpose of showing you how to download the files. Did I clone the repository? There we are, we've copied it. Let me just do that again, and I'll paste that in here, right? So paste that in there, and I'm going to hit enter, and it's going to start cloning. It's going to download the files. The files are quite large, a few megabytes. I'm not quite sure of the speed, so please do pardon my internet speed. It shouldn't take too much time if you have a very, very good connection. So let's open up the folder that we saved all the files into, which is the rat. And as you can see, Kesarat. All right. Now, when you open this, you might be a little confused. All right. So don't be confused. It's really, really very simple. You have two options of building you have two options of building the app, or the rat for this matter. You can use the Visual Studio Solution file right here, which allows you to open the project in Visual Studio and to compile it or to build it. All right. So if you're looking at, if you want to look at how that code works, you can again look at that, and you can, perform some reverse engineering as to how it works, and you can learn a lot really by doing that. But we're not going to do that because I want to really show you how it's done very easily. The other way is to use the Windows batch files that are here. You have your debug and you have your release. So obviously we want to run the release because again, that is the release version. The debug version won't allow us to use everything. So you just want to open that up, and it's going to start building the release version. Give it a few seconds. It shouldn't take too much time. It shouldn't take any time at all. Don't worry, it gives you a few errors. Don't worry about that. And it's going to build everything into the bin folder. All right. So enter the bin folder and enter the release folder. And there we are. That's your executable rat folder, your rat file. All right. So I'm going to close that up. And since I already have it downloaded, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to delete that because, as I said, I've already downloaded all of that. And I'm going to open up my folder, which I already created. And I'm going to go into my release, right? And I already created the remote access tool. And I've already logged it onto my other Windows computer on my network, and I'll show you that it does work. But I'm going to blur out some of the information for my privacy as well. So I'm just letting you guys know that. So once you open up Kesa, you just open it up like that. And as you can see right now, we have nothing because I'm not connected that computer to the network yet. And that's because I want to just showcase how to run this. All right. So the first thing is let's look at the file, and that's pretty simple. It allows you to close it. So that way it's a really, really simple rat. And in here you have your computers or your clients that are going to be connected. So as you can see, they are sorted into IP addresses. You have your tag, your user PC, which is the name, the version and the status, user status, the country they're in, the operating system they're running, and the account type. All right. Account type being administrator or UAC. All right. In the settings, we have something very, very interesting. You can set the port you want to listen to. I recommend just using the default port that they give you. It's really not, the best thing to change the ports and then, make a mistake when building the file and, you're listening on a different port. Right. So leave this on the defaults. Again, you can change whatever you feel like if you're confident in doing that. You have your IPv6 support. You can listen for new connections on startup. So that's if you want to run this as soon as you start up your computer. You can try and port forward. Also very, very important. You can also activate the no IP DNS updater. I told you about that, which is really, really important, or one of the best services when running a remote access tool over the internet. What I mean is if you're connecting using your public IP, you're trying to create the reverse connection, right? Because that's how a remote access tool works. You're not using the target's IP. You're using your IP. So it's very, very good or important to shield your IP in case the person finds out and is able to reverse engineer that and find out what IP or what is the outgoing connection, right? Whether or not it's coming through a port that is not listened to. I hope you get the idea. So we're not going to do that because I'm going to be demonstrating this on my network. Again, this is my lab. I run this lab, and that means that everything is on me. I'm not hacking someone else's computer. So for those of you asking why my YouTube channel isn't getting copyright strikes, it's because everything is running in my lab and I'm doing it in an ethical way, right? So I'm going to close that up, and we're going to go to the builder section now. Now this is very, very important right here. Right, so as you can see, we have the basic settings first. Now in here you can select your client tag, and that's the name of the client that you want to specify. So let's say if you had a computer, this is just the name that you want to give to the computer you're going to be listening to. Right, you then have your process mutex, and this is something I wouldn't recommend you to touch if you don't know what it really means. This is really when it comes down into understanding the process management in a computer and how Windows handles it. So if you've understood how that works, you'll understand what a mutex is. So as it says, a unique mutex ensures that only one instance of a client is running on the same system. This just means that you can only run the rat is running on one instance on that system instead of it running multiple times and giving you multiple instances, right? So let's look at the connection settings now. Now again, as you can see, I'm running this on my local network, and I've already set this computer, my host computer. I've set the local IP address and it's listening on that port. To do that, just enter it here. It's important. You need to, otherwise you're not going to get any connection when you create the file. So if you're a local network, you want to select this IP network's IP address. This computer's IP address, local IP address again. If you're trying to do it the public IP way, I'm sure you know how to do that as well. But again, if you're going to do that, I highly recommend that you use a dynamic DNS. Okay, so once you've added, you have to make sure that this port is the same as the one you're going to be listening on. Very, very important. And this is for your encrypted connection. Just leave that as default. The password is 1234. You can change that if you're interested in doing that. The installation settings, very, very important now. Now this is where social engineering comes into place a little bit, right? So your installation settings, depending on your target, whether or not they're tech savvy or they understand how processes work in Windows, and whether or not they, understand what's going on in these systems, unlike normal users who don't really understand, what the task manager is about. Where you install it is very, very important because, again, if a user is snooping around their system files, and they find this weird, name, that's currently running, and for example, if they perform a netstat command and they see that there's outgoing traffic to you're using a very weird port, as I just showed you right there, they're going to get suspicious. So you can choose to install the client, which is, I would recommend that, but you have to be really, really smart about how you name the file and in what subdirectory and directory you install it in. For me, the best place to install it in is the system folder, because obviously I'm going to just tell you what I think. And this is because not many people will suspect that there are going to be malicious files in their system folder. Usually most people that I've seen, quite tech savvy people, usually like to go through the program files, or they go into the app data. All right. Now app data is good. Not a lot of people check there, but if you're caught, it can be really, really bad. Right. So, you can choose to do that. I'm not going to do that. You can also choose to run the client when the computer starts, which is awesome. Now, again, this is where it all comes down to social engineering. If you leave this like this, right, and someone checks their task manager and goes to the startup option and they find something with a name like Kaiser client startup, they're gonna get a bit nervous. So, stay away from naming things that obvious. You could name it something like Java updater or something like that. So Java updater, and you can then build it. All right. Now going to the assembly settings, here is where you can just change the file information. Again, if you're trying to make it look a bit more believable, you can change the assembly icon. So really this rat is giving you a lot of freedom in whatever you're doing. You have then your surveillance settings, which you can enable your keylogger. Fantastic, right? And you can again enable the keyboard logging. You can then log the directory name, and you can set the attributes to hidden so that it's not found by any snoopers or users that are quite smart with and understand what's going on, right? So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to hop onto the network. No, I don't want to save my settings. Oh yeah, sorry, I forgot to tell you guys something. Once you're done with your settings, just hit build client, and it's going to build it, and it's going to save it, bin, and it's going to save it in a folder that you specify. I've specified client, and this is the program right here that you're going to copy over or somehow move it to your target's operating system. However you do that, that's up to you. So what I've done is I already have it running on one of these Windows computers on my network, which I use for testing malware, and I use it for a lot of really weird malware stuff that I have to virtualize because there's a lot of stuff that can go wrong. And what I've done, so I'm going to connect to the network, and what you're going to notice now is it's going to come up, my computer is going to come up, and I'm just going to I'm going to blur out what is important here, so that you guys do not you guys I have to you have to respect my privacy. I hope you understand that. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to block out some of the stuff right here. So I'm going to block out the IP address, right, and the operating system. I'll leave that the way it is, but I'm going to connect to the network right now. So I'm going to change the country and the IP address, so just to preserve my privacy. I hope you guys understand that. So I'm going to run this on the computer now. I'm doing that right now. It's right in front of me. All right, that's running. The next thing, by the way, this is not detectable by an antivirus, so that's a huge plus right there. So when you're ready, just go to settings, and you want to hit start listening. All right, so that's going to listen on that port for a connection, for an incoming connection, reverse connection. So I'm going to start listening, and I'm going to save that, and we're going to have to wait now for it to detect me on the network. There we are. All right, so as you can see, we have found the computer, which is fantastic. And as you can see, I'm running, it's the tag is Alexis station. I call it that because that's where I run all my weird stuff, the test station. So it's going to give you your username and your PC name, right? You then have your version, the operating system version. You have the status, you have your user status, and I said it'll give you the IP address, but I'm not going to show mine for privacy. You then have your operating system, which is Windows 10 Pro, and the user account type, which is the user. All right, now you're most interested in what we can do now. All right, so let's check out what we can do exactly. So the first thing I'm going to try and do is I'm going to show you these awesome tools. We're going to start from the beginning. All right, the first thing you can do is perform a connection, connection management really, where you can connect, update, or disconnect. You can also uninstall the client, which is awesome. It gives you that ability remotely. You then have your system, which gives you system information. It gives you the ability to access your file manager, your startup manager, task manager, your remote shell, TCP connections, reverse proxy, registry editor, and you can elevate the client permissions. This is just incredible. I mean, the amount of power you have with this is incredible. And not to mention, you can shut down, restart, or stand by. I mean, I remember back in the day, we used to run these different PHP rats, and we would write scripts to turn off the computer. Like when I mean turn off, I mean like just without warning, not correctly shut down. And yeah, we corrupted a lot of computers. Yeah, we did a lot of weird stuff. But going back to what we can do here, we have surveillance, which allows you to check out your remote desktop, remote webcam, password recovery, and your keylogger. All right. And miscellaneous allows you to remote execute a local file, which means you can execute an executable from the host computer, and you can visit a website, or you can show a message box to mess with people. All right. So again, some of these things are quite nice to have. Now let's look at the system. Again, you can look at the file manager, and there we are. Awesome. Fantastic. You can look at the different disks installed. So let's say we go to users, and we can go to my user, and we look at my desktop, and as you can see, we still have the Saint file, and we have the client file, which I copied right here, and I ran it just now. So awesome. Fantastic, right? So you can actually browse for files here. You can download files. You can upload files. You can rename the files. You can literally do everything to the files that you want, which is incredible. Right? So that's the file manager, pretty self-explanatory. The next is the startup manager, which allows you to, to run what services start up. And I've not installed much on this. I have my OneDrive. I have the security, which is the Saint, which we looked at in the previous video. We then have the Java update tool. Right? Now looking back at the system, we then have the task manager, which will look at the current tasks running, which is, it's quite nice to have this and to understand what's running. So we have Skype running. That's just Windows for you, Windows has weird services running in the background. All right. Now let's look at something else. We have the remote shell. So you can write your remote shells right here. So we can perform an IP config. Whoops. We have nothing. Oh, there we are. We actually ran the command. So yeah, it's using the Windows reverse shell. And you can see the IP, the local IP address there, and yeah, that's working perfectly. So we can run remote shell commands really well. System. We then have your TCP connections, which I'm not going to show you for obvious reasons. Reverse proxy, registry editor, something very interesting. All right, so you have to elevate the privileges to run the registry editor. So there we are. Fantastic. And we can, the damage you can do is unbelievable. Right? So system, now what else do you have to look at? We can actually run I'm not going to shut down or restart the computer right now because that would be somewhat stupid. All right, now let's look at something that I really love, and that is remote desktop. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to start up the remote desktop right now. And there we are. It's going to give you a lot of options here. You can enable mouse input. You can enable keyboard input. You can change the quality, right? You can change, if the computer has multiple monitors, you can monitor both the monitors, and you can finally hit start to get started. There we are. Fantastic. So this is what I'm currently running on that computer, the test computer. So I'm going to open up the start menu right now. So let me just do that. Hopefully that doesn't lag out because I am running a virtual machine. And there we are. Fantastic, right? That is working splendidly. Let's try and open my files here. This was the client file that I just ran. As you can see, client build. And that is essentially going to be the file that we ran, which is the rat. All right, so fantastic. That's working out really great. And yeah, that's basically it. Now, if I enable the mouse input, it'll allow me to control the computer from here. So if I open that up, there we are. It did open up. If I open Microsoft Edge, which I don't recommend you do under any normal circumstances for obvious reasons, right? So that's working up. Let me just expand that so we have a better resolution of what's going on. You can enlarge that and have quite a good idea of what's going on your target's computer. But I'm going to close up Edge because I'm running this virtual machine on some really low resources right now. So that's how to use your remote desktop. Really exciting stuff. All right, so I'm going to stop that and I'm going to close it up. And now I'm going to try and use the webcam. Hopefully it allows me to start it. So yeah, that's because I've disabled the driver for obvious reasons as well. So I'm not going to be able to show you that. Looking at surveillance, you have your keylogger. So let's get logs. So there we are. We did open the HTML file, which was opened by Microsoft Edge. So I'm going to try and log some new files in here. All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to type something like cmd. Again, pardon my poor performance on my computer. Let's see if we can get anything new. The logs are stored in the HTML file. There we are. And there we are. So we got the commands cmd. Let's try and run another one. So let's see. Let's say you're trying to log into your username. So let's say you entered your email like so. So hackersploit@gmail.com. There we are. And if we get the log just to see if everything worked, it takes a while to update. Back. All right. updated. Yeah, there we are. It does work. So it does give you keystroke commands as well, and some of the special keys that you could be running. Awesome. So yeah, we're getting to the last things that we can do. And yeah, you have the keyloggers, password recovery. That is just for recovering passwords through password files and stuff's total. As you can see, it's going to automatically get, and I've not entered any passwords on my keychain on Windows 10, because it does provide you with one regardless of the browser that you're using. Alright, so then you have remote execute and visit website. So you can enter website that you want to visit. So let's say hsploit.com. That would be pretty cool if it does show up. So visit website. So let's see if that opens up. It's obviously going to open up on Microsoft Edge. All right. So again, I'm just going to give it a few seconds here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to open up the remote desktop so you can actually see what's going on. Whoops. For some reason, we're not getting that connection right now. But let me just connection. Let me update it. Whoops. So it's still connected. There we are. So miscellaneous. What I'm going to do is remote desktop. Hopefully it opens up right now. It's probably trying to open up the web page. Let's see if we can access the file manager. Oh yeah, we still can. So there must be an issue there with the remote desktop connection. Oh, there we are. It's working now. And that the URL did not open, but that's probably because of the overflow. And as you can see, something also very, very cool is the ability to check your FPS right here. And depending on your connection, since it's remote, it's a remote. It's a reverse connection. The speed or the quality is determined by the client that you've installed this on. But that's it really. You can see the power that comes to you when you use Kserat. So thumbs up to the author, and yeah, this is a fantastic tool. You can go ahead and check it out and understand how it works. And yeah, so that's going to be it for this video, guys. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed this video, or you found value in it. If you did, please leave a like down below. It'll be really, really appreciated. If you have any questions, any at all, hit me up on my social networks, or you can hit me up on Kick. For the latest hacking news and resources, check out my website, hsploit.com. Link will be in the description, and have a fantastic day. Peace. Fantastic day. Peace. Hey guys, Hacksploit here, back again with another video, and in this video we're going to be looking at how to detect rootkits on Linux, and more specifically in this video we're going to be looking at how to detect rootkits on Kali Linux. Alright, so this is a very, very important thing that probably I haven't looked at it, and I doubt anyone else on YouTube has actually gone through it really, really well. And the reason I'm making this is because one of you actually sent me a message on Facebook, so thank you for that, and you brought this to my attention. And even I had forgotten about how important this is in terms of forensics. When I was actually going through the certified ethical hacking course, this was probably one of the things they skipped out. And when you're talking about forensics, it's something that's not really looked into, especially your own system forensics, and how to many people focus on Kali Linux and how to attack other computers, but they forget something. What if you're the attacked one, and what if you have a rootkit on your system? What do you do? I mean, on Windows, the process is really, really simple. All you need to do is just download the latest antivirus, update the databases, and it'll remove all the malware and or rootkits for you. Or if you're a bit of an advanced user, you can use the Malwarebytes anti-rootkit program that is fantastic for detecting, and removing rootkits, even some of the deepest ones. So on Windows, these security options are being tightened up, and the large number of antivirus companies out there, your safety is pretty much, I would say it's at a good range. But with Linux, many people think that, especially with Kali Linux, many people think that they are the ultimate attack, without even remembering that they could be the target of an attack. And one of the most common ones on Linux is a rootkit. Sorry about that. Now the thing is, with Linux, antivirus programs are not in the atypical format, and the easiest way to hide a backdoor is to use a rootkit. Alright, so let me explain what a rootkit is, because some of you might not have heard of a rootkit. Alright, so rootkit is essentially, its purpose is to essentially hide or protect malicious code or software like a backdoor, and its purpose is to give root level access to an attacker, and as I said, giving root level access in forms of backdoors, leaving ports open so that the attacker can connect back. And its main feature, or the most important thing about this, is that it hides itself in the system files and makes it really, really hard for you to detect it. Even if you open up your task manager, your system processes, it's very, very hard to detect. All right. So by default, Kali Linux already comes with a rootkit checker. I think I'm pretty sure most of you, this is the first time you've heard of that. And one of the ones that it comes installed with. Now, back when I was using Backtrack, about 5 to 6 years ago, one of the most popular ones was the CHK rootkit or the check rootkit utility that still is installed to this very day on Kali Linux. It is pre-installed. And one of my other favorite ones, which is quite an advanced one, is the RK Hunter or Rootkit Hunter, which is awesome. So essentially what we're going to be doing is we're going to be looking at how to use CHK Rootkit and RK Hunter. Alright, so CHK Rootkit is pre-installed on Kali Linux, but if it's not, it's really very simple. All you have to do is just open up your terminal and just go into your apt-get install CHK Rootkit. So apt-get install CHK Rootkit. Alright, now since I already have it installed, if I just hit enter, it's just going to update it over itself. Alright, so it should come pre-installed with Kali Linux, and I would recommend that you update your repositories and your packages just to make sure you have the latest version running. And that's because you actually also want to update the rootkit database for CHK rootkit so that it is able to detect the latest rootkits that are currently out. And obviously being able to detect the latest ones is one of the biggest advantages. Right, so let's get started with CHK rootkit. All right, so I'm just going to clear the terminal, and one of you actually pointed out that I should be enlarging my terminal, so I'll do that right now. Thank you for the suggestions. I really take them into consideration. All right, so let's get started with CHK rootkit. Now, by default, if you just run the CHK rootkit, let us actually use the help menu, which is can be denoted by the H command, and I hit enter. As you can see, the options are pretty simple. You have your help version, the available tests. You can check for the available tests. You can perform debug mode. You can run it quietly. Expert mode. I would not recommend expert mode because that goes into specifying the directories that you want to look in. For example, the home directory, the etc directory, etc, etc. All right. So the simplest way of running CHK rootkit is just by typing it CHK rootkit. And once you hit enter, it's going to start the rootkit checking process. And as you can see, it's going to start checking all of the programs, more specifically the third-party programs or the programs that come pre-installed. So you can see it's going to go through all the folders, and there we are. It's going to give you the status of whether or not they're infected or they're not infected. So in this case, in my case, you can see that it's going through all the files and it's going to give you the results to the right here. So as of right now, there we are, the process, nothing was detected. And if I just scroll all the way down, there we are, it is done. And there we go. Now, by default, as I said, this is a very, I would say an old tool in the sense that I've used it before on older operating systems like Backtrack, but it works great on any other Linux distribution. And that's also what I wanted to point out. If you're performing forensics on a Linux distribution that is compromised some way, this is fantastic. And I also want to cover forensics really well because many people are just focusing on how to attack computers. They're really not focusing on their security, which I think is really important. You shouldn't take it for granted just because you have Kali Linux installed on your system or any other Linux distribution installed for that matter. Alright, so by default, I haven't been mucking around with my operating system. So I wouldn't expect to find any rootkit installed. But if you've been doing, funny tests with different types of scripts that could have a rootkit passed with it, then I would recommend to be performing this very regularly. So that's CHK rootkit, nothing special. One of my favorite ones, as I've said, is the RK Hunter. All right, so RK Hunter is not pre-installed. I actually checked the repositories to see whether it was installed as of the latest version of Kali Linux. and it wasn't installed, which was a pity because I feel it is better than chk rootkit. So let's actually run that. So to install it, all you have to do is just apt get the RK Hunter, apt-get install RK Hunter, and just hit install. And as you can see, I already have mine installed, so I'm just going to clear that out. And let's look at the options that we can run here. Now, if I just run the RK Hunter command, it'll not run a test, and that's because we need to use some options or parameters. So if I hit enter, as you can see, there's a lot of options. Now, by default, I'm not going to be going through all of this because this is more of very, very specific forensics, and it deals with encrypting, decrypting, and again specifying the files in which you want to scan the rootkits for. So by default, let's look at the usage here. Now, the commands that we are going to be using is the C command, which will essentially check the local system for rootkits. You can also look at the capital C, which will check the configuration files, and then it'll exit. All right. So by default, we'll be looking at the check. And one of the most important ones that many people overlook and they get wrong is the update. Right, the update command allows you to check for updates to the database files. Now, why is this so important? This is essentially why antivirus softwares update their database. They're essentially updating their malware and virus databases so that they have a history of the latest detected rootkits, and viruses, etc., etc. So it's very, very important to check for updates to the database and to update them and update the database so that you have the latest versions, and your system, or in this case the utility RK Hunter, is able to detect the latest rootkits installed. All right, so, or the rootkits that are currently on your system. So let us run a simple test here. So I'm just going to hit RK Hunter. We're performing a basic check. So RK Hunter and C, all right, the RK Hunter and C command, the small c or lowercase c, and just hit enter, and this will start checking for the rootkits. All right, so just hit enter and just give it a few seconds. Now again, this is probably a more advanced tool for those of you who are looking for one and you're moving or you're looking into computer forensics. This is a fantastic tool as well. So as you can see, it's going to start performing the checks, and by default your status will be given here in the form of OK, or again, if it's if there are problems, it'll indicate it in red. All right, so it'll go through all the system files, all your local files, and just give it a few seconds. And once it's done, it'll give you a summary, a fantastic summary that you can actually use in a report if you're performing forensics on a system. Now, as you can see, by default, it's given us a warning here, and I'll explain what these warnings are. As I said, it's going to use its own detection systems to tell you whether, whether there could be a problem. It doesn't mean that there is an actual rootkit installed. It just means that there could be something that you should look at or fix immediately that could leave your system vulnerable. All right. So once that's done, it's going to ask you to hit enter. So I'm just going to hit enter, and it's going to start checking for rootkits now, and it's going to check it against the databases that currently exist. So you can see you have your Door rootkit. That is actually quite a popular one. The Apache worm, really dangerous there. Let's see what some of the other good ones. I remember there was the Bobkit rootkit. That was also something really interesting that I looked at. Some of these are quite new actually, like the F8 rootkit, which I actually looked at a few months ago. It was actually last year. You then have the one more thing I want to tell you guys. Just going through this list of rootkits, it's a great way of learning what rootkits some of the most popular rootkits and how to deal with them. All right. So once it's checked against the most popular rootkits, as you can see, performing check of known rootkit files and directories, just hit enter, and I'm going to do that right now, and it's going to perform the additional rootkit checks. As I said, this is more of an advanced tool, and it'll give you advanced features. So just let it perform the additional rootkit checks. All right, there we are, checking for possible rootkit files and directories. Nothing found so far. It's moving on to the next step, and after it is done, it's going to give you a very advanced summary of the scan that you can use in your reports. So for those of you who are asking for forensic videos, here you are. This is more of an advanced section that you asked me to cover, and this is for you. So again, just let it complete, and I'm just going to let it complete. So there we are. We actually have a warning here, which is telling me checking for suspicious shared memory segments. So that is more of an advanced, it's more of an advanced forensics topic that deals with memory segments. Now, for those of you who have done the CompTIA A+ certification, you'll actually know what the shared memory segments means. What it means is that you're sharing your memory segments. If that's, for example, if you're using two you're using two RAM sticks, not a singular one. One of them could be used by another system and has some of the data still left on it. All right. So now it's going to ask me to hit enter, and I'm going to hit enter, and it's going to check the network. It's going to perform checks on the network. So it's going to check for open ports. Very, very important, because as I said, rootkits are usually, especially some of the newer rootkits, like on some of the latest Sony hacks, one of the rootkits, one of the special features was that it actually opened a few open ports. It opened a few ports that the attacker could connect by. And once that happens, that's that. So as you can see, SSH root access is allowed on my system. Yes, it is allowed, because as I said, I'm running this on a virtual machine and I'm controlling the environment. Checking for hidden files and directories, I've also enabled that. So yeah, there we are. Just hit enter and it's done. So as you can see, it's going to give you a summary of all the file property checks, the rootkit checks, the application checks, which was skipped, and you can configure it through the help menu, and the total time that the check took. All the results have been written to the log file. So in this log file, you can find it under the directory var log and your RK Hunter log. So under the log files. All right. So that was how to use RK Hunter and CHK root for rootkit detection on Linux, more specifically Kali Linux. So I would really recommend that you check this out. And it's a fantastic tool. They're both fantastic tools for forensics that you can install on any Linux distribution and get the most out of. All right. So thank you so much for watching this video. If you found value in this video, please leave a like down below. If you have any questions, any at all, hit me up in the comments section, on my social networks, on Kick, or on my website. And again, I'll be setting up the Discord server. I'll probably be making another video after this explaining the changes made to the channel and how you'll be posting your questions and your video suggestions. So with that being said, I'll be seeing you in the next video. Peace.